Upon awakening, Nuo Nuo found herself transformed into the 17-year-old runaway wife of the domineering male protagonist from a novel. The male lead was sinister and unfeeling. As she raised her gaze, the classroom displayed a countdown of 200 days until the college entrance examination, while her own test scores languished at the bottom. Thoughts of the unpredictable man in the villa filled her mind. Under such dire circumstances, Nuo Nuo simply wished to quietly take her exams and escape from him. However, it was only much later that Nuo Nuo grasped a profound truth. Once ensnared by such a possessive male lead, escape was an illusion one would never truly break free. In the dead of night, lightning slashed through the sky, and though the rain had yet to fall, a chilling scent hung in the air. Upon regaining consciousness, Nuo Nuo found herself violently thrust to the ground. A nearby youth, his voice hoarse, rushed to assist her. "Oh, are you all right?" The pain was excruciating. With his support, she rose, only to discover her knee was cut, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. The boy, clearly anxious, lowered his voice. "Sho, Nuo Nuo stay. Let's move away from here. Don't be afraid, I will save you." The girl, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, felt her hair clinging to her cheeks. Yet, her eyes sparkled, her lips were of vivid hue, and her figure was graceful. At merely 17, she radiated beauty, 3 parts allure, 7 parts innocence. In the darkness, the boy could not discern her face as he urged her forward. With a loud noise from her fall, they had to flee swiftly. Nuo Nuo was in agony and could barely stand, letting out a small whimper. Suddenly, the vicious barking of wolves echoed, fierce in the night. The lights of the villa flickered to life. The boy stiffened, trembling. "He's found us." He grasped Nuo Nuo and attempted to run. Oh, bewildered thought, who has discovered us? What was happening? She had distinctly been asleep in her dormitory. Just before sleeping, her roommate had entertained them with a melodramatic novel, causing laughter among her friends. Now, she found herself in the dark, being dragged away in a panic. She felt no desire to flee. She did not even know this boy, and the pain in her knee was unbearable. She pulled away from his grasp, causing him to pause and turn to her. "What's wrong?" Tears streamed down her face, and she realized the boy before her lacked awareness and emotional intelligence. Before she could respond, several wolves lunged at them, closing in rapidly. In her fear, Nuo forgot her pain. She was terrified of dogs. Having been bitten in her childhood, the deep-seated fear gripped her. Realizing she could not escape in her current state only deepened her despair. Yet, the boy, despite his own fears, composed himself and shielded Nuo Nuo. The 3 black wolves surged forward. It was only upon closer inspection that Nuo Nuo recognized them as German shepherds. She began to cry, her small face streaked with tears, gripping the boy's shirt tightly. The imposing shepherds, known for their strength as military dogs, would surely devour them both. Nuo Nuo felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene. Just before bed, her roommate had laughed heartily while narrating a classic tale from the early days of Xinjiang literature, titled The 17-Year-Old Runaway Wife of the Overbearing CEO. The story began with the runaway wife attempting to escape at night, only to be intercepted by the CEO's fierce dogs, nearly leading to disaster for the boy assisting her. Nuo Nuo trembled at the realization. The powerful shepherds were merciless, already injuring the boy's leg. One sniffed at Nuo Nuo's feet, but instead of attacking her, it turned to bite the boy beside her. He gritted his teeth in silence, desperately trying to fend off the 3 beasts, but they showed no fear, treating him as inconsequential. He could truly be. Nuo Nuo shuddered violently, witnessing the blood pooling at the boy's feet. In a moment of determination, she seized one of the black dogs, her voice trembling. "Don't bite." To her surprise, the dog released its grip, turning to her with a threatening bark. Though her legs felt weak, she recognized the gravity of the situation and noticed the dog refrain from attacking her. She swiftly employed the same tactic to drag the other 2 dogs away. Having completed this daunting task, she felt utterly dazed and collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, a group of men in black emerged, one of whom held an umbrella, revealing polished shoes before her. He strode with elegance, casting a low gaze upon her, his voice languid. "Is it entertaining him?" She lifted her eyes, tears blurring her vision, obscuring his face. The man exuded an air of cold nobility, his black umbrella casting a shadow over the confined space, though the rain had yet to fall. "Nuo Nuo's voice quivered Zuli." He did not respond, merely chuckling softly, seemingly surprised that she dared to address him by name. Nuo Nuo's heart sank. She had truly entered the narrative. The current predicament was that she was caught attempting to flee with someone in the rain, only to be apprehended by Chioli. The boy had called her Nuo Nuo, so her full name must be Song Nuo Nuo. The reason her roommate had jested and everyone had laughed was precisely due to the similarity of their names. However, Nuo Nuo, Song Nuo, was not the heroine her sister, Song Lian, was. This was a classic tale of possessive love from the early days of Xinjiang literature. At the story's onset, Song Nuo Nuo was delivered to Chioli, pleading for her classmate to rescue her from despair, to which the boy readily agreed, enamored with her. Unbeknownst to them, the boy suffered severe injuries, and Chioli, indifferent, would say, "If you run away, don't return." Thus, Song Nuo Nuo was sent back to the Song family. On the brink of bankruptcy, the Song family was in turmoil, resorting to desperate measures, even sending her sister, Song Lian, to Chioli. In the narrative, Song Lian was the quintessential heroine who, despite her poor relationship with Song Nuo Nuo, despised such a ruthless man. The young girl also attempted to flee. Both sisters, aged 17 and in their final year of high school, faced their fates. Yet, the heroine could escape alone, captivating the male lead, while Song Nuo Nuo's attempt at elopement became a source of ridicule. The boy, gravely injured and once an academic star, found his future shattered, and his family compelled Song Nuo Nuo to care for him. As an illegitimate child, she had long been despised by the Song family. Initially defiant, she eventually cared for the boy. Yet, as time passed, the hardships became unbearable. Both missed their college entrance exams and found themselves in a bleak existence. In contrast, Song Lian married into wealth, while Chioli, once feared, became strikingly handsome. Consumed by resentment, Song Nuo Nuo abandoned the boy to seek out Chioli, only to suffer a tragic fate in the end. The term little runaway wife referred to Song Lian. Yet, at this moment, the title belonged to Nuo. Reflecting on the story brought tears to her eyes. Transformed into the illegitimate daughter of a mistress, she had recklessly fled with someone, only to face a tragic outcome. The critical point was, she was only 17 to escape this narrative. She would need to endure the college entrance examination once more. Nuo Nuo, originally a freshman at 18, had just completed her exams and entered college for a year, only to find herself thrust back to square one. The daunting Wusan could not occupy her thoughts. The immediate concern was to save the boy. She had to maintain the identity of Song Nuo Nuo, lest she be labeled a monster. Her small hands were grimy, and she hesitated to approach Chioli. Aware of her role as the supporting character, she understood that engaging with the male lead would only lead to dire consequences. Wiping her tears dry, Nuo realized that dignity paled in comparison to the future of a boy. She knelt before Chioli, her voice quavering with emotion. "Mr. Chio, it's all my fault. I was thoughtless. I'm sorry." Her voice trembled, evoking pity. Chioli raised an eyebrow in surprise. Three black-backed dogs poised with anticipation, lingering beside Chioli, awaiting his command to charge at the youth. The youth, named Hang Rue, was equally resolute. Unable to bear the sight of Nuo Nuo pleading for mercy, he gritted his teeth and approached, attempting to lift her. "Let's not beg this devil." The devil, with eyes as dark as night, merely cast a cold glance at them in response. Nuo Nuo evaded his hand, fully aware that this devil before her was indeed a true fiend. His possessions, if not relinquished, would be destroyed. There was no logic in the notion of not being abducted and yet being delivered to another. Thus, Chioli resolved to utterly ruin both her and Hang Rue. Ultimately, this debacle was instigated by Song Nuo, leading to Hang Rue's downfall. With his academic prowess, he could have secured a place at a prestigious domestic university. Yet due to this incident, his future was irrevocably marred. She could not allow them to tread the path chronicled in the book. Wiping her tears, Nuo Nuo raised her gaze to Chioli. Lightning occasionally rent the sky, illuminating the villa's exterior. In that moment, he beheld her delicate visage. Despite her disheveled state, she resembled the peach blossoms of March, blooming with audacious beauty, imbued with an essence of innocence. Her eyes, pure and luminous, beseeched him. Chioli's gaze was frigid, coldly resting upon Nuo Nuo. After a prolonged silence, he extended his hand, encircling her slender neck. So fragile and delicate, with a mere exertion of force, her escape would be rendered impossible. The one beneath his grasp trembled violently, weeping incessantly, attempting to pry his hand away. Chioli fixated on the vibrant tear mole at the corner of her eye, narrowing his gaze slightly. Though he had never touched Song Nuo, his memory was impeccable, recalling even the minutiae of a visage. Song Nuo Nuo had not possessed that tear mole before. His grip gradually tightened. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at him, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine, awakening an indescribable excitement within him. Chiu Li's pupils darkened as he lowered his gaze upon her. Not only had her tear mole emerged, but her demeanor had altered, and her face bore changes. This was not Song Nuo. Song Nuo Nuo did not possess such an alluring countenance. In truth, she was beautiful, even in this state of suffocating despair. Strangely, a flicker of pleasure ignited within Chiu Li. The delicate woman gasped for breath. Nuo Nuo's eyes were rimmed in red, her small face exuding a tender glow, yet her lips were pallid. At 17, she resembled a flower bud on the verge of breaking. Indeed, she was beautiful. Song Nuo Nuo. No, she was not. As Chiu Li gazed into those eyes, his heart raced as it had never before in 30 years, each beat resonating painfully in his chest. Nuo Nuo, constrained by the man's grip, found her cries stifled in her throat, despair swelling within her as she beheld his cold visage. She did not wish to die. The book had stated that the male protagonist tortured the male supporting character for a while before discarding the female supporting character back home. Subsequently, the female protagonist would take center stage, leaving no further mention of Song Nuo Nuo. Yet now, the male supporting character remained unscathed, while she faced potential demise at the hands of the male protagonist. Please, I beg you. Her tears fell upon his hand. The man's dark pupils constricted. He suddenly exerted force. The last image Nuo Nuo beheld was of the man's eyes, crimson and fierce, reflecting an emotion she could not comprehend. His voice, low and hoarse, whispered in her ear, audible only to her, "You are not Song Nuo, you are truly beautiful." And while Song Nuo Nuo could betray him and flee, this person could not. He scoffed, "While I have yet to fall for you, perish." A shroud of deathly fear enveloped Nuo Nuo, and for the first time in her decade of life, she yearned to curse. To hell with the tyrant's madness. In the next moment, a sharp pain seized her neck, plunging her into unconsciousness. Her breath ceased, long lashes fluttering as they descended. Nuo Nuo perished on the first day of her literary journey. She did not survive an hour. Thunder rumbled, and rain finally descended, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cry of the youth. Nuo Nuo. On a morning graced by the blooming of jasmine flowers, a thin veil of mist enveloped the Song family ancestral home. Nuo Nuo's heart raced as she opened her eyes, stumbling towards the mirror. The reflection revealed a familiar face her own. Yet beside it, in a picture frame, was Song Nuo. Song Nuo Nuo radited vibrans miles, resembling Nuo Nuo behalf this Song Nuo Nuo's wrong. Despondently, Nuo sank to the floor. It was over. She had been transformed into Song Nuo overnight, as she comprehended why Chiu Li had sought her demise. The supernatural forces had instilled a sense of crisis in the male protagonist, leading him to extinguish the life of the outsider, Nuo Nuo. However, the deceased Nuo Nuo did not return to her original world. She remained as Song Nuo Nuo. What was happening? A torn page from a calendar displayed the playful cartoonish date September 18, Wednesday. A forceful knock resounded at the door, accompanied by a somewhat mocking female voice from outside. Song Nuo, do not think that hiding in your room will spare you. You must go to Chiu Shao, whether you want or not. Hurry and come out. Upon hearing Chiu Shao, Nuo Nuo instinctively trembled, recalling the chilling gaze devoid of warmth. No, he was terrifying. She could die. Yet, Nuo Nuo understood her predicament. She had been asphyxiated by the male protagonist. Time had reversed, returning her to the moment before Song Nuo Nuo was sent to the male protagonist. Nuo Nuo's complejon palet. If she could not return from death, she had no choice but to embrace the identity of Song Nuo Nuo. Initially, this was merely an ordinary tale of a tyrannical protagonist. Yet, experiencing it firsthand revealed the male protagonist to be utterly unhinged and terrifying. Nuo Nuo recalled with trepidation the horror of being killed casually by him. She would never endure such an ordeal again. The male protagonist had uttered only 2 sentences to her, the very essence of her demise. You are not Song Nuo. You are truly beautiful, while I have yet to fall for you. Perish. Nuo Nuo felt tears welling. This book was excessively tyrannical. Was it truly so terrifying for others to traverse such narratives? The male protagonist intended to kill her simply because he found her beautiful. Rising from the floor, Nuo Nuo trembled, resolving, she must survive. To live, she had only 2 paths. First, she must not allow anyone to discover that she was not Song Nuo Nuo. Second, she must prevent the male protagonist from harboring any romantic inclinations towards her, avoiding alignment with his aesthetic preferences. In the narrative, though Song Nuo met a grim fate, she had lived well. Yet Nuo Nuo had barely survived a few hours before facing death. The woman outside continued to impatiently urge her. Song Nuo, if you do not come out soon, I shall have someone carry you out. Nuo Nuo pressed her lips together, glancing at the array of cosmetics belonging to Song Nuo Nuo, finding an odd sense of solace. Had she not traversed into this story, perhaps upon completing her studies, she could have become a high-end makeup artist. Nuo Nuo had a natural talent in this field, having taken on numerous private commissions since high school. She applied foundation to her cheeks, meticulously mirroring the features of the person in the adjacent frame. The tear mole was concealed beneath concealer, the corners of her eyes subtly lifted, adding a hint of audacity to her appearance. However, the originally stunning beauty astonishingly vanished. The girl before the mirror resembled Song Nuo Nuo perfectly. Taking a deep breath, Nuo Nuo steeled herself against her trepidation. Nuo Nuo, you can do this. Nuo Nuo opened the door, and the woman outside had yet to depart. The woman, appearing to be in her 40s with heavy makeup, furrowed her brow. Nuo Nuo's heart raced, however. The woman merely tightened her expression. Song Nuo, go change into that dress from yesterday. Nuo Nuo nodded, promptly responding, all right. It was truly feasible. This woman must be the mother of the female protagonist, if even she could not recognize her. The likelihood of others discerning her true identity was slim. If she were ever discovered, Nuo Nuo could simply assert that the Song Nuo everyone had seen was merely the result of her makeup, and that the current version was her true self. This was a lifeline. Returning to her room, Nuo Nuo indeed found a gift box, wrapped in velvety satin. Inside lay a white silk dress. The dress suits a girl of this age perfectly, exuding a certain innocence. However, once Nuo dons this attire, she transforms into a gift meant to be delivered to the male protagonist. The memory of the thunderous storm from last night sent a shiver down her spine. In just one glance, her deep-seated fear of the male lead, Chiu Li, has embedded itself within her very bones. Now, to preserve her life, she must steer the narrative back on course. She must become Song Nuo Nuo, be sent to the male lead as a mere ornament, escape with the young man, and await the female lead to take over the male lead, after which Nuo Nuo would no longer be of concern. Nuo Nuo harbors a daring suspicion that only by fulfilling the plot can she return home. However, the thought of the escape sends a tremor through her. Do not be afraid. Nuo Nuo, she gently reassures herself. You are Song Nuo. If the male lead does not like you, he will not harm you. As Nuo descends the stairs, she encounters the female protagonist of the book, Song Lian. Song Lian possesses a beauty that is at best delicate, far overshadowed by Song Nuo Nuo's allure. Yet in the world of domineering CEO novels, such reasoning is often disregarded. The domineering CEOs are drawn to demure, witty female leads. Song Lian is having breakfast, animatedly conversing with a woman who moments ago appeared fierce towards Nuo Nuo. This woman, Zhao Jie, is Song Lian's biological mother. Unlike her demeanor with Nuo, Zhao Jie is gentle with Song Lian. All right, good. Lian, keep it up. A middle-aged man nearby notices Nuo Nuo's descent, and, once relaxed, his expression stiffens as he sighs. No, eat breakfast first. Having maintained a mistress outside, he fathered Song Nuo, who shares the same age and birth month as Song Lian. Song's position is already precarious, and for the past 17 years, every time Zhao Jie brings up past grievances, he is left defenseless. However, Song Nuo also rebels, is disobedient, and performs poorly academically. Thus, the bond between father and daughter is not close. Nuo Nuo takes a seat, and the expression of the female lead beside her stiffens momentarily. Song Lian, typically vivacious and a playful adversary to the male lead, sets down her chopsticks. Dad, I heard Chiu Li is not a good person. Can our family avoid taking out a loan from the bank? Sending her to Chiu Li is hardly a wise decision. That engagement was merely a jest. If Chiu Li does not recognize it, he might even humiliate us. Had it been the original Song Nuo Nuo, she likely would have scoffed, suggesting that if sending her is poor judgment, then send Song Lian instead. Yet at this moment, Nuo Nuo gazes at Song Zhang with hopeful eyes. Ideally, they would deviate from the plot. The thought of Chiu Li terrifies her. Before Song Zhang can respond, Zhao Jie shoots a glare at Song Lian. What do you know, child? Eat your breakfast, and then head to class. Don't forget to excuse Song Nuo Nuo. They have borrowed from every bank and relative available. But this time the company's losses are too severe and the court is on the verge of declaring bankruptcy. Without Xiao Li's assistance, the small company of the Song family is bound to collapse. Nuo Nuo bons herhat. Reflecting on the calendar in her room, she realizes it is Thursday, a day she was supposed to attend class. Song Lian falls silent, displaying a hint of displeasure in full. Song Zhang escorts the two sisters out. He first drives Song Lian to school, arriving at the entrance of the 7th high school, where the female lead, clad in a blue and white uniform, enters. As Song Zhang turns back, he spots Nuo Nuo at the car window, staring silently at the bustling school entrance. Nuo Nuo appears calm and obedient. A flicker of sympathy arises in Song Zhang's heart as he contemplates the challenges Nuo Nuo will face. He awkwardly reassures her, "Do not be afraid, Xiao Li is merely a bit aloof." Nuo Nuo hesitates before nodding, "Understood, Dad." Both are aware of the deception in his words. Xiao Li's reputation in B City signifies wealth and ruthless power. As they approach, Nuo Nuo learns that today marks Xiao Li's birthday, celebrating his 30th year. She reflects on the fact that she is merely 17 in the narrative and just turned 18 in reality, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. In the realm of domineering CEO literature, 30 paired with 18 suggests tenderness, yet the CEO extinguished her Lithian, ironic form of care. Song Zhang instructs her to hold the gift box, wary that his once rebellious daughter might act out, exacerbating their family's already dire circumstances. With a stern expression, he states, "No, you must understand the company is burdened with 10 million in debt. If Xiao Li does not assist us, our entire family will be left to fend for ourselves. I may have no choice but to send you back to your aunt." The implication is laden with threat, and it is clear that life with her aunt would be far from pleasant. The original song Nuo Nuo would fear this prospect, for otherwise she would not have obediently approached Xiao Li. Nuo Nuo is no actress. She cannot feign emotions and can only strive to appear somewhat anxious. "I understand, Dad." This is the villa where Nuo met her untimely end last night. However, in stark contrast to the tempestuous weather then, the scene now resembles a grand social gathering of the upper class. Countless luxury cars line the entrance, and the garden is adorned with blooming cosmos. Song Zhang neglects her, engaging with a group of individuals. His nearly bankrupt company desperately requires assistance, and attending Xiao Li's birthday party, where no one is a minor player, presents the perfect opportunity for networking. Each moment is imbued with monetary value. Nuo Nuo leans against the door, holding the box obediently, her expression one of naive perplexity. Life is not akin to a novel. In reality, Nuo Nuo's family is quite impoverished. Her father works at a construction site, while her mother has been injured in an accident. The couple has invested all their hopes in Nuo Nuo, who has always been diligent and responsible, eager to help with household chores and excelling academically. Her sheltered upbringing and beauty have shielded her from even the notion of early romance. Nuo Nuo yearns to study diligently, aspiring to lift her parents from the depths of poverty. Yet just as she has gained admission to a prestigious university, she finds herself cast as the tragic supporting character, Song Nuo Nuo. Such opulence is something Nuo Nuo has only ever witnessed on television. The living room is filled with business people, exchanging witty banter and laughter. Clad in a white dress, she stands in the corner, her long hair cascading down in gentle waves, embodying a quiet demeanor that starkly contrasts with her surroundings. As the clock strikes 10, the guests await Xiao Li, who is rumored to be racing with a group of wealthy youths on the mountain roads. Nuo Nuo muses, "This man revels in thrill. He carries himself with an imposing air." She glances at the gift box in her hands, which seems of great significance. It is said to be something that could win Xiao Li's favor. What could it be? Nuo Nuo's curiosity pues. Suddenly, the door creaks open and Nuo startles, swiftly sidestepping. The entrance swings wide, and she once again lays eyes on the male lead. Overwhelmed, she recalls the force with which he gripped her neck, and her instinct is to flee in panic. Xiao Li is flanked by a group of young men. On this September day, the air is still warm, and his hair is damp with sweat, his pupils as dark as ink. The young men around him are panting, exhilarated from their escapades. One of them exclaims, "Xiao Li is incredible. That speed nearly took my breath away." Xiao Li smirks, his eyes betraying an inscrutable expression. Exciting? His heart does not race in the slightest. Within his chest, his heart beats steadily, mirroring his composed demeanor, tinged with a hint of coldness. He seems to have lost the capacity for excitement. As Xiao Li strides inside, his gaze lands on Nuo. Dappled sunlight filters through the door, illuminating the girl who keeps her head bowed. Her fingers, gripping the black gift box, are as pale as porcelain, tightly clutching the box. Her body trembles slightly as she strives to diminish her presence, naively attempting to deceive herself. Is she afraid of him? Is her fear so profound? A sudden urge to laugh wells up within him, and he turns to a nearby man. Could you fetch me a cigarette? As the smoke ignites, Chioli pinches it between his fingers, flicking it lightly. He pivots, deliberately pausing in front of her. She trembles even more fiercely. Chioli gazes down at her. He stands at nearly 6'3", while she merely reaches his shoulder, appearing timid as if he were a nefarious demon. He commands, "Look up." Nuo Nuo's body stiffens as she hears this quintessential line from domineering CO novels. The tone evokes memories of the ruthless man from last night. This twisted narrative is utterly absurd. She detests and fears this male lead. In confronting the man who had slain her just the previous night, Nuo Nuo realized that she was far from the courage she had mentally constructed for herself. A mere exchange of words had revealed the male protagonist's capricious nature. One moment he praised her beauty, and the next, he commanded her demise. The world of this novel favored him, and even the female lead suffered at his hands, enduring both physical and emotional torment before finally achieving a happy ending. The oppressive aura of the man surrounded her, the faint scent of tobacco wafting through the air. She reassured herself, "Your song Nuo Nuo, song Nuo Nuo? You shall not be like this." Nuo Nuo was rebellious and flamboyant. Her gaze ought to be fearless and steady. Furthermore, in a public setting, he would not dare to kill her. With a moment of composure, she ceased her trembling, lifted her head, and met his gaze directly. Chioli displayed little emotion, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment on his face. Truth be told, his features were not unappealing, yet they did not quite align with his preferences, leaving him unable to articulate what was amiss. It was as if there was potential for allure that had simply faded away. Nuo Nuo observed him, her nerves heightened. Chioli let out a soft scoff, intrigued by the glimmer in her eyes, bright and moist, yet masked by a facade of fearlessness that nearly screamed, "I am fierce." However, he had no justifiable reason to bully a young girl. How old could she be? Not yet of age, certainly. She was a full round younger than him, utterly innocent. Suddenly disinterested, Chioli bypassed her and walked inside, followed by a group of wealthy young men. The scent of perfume wafted toward her, and as Nuo turned her gaze, she noticed the women trailing behind the wealthy heirs. One woman, in wine-colored high heels, exuded an aura of allure. Upon noticing Chioli's interest in Nuo Nuo, she scrutinized the latter with an appraising gaze. At 17, Song Nuo Nuo was attractive, though not exceptionally beautiful. Clutching a gift box, she averted her eyes from the woman. Nuo Nuo suspected this was the most tragic supporting character in the story, named Chun Xian. Coming from a respectable family, Chun Xian was cunning and manipulative. If was merely cannon fodder, then Chun Xian was the second female lead, having engaged in various schemes to entrap the protagonist in bed, creating misunderstandings along the way. Yet, Chun Xian's fate was far worse. It was often said that supporting characters who fell for the male lead met tragic ends, either met with violence or found themselves imprisoned and ill. Contemplating this, Nuo Nuo's gaze drifted towards Chioli. This man, she wished to remain untouched by him. Just as she thought this, Song Jian nudged her, whispering, "Hurry, give the gift box to young Master Chio." Nuo Nuo felt ring. Chioli had just gone upstairs to shower and change. Now, he descended in a black shirt, 2 buttons undone at the collar, his gaze indifferent, exuding an indescribable aura. Many sought to flatter him, yet due to his eccentric temperament, no one dared approach. Chioli lounged on the sofa, while only those with whom he had a friendly rapport dared to gather around him. Nuo Nuo, feeling apprehensive, bit her lip and said, "Dad, what if he gets angry because no one else went?" Song Jian, frustrated by her fear, retorted, "He'll understand what's in the box." With no other choice, Nuo Nuo steeled herself and approached. An empty wine bottle spun on the coffee table. In the moment it stilled, Nuo Nuo found herself before Chioli. The bottle wobbled and ultimately pointed towards him. Laughter filled the air as they teased. Young Master Chio must be unlucky, being the first. Chioli said nothing, lazily lifting his gaze to observe Nuo, who appeared bewildered, unsure whether to advance or retreat, awkwardly halting in place to avoid disturbing them. The 17-year-old girl, in her pristine white skirt, radiated an innocence that seemed almost tempting to shatter. Chioli rested a hand against his lips and asked, "What are you doing?" The room fell silent for a moment, all eyes curiously fixated on Nuo. Nervously meeting his gaze, she spoke softly, "Happy birthday." Her delicate hands presented the gift box before him. Zhang Qingduo egged on, "Ligo, a token of affection. Accept it. Non nos face momentary stiffenet flusking red." As she hurriedly clarified, "It's a birthday gift." Her voice was soft, her eyes moist and sincere. Chioli regarded her with inscrutable intent, casually taking the box and opening it. A scoff escaped him. Nuo stole a glance inside and felt her legs weaken. Within lay an antique firearm. Chioli, unfazed, extracted the gun, squinting as he aimed it at her head, and asked, "Surname Song?" Nuo felt a surge of despair. No one could be as unfortunate as she. She stifled her fear and nodded reluctantly. "What is your name?" "Nuo," she replied, her voice gentle and almost melodic. Chioli chuckled, repeating her name, Nuo Nuo. She gazed at him, nearly kneeling before him in her desperation. She wanted to flee. Would it not be better to leave? Terrified that Chioli might compliment her name, she braced herself for his words, fearing they might seal her fate. The group of wealthy heirs, seemingly oblivious to the gun aimed at Nuo, erupted in laughter. Zhang Qingduo exclaimed, "What the hell, a gun? And not even a modern one. Looks like it's from the Republic era." Li Glan said at Nuo Nuo, leisurely placing the gun back into the box. Nuo felt her limbs stiffen. "Come here." She moved almost involuntarily. Across from her, Zhang Qingduo raised an eyebrow and asked, "Liga, do you choose her?" Shun Qian's expression soured. Chioli paid them no mind. The game they played was rather morbid. Whoever the bottle pointed to had to find someone to kiss for a minute. Unbeknownst to Nuo, Chioli pulled her onto his lap. Now, close enough. She could discern the nuances of his pupils, not merely black but tinged with a cold gray, trembling uncontrollably in his embrace. Chioli remained impassive as he leaned in to kiss her. Reacting instinctively, she covered his lips with her hand. His kiss landed on her palm, and she noticed his expression shift to one of danger, revealing a cold cruelty as he stared at her. Zhang Qingduo burst into laughter. "Ligo." Bai Zhua clicked his tongue. "Ligo probably wants to kill someone. The first time he actively seeks a kiss, and she covers his mouth." Nuo nearly burst into tears, awkwardly lowering her hand and stammering, "Sorry." In truth, it was not her fault, yet the gun beside Chioli loomed ominously. His gaze turned icy as he shoved her away, causing her to tumble to the floor. "Get lost." Her arm collided with a coffee table, sending a sharp pain coursing through her. Ignoring the hurt, Nuo hurriedly got up and distanced herself. From afar, she overheard their banter. "Young Master Chio, don't be angry. Miss Chin is quite lovely too. Please don't joke. Ligo, are you interested in that young girl? Haven't seen you favor anyone before. You have a taste for that?" Nuo heard the male lead's voice, cold and indifferent, not interested. His words were barely audible, fading into nothingness. Nuo returned to Song Zhan, her hands and feet icy. At the beginning of her journey into this narrative, Chioli's eyes had held an unusual redness, and he had complimented her beauty, a peculiar light in his gaze that still sent chills down her spine. Chioli favored the visage of Nuo Nuo, and she touched her cheek, relieved she had applied makeup, for he seemed dissatisfied with Song Nuo's natural appearance. From a distance, Song Zhan was also drenched in cold sweat. After all, she was his daughter, and who knew just how peculiar young Master Chio's temperament could be. Far more terrifying than the rumor suggested. Song Zhan, displaying disappointment, comforted Nuo. "It's all right." "Were you frightened?" "No silently shock hergad." Song Zhan sighed, feeling disheartened. The looming threat of his company's collapse weighed heavily upon him, suffocating him. Nuo felt son fuset. She had rejected his kiss, and now Chioli was furious. Did this mean Song Nuo could not be accepted by him? Would she ever return home? Unsure whether to feel relieved or anxious, she pondered. The banquet lasted only until 2 in the afternoon. As the crowd dispersed, Song Zhan had no choice but to say to Nuo, "Let us head home." Just as they reached the door, a stern-looking middle-aged woman approached, stating, "Mr. Song." Young Master Chio said he would take the gun. Since it is a family heirloom, the bonds of life and death are to be honored. Turning to look at Nuo with lifeless eyes, he said, "Miss Song, go home and pack your things. Young Master Chio wants to see you tomorrow night." A spark ignited in Song Zhan's eyes as she eagerly replied, "Okay." Nuo pressed her lips together, feeling a chill within. her family, no matter how impoverished, would never treat their own daughter in such a manner. Her father worked tirelessly at the construction site, but would always return home bearing small gifts to cheer her up with his meager earnings. Nuo Nuo felt a twinge of sympathy for the original owner of this body. Even if she was rebellious, she must have felt immense sorrow deep inside, right? Nuo Nuo returned home to pack her belongings, selecting a few loose-fitting, light-colored outfits and jeans, leaving behind all skirts. The original owner possessed an enviable figure, full bosom, slender waist, and long legs. Every time Nuo Nuo recalled the male protagonist's tone when he remarked on her beauty, she wished she could become hideously unattractive. Beauty led to demise. Only by being less beautiful could one survive. Then came the school uniform, adorned with the emblem of the 7th middle school. That evening, Song Lian returned home and learned of the situation. She cast several glances at Nuo Nuo, observing her elder sister, who was only a few days older, quietly eating without tears or tantrums, her expression subtly nuanced. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, and her gaze toward Nuo Nuo turned unfriendly. Nuo Nuo focused on her meal, ignoring the unfriendly stare. Nuo Nuo could roughly guess what Song Lian was thinking. Perhaps she believed Nuo Nuo was vain and lacking in steadfastness. Although Song Lian would eventually walk a similar path, the protagonist's actions were driven by coercion and selfless sacrifice, while the original owner faced an unjust fate. Later, when the original owner suffered greatly, Song Lian never once considered offering her a helping hand, only accusing her sister of shamelessly stealing her man with a heartbroken expression. Nuo Nuo held no affection for this female protagonist and harbored even greater disdain for the deranged male lead. Nuo Nuo had a restless night, her hand pressed against her palm, as if she could still feel the icy touch of Chiu Li's lips, a sensation that sent chills down her spine, prompting her to wish for time to slow down. The next day, Nuo Nuo and Song Lian headed to school together, finding themselves in the same class. Nuo Nuo donned an exaggerated blue and white jacket, entering the classroom just behind the female lead. Thankfully, they shared a class. Otherwise, Nuo Nuo might not have found a classroom at all. Throughout the journey, Song Lian did not speak a word to Nuo Nuo. In the narrative, Song Lian was characterized as a bit scatterbrained with average grades, while Nuo Nuo was portrayed as a struggling student, consistently at the bottom of the class. As soon as Nuo Nuo and Song Lian entered the classroom, several students greeted Song Lian while completely ignoring Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo quickly understood that the original owner had an unpleasant personality, arrogant and proud, leading to her unpopularity among classmates. Thus, Nuo Nuo found herself in a dire situation, ignorant of the plot, with a male lead who could end her life at any moment, a father who cared not for her, a mother who loved her not, poor academic performance, and even worse social connections. What a dismal hand she had been dealt. Even with her gentle and optimistic disposition, Nuo Nuo felt a headache coming on as dawn light began to break with the 3rd year of high school underway. Students were busy reciting their lessons by 7:40 in the morning. And then she saw him, the boy who had helped her escape that night. Runaway was hunched over, diligently working on his problems, exuding a cold and distant aura. Upon noticing her entrance, he briefly raised his gaze before returning to his work, completely ignoring her. He was nothing like the boy who had been shyly enamored with and fiercely protective of Song Nuo Nuo that night. Nuo Nuo pondered, so at this point, Runaway still does not like Song Nuo Nuo. Therefore, I must find a way to make him devoted to me, so devoted that he would risk everything to stand against Chiu Li. Staring at the composed and handsome boy as he focused on his tasks, Nuo Nuo braced herself for the torment that awaited her that evening at the hands of Chiu Li. A wave of darkness washed over her. The book she was trapped in must surely be the most malicious of all tales. Nuo Nuo stepped out onto the balcony just before early study sessions commenced. Almost everyone had returned to their seats. She glanced at the remaining spot in front of Runaway and made her way over to sit down, flipping open her book. Sure enough, the name Song Nuo Nuo was scrawled across the top. The handwriting was atrocious, nearly unbearable to look at. The book contained only her name and class, the rest blank, suggesting she had never paid attention in class. Nuo Nuo skimmed through a few books, feeling somewhat reassured. Thankfully, she had studied this material before and had put in considerable effort. Nuo Nuo had once been the top student in her grade. Yet, at this moment, she had to embody Song Nuo Nuo, the indifferent, rebellious, and lazy version of her. Her deskmate observed her with a curious gaze as Nuo Nuo flipped through the pages, prompting her to lean down on her desk. It was only then that her deskmate turned to face her. Amidst the sounds of reading, Nuo Nuo closed her eyes. She wasn't asleep. She was contemplating. First and foremost, her grades needed to improve gradually, but it had to be a step-by-step process. The best outcome would be to navigate through the narrative and return to her original life. If that proved impossible, she would have to rely on herself in this world. There remained approximately half a year until she could escape from Song Nuo Nuo's villa. By the time the protagonist, Song Lian, gravitated toward the male lead, the college entrance examinations would be approaching. If Nuo Nuo could get into university, she would be entirely distanced from that madman. With this thought, Nuo Nuo felt a renewed sense of optimism for her future. Nuo Nuo's deskmate was somewhat chubby and rather endearing. When class ended, she began munching on potato chips while chattering away with her classmates in the back. It seemed that Song Nuo Nuo did not share a good relationship with her deskmate, prompting Nuo Nuo to discreetly glance at the notebook passed around by the class representative. Her deskmate was named Lu Xiang, which Nuo Nuo noted in her mind. The remaining time was spent observing Hang Ruwei from the back. He remained quiet throughout the day, and Nuo Nuo hardly heard him utter a word before the final bell rang. She had been watching him, and he had certainly noticed. When their eyes met, Hang Ruwei's gaze was filled with impatience and aversion, warning her with a look that conveyed his disdain. Nuo Nuo thought to herself, is this the level of difficulty I must face? What on earth did the original owner do to deserve this? Faced with the cold and indifferent gaze of the boy, Nuo Nuo, who had never experienced romance, felt no confidence to be so brazen. She buried her face in her arms, resigning herself. For now, all she could think about was how to confront Xioli that evening. Hang Ruwei, noticing her retreat in frustration, lowered his head to continue his studies. As school concluded, Hang Ruwei rode away on his bicycle, his figure striking and graceful, yet his demeanor remained aloof. The wind billowed his clothes, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Nuo Nuo watched his departing silhouette and sighed, wondering how she would ever pursue him. A distant flower atop a lofty peak, so unattainable. Just then, she turned to find Song Lian calling her name. With an air of righteousness, Song Lian proclaimed, since you are now young Master Chio's fiancé, you should stop pursuing classmate Hang Ruwei. I saw you confess to him last week, and he rejected you. He is not interested in romance. He has his sights set on college. If young Master Chio finds out about your persistence, it won't bode well for you. It turned out that Song Nuo Nuo's confession to Hang Ruwei had been rejected, which explained his unkind expression toward her. No one would appreciate being hounded by someone devoid of shame. However, the tone Song Lian employed struck Nuo Nuo as peculiar, prompting her to blink in surprise. Do you like Hang Ruwei? Song Lian's face flushed with embarrassment. Why you? Don't say such things. So she really did harbor feelings for him. It made sense why Song Lian despised Song Nuo Nuo so intensely. After all, the man she liked had been entangled with Song Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo could be tender and gentle toward those she liked, but she would not allow herself to be bullied by those she did not. The original owner had suffered greatly, and Song Lian had played a significant role in that. Remembering Song Nuo Nuo's original personality, Nuo Nuo smirked, you lack the courage to confess, yet you dictate my actions? What if I do like him? At least I dare to express my feelings, while you do not. I couldn't care less if you spread the word. If young Master Chio gets angry, we can all perish together as a family. Song Lian trembled with rage. How could there be such a shameless woman? Nuo Nuo turned her back on her, dismissing her entirely as she walked toward the school gates. She felt the story was illogical. The male and female leads were on completely different levels. One was a ruthless, devilish figure, while the other was a naive, impulsive rookie. Nuo Nuo tugged at her backpack strap, finding a sense of humor in the situation. The female lead was merely average in appearance, at best passably attractive, and of average build. While she was proclaimed to be kind, there was a selfishness lurking beneath. Her sense of justice often led her into trouble. The archetype of a domineering female lead. Nuo Nuo thought of the man who had nearly suffocated her, imagining how he might lavish money on Song Lian in the future, calling her my woman, perhaps even adopting a charmingly arrogant demeanor. This thought made her unable to stifle her laughter. However, upon arriving at the villa, as darkness fell, Nuo Nuo found that she could no longer summon a smile. There sat Xioli on the sofa, the villa illuminated as brightly as day. He was sifting through documents while 3 black-backed dogs crouched at his feet, leashed by the bodyguard, their eyes fixed menacingly on Nuo Nuo. Upon catching sight of them, her complexion instantly drained of color. She vividly recalled that paralyzing fear, the rain-soaked night, the echoing barks, the cold, indifferent gaze of the man, dressed in her school uniform. With a backpack slung over her shoulder, Nuo stood at the doorway, paralyzed by trepidation. It was only natural for her to desire escape. She, too, longed to flee. Madman! She cast her gaze down at her shoelaces. Anshin approached with a stern expression to fetch her slippers. Noticing Nuo Nuo's rigidity, akin to a wooden post, Anshin lost interest and left her be. This silence persisted until Chiu Li concluded his perusal of the documents. The bodyguard respectfully handed him the leash. Rising, he finally met Nuo Nuo's pale visage. Song Nuo Nuo, he addressed her. Chiu Xiao scoffed lightly, loosening his grip, and the imposing dog lunged toward Nuo Nuo. Witnessing her facade of composure shatter, she found herself trapped with no escape, tears welling in her eyes, her face devoid of color. Strangely, she appeared somewhat beautiful in her distress. The dog halted before her as Chiu Li snapped his fingers, commanding the regal beast to sit. With a languid tone, he remarked, "Listen." It was unclear whether he referred to the dog or her. Nuo Nuo swallowed her tears, feeling an unprecedented animosity towards this insufferable creature. She thought to herself, perhaps it would be best to pursue a more unattainable flower instead. Chiu Li stepped closer, gripping her chin. "Do you understand?" Overwhelmed with fear, she nodded fervently, her eyes glistening with tears, an obedient visage. Chiu Li narrowed his eyes, devoid of any guilt for bullying a minor. He glanced at her lips, pale as they were, yet retaining a hint of cherry pink. The memory of Nuo Nuo covering his mouth the previous day resurfaced, and his gaze turned icy. Releasing her, Anshin reappeared, offering Chiu Li a handkerchief. He cleaned his fingers, and the bodyguard led the dog away. Chiu Li paid her no further mind and ascended the stairs. Nuo Nuo's skin bore more red marks. She pressed her lips together, wiping away her tears. Chiu Li was the most detestable person she had encountered in her 18 years. Nuo Nuo did not have dinner. Chiu Li had dined out during his social engagements, and without his directive, the chef would not prepare a meal for her. The villa was left illuminated by solitary light. Anshin coldly stated, "Chiu Xiao has ordered Miss Song to sleep in the utility room. Be quiet and do not provoke his ire." Nuo Nuo fell silent, her expression serene. No matter how gentle or amiable she might be, she understood Chiu Li's intentions. The typical domineering male lead treated people like dogs, training them to suit his whims. Yet, she was not the heroine, nor would she ever fit his ideals. Nuo Nuo refrained from arguing with Anshin and quietly retreated to the utility room. It had been tidied, now empty save for a bed. After all, this was the male lead's home. Even the utility room exuded a certain lavishness, its dark blue curtains drawn, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Nuo Nuo turned on the light and retrieved a book from her backpack, reading for a while. By 11 at night, she quietly ventured out to wash up, as the utility room lacked a private bathroom, unlike the other guest rooms. Outside was eerily quiet and dark. Nuo Nuo hesitated to turn on the light, swiftly completing her hygiene routine before returning. This male lead favored cold solitude and darkness. Despite the vast villa being guarded outside, it remained devoid of inhabitants, with Nuo Nuo likely being the first exception. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to sleep. Class awaited her the next day. With the impending college entrance examination, there would be no weekend break, only Sundays off. Nuo dozed off, but awoke in the middle of the night, hunger gnawing at her. High school often left one ravenous. Going without a meal made her hands tremble slightly. Nuo Nuo opened her eyes, realizing she was the most unfortunate transmigrator. Even deprived of food, biting her lip, she reassured herself to sleep quickly, for slumber would alleviate her hunger. In the stillness of the night, she heard a distinct sound from the living room, something crashing to the floor, followed by a heavy thud as if a weight had fallen. Hesitating, Nuo Nuo cracked the door open. Moonlight spilled across the floor. Chiu Li's muffled groans reached her ears. He seemed to be enduring extreme pain. His body curled up on the ground. Forgetting her earlier feelings of schadenfreude, she recognized the urgency of the situation. If the male lead were to perish, her own fate would be sealed, and she would never return to her previous life. "Mr. Chiu." Nuo Nuo rushed over, the late September night air brisk. She attempted to assist him. "What's wrong?" Chiu Li, unable to discern her identity, could only hear her voice, soft and gentle, like a breeze in March. "Medicine." "What medicine? Where is it?" "A few miles." Nuo Nuo struggled to lift him. A tall adult man was too heavy. She hurriedly began searching for the medicine. In her frantic quest, she turned on the light, and Chiu Li squeezed his eyes shut, his face ashen. The heavens have a way of balancing fate. Suddenly, Nuo Nuo recalled the male lead from that year's domineering novel, who, despite being invincible, suffered from a debilitating stomach ailment that could bring one to the brink of death. She quickly located the medicine. How many pills? Chioli reached for them, his veins bulging, and with great effort opened the bottle, pouring the contents directly into his mouth. After a while, he seemed to regain some composure. The grim expression faded, and he calmly rose from the floor. Nuo Nuo harbored resentment towards him, and seeing that he was fine, she had no desire to assist further. Yet, in the next moment, Chioli collapsed against her, unable to stand. The towering man knocked her to the floor. Nuo Nuo gasped for breath beneath him, thankful for the soft carpet that cushioned her fall. Once she regained her breath, she realized that his hand was resting in an inappropriate place. Chioli's face was pale and contorted in pain. His consciousness was muddled, merely aware that he was atop someone. Nuo Nuo felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Pushing against him, it hurt. The moment she managed to remove his hand, he slumped over, unconscious against her neck, summoning every ounce of strength. She shoved him away, wriggling out from beneath him and sitting on the floor, panting heavily, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. Nuo Nuo was struck by the absurdity of her situation. She was destined to be toyed with by him. Such a violent man deserved to suffer. Tears brimmed in her eyes. You scoundrel, so vile. She cursed him with every inadequate word she could muster. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Being a transmigrator was already unfortunate enough, starving and enduring such bullying. Nuo Nuo crouched down, gazing at the unconscious man. He had even taken her life once. Devil. She slapped the male lead across the face, remembering that he might one day go mad and kill her again. She delivered another slap. Her strength was slight, and the crisp sounds left no mark. Nuo Nuo had always been obedient, never having done anything wrong throughout her life. This was the most malicious act she had ever committed. She truly loathed this man. A tear fell. You despicable scoundrel. So thoroughly wicked. After calming herself for a while, she returned to her room, donned her undergarments, and opened the door to call for help. The matter of his stomach ailment could be serious. Leaving Chioli here was not an option. His subordinates hurriedly transported him to the hospital. Only then did Nuo Nuo return to her room to try and sleep again. Initially, she had merely been hungry, but now her chest ached as well. Unable to find rest, she calculated how long it would be until she could distance herself from Chioli. 8 months remained. Once Chioli regained consciousness, he surveyed his surroundings with a blank expression. His stomach still throbbed with pain, yet he remained silent, enduring the agony. He was in the hospital. Aunt Chun rushed over with a bowl of porridge. Chiu Xiao. Such a scene was not unexpected for Chioli. Whenever his stomach ailment flared, he would awaken in this wretched place. However, this time felt markedly different. He pushed the porridge away with a scowl, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he touched his cheek. It seemed unfortunate that he had perhaps committed too many wrongs. His sleep was restless, and even fainting was not a peaceful affair. The crisp sounds of her slaps echoed in his mind, accompanied by her delicate voice scolding him for being thoroughly wicked. He remembered it all too well, vividly. The corners of his eyes tinged with a dangerous hue. He felt quite alive. No novos ravenos. Sitting in class, she felt faint. The aroma of chips from Lu Xiang's desk was overwhelming, making it impossible for her to concentrate on the lesson, her mouth watering incessantly. She had never realized chips could be so tantalizing. The physics teacher was at the podium, writing about the motion of charged particles under the influence of electric forces. Suddenly, Nono's stomach growled. Her desk mate, Xiang, cast a surprised glance at her. Nono felt quite embarrassed. She could manage her mental state, but not her physiological responses. She had gone without food for 2 meals. Early that morning, Chima had gone to care for Chioli, and when Nono went downstairs, the chef, with a blank expression, informed her that there was no meal for the young lady, as Chiu Xiao had not given any orders. However, Chiu Xiao was still unconscious in the hospital, so the young lady would have to wait until Chiu Xiao woke up. The chef dared not prepare a meal for her. With no other option, Nono had to head to school. Fortunately, the driver did not make things difficult for her and took her directly there. At this moment, Nono realized a troubling fact. Chioli was wealthy. As the domineering male lead, he could spend lavishly for the female protagonist, and he had not let the original song Nono starve. Most likely, he would even give her a gold card or something similar. Yet, here she was, unable to afford a single meal. Song Jian had not given her any money, believing that those who followed Qiu Xiao would never lack for funds. The original owner had a few cards, but Nuo Nuo did not know the passwords, leaving her utterly penniless and starving. Xiang, aware that her desk mate was a domineering woman, felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction witnessing her embarrassment. Yet, Xiang herself loved to eat and soon thought about how uncomfortable hunger could be, how important food was. After much hesitation, she quietly asked, "Would you like some potato chips?" Then she noticed her desk mate's eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Yes, thank you, Xiang." Wow. For a brief moment, Xiang had to admit that she was utterly charmed by her desk mate's soft expression of desire. She had expected Nuo Nuo to respond coolly, dismissing her with a sharp remark. However, when Nuo Nuo gently called her name, Xiang nearly blushed. Song Nuo Nuo was truly beautiful. All right, I'll give you some after class." "Okay." Such a well-behaved demeanor. In the back row, Hang Rue paused, the tip of his pen suddenly leaving an ink blot on the paper. He glanced at Nuo Nuo for a moment before resuming his calculations. Half a bag of potato chips could not satiate Nuo Nuo's hunger. If anything, it only intensified it. However, the magic of female friendship was simple yet profound. By the end of the third period, Xiang surprisingly asked Nuo Nuo if she wanted to go to the restroom together. Nuo Nuo nodded, sure. Once they went to this restroom, they would be friends. Xiang looked at her desk mate's delicate profile and boldly asked, "Are we having potato chips again this afternoon?" Nuo Nuo, fearing that Qiu Xiao might still deny her lunch, tilted her head and asked, "Can we eat?" "Of course. Eat." Xiang felt her heart flutter. It was truly adorable, to the point of distraction. As a girl, she found herself utterly smitten, forgetting how much she had initially disliked Song Nuo Nuo throughout the morning. When Nuo Nuo returned home for lunch, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. It was so fragrant that it clouded her mind, filling her with a singular focus on that scent. Nuo Nuo's legs felt weak. At just 17, an age when one easily gets hungry, she was even more famished after a morning of classes. She feared she might actually starve this time. Following the tantalizing aroma, she approached the dining table, where she saw Chioli. He was leisurely eating, surrounded by a table full of dishes, all of which were quite light yet varied, signifying his luxurious lifestyle. Nuo Nuo's steps faltered. The man looked up, his expression cold as he locked eyes with her across the opulent table, though his face bore no marks. Nuo Nuo felt a pang in her chest. She had no regrets about slapping him. If given the chance, she would do it again. After all, this rogue was oblivious. But now, she was on the verge of starvation. Her fingers twisted nervously. Qiu Xiao, may I eat? Qiu li smilat. Song Nuo Nuo. Qiu Xiao. Go ahead. Eat your fill. Nuo Nuo doubted her ears, nervously sitting across from Qiu Li, beginning to eat her meal in small bites. She ate daintily, maintaining her posture even in hunger. Qiu Li sat opposite her, casually crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, Nuo Nuo could not clearly see his face. Qiu Li chuckled softly, contemplating how to deal with this woman. He remembered everything about her, the softness of her body, the delightful sensation of her touch. Yet, this pleasure was not enough to erase the unpleasantness of her earlier slaps. He would not allow her to die gracefully. Wasn't she the one who had said not to let him touch her? He had prepared a fate for her. After Nuo Nuo finished her meal, Qiu Li slowly spoke. "This afternoon, I will introduce you to someone." A sense of foreboding washed over Nuo Nuo, and with a timid courage, she declined, "I have class this afternoon." Under his icy gaze, her voice dwindled. She could not defy him, at least not now. In the afternoon, Qiu Li drove her out, speeding like a race car. When she got out of the car, her legs felt somewhat shaky. They arrived at an entertainment club. Nuo Nuo looked up, seeing the establishment was named Paper Drunk. The name seemed familiar, but she could not quite place it. Back then, she had worn her school uniform from the 7th high school, her hair in a ponytail, looking innocent as she nervously glanced at Qiu Li. What was he planning? The club was divided into 2 levels. Qiu Li led her directly to the 2nd floor, where a group of wealthy young men awaited. Upon his arrival, they all greeted him as Li Ge. "Is he here yet?" "On the 1st floor." He smiled coldly and turned to Nuo Nuo, saying, "Come here. Let me introduce you to a friend." Nuo Nuo approached, but the smile had vanished from Qiu Li's face. Suddenly, he gripped her chin, forcing her to look down from the 2nd floor. Nuo Nuo felt as though her bones might shatter under his grip. His chilling words sent a shiver down her spine. "Do you see that man with the tattoo on his neck? His name is Wei Yong. I believe he will take a liking to you." Nuo Nuo's face paled. She remembered Wei Yong. Her roommates had expressed their disgust for him when recounting stories. He had a penchant for abuse, was involved in the underworld, and was a nemesis to the male lead. Later, he attempted to get close to the female protagonist, but was dealt with by Chioli. In the story of love and conflict between the male and female leads, he was merely a pawn, demonstrating that anyone who dared to touch the domineering male's woman would meet a grim fate. He was not Xiao Li's equal. While Wei Yong regarded Xiao Li as a rival, Xiao Li saw him as an insect. Eventually, Xiao Li only dealt with him when provoked. This was a plot meant for the female lead to confront. Yet at this moment, Nuo Nuo found herself inexplicably caught in it. The female lead had good fortune. Xiao Li would care for her, but Nuo Nuo would only suffer and be tormented to death. A chill ran through her. At this point, she understood. Xiao Li knew everything. He knew the words she had said about him and remembered the 2 slaps she had given him. Thus, this twisted male lead intended to make her life a living hell. Nuo Nuo felt cold all over as she looked up at him. The man's gaze was colder than the night. Zhang Qingduo suddenly spoke. Li Gu, Wei Yong is coming up. Xiao Li's eyes did not shift. His fingers lightly caressed her lips. Soft, tender lips like blossoms in their first bloom. He did not need a woman like her who resisted. He preferred those who were obedient. If one did not provoke him, they would need to ensure he was satisfied when they did. Wei Yong laughed heartily as he ascended the stairs, followed by a group of people. From a distance, Nuo Nuo even heard someone among them telling crude jokes. The footsteps drew closer. Xiao Li was capable of murder and had no limits to his actions. Nuo Nuo was not foolish. Rather, she was gentle in nature, but quite intelligent. She sensed that Xiao Li planned to use her as a pawn to formally instigate a war with Wei Yong, under the pretense of avenging her, seizing their resources in the process. Xiao Li released her chin, a cold smile gracing his lips. Nuo Nuo loathed this cliched narrative of a domineering male lead. It was deadly. Only by being ensnared within it did she grasp how perilous it truly was. Wei Yong had reached the 2nd floor, rounding the corner. Nuo Nuo knew she had to make a choice. The smile at the corner of Xiao Li's mouth froze as he was suddenly bumped into by a soft body. She barely reached his shoulder in height as Nuo Nuo wrapped her arms around his waist. A 17-year-old girl, soft in form, her voice sweet as she called out, Xiao Li. She whispered his name, her tone laced with sweetness that sent shivers down the spine. For the first time, she did not stutteringly call him Xiao Xiao, but softly addressed him by his name. I have been obedient. I shall heed your words from now on. Please do not hand me over to him. Take me home. Will you protect me? The man's gaze darkened, as if shadows were swirling within. He remained silent for a long time, nearly overwhelmed by an odd, sudden tremor coursing through him. He did not push her away. He relished this feeling. The girl's body was as supple as her tone. His fingers gently caressed Nuo Nuo's hair. Every second was an agonizing eternity for her. Call out once more, he murmured in her ear. Nuo Nuo hesitated, her voice soft and hesitant. Xiao Li? Xiao Li's fingers playfully tugged at her soft earlobe. It pained her slightly, yet she dared not utter a sound. Nuo Nuo wished to survive. She longed to return home, hoping the author would write this deranged male lead's demise. Most tragically, if possible. Do you like me? He asked in a low tone. By then, Wei Yong had already pushed open the door. Zhang Qingduo and the others were on high alert. The atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. In such an ambience, she clung to him a little tighter and murmured, I like you. Xiao Li chuckled softly. That's good. If you like me, then live for now. When you no longer do, you may depart. He then pressed her head against his chest, leading Nuo Nuo past everyone down the stairs. All they saw was the pale blue of her school uniform nestled in his embrace. Xiao Li was audacious, showing no respect for Wei Yong, not sparing him a glance as he walked away. Zhang Qingduo gasped, nearly exclaiming in admiration. Then he realized with a curse that now they were left to clean up the mess. With every breath, Nuo Nuo was enveloped in Xiao Li's scent, a faint aroma of tobacco and mint, a signature fragrance. She had reclaimed a life, yet could not find joy in it. Nuo Nuo understood that the male lead cherished her original self. She had gambled her life on the fleeting pleasure he was unwilling to forego. There was no need to show him the face he would come to adore. Merely providing him the feeling he craved was sufficient. Yet to love the male lead? That was utterly impossible. She did not relish suffering nor the tumult of love and hate. Nuo Nuo was not the female protagonist, Song Lian. She was a rational individual. Nuo Nuo did not require the male lead's affection. It would be best if the story concluded without further entanglements. She believed in the strength of a narrative. Once the male lead encountered her sister, he would surely let her go. Nuo Nuo would rather face Hang Rue's impassive expression than endure this. As for the notion of loving the male lead, should he ever find himself groveling at her feet, pleading for her affection, then Nuo Nuo would undoubtedly deliver him a kick. "To hell with you, you lunatic." Nuo Nuo had narrowly escaped death. Yet she still had evening classes to attend. The senior year curriculum was demanding, leaving only Sundays as a day of rest. This afternoon, Nuo Nuo was compelled to skip class. Chioli would not kindly grant her a leave of absence. Consequently, she faced reprimand during evening roll call. The homeroom teacher's voice was stern. "Song Nuo Nuo, if you do not wish to study, you need not attend. Is this school a marketplace where you can come and go as you please? Look at Song Lian. Why is there such a disparity between you two?" Song Lian was the class monitor. Although her grades were average, she was obedient to the teachers and diligent in her studies, well liked by her peers. Nuo Nuo had never skipped class. In reality, she was a model student, never failing to attend even when unwell. This was her first infraction. Nuo Nuo felt the weight of countless judgmental gazes upon her, her heart heavy with sorrow. Everyone awaited her outburst, fully aware that the original Song Nuo Nuo could not bear being compared to Song Lian. Yet after a long pause, the girl spoke softly. "Teacher, I apologize." She stood tall, exuding a calm and gentle demeanor. The homeroom teacher was taken aback. She had prepared herself for a confrontation and was instead met with an apology. It felt as if she had struck a pillow. After a moment, she said, "Take your seat. Everyone must complete their assignments." Nuo Nuo felt a light touch on her arm. Elxiang whispered, "I know you didn't skip class on purpose." Nuo Nuo looked at her. Elxiang's eyes sparkled with kindness. "Don't be sad. I brought you some chips." Nuo Nuo felt a wave of gratitude. This was the first person she had encountered in this narrative who treated her kindly. She had endured Xiao Li's bullying without such distress. Swallowing her rising tears, she managed a shy smile. Okay, Nuo Nuo was not hungry. Chioli had already ensured she ate. She reassured herself that this could be seen as a positive development. However, with her life hanging in Xiao Li's balance, anxiety gripped her. The male lead of this domineering narrative was notoriously unpredictable. No one could foresee his next move. She needed to take action. Nuo Nuo resolved to take a bold step forward. She would advance the plot, attempting to facilitate a connection between the male and female leads. After a moment's hesitation, she approached the female protagonist, Song Lian. Song Lian was engaged in conversation with her close friend, Yao Jia, who would later betray her in the story. In tales of domineering leads, foes often outnumber friends. Yao Jia turned against Song Lian because she had developed feelings for Chioli. Nuo Nuo thought to herself how odd that girl's taste was. As Nuo Nuo approached, both Song Lian and Yao Jia wore peculiar expressions, as if they anticipated an eruption of madness from her after the reprimand. Yao Jia glared, demanding, "Song Nuo Nuo, what do you intend to do to Xiao Lian?" Nuo Nuo replied, "She can do nothing. She is unable to embody the role of the malicious antagonist." She disregarded Yao Jia. The conflict between the female protagonist and antagonist was inevitable. "Song Lian, the teacher want me to learn from you. Would you be able to tutor me over the weekend?" Song Lian looked as though she had seen a ghost. However, as the protagonist, her character was defined by kindness and a willingness to help. Under the scrutiny of the surrounding onlookers, Song Lian hesitantly nodded. "All right." Nuo Nuo felt a surge of joy, her eyes brightening as she sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." She found herself harboring less disdain for Song Lian. If Song Lian could fall in love with the male lead sooner, she would be the most adorable and noble person in the world. Once Nuo Nuo walked away, Yao Jia quickly interjected. "Why is she suddenly asking you for tutoring? It must be a scheme. Xiao Lian, you must be cautious. I also find it strange, but it's all right. I'm not afraid of her. I will be careful. What if she genuinely wishes to study?" "You're so kind, Xiao Lian." Nuo Nuo simultaneously began to establish her image as a good student. She retrieved her mathematics book and identified several key problem types. Silently encouraging herself, she turned to face the class. It was September, and the nights no longer felt stifling. The classroom had turned off the air conditioning, and the windows were wide open, letting in a refreshing breeze. Hang Rue sat by the window. The wind tousled his dark hair, causing it to fall over his brow. Nuo Nuo's sudden turn caught his attention. He looked up from his pen. In that fleeting moment, he noticed the girl before him appeared unusually anxious, stammering, Hang Rue, I have a question I can't solve, could you?" "I cannot." Hang Rue's voice was cold and clear, imbued with a sense of distance. Nuo Nuo, already unsure how to engage with such an aloof figure, felt her face flush in embarrassment after his rejection. Disheartened, she turned away. How difficult, oh, how difficult. Yet, the memory of Qiu Li's frigid fingers tightening around her neck compelled her to face Hang Rue once more. No matter how challenging, advancing the plot and preserving her life was paramount. She pleaded softly, "Just one question, please, Hang Rue." As the wind lifted her hair, her eyes sparkled with a pure intensity, an earnestness he found baffling. He recognized her transformation after returning from her absence. The embarrassment and anger of rejection were absent from her countenance. She had become gentler, especially in her interactions with El Xiong, her demeanor soft and warm. When speaking with El Xiong, she seemed to respond a beat slower, her tone gentle, and her eyes always alight with joy. Hang Rue suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. The lingering heat of summer had not yet dissipated, it seemed. Turning away, he reiterated, "I cannot." Nuo Nuo's heart sank. Without Hang Rue's assistance, should she simply flee? Would her escape somehow replace the female protagonist, Song Lian? A premonition whispered to her that it would not. The male lead would likely eliminate her outright. The original character's fate had been dire, and the male lead bore some responsibility for that. The male protagonist believes that if one desires to flee, they should not return. He intends to ensure that Hang Rue and Song Nuo Nuo are tormented by the hardships of life for eternity. If only Nuo Nuo escapes, she would likely perish immediately. Nuo Nuo, composed and strategic, recalls that on the night of her demise, the three wolves did not attack her, indicating that Hang Rue need not suffer injury. After the male and female leads become involved, their desire to disrupt others' lives tends to diminish significantly. The greatest torment for Hang Rue comes from his family. Nuo Nuo had turned back earlier and noticed the bruises on the boy's wrist. Hang Rue has an abusive father. Nuo Nuo sighed softly, concealing her discovery of Hang Rue's plight, as youthful pride often runs high. He lowers his sleeves, not wishing for others to see his wounds. If possible, Nuo Nuo wishes to assist him discreetly, for their fates are intertwined within the story. The anticipated weekend arrives, marking the days when a female lead tutors her. It is the time when they meet. During breakfast, Qiu Li's gaze, seemingly fleeting, falls upon her. She feels elated, her eyes glistening with joy. Aunt Chun serves her a glass of milk, to which she softly replies with thanks, thereafter remaining silent, sipping her milk with grace, not making a sound while eating. It is intriguing. On the very first day Nuo Nuo was sent there, her detailed profile was placed on Qiu Li's desk. Song Nuo Nuo est sharp, irritable, and possesses a strong sense of pride. The girl across from her, however, is delicate and supple, capable of bending and yielding. Qiu Li smirks, taking a sip of coffee, finding it amusing. She claims to like him? It seems she has selectively forgotten yesterday's displeasure, presenting herself today in a pure and radiant manner. Qiu Li's gaze cools slightly as he adjusts his tie before departing, when the girl's sweet voice calls out to him. "Qiu Li," she whispers, her tone soft like a murmur. He turns back. Oh, Nuo, anxious, tightens her grip with her fingers, her large eyes fixed on him. "Can my sister come and tutor me today?" The September morning light is beautiful, her features innocent, her eyes sparkling like water. Qiu Li, leisurely adjusting his cufflinks, inquires, "Your grades are quite poor?" Nuo nods, softly admitting, "Yes, I haven't worked hard before, and I was foolish." As she speaks, she looks at him expectantly, as if to say, "I'm not deceiving you. I truly am this foolish. Please allow her to come." Adorably charming. A peculiar sensation stirs within Qiu Li, reminiscent of the unexpected moment when she had plunged into his embrace the previous day, causing his heart to race. An impulse arises to crush her, to destroy her, and thus find calm. This feeling is foreign, yet thrilling, infiltrating his lungs. Though her face does not particularly appeal to him, her character is captivating. Fortunately, she is not a shade more beautiful, or he would not hesitate to ruin this future vulnerability. His armor must remain unbroken. Let her live for now. It is of no consequence. Song Nuo Nuo has not yet reached a level of beauty that would enrapture him. Before that threshold, he will maintain his composure. He is adept at self-control, accustomed to commanding everything around him, unwilling to permit anything that might lead him to lose his grip. Nuo Nuo anticipates his agreement. With his character, Qiu Li would not make a fuss over trivial matters. His methods are ruthless and decisive. If he chooses to trouble someone, it is a matter of life and death. In this aspect, the domineering CEO is quite generous. The mutual cooperation between the protagonists fills Nuo Nuo with hope. For the first time since entering the story, she feels a glimmer of optimism. Their meeting is akin to kindling meeting a flame, soon rendering Nuo Nuo's concerns trivial. In the morning light, with her bright eyes curved in a smile, she expresses her gratitude. Thank you. Chioli, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, her hair cascading over her shoulders and slightly curled at the ends, she appears quite obedient. Yet, he inexplicably recalls the delightful sensations from that night and her melodious voice when scolding. Such a tone is best expressed in tears. Chioli feels a stirring within. He is not accustomed to denying himself. If a thought arises, he acts upon it. With a smile, he states, I will return at 9 o'clock. Nuo blinks in delight, responding, all right, goodbye. With a specific time set, she plans to meet Song Lian at 8:40. Nuo Nuo calls Song Lian, who does not readily agree. What scheme are you concocting? I warn you, if mom and dad find out, they will not let you off easily. Nuo Nuo pulls back the curtains. Yes, I understand. It's just tutoring. You're not afraid to come, are you? Who says I'm afraid? Fortunately, Song Lian is impulsive and cannot resist a challenge. Precisely at 8:40, she arrives at the villa. Despite the Song family's own business, they pale in comparison to Chiu Li's wealth. Song Lian stares at the luxurious villa, momentarily stunned, before casting a disdainful glance at Nuo Nuo. Undeterred, Nuo Nuo invites her. Come to my room. Song Lian cautiously follows. Nuo Nuo's room, converted from storage space, is on the ground floor, draped in dark blue, exuding a sense of oppression. It is sparsely furnished, containing only a desk. The state of a room reveals Nuo's difficult life. It is clear that Chioli does not cherish her. Observing Nuo Nuo, Song Lian wonders how this sister endures such indignities. Yet, Nuo Nuo does not seem bothered. Having experienced hardship, she values peace and happiness over material wealth, believing she can forge her own path. Having just washed her hair, droplets still cling to her shoulders as she hastily wipes them with a towel. Nuo gestures for Song Lian to sit, placing books before her as she takes a seat. I have a weak foundation. Please bear with me. Song Lian almost retorts that Nuo Nuo is putting on an act, but under the light, Nuo Nuo appears exceptionally beautiful, seemingly more radiant than before. For a fleeting moment, Song Lian feels a pang of discomfort. Being half-sisters, they resemble one another not at all. Song Nuo Nuo is strikingly beautiful, whereas Song Lian is rather ordinary. In childhood, Song Lian felt envy towards Nuo Nuo, but as Nuo Nuo failed to garner parental affection, Song Lian gradually developed a sense of superiority. Concluding that it was unnecessary to pay Nuo Nuo any mind, beauty is irrelevant if it invites disdain. Song Lian lowers her gaze to conceal her emotions and begins explaining the material to Nuo Nuo. In truth, Song Lian's knowledge is not extensive. Her grades hover just above average. However, given the original character's poor performance, Nuo Nuo can only pretend to comprehend. Song Lian grows impatient, yet seeing Nuo's earnestness, she refrains from voicing her annoyance. At precisely 9 o'clock, Nuo's heart races as the villa lights blaze to life, the sound of a car engine reverberating. The respectful calls for young Master Chiu echo faintly. Nuo Nuo rises. The young master has returned. Song Lian pauses, scoffing, I detest men who act recklessly, relying on their wealth and power. A classic line from the female lead. Nuo Nuo tilts her head. Young Master Chiu is quite good, Song Lian. He is the owner, so you should greet him. Reluctantly, Song Lian stands. She disdains men who flaunt their status, yet cannot disregard her upbringing. She thinks to herself that any man of such stature must be gluttonous and reek of smoke and alcohol, and she feels no inclination towards him. As they step outside, Chioli is seen handing his suit jacket to Aunt Shen. He wears a black shirt, 2 buttons undone at the collar, his expression stern and his demeanor somewhat wild, exuding youthful handsomeness. Song Lian is momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of unease, before dismissively turning her head, signaling her disdain for wealthy people. In the next moment, Chioli's gaze sweeps over. Nuo Nuo feels anxious, standing there with an obedient demeanor. When Chioli looks her way, she offers a gentle smile. Her eyes radiate compliance, and she muses that every domineering CEO seems to favor those who defy them. Now, Nuo Nuo stands in stark contrast to the defiant Song Lian. The CEO is poised to grasp Song Lian's chin, declaring, daring to avoid my gaze, "You are the first, very well. Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest." However, Chioli diverges from this narrative, instead chuckling at Nuo Nuo's adorable demeanor before shifting his focus back to Song Lian. "Your sister? Nuo Nuo nods agilely, yes. This is Song Lian. She has a kind heart and is a wonderful person." Song Lian, for reasons unknown, feels her face flush but remains silent, offering no rebuttal. Chioli methodically fastened his buttons, a cold glint in his eyes. "Since we are sisters, why is there such a disparity?" Nuo Nuo and Song Lian were well acquainted with this remark, as it had recently been echoed by their homeroom teacher. A surge of unbridled joy welled up within Song Lian. Nuo Nuo gazed into his dark eyes, her own glistening with unshed tears, yet she felt no sorrow. It was only natural for the male lead to favor the female lead. Chioli's tone dripped with sarcasm. "One is beautiful, the other is not. It seems Miss Song has yet to learn proper decorum." Instantly, Song Lian's cheeks, which had been flushed, turned pale. Throughout her life, she had only heard that she was far more sensible than Nuo Nuo, that she was truly capable. Never had she endured such a blatant humiliation. She was the heroine, and it was in her character not to tolerate this. She retorted boldly, "If young Master Cho had any upbringing, he would know how to show respect. I detest arrogant men like you." What happens when the male lead diverges from the expected path while the female lead adheres to the script? Chioli's pupils darkanat. And after a long pause, he chuckled. He adjusted his wrist. He needed no decorum. He could bring her ruin easily. Nuo Nuo felt a wave of confusion wash over her, but as her heart tightened, she rushed forward to grasp the hem of Chioli's garment. Chioli looked down at her, devoid of any hint of mirth. A man so proud and unruly could hardly tolerate a minor character like Song Lian daring to scold him. Nuo Nuo's heart turned cold. This male lead. When he went mad, even the heroine feared for her life. "Have you eaten?" she inquired softly. Her cheeks flushed. "You should eat first. It's not good for your stomach." In truth, she too was frightened by such a male lead. His face bore no expression. Nuo Nuo's hand, clutching his garment, trembled. Despite her fear, her eyes glimmered with tears. Yet she approached him nonetheless. At 17, she was fragrant, not with the scent of shampoo, but with a delicate aroma reminiscent of budding gardenias, somewhat enchanting. He smiled. "Very well." Song Lian was cast aside. Fear gripped her, her hair disheveled. "Miss Song, use your brain. Even if your father were here, he would respectfully bow and address young Master Cho," came Chun Ma's icy tone. For a fleeting moment, Song Lian felt that the man with the smiling lips genuinely wished her harm. He was breathtakingly handsome, like a deity, yet as detached and cold as a demon. A sudden wave of terror surged within her, followed by an inexplicable sense of loss, a lingering bitterness in her heart. Nuo Nuo watched her being dismissed with a look of sorrow that surpassed even Song Lian's own. Song Lian felt a twinge of resentment. Nuo Nuo had only sought to witness her embarrassment. Why this feigned sympathy? Nuo Nuo had not always been so insincere. She must be trying to curry favor with that man. Throughout the meal, Nuo Nuo felt disheartened. It was over. The male lead appeared to have little affection for the female lead. Nuo Nuo's heart sank, and she hastily reassured herself. No, it can't be. In most domineering president novels, the leads are always adversaries at first, only to find happiness together in the end. Zhou Li. Perhaps he is merely the fiercest type among them. After some time, he will surely come to appreciate Song Lian. After finishing his meal, Chioli glanced at Nuo and commanded, "Do not close the door." Nuo Nuo was taken aback. She dared not question him, yet the logic of domineering presidents was peculiar. She obediently replied, "Understood." Chioli was pleased by her obedient demeanor and retreated to take a shower. Nuo Nuo, disheartened, returned to her room to study vocabulary. She was anxious about the lack of chemistry between the leads. Though she remembered the words, she needed reinforcement. With a monthly exam approaching at her school, she planned to ensure she passed each subject, gradually improving her performance to avoid suspicion. After studying for a while, she intended to sleep early. After taking a shower, recalling her previous lesson, she wore sleepwear to bed. Although uncomfortable due to her developing figure, she felt it prudent to be cautious to avoid embarrassment. After all, a few months of vigilance would allow her to escape Chioli. Upon returning to her room, she was taken aback to find a man inside. "Zhou Li, clad only in a towel around his waist, had a broad shoulder and narrow waist, defined abs. Upon seeing her, he curved his lips. Come here. Nuo Nuo felt ring. Did he intend to take her? What had gone wrong? Did he somehow sense the female lead's unsatisfied desires? Shouldn't he have left Song Lian behind? Why was he interested in her? Clearly, he found her face unsatisfactory. Nearly losing her mind, took a step back. Shaking her head, young Master Cho, it's late. I still have homework to do. Choli dismissed her words, driven by desire. Under the light, Nuo Nuo appeared stunning. Her sharp features softened, transforming into a delicate visage. The fiancé, sent by the Song family, was meant for his touch. He approached and lifted her effortlessly. Nuo Nuo struggled in vain. Choli, growing impatient, tossed her onto the bed, pinning her wrists as he attempted to remove her clothing. Nuo Nuo was on the brink of madness. Choli, she kicked at him, but his long legs pinned her down. It was not merely the disparity of man and woman. There was also the author's enhancement of the male lead in this narrative. Nuo Nuo loathed this book and the man upon her. His hands brushed her clothing upwards, revealing her light blue undergarment and smooth skin. Nuo Nuo's waist was slender, delicate enough to be grasped by a single hand, her belly button adorably cute. Choli's brating kikanat. As he leaned in to kiss her, Nuo Nuo let out a wail. She despised him. She loathed this shameless narrative. This was not a romance. If he were not the male lead, he would be a rapist. She abhorred him. Tears streamed down her face, her body trembling. Choli stared at her pristine form for a few seconds before lowering her clothing. Her face was streaked with tears, her eyes reddened, droplets cascading down her cheeks. Choli roughly wiped her tears away, his palm grazing her tender skin, soft and inviting. Why are you crying? He questioned. Nuo Nuo gasped for breath. I am only 17. Woo. Her cries were heart-wrenching, her lashes glistening with tears, her eyes shimmering. Her tone was sorrowful. You beast. You scoundrel. You lunatic. I have not. She could barely catch her breath. He inexplicably smiled, finding her beauty even more captivating than her compliant demeanor. Suddenly, he recalled her delicate voice, scolding him as a scoundrel, and despite his annoyance at being defied, he felt an unexplainable thrill. Choli grasped her chin. No more tears. Nuo Nuo cold-heartedly taunting herself. It was terrifying. She had nearly succumbed to the male lead's desires. She bit her lip, suppressing her sobs, her cheeks flushed. Her damp hair spread across the light green sheets. Choli felt dizzy with desire. Yet the next moment, his gaze fell upon the corner of her eye, where a red tear mole emerged, glistening alluringly after her tears. His fingers brushed against her warm skin, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Had that mole appeared after her weeping? Nuo Nuo finally managed to stifle her sobs, only to meet the male lead's peculiar gaze. His focus lingered on her eye corner before he leaned down once more. Nuo Nuo froze for a second, feeling warmth and moisture in the corner of her eye. Then she realized what Choli had done. That pervert, he was licking that spot. Her transformation from the book had led to this. It was over. Nuo Nuo's cheeks burned, her body felt icy. She saw the infatuation in the male lead's eyes. This was not mere affection. It was the twisted desire of a madman, half possessing and half destroying the object of his obsession. She recalled his expression when he had said she was beautiful that night. A chill enveloped her heart. Had he seen the tear mole? Would she perish once more? Nuo Nuo felt fear, shame, and hatred swell within her, for the first time in her life. She harbored such animosity toward someone. Choli relished her distress, and had no intention of letting her go. As his hand reached beneath her garment once more, Nuo, unable to endure any longer, trembled and slapped him across the face. Do not touch me. The crisp exclamation echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, particularly jarring as it was late September, a time of cool autumn evenings. The perverse desire in his eyes had yet to dissipate, though his expression remained frozen. He did not even glance away, coldly lowering his gaze upon her. Nuo Nuo lay beneath him, her eyes swollen from crying, her body trembling violently. It was over. She had truly crossed a line, striking this male lead, a tyrannical devil who would not hesitate to end her life for the slightest disrespect. Now, in this moment of clarity for both, he would undoubtedly torment her to the brink of death. Choli wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb, the taste of her tears still lingering on his lips. The gesture, imbued with a wildness, was overshadowed by the bloodlust swirling in his gaze, sending Nuo Nuo into a spiral of despair. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled. Did you think I would care to touch you? Nuo Nuo recalled his earlier twisted rapture and felt that perhaps he did indeed find her intriguing. Yet, valuing her life, she dared not voice such thoughts. Having faced death once, the terror of that experience magnified her fear. She did not want to die. She did not want to die. Suddenly, she lifted her tear-streaked eyes. Before he could enact his lethal intentions, there remained a glimmer of hope. It was merely a beauty mark. Her makeup had not been entirely washed away. He had not seen her true, unmasked face. She was still Song Nuo Nuo. She yearned to survive. Chioli narrowed his eyes, his hand resting upon her neck. And in an instant, she was engulfed by that suffocating sensation once more. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to defy him. After all, was he not a man who could not tolerate challenges to his pride? She would emulate Song Lian and the original song Nuo Nuo. Raising her chin, with tears still fresh upon her cheeks, her voice soft yet resolute, she declared, "Strike me thrice, and you can choke the life from me. No loss there." After a moment, his frigid tone responded, "You are correct. Thus, I shall ravish you before ending your life." Nuo Nuo was left speechless. Was he truly suggesting he would prolong her suffering? Such shameless words were unbecoming of a domineering male lead. They were the words of a rogue, a madman. When he tore at her clothing, she finally broke down. "Chioli, I was wrong. Please no." The more she wept, the more frightened she became, her beauty mark appearing even more vivid against her tear-streaked face. Chioli smirked, finding her beautiful. Though she lacked courage, she dared to mimic the repulsive demeanor of Song Lian. He gripped her chin, as if observing an amusing, struggling plaything. "Do you wish to live?" he asked, and through her tears, she nodded. "Do you know how to please me?" Though her life hung in the balance, that question sent chills down her spine. She gazed at him, confusion clouding her eyes. Chioli's cool demeanor persisted as he commanded, "Speak." "I know." She was acutely aware of the implications. "Very well. Starting tomorrow, I expect to see your sincerity." Rising to his feet, he cast one last derisive glance before exiting the room. Nuo Nuo felt utterly drained. After a moment, she rose, dried her tears, and closed the door. Surviving was a daunting task. Yet, no matter how difficult, she was determined to wait for the day she could escape him and find her way back. Her parents were still waiting for her. Biting her lip, she thought of the cycle of karma. Who could escape the heaven's judgment? Only by living well could she witness Chio Li's downfall. Once assured of Chio Li's departure, Nuo Nuo retrieved the makeup bag belonging to her original self. The original had poor taste in cosmetics, choosing products that were visually appealing yet impractical. She took out a small mirror, revealing her beauty mark. Thankfully, the rest of her makeup remained intact. Nuo Nuo felt a flicker of hope. This time, fortune favored her, but she feared that a single rain could undo her efforts. Touching up her makeup, she chose not to conceal the beauty mark, for since Chio Li had noticed it, attempting to hide it would only draw more attention. She went to bed still made up, discomfort gnawing at her, yet it was a small price to pay for survival. Thus far, the narrative between the male and female leads had yet to unfold, yet Nuo Nuo's circumstances grew increasingly dire. She was at a loss for how to appease Chio Li, but she knew she must endure. Her slap had struck at his pride and self-esteem. As a proud male lead, he would not let her off easily. Nuo Nuo resolved to ensure her cosmetics would not fail her like they had that night. First, she needed funds. As a high school senior, her comings and goings were monitored by Chio Li, leaving her no time for a part-time job. Nor could she evade his watchful eye. The idea of working for money was futile. The school had an ATM, and Nuo Nuo contemplated trying her luck with the card belonging to her original self. Nuo Nuo's luck, however, proved dismal. She input the original's birthday in various combinations, but none succeeded. Undeterred, she randomly entered a few more numbers, but the card was nearly locked. Cautiously, she returned to her classroom, dejected. Her expression was unmistakable. Lu Xiang, who had recently taken a liking to her, inquired, "What's wrong?" Nuo Nuo smiled and shook her head, "Nothing." Lu Xiang's expression shifted slightly as she leaned closer and whispered, "You know about that incident?" Nuo Nuo, bewildered, asked, "What incident?" Lu Xiang glanced behind her, ensuring the aloof academic Hang Rue was absent, and eagerly shared the gossip. The class flower from class 3 confessed to Hang Rue today. Nuo Nuo said, responding slowly. "That's nice. You don't like Hang Ruwei anymore? Nuo Nuo's eyes widened. How did everyone know that Song Nuo Nuo had a crush on Hang Ruwei? Lu Xiang grinned. Don't think I couldn't tell. You used to ignore everyone, but you always sought out Hang Ruwei to talk. Nuo Nuo found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she softly said, I'm not pursuing Hang Ruwei. Yes, great. But I'm not worthy of him. Last night, Nuo Nuo had pondered this all night long. She was not the original self. Perhaps Hang Ruwei would not be interested in her. Although she was confident she could prevent him from being harmed by the three bullies, destiny was unpredictable. Even if she could shield him from injury, Chiu Li's wrath would undoubtedly affect Hang Ruwei. Her hope of returning home after completing the narrative was merely speculation. Nuo Nuo viewed this world as a book, yet for those within it, it constituted their entire lives. Hang Ruwei deserved a better life, and Nuo decided to take a gamble, waiting for the right moment to distance herself from the male lead. If they were not together, perhaps Hang Ruwei could secure a spot in university and marry a beautiful, virtuous wife, living a peaceful and prosperous life. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Nuo Nuo faded Zuli. She did not wish to drag a good young man into the depths of despair. She recalled the frail, defiant figure that had stood before her that night and whispered to herself, I will not pursue him any longer, never again. He deserved to live well. Lu Xiang's expression twisted as she gestured for Nuo to look behind her. Turning around, Nuo met a pair of calm, dark eyes. He stood expressionless, gazing down at her. Nuo Nuo took a second to react, her cheeks flushing. What had Hang Ruwei heard? But upon reflection, he should be pleased. A person he disliked was no longer pursuing him. That was a good thing. They locked gazes for a moment until Hang Ruwei finally averted his eyes. His hair was damp, likely from washing. Nuo Nuo turned back, suddenly recalling something. Hang Ruwei, she began. His fingers tightened, an unexplainable discomfort settling in his chest. He raised his eyes to meet hers. She bit her lip and asked, Could you tell me your birthday? Hang Ruwei remained silent, his gaze fluctuating. Lu Xiang internally scoffed. Isn't she still pursuing him? No, Nuo quickly clarified, I have no ulterior motives. I just want to know. It's useful. October 23rd. He replied softly, looking at her. Nuo Nuo was taken aback that he had actually answered. She hesitated. Did Hang Ruwei think she was no longer pursuing him, making her seem more agreeable? Her eyes curved with a gentle smile as she said, Thank you. Her soft tone made Hang Ruwei lower his gaze. He was unable to articulate the emotions swirling within him, and she was aware of it. What followed? Nuo Nuo attempted the card once more, and to her astonishment, the funds were released. The original owner's little treasure trove contained over 14,000. Nuo Nuo was lost in thought, contemplating the true essence of the password. The original owner must have genuinely harbored feelings for Hang Ruwei. She placed a hand over her heart, reassuring herself that this time, Hang Ruwei would undoubtedly find happiness. However, from this moment onward, her confrontation with Chiu Li would be solely her responsibility. The immediate priority was to endure the next 8 months under his scrutiny. Clutching a newly acquired array of cosmetics, Nuo bit her lip, reflecting on Song Lian's character. Typically, the domineering male lead would take notice of a heroine who boldly stands for justice. She resolved to be a little more docile and obedient, hoping that if the male lead found her uninteresting, he would simply let her be. With waterproof cosmetics in hand, she believed there would be no further issues. Chiu Li's fingers tapped lightly on the table as he chuckled softly. What did she buy after school? The driver responded. Miss went to the mall to purchase a multitude of cosmetics. This was a perfectly ordinary action. Yet, had it not been for the unexpected events of the previous night, he would not have even noticed that tear mole. Chiu Li pressed his finger against his lips, a sudden flutter of anticipation quickening his heartbeat. He had spared her life. Not out of kindness, he possessed none. Upon first encountering Song Nuo Nuo, he had noted her clear, beautiful eyes, yet her face had not stirred him. Now, however, he harbored a suspicion that she might indeed surprise him, a surprise that could be utterly intoxicating. He yearned to know the answer immediately, yet feared the disappointment that could drive him to rage. Indeed, this was the most eagerly anticipated gift he had encountered in his relatively short life. After school, Song Nuo Nuo was promptly taken to the swimming pool in Kunshan. Learning to please him? Perhaps a simple splash of water on her face would suffice. The Kunshan swimming pool, situated in the city center, was a quintessential venue for the affluent. Chiu Li, cigarette in hand, sat at the edge, his demeanor somewhat aloof. Zhang Qingduo's gaze remained fixated on a woman in the pool. Chen Xian, graceful as a fish, emerged from the water, her fair arms glistening. Zhang Qingduo, unable to divert his gaze, cheered as Chen Qian triumphed. Bai Yi glanced at Qiu Li, whose lowered eyes showed no interest in the pool, as if the array of beautiful women held no allure for him. Truth be told, Chen Qian was quite stunning, mature, alluring, and undeniably charming. Over the past 2 years, her affections for Qiu Li had become common knowledge. However, he had consistently remained indifferent. Their party at the Kunshan swimming pool included several companions, all of whom were attractive. Perhaps in a display of ostentation, a swimming competition was organized. 5 rounds of competition awaited, with substantial rewards for the victors. The women were eager to change into their swimsuits and dive into the water. Chen Xian, arriving solo, was not anyone's partner, but chose to participate willingly. Clad in a light purple swimsuit, her figure was accentuated beautifully. Standing up from the pool, Chen Xian smiled and asked Qiu Xiao, "Will the reward still stand?" Finally, Qiu Li lifted his eyelids, chuckling lightly. "Sure, what do you desire?" Chen Xian gazed at him with a teasing glint in her eyes, silent yet expressive. Qiu Li crossed his legs, scoffing. "How about a villa in Nanxing?" Chen Xian's eyes dimmed slightly, yet she managed to respond with a smile. "Thank you, Qiu Xiao." Bai Yi remarked, "Such generosity. A villa in Nanxing must be worth at least several million." At this moment, Nuo Nuo entered and happened to overhear the exchange. Gripping her backpack strap, she felt a moment of confusion. Qiu Li, it seemed, was not miserly. He casually offered a villa as a gift. After all, as a character from a typical domineering male lead narrative, millions likely seemed trivial to him. Nuo Nuo felt a pang of pity for herself, realizing Qiu Li wouldn't even spare her a meal. Upon her arrival, all eyes turned toward her, 17 years old, donned in her school uniform, with a ponytail and the emblem of her school prominently displayed. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her beauty was understated. It was her clean, tranquil aura that compelled others to gaze at her longer. She felt out of place in this environment. Zhang Qingduo recognized her. "Oh, the little beauty." Nuo Nuo blinked, her cheeks flushing as she took in the pool filled with women in swimsuits, playfully splashing their way to the shore. It was September, and her oversized school jacket enveloped her petite figure. Though she was unsure of Qiu Li's intentions in summoning her, the sight before her stirred anxiety, prompting her to glance toward him. He had been engrossed in his cigarette, his gaze still averted until she entered, at which point he finally curved his lips into a smile, his attention settling on her. His long legs crossed. He regarded her with an unfriendly stare. A knot formed in her stomach. Here it came, the daily dose of his madness returning once more. Fearing the consequences of angering him, Nuo Nuo instinctively approached his side. "Qiu Li," she called softly, her tone gentle. He lifted his dark eyes, momentarily resting his gaze on her face before shifting to her backpack. The staff, perceptive, requested that Nuo Nuo hand over her bag. Anxiously gripping the straps, she was reluctant to comply. Lacking a sense of security, she thought of Qiu Li's notorious impatience. Eventually, she surrendered her backpack, standing before him like a student awaiting reprimand from a teacher, innocent yet somewhat pitiable. "Jen, oyansmile, froze upon no no sarivo." She called out to Qiu Xiao. Qiu Li was not fond of others addressing him by name. Chen Xian could sense the uniqueness of Qiu Li's regard for Nuo Nuo. From their very first encounter, his attention had lingered on her, captivated without his own awareness. Qiu Li chuckled softly. There's one more participant missing from the recent competition. Bai Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for Nuo Nuo. Qiu Li elaborated, "If you compete against Chen Xian and win." Nuo Nuo's bright eyes locked onto his. He concluded, "I shall return 40% of the Song family's shares to your father." Nuo Nuo was taken aback. Had Song Zhan been present, he might have been so thrilled he would have fainted and pushed her into the pool. Yet Nuo Nuo had no desire to participate. She was not the original owner, and even the original owner would likely have resisted becoming a pawn in Qiu Li's gamble. Although she had changed her cosmetics, Nuo Nuo preferred to avoid taking this risk. The Song family was no longer on the brink of collapse, and she bore no responsibility for its prosperity. Moreover, the power of life and death lay with this man. He could restore the Song family shares today and obliterate them tomorrow with a mere flick of his finger. Nuo Nuo was cautious. She could swim, yet she did not wish to perform for these spoiled brats. Lowering her gaze, she quietly asked, "Can I opt out?" Qiu Li's smile turned icy. "What do you think?" Nuo Nuo's fingers twisted nervously. I'm not a good swimmer. I 1T win. Chioli scoffed. He snapped his fingers, and immediately a staff member approached respectfully. Chiu Xiao. Chioli posed a question to Nuo Nuo. Would you prefer to go on your own? Or shall I have someone escort you? Nuo Nuo was unwilling to choose. The jeers of the privileged echoed around her. What is there to fear? Just go. Yes. Losing doesn't matter. Whistles rang out. Nuo bit her lip, realizing for the first time that to Chioli, she was merely a plaything. Chioli's finger tapped against the table. It seems you've chosen to be escorted. His tone was frosty. Scarcely had he finished speaking when Nuo was shoved forward, compelled toward the changing room. In a moment of panic, she grasped Chioli's hand. Her soft, fair fingers slipped into his palm. Gritting her teeth, she implored, Chioli. He focused on their intertwined hands, then turned his gaze back to her, his voice laced with amusement. What is it? I don't want to go, she whispered, pleading with him. Nuo Nuo understood that he relished this side of her. His gaze remained fixed upon her, akin to a poppy in bloom, dark as the night, tinged with a hint of obsession. Nuo Nuo's heart sank. In reality, she surpassed the original owner in beauty, having garnered countless admirers from middle school through university. Among them were those who cast looks much like Chioli's, yet none matched his intensity. Though Nuo Nuo had never engaged in a romantic relationship due to her commitment to her studies, she possessed a keen sensitivity to the affections of the opposite sex. It was during a rainy night that she first recognized the truth in Chioli's words. In that moment, Nuo Nuo was not playing the role of Song Nuo Nuo. She confronted him with her truest face and personality. He professed that he would fall in love with her, expressing his fondness for the authentic Nuo Nuo rather than the guise of Song Nuo Nuo. Consequently, whenever Nuo Nuo contemplated escaping back to her original self, he would resist, as if she were the frog in the pot of warm water, unaware of her slow demise. She implored Chioli, believing he would not pour scalding water upon her. Yet, day by day, the warm water proved to be no refuge. Chioli regarded her for a while, refraining from withdrawing his hand, and calmly stated, all right, there are indeed other methods. He was determined to explore various avenues, allowing her to struggle as she wished. Nuo Nuo, her eyes crescent-shaped and voice soft, expressed her gratitude. You are truly kind. Although she felt an urge to scold him, she understood that such an arrogant man thrived on this dynamic. I shall return home now, Nuo Nuo declared. Zhang Qingduo had anticipated an entertaining spectacle, but was surprised to witness Chioli's swift change of heart. He clicked his tongue, impressed by the little beauty's capability. Having been brothers with Chioli for many years, he had seldom seen him relent so quickly. Chun Qian, having never witnessed such a scene either, took the opportunity to push Nuo Nuo as she exited. Suddenly, Nuo Nuo found herself enveloped by the blue waters of the swimming pool, her surroundings filled with the startled gasps of women on the shore. Although she could not identify her assailant, it was highly likely to be the antagonist, Chun Qian, who had orchestrated numerous schemes against the protagonist. From a mere shove to elaborate plots involving the protagonist and other men, Chun Qian had shown her malicious intent. Nuo Nuo had not anticipated Chun Qian's aggression, as she lacked the protagonist's halo. After all, Song Nuo Nuo was merely a pawn destined for demise at the hands of the male lead. However, this push from Chun Qian sent a chill down Nuo Nuo's spine. With internal strife unresolved, had she now acquired external troubles as well? Choking on water, she quickly surfaced, coughing violently as air rushed in. Soaked to the skin, her school uniform clung heavily to her body. As she stumbled toward the shore, the only solace she found was in the fact that her makeup had held up. Otherwise, her situation would have been dire. Yet, upon reaching the bank and meeting the male lead's gaze, she felt a moment of confusion. His dark pupils fixated on her face, as if he anticipated something, only to be met with a harsh slap of reality that left him pained. His expression gradually turned cold. Nuo Nuo met his gaze, perplexed. She was dripping wet, her makeup ruined. However, having learned from past encounters, she had cleverly applied 2 layers of makeup, one to transform her into Song Nuo Nuo, using her own purchased products, and another, a subtle daily look, utilizing the original's cosmetics. While uncomfortable, the effect was undeniably effective. She lowered her eyelashes, avoiding his penetrating stare, guessing that he harbored suspicions. For now, she believed she had successfully deceived him. Nuo Nuo felt grateful that this male lead was a 24K, pure, domineering heterosexual, in an unscientific manner, insisted upon preserving the protagonist's chastity, rather than being the type who flitted through the flowers. Turning her gaze toward Chun Qian, she found the latter smiling provocatively, as if to say, "So what if it was me? Will Chili come to your aid?" Truly, she was a dedicated antagonist. The atmosphere became palpably awkward, yet none could match Chili's icy demeanor. He had misjudged the situation. The delicate beauty mark on her face was still that of Song Nuo Nuo. After all, if Song Nuo Nuo truly possessed extraordinary beauty, why conceal it? He found his previous thoughts absurdly laughable. The face that had once thrilled him to the core was now entirely at odds with the disheveled Song Nuo Nuo before him. Nuo Nuo, drenched and shivering, felt Chioli's gaze upon her, unwavering and indifferent. She crossed her arms, relieved that her wet uniform, while unflattering, did not leave her exposed. Yet, she sensed Chioli's profound discontent, as if someone had shattered a treasured possession, causing him to scorn everyone and everything around him. Zhang Qin Duo, although playfully referring to her as Little Beauty, remained focused on Qin Qian and would not jeopardize their relationship to assist Nuo Nuo. Bai Yi sighed softly, observing the petite girl with downcast eyes, appearing particularly pitiable. She could not have reached adulthood yet, still in her school uniform and immersed in her studies. Everyone knew Chioli's temper. Those who incurred his wrath were destined for hardship. Bai Yi quietly instructed a server, "Please bring that young lady a change of clothes." As October approached, the air turned cooler, and Nuo Nuo felt a chill. Being bullied in such a manner, she felt powerless to retaliate. Tears welled in her eyes, but she swallowed them back. She had heard Bai Ye's words, and, as the server escorted her to change, she softly murmured her thanks to him. Bai Yi had not paid her much attention before. After all, compared to Chun Qian's radiant beauty, Nuo Nuo was merely an ordinary girl. However, upon hearing her voice, Bai Yi looked up, a smile gracing his features. Her voice was melodious, sweet like honey, yet not cloying, an easily entrancing tone for any man. As Nuo Nuo proceeded forward, a sudden force gripped her arm, causing her to gasp in pain. Turning, she met Chioli's icy gaze. He regarded her, yet spoke to Bai Yi. "She is mine. No need for your concern." Bai Yi, intimidated, could only silently empathize with Nuo Nuo. Apologizing to Chioli, Nuo Nuo's clear eyes locked onto Chioli's, her lips pressed together. Having been bullied by Chun Qian, Chioli's indifference stung even more, as those who helped her were also subjected to his ire. She had never encountered such an insufferable man. His possessiveness was evident since the night she had fled with Hang Rui. Her heart brimmed with disdain, wishing to bite him, yet she dared not reveal her feelings. It was merely 8 months. She just had to endure until she would never have to see him again. Her anger mirrored Chioli's unacknowledged fury. Consequently, when they returned, Chioli opted not to drive his luxury car, but instead took the vehicle designated for Nuo Nuo's school commutes. His expression was frigid and frightening, causing the driver to tremble as he opened the door, too intimidated to address him. Meanwhile, Nuo Nuo sweetly thanked Uncle Wang, who smiled kindly but did not engage in conversation. Seated beside Chioli, Nuo Nuo felt the weight of his tall figure imposing upon her. Cold and resentful, she pressed herself against the window, clutching her seat tightly. Chioli crossed his legs and turned his head to observe her. Her cheeks had paled, her lips less vibrant than before. She appeared disheveled and unattractive. His gaze bore into her, making her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles. The car remained silent as the city's neon lights flickered to life. To distract herself, Nuo Nuo gazed out the window, watching the colorful lights dance before her eyes, her expression softening as they illuminated her features. Surprisingly, Chioli did not find her ugly. This summer in city passed swiftly, and the unexpected chill of early autumn settled in. When Chioli went to the office, he donned a dress shirt complemented by a suit jacket. As he unbuttoned the jacket, Nuo Nuo heard him command, "Come here." She turned to face him. He loosened the buttons, his expression softening, though he had no intention of offering her the coat. Instead, he seemed to beckon her into his embrace. Nuo Nuo loathed him, unwilling to comply. Such an embrace was better suited for Song Lian. "I am soaked through. I wouldn't want to ruin your clothes," she protested. Upon hearing her, Chioli's gaze darkened. He leaned closer, scrutinizing her with intensity. "Song Nuo Nuo, your declaration of affection was a lie, wasn't it? You despise me?" Nuo Nuo bit her lip. "No, you lie," he retorted coldly. Nuo Nuo was not adept at deceit, and found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, her cheeks flushed, and her ears turned pink as she softly repeated, "I truly do not." Chioli scoffed. You truly have a big heart. Nuo Nuo widened her eyes in surprise, realizing he was aware of his unkindness towards her. She folded her arms tightly and lowered her gaze, ceasing to argue. A chill settled deeper within Chioli than the cold expression on his face. She genuinely loathed him. A sharp sting pierced his heart, akin to being pricked by a needle. She had slapped him 3 times and still left him feeling utterly disappointed. At this moment, the realization of Nuo Nuo's disdain for him unleashed a painful sensation from within, no longer buried deep. Did she not cherish his embrace? Stop the car. Uncle Wong quickly complied. Nuo Nuo heard the man's frigid command. Get out and walk back. The distance to the villa was still considerable. The streetlights flickered dimly, and the wind howled outside. He regarded Nuo Nuo, but she averted her gaze, opening the car door and stepping out. She knew that if she pleaded with him again or clung to him as she had done before, he might relent. Yet, she refused to beg. Her aversion to him had reached its zenith. She would rather walk alone. As soon as Nuo Nuo exited the vehicle, she felt the biting cold. Her school uniform was damp, and the wind clung to her skin uncomfortably. She was fed up with the domineering behavior of a CEO. This was precisely how he should treat Song Lian. Without a glance back, Nuo walked in the direction of the villa. Inside the car, Chioli's expression was as frigid as ice. Uncle Wong felt a twinge of sympathy. He feared Chioli, yet after several days of escorting Nuo, he had grown fond of her sweet and gentle demeanor. Mustering his courage, he pleaded, "Young master, the young lady's clothes are wet. She'll catch a cold. She's young and doesn't understand. Shut up and drive." Left with no choice, Uncle Wong started the engine. The car sped past Nuo Nuo. She rubbed her eyes, and her sobs finally escaped her lips. You jerk. She was still so young, her character innocent. The original character was 17, and Nuo Nuo herself was only 18. Though her family was not wealthy, her parents loved her dearly. Throughout her time in this story, she had faced death, endured humiliation, gone hungry, been pushed into the water, and now was forced to walk back to the villa soaked to the skin at night. In reality, she had a loving family and close friends. Yet, in the narrative, there was only this devilish male lead, tormenting her at every turn. After a while, Chioli ordered the car to stop again. Uncle Wong could discern Chioli's agitation. As the window rolled down, Chioli lit a cigarette. In the quiet of B-City's night, the sky was devoid of stars. Chioli remained silent, and Uncle Wong dared not speak. Once Chioli finished his cigarette and the smoke dissipated, her figure finally emerged from the shadows. Chioli lifted his gaze, instructing, "Go ask her if she realizes her mistake." Uncle Wong hurriedly exited the car, finding Nuo already shivering from the cold. Her canvas shoes were also soaked, and her delicate feet were nearly numb. Upon hearing Uncle Wong's words, tears of anger welled up in her eyes. This twisted individual believed the world was wrong, while he himself was faultless. How could Song Lian fall for such a man? She was utterly a loss for words. Uncle Wong softly advised, "Miss, just soften your stance, otherwise, young master will." Nuo Nuo, her voice trembling, replied, "I'll walk back. I might as well die again and start over. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to return to my original life. I no longer wish to appease him." As she approached the front of the car, the man inside wore a face as dark as ink. Chioli opened the car door, his tall frame striding over to sweep her up and toss her into the vehicle. He followed suit, commanding drive. Nuo Nuo sat up, her eyes reddened, yet not a single tear fell. She remained silent, huddled in the corner, refusing to look at him. That night passed in a haze. She returned home, took a shower, and felt alternately hot and cold. In her foggy state, Nuo Nuo recalled that an exam was looming the day after tomorrow. The next day, her condition worsened. She felt utterly drained, and upon touching her forehead, discovered it was feverish. However, Chioli was no longer home. She hadn't seen him since that night. After school, Nuo Nuo went to buy fever-reducing medicine herself. On the 3rd day, the monthly exam at the 7th high school commenced. Nuo Nuo stared at the test paper, her vision swimming. She understood most of the questions, but as fatigue pressed upon her, she struggled to complete the English exam. Estimating she managed to scrape by with passing marks, many questions remained unanswered. After finishing the English paper, she had an hour left. Nuo Nuo could no longer hold on. She rested her head on the desk and closed her eyes, hoping to catch a short reprieve. In the back row of the classroom, Runaway set down his pen, his gaze drifting to Nuo Nuo in the 4th row. He frowned slightly. They had been randomly assigned seats by computer, and by chance shared the same examination room. For 2 days, her face had been unusually flushed, and her spirit visibly diminished. Yet she persevered through the exam. He could not focus on the questions, his mind wandering back to a recent moment when she brightly asked him, "Can you explain this problem to me?" These disjointed thoughts swirled in his mind until he finally lowered his brow, picked up his pen, and resumed writing answers. After what felt like an eternity, the exams concluded. Nuo, in a daze, returned to the villa, almost collapsing as she opened the door, her consciousness fading. Just before losing awareness, she pondered how this body was different from her own in reality. The fever medication seemed ineffective, perhaps worsening her condition. She felt miserable. Aunt Chun was the first to discover Nuo lying on the floor. Her small face was flushed bright red, and Aunt Chun, usually stern, was momentarily taken aback before quickly carrying Nuo Nuo to her room. Young Master had been absent for days, and Aunt Chun hesitated to decide whether to take Nuo Nuo to the hospital. The young Master's attitude towards Nuo made everyone reluctant to make any decisions regarding her care. Didzuli, truli, despicenono. Having served as a maid in the Chun household for 12 years, Aunt Chun understood Chiu Li's temperament and always obeyed his commands. Even if Chiu Li declared, "Do not save her. If she cannot endure, let her die," Aunt Chun would not defy his wishes. Yet, recalling Nuo Nuo's cheerful greetings every morning, calling out a sweet good morning, Aunt Chun stirred her heart with compassion. With a stern expression, she fetched some white wine to help cool down Nuo Nuo's body. She wiped down her limbs, hoping to lower her temperature. The young girl's breathing was heavy, and she had lost consciousness. Aunt Chun wiped her arms and legs, then her neck. After a moment of thought, she gently washed Nuo Nuo's face. Remembering how young girls today insisted on wearing makeup, even when sick, Aunt Chun found it hard to fathom. Her daughter-in-law was the same. Fatting Nuo Nuo mikt be uncomfortable sleeping. She reached for the makeup remover on the desk and gently cleansed Nuo Nuo's face. Using Nuo Nuo's own strong and professional makeup remover, Aunt Chun gradually wiped away the layers of cosmetics, revealing the exquisite beauty beneath. She was captivated, truly stunning. Long lashes curled darkly, tender cheeks glowed, and a tear mole adorned the corner of her eye, soft and alluring. Aunt Chun gazed for a long moment to her middle-aged eyes. This young woman bore a resemblance to the usual Nuo Nuo, yet was infinitely more beautiful, even slightly enchanting, almost beguiling. It was as if two different individuals stood before her. Aunt Chun pondered why Nuo Nuo's makeup skills were so lacking, failing to enhance her beauty and instead rendering her less appealing. With a stern face, she thought, one should advocate for natural beauty in youth. Why wear makeup at all? By nightfall, Nuo Nuo still had not awakened, her temperature remaining high. Aunt Chun frowned at the small face nestled in the covers, contemplating whether to inform Chiu Li. When Chiu Li's phone rang, he was engaged in business discussions at the largest entertainment venue in B City. Aunt Chun informed him, "Young master, the young lady is ill and has a fever. I took her temperature, and it's nearly 40 degrees. She remains unconscious." Silence lingered on the other end. Only the clamor of the entertainment venue indicated that the call had connected. Aunt Chun sought his guidance. Should we take the young lady to the hospital? Given the recent discord between Chiu Li and Nuo Nuo, this question was imperative. If Chiu Li wished for Nuo Nuo's demise, Aunt Chun could only allow fate to take its course. After a prolonged pause, a slightly hoarse voice emerged from the other end. "I will return tonight." Chiu Li hung up, donned his coat, and exited. Zhang Qingduo, noticing his departure, hurriedly interjected, "Brotherly, the CEO from Huaxing hasn't arrived yet." Chiu Li's expression remained cold. "He is already 3 minutes late. Thus it is void. I have no need for partners lacking a sense of time." As Bai Yi inquired, "Chiu Xiao, is there something amiss?" Chiu Li glanced at him, his tone indifferent. "Nothing." Zhang Qingduo, realizing that Chiu Li was indeed about to leave, remembered the matter Chun Xian had entrusted him with, and after a moment's hesitation, he hastily interjected, Li Gu, Li Gu. Chun Xian's grandfather is celebrating his 80th birthday this week, and she asked about you." Chiu Li turned back, his gaze suddenly turning frigid. "Zhang Qingduo, if you have feelings for her, pursue her yourself." Zhang Qingduo was taken aback, his face flushing. Well, everyone knows that Chun Xian likes Chiu Li." Chiu Li scoffed. "Tell her to recognize her own worth. I am not interested." With Chiu Li's biting words, the surrounding individuals fell silent. Zhang Qingduo's expression soured as he averted his gaze. Once Chioli departed, Bai Yi patted Zhang Qingduo's shoulder. Don't take it to heart. That's just how Qiu Xiao is. Zhang Qingduo, however, was somewhat unfazed, having grown up alongside Qiu Li and witnessed his capriciousness numerous times, often bearing the brunt of his temper. Thus, he truly did not mind, but wore a furrowed brow. Li Gu has rejected her. Chun Qian will surely be disheartened. How should I respond to her? Why does he suddenly lose his temper when Chun Qian is mentioned? What has she done to provoke him? Bai Ye's eyes flickered. Zhang Qingduo could not help but grumble. What is wrong with Chun Qian? She is beautiful and vibrant. I can't fathom what kind of woman Li Gu actually prefers. Is it that only a celestial being could be worthy of him? Bai suddenly recalled the soft-spoken girl. Her eyes were indeed quite enchanting. Perhaps he favored Song Nuo Nuo. Song! Wait, Song Nuo Nuo? Zhang Qingduo nearly leaped up. That girl living in my place? I thought Li Gu was merely keeping her around out of sentiment. Isn't she too young for him? Shoo, don't say that. Bai cautioned. If you wish to dig your own grave, be my guest. Some things are better left unsaid. Zhang Qingduo awkwardly closed his mouth, having struggled to recall the girl's features. He muttered, she can't be more beautiful than Chun Qian, right? Bai Yi was at a loss for words, now convinced that Zhang Qingduo was indeed blind. On an October night, with a hint of chill in the air, Chioli returned home at 9 o'clock. The villa was brilliantly lit, and the bodyguards saluted him in succession. As Chioli entered, Chun Ma hurriedly assisted him with his shoes. The crystal chandelier in the living room illuminated only 5 lights, casting a warmer glow instead of a cold ambience. Once he had changed his shoes, Chioli asked in a flat tone, is she awake? Chun Ma, with a worried expression and her usual stern demeanor, replied, no. Young master. It seemed that she indeed had a severe fever. Qiu Li's expression darkened. Upon receiving the call, he had already surmised the reason for Nuo Nuo's illness. Soaked and exposed to the cold wind for so long, she was naturally delicate. Yet, he had not anticipated that she would fall ill to the point of unconsciousness due to his absence. Qiu Li shed his suit jacket, irritably unbuttoning a few of his shirt buttons, and made his way to her room. Nuo Nuo's room, originally a storage space, had been repurposed for her upon her arrival. He had simply placed her there. The room was dimly lit by a warm bedside lamp, as Chun Ma feared it might disturb her rest. Her long black hair lay softly against the plush pillow, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing somewhat labored. As Chioli entered, his expression remained cold as he approached her bedside. The moment he beheld her face, his indifference solidified, and he felt his heart racing erratically, as if it might leap from his chest. He questioned whether he was trapped in a surreal dream. The girl on the bed, her delicate visage more radiant than peach blossoms in March, was impossibly unforgettable. Her long lashes cast shadows on her cheeks, and the vibrant hue of her beauty seemed poised to bloom. Despite her illness, she appeared to be in a deep, sweet slumber. Amidst the tumultuous rhythm of his heart, his thumb brushed against her cheek, warm and slightly above average temperature, almost searing against his fingertips. Yet, he was reluctant to withdraw his hand, allowing it to rest gently upon her beauty mark, a wave of tingling excitement surging through him. He felt as though he might suffocate from the intensity of his emotions. She was breathtaking. This was not the usual Song Nuo Nuo. She was a stunning beauty, seemingly crafted to his preferences, every inch of her aligning with his desires. The shock of something he thought lost had suddenly materialized before him. Qiu Li's gaze fell upon her slightly parted lips, his throat tightening. He pressed down on her lips with his thumb, the sensation coursing through him, electrifying his entire being. At that moment, he acknowledged his own depravity. She merely lay there, and he was already consumed with desire. He craved to kiss her, to possess her. Nuo Nuo felt unwell, her body burning yet shivering with cold. Her mind was foggy, and breathing became a struggle. She felt as if she were nearing death, not at the hands of the male lead, but succumbing to a mere cold. She must be the most unfortunate of transmigrators. As his rough fingertips pressed against her lips, she squirmed uncomfortably, releasing a soft moan as she struggled to open her eyes. Her long lashes fluttered. In the instant her consciousness returned, she was met with a magnified, handsome face. The man's features were striking yet cold, his eyes burning with a familiar, fevered excitement. Nuo Nuo jolted. She would never forget such a gaze. It was the same as on the night of her demise, filled with a twisted intensity. At that moment, his hands framed her head, and his lips descended upon her. Nuo Nuo's reactions were sluggish. but she still recognized him, a man she both despised and feared. She quickly covered her lips with her hand, and his kiss landed upon her wrist instead, cool and unsettling, sending shivers down her spine. Nuo Nuo's vision was hazy, still not fully lucid, yet her eyes were strikingly pure. She found herself lost in his dark, inky pupils. As she gazed at him, a sense of despair washed over her. She remembered the consequences of previously covering his mouth. This arrogant male lead would not tolerate such an affront a second time. Yet, she could hardly bring herself to endure his presence. Resolute in her disdain, she awaited his fury. However, the man merely curved his lips into a smile, pecking gently at her unyielding hand, appearing utterly enchanted. Nuo Nuo felt a tingling sensation at the back of her neck. Was she losing her mind? Or shouldn't he be scowling, declaring that Song Nuo Nuo was doomed? Yet his eyes were filled with an inscrutable light, as if he intended to kiss the corner of her eye. Recalling his past unsettling behavior, a wave of resistance surged within her. She turned her head away, physically communicating her aversion to his touch. Coughing lightly, she sought to convey that she was a patient, infectious and in need of distance, a cold and disdainful illness. Yet, in the next instant, her body was lifted into the air by the man. Nuo Nuo gasped. He chuckled, his chest vibrating slightly, his tone gentle. I will take you to see a doctor. Nuo Nuo was momentarily lost, her ears filled with the erratic thump of his heart, like a drumbeat reverberating through his chest. Had the male lead truly lost his mind after her illness? She refused his touch, and yet he was not only unperturbed, but had taken it upon himself to save her. Had she unwittingly entered a new narrative? She only found carrying her effortless. She was light and delicate. As he embraced her, Nuo Nuo felt pain from his possessive grip. Please, be gentler, she murmured, tears threatening to spill. He loosened his hold slightly. Yet Nuo Nuo dared not exhale. Her eyes widened as she regarded him. The male lead retained the same face, but was he truly the same person? Feeling her gaze upon him, he lowered his eyes, the depths of his gaze darkening. What is it? Nuo Nuo confirmed that he was indeed still the same unsettling figure, his eyes sending chills down her spine. What had transpired? She was filled with an even greater sense of dread. The hospital was owned by Chioli himself, and Nuo Nuo lay in a luxurious VIP bed, watching as the doctor prepared to administer her 4-drip. The hospital room resembled a quaint living space, illuminated by soft lighting in the night, with moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A bouquet of exquisite roses, nurtured in a greenhouse, graced the window-sill. Despite it not being the blooming season, the room was devoid of the antiseptic odor typically associated with hospitals. Instead, it was filled with a subtle, floral fragrance. Nuo Nuo's hands were slender and fair, making it difficult to locate her veins. The doctor was exceptionally gentle and meticulous, swiftly finding a vein and inserting the needle. The thinness of her veins caused a sharp pang, prompting Nuo Nuo to instinctively flinch. Chioli, with a cold tone, inquired, "Can you administer injections?" "I'm sorry." "Chiu Xiao," Nuo Nuo replied, her throat sore and voice hoarse. "It doesn't hurt." The doctor's touch was far lighter than Chioli's embrace. Once the doctor left, visibly relieved, Chioli took a seat beside her bed, attempting to hold Nuo's right hand, which was free of needles. However, she had already tucked her hand under the blanket, causing his expression to darken. Nuo Nuo cast her gaze downward, too timid to observe his reaction. But she was averse to his touch. Chioli narrowed his eyes and exited the room. A moment later, he returned with a cup, prepared to feed Nuo Nuo water. He had somehow procured a spoon and stirred the contents of the cup. Nuo Nuo's heart raced with unease as she anxiously regarded this peculiar man. He took a spoonful for himself before gazing deeply into her eyes, offering the remaining spoonful at her lips. "No, that's disgusting," she thought, refusing to drink the water, even if she were dying of thirst. However, Chioli's penetrating gaze sent chills down her spine. Was he suffering from some madness? Believing her life was too easy to let go. Did he intend to revive her only to torment her again? She didn't even want to kiss him, let alone drink his saliva. Nuo Nuo covered half her face with the blanket, revealing only her strikingly clear eyes, and muttered, "I'm not thirsty." In reality, she was burning with fever and parched. After being unconscious and unable to drink while being carried to the hospital by the male lead, she and T had a sip of water. Chioli was undoubtedly aware of her deception. He studied her for a while before chuckling, "Not thirsty," or just disdainful. Nuo Nuo remained silent. His expression turned frosty as he tossed the spoon into the trash and handed her the cup. Drink it yourself. This time, she did not refuse, taking small sips until she finished. At last, her thirst was somewhat quenched. Chioli's gaze remained fixed on the rim of her cup. Once she obediently finished, he swallowed hard and called her name softly. Nuo Nuo. She looked up, startled by his tone. He usually called her Song, no, except for the first time they met when he had merely echoed her name. Chioli observed her delicate face, but before he could utter anything further, his phone rang. He stepped outside to take the call, and shortly thereafter, Chun-Ma entered with a food box in hand. The box contained 5 layers of millet porridge and light side dishes. Chun-Ma, as usual, displayed little expression, stating, "Miss, it's time to eat." Non lasket appetite. But she knew that eating while unwell was crucial for recovery. She forced herself to eat until she was moderately full, and Chun-Ma tidied up afterward. Outside, a nurse arrived punctually with desserts and fruits. Nuo Nuo simply thanked her and declined to eat anymore, feeling it strange to receive such treatment after having nothing to eat before. Noticing that Chun-Ma seemed intent on staying, Nuo Nuo felt increasingly puzzled. As Chun-Ma typically only cared for Chioli, she cautiously broached the subject. "Chun-Ma, Mississippi Chiu Xiao is acting strangely. What is wrong with him?" Chun-Ma, with a stoic expression, gazed at her delicate cheeks and replied softly, "I don't know." Nuo Nuo felt a lump in her throat. After a while, the peculiar man returned, gently caressing Nuo Nuo's cheek, and she was unable to retreat this time. He murmured, "There is something at the company. I'll return later to keep you company." Nuo Nuo suppressed her disgust, wishing fervently for him to leave. She nodded vigorously, "Please go ahead." He chuckled softly, leaning closer, seemingly intending to kiss her. Nuo nearly lost her mind. Chun-Ma was still nearby, observing impassively. Did he not see anyone else? She turned her head away, and his kiss landed on her hair. Chioli was not angered by her resistance. Instead, he smiled and exited the room, feeling a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. Nuo Nuo turned to Chun-Ma, who appeared unfocused, as if to convey that her eyesight had deteriorated with age, rendering her unable to see anything clearly. Nuo Nuo, feeling unwell and overwhelmed by sleepiness, was also uncomfortable from the sweat she had previously broken out in. She endured until the 4 was finished, wanted to take a shower before sleeping. Chun-Ma did not object, as sometimes bathing while ill could hasten recovery. Nuo Nuo realized she would also need to redo her makeup, but at that moment, she had no means to do so and could only avoid touching her face while showering, planning to remove her makeup and reapply it in the morning. Thankfully, she was aware of the quality of the products she had purchased. Nuo now appreciated the benefits of Chioli's madness. She expressed her desire to shower, and moments later, someone brought her a change of clothes. Her legs felt weak, but the hospital room had a bathroom not far away. Upon entering, her eyes instinctively fell upon the mirror. Reflected back at her was a familiar face, devoid of makeup, beautiful in its natural state. Nuo Nuo stood frozen for several seconds, her heart racing and her mind swirling with confusion. She didn't even turn on the water, panting slightly as she exited the bathroom. Nuo Nuo's chest rose and fell rapidly. "Chun-Ma, who helped me remove my makeup?" Chun-Ma, humbly, with no intention of taking credit, replied, "Miss, you're still young. Being young means you don't need makeup. You're lovely as you are." She knew that, but it infuriated her. How could she not know? "Did you help me remove it?" Yes, Mrs. Nuo was so enraged she could hardly speak, clutching her chest to calm herself for a while, unable to hold Chun-Ma accountable. Chun-Ma meant well, but she was sick, and the frustration stemmed from having to portray the character Song Nuo, which also required looking the part. Now, after fainting, everything had unraveled. As Nuo soaked in the warm water, her sluggish thoughts finally caught on to the absurdity of the situation. She was still alive. The male lead had not strangled her. He had even carried her to the hospital, seemingly afflicted with a craving akin to skin hunger, longing to kiss her. She pondered, with a mix of dread and confusion, if this lunatic might actually have feelings for her. On the first night, his hand had gripped her throat, his eyes reflecting a pathological obsession. Recalling the intensity of his gaze, she felt tears welling up. This man was a madman. It was over. He liked her and wanted her dead. Even if he didn't kill her, he would undoubtedly force himself upon her, without the opportunity to swap the protagonist's Song Lian back into her place. The storyline would inevitably collapse. Nuo Nuo feared she might never return home. Her parents were waiting for her, and she did not wish to remain with this male lead. Although she was unaware of the specific plot, she recognized the tropes of dominant male narratives. Female characters entwined with the male lead typically met grim fates, either subjected to violence or imprisoned, or worse, driven to madness. In short, calamity awaited them. This world was inherently illogical, akin to a novel where one could easily be drugged and sent to a hotel. Various antagonists, both male and female, were ruthless and mindless. Disregarding the law, Nuo Nuo shuddered at the thought of her potential fate, her entire body feeling weak. After finally finishing her shower, she listlessly changed into her clothes and reclined back on the bed, her mind in disarray. Before Chioli descended into madness entirely, she had to take a gamble, forcibly altering the narrative to swap back to Song Lian. Her only hope rested with the female protagonist. Their connection was undeniable. Chioli harbored a pathological obsession with her. Yet his affection for Song Lian was genuine, one that demanded care and adoration. Once Song Lian was by his side, he would surely lose interest in Nuo Nuo. She sensed that Song Lian might also harbor feelings for Chioli. The swap was essential. It had to happen immediately. Once she recovered and returned to school, she would seek out Song Lian to discuss her plan and choose the soonest opportunity to escape. However, contemplating this did not relieve her anxiety. As a normal person, she was now forced to enact a dramatic escape in the rain. Nuo Nuo felt a pang of sadness and heartache. What if she was caught? What if Chioli strangled her again? However, Nuo Nuo did not hesitate for long. Feeling unwell, she soon drifted into a hazy slumber. Her nerves were taut. In the dead of night, she felt a hand on her waist. Fearful of death, her sleep was restless. Nuo Nuo suddenly opened her eyes. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the gentle glow of the moonlight. Underneath the soft lunar radiance, she saw a pair of dark eyes very close to her. His hand rested on her waist, her nightgown slightly lifted, and he was breathing heavily, his shirt half unbuttoned. Upon noticing her awakening, a shameless smile curved his lips as he casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Even without knowing what he had done, Nuo Nuo could surmise his intentions from his lustful demeanor. He mentioned he would return later, yet he came back in the early hours. She felt a pang of fear towards this maniac. Nuo Nuo coughed violently, attempting to project her saliva onto him, hoping to create distance and deter his proximity. However, he remained unfazed, utterly indifferent, not moving an inch. Still unwell? Nuo Nuo replied yes. The congestion in her voice rendered it more delicate, almost like a moan. The instant she heard her own voice, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She longed to sink into the ground. He chuckled softly, then sleep. In a feeble tone, Nuo Nuo replied, I feel awful. He remained in his position, scrutinizing her as if verifying her honesty, then slowly withdrew. His hand left her side. Nuo Nuo released a breath she didn't realize she was holding, quickly wrapping herself tightly in the covers, resolutely shutting her eyes, determined to ignore him. She trembled slightly, uncertain how long he had been watching her. Finally, when she dared to open her eyes, he was no longer in the room. Moonlight spilled across the floor. Now she was resolute. She had to flee. She was utterly terrified of this madman. The next day, Nuo Nuo woke up with her fever subsided, yet she still felt somewhat weak. When Aunt Chun came to care for her, Nuo Nuo did not see Chioli. Had it not been for the intense fear she experienced last night, she might have believed it was all a dream. Remembering how her homeroom teacher had chastised her for skipping class previously, she realized she was again absent from school. However, with her life hanging by a thread, thoughts of truancy were far from her mind. Without her parents, no one would help her with excuses. Nuo Nuo still had to meet Song Lian. She pondered, Aunt Chun, can I return to school? You must ask young Master Chio. If he says it's fine, then it's fine. Aunt Chun replied. Nuo Nuo mused. The length of her legs belonged to her, so why couldn't she discharge herself? After changing her clothes, she decided to return to the villa to apply some makeup before heading to school to see Song Lian. Although Chioli had seen her current appearance, she knew that her classmates and Song Lian might find her sudden change in looks alarming. She did not wish to frighten them. After all, she was still Song Nuo Nuo. As Nuo Nuo tied her hair into a ponytail and prepared to leave, Aunt Chun did not stop her, but directed someone to replace the flowers with a fresh bouquet. At the doorway, several men in black met her gaze with stoic expressions. One of them politely but firmly stated, Miss, please rest well. They were all robust, reminding Nuo Nuo of the typical tropes in wealthy romance novels where the male lead is surrounded by a retinue of bodyguards. without Xiao Li's consent. She felt she could not venture far, a rather unscientific narrative. Frowning slightly, Nuo Nuo returned to her room. The roses had been replaced with blooming lilies. Leaning against the doorframe, she asked Aunt Shun, "If I call young Master Qiu, will I disturb him?" Without hesitation, Aunt Shun replied, "No." She even offered him the phone number. Thus, Nunu Dielat Kiuli. This was her first time initiating contact with the male lead, though she was reluctant to hear his voice as she needed to return to school. To her surprise, the call connected almost immediately. She could hear the sounds of a meeting on the other end. President, the collaboration with Huashen. The voice abruptly ceased, and Nuo Nuo tightened her grip on the phone, feeling a surge of anxiety as she glanced at Aunt Shun, who remained impassive. She understood Xiao Li was working. Even in a romance narrative, where the male lead could spend millions in a heartbeat, he still had a labor. He had returned late last night, indicating he was not the type to be idle. Xiao Li stepped outside to take the call, hearing the soft, anxious voice of the girl on the line. "Young Master Qiu, it's Song Nuo Nuo." He smirked slightly, knowing that was why he had answered. "I apologize for the disturbance." "Not at all," he responded. Nuo Nuo softly inquired, "Can I be discharged?" The man, accustomed to giving orders, replied, "You are still unwell. Rest for a couple more days." Biting her lip, Nuo Nuo considered the terror of being here, knowing he could come at any moment. At school, she would at least minimize the risk of encountering him throughout the day. "I feel much better. I want to return to school. I'm in my final year, and the college entrance examinations are approaching." Qiu Li raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by the mention of the exams. He did not come from an exceptionally wealthy background. His current status was earned through hard work. However, his family was well off enough that he could inherit the business without much effort. To him, the college entrance examination seemed trivial. In his school days, he was the typical delinquent, barely remembering the existence of such exams. Meanwhile, Nuo Nuo was in her final year, a time when families typically prepared anxiously, hoping for their child to gain admission to a good university. Thus, upon hearing Nuo Nuo's intention to return to school to study diligently, Qiu Li's first reaction was skepticism. Does Nuo Nuo truly enjoy studying? The records did not suggest so. Yet the Nuo Nuo he knew indeed embodied the image of a diligent student. His second reaction was the realization of their considerable age difference. She was still in her teens, barely 18, and incredibly youthful. With that thought, he acknowledged that they had a significant gap in age. He did not have a penchant for younger girls, yet everything changed when it came to Nuo Nuo. At her age, she ought to be cherished. Otherwise, compared to the sunny young boys at her school, he felt he had little to offer. Hence, Qiu Li conceded, "All right." The tone on the other end brightened. "Thank you, young Master Qiu." He could almost envision her eyes sparkling with delight, which made him smile involuntarily. As he hung up, Qiu Li realized something significant. He had perhaps acted a bit recklessly. Nuo Nuo was reluctant to draw close to him, and even after achieving what he wanted, she had no desire to converse further. With dark eyes, Qiu Li contemplated. If she stayed by his side, he would not mind starting today to pamper her excessively. On her way back to the villa, Nuo Nuo was already plotting her escape. She first checked the weather forecast for the upcoming week. Autumn rains were not as plentiful as summer, with only next Thursday predicted to have scattered showers. The absence of Hang Rue had already led to significant changes in her escape plan. Nuo Nuo understood the concept of the butterfly effect, and to avoid impacting the outcome, she could only strive to recreate the original scenario. In the original story, Song Nuo Nuo planned to flee approximately 2 weeks before the college entrance exams, on a night of thunderstorms. As for the possibility of escape, the original protagonist was unaware, but Nuo Nuo was all too aware. Escaping from a male lead was impossible. Even with wings, she could not achieve it. Nuo Nuo did not intend to run away. She merely planned to provoke Qiu Li into replacing her. Why do female leads in wealthy romance novels often escape on rainy nights? Nuo Nuo pondered the reasoning. Was it due to the ambience? Regardless, she decided to tentatively set her timing for Thursday. The villa soon came into view. As Nuo Nuo walked towards her room, Aunt Shin stopped her. "Say, miss, your room is on the 2nd floor." For a moment, Nuo Nuo was taken aback, glancing at the direction of what had once been a storage room. Aunt Shin, seemingly oblivious to her expression, reiterated calmly, "All your belongings have been moved to the 2nd floor." Nuo Nuo replied, "I thought the original room was quite nice. You must discuss this with young Master Qiu." Reluctantly accepting, Nuo Nuo followed Aunt Shin upstairs. As she opened the door, she doubted whether she had entered a room prepared for the female lead by the male lead. Pink wallpaper, a beautiful lace canopy princess bed, and a sparkling crystal chandelier adorned the room. On the bed, there was even a plush rabbit the size of a half-human. The room was spacious and well-lit, a stark contrast to the dim storage room on the first floor. The desk was beautifully arranged, adorned with a collection of literary masterpieces. As Nuo Nuo gazed at the large wardrobe, an ominous premonition washed over her. She approached and opened it, unable to muster a smile. The wardrobe was filled to the brim with exquisite dresses, predominantly in light hues, each designed with remarkable quality, pleasing to the eye. The entire room exuded a straight man's aesthetic. Although the clothes were beautiful, they reflected the superficial tastes of a man who merely admired beauty. At this moment, Chunma exacerbated the situation by handing Nuo Nuo a card. This is the pocket money given to you by Mr. Chiu, with the password being your birthday. It appeared that all the plot lines had deviated from their expected course. Nuo Nuo realized that Chiu Li was attempting to nurture her as one might a delicate young wife. She refused to accept the card. I do not require this. Chunma replied, if you do not want it, Mr. Chiu will personally present it to you. Nuo Nuo was both amused and angered, realizing that even the servant of a domineering so spoke with an undertone of threat. Yet, she remained resolute. She had no desire for Chiu Li, nor did she wish to know how many zeros adorned the card. Based on how carelessly Chiu Li had tossed a villa to Chun Qian for her viewing, the money within would likely astonish her. Nuo Nuo did not wish for anything from Chiu Li, including his wealth. Even in a fictional narrative, this was a principle she upheld. Seeing her steadfastness, Chunma had no choice but to take the car back. Nuo Nuo discovered that her belongings remained in the room, and there were even more cosmetics than before. After examining the packaging, she realized that Chiu Li had prepared these, surpassing her own purchases in quality. She left them untouched, opting instead to apply her original makeup meticulously, transforming her delicate face into one of sharpness. She once again became Song Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo proceeded directly to school. Upon her arrival, math teacher Zhao Li was in the midst of class, also serving as the homeroom teacher for class 2. Nuo Nuo stood at the doorway and hoarsely announced her presence. Zhao Li was incensed. This student frequently skipped class, blatantly disregarding the school's rules and showing disrespect to her teachers. Zhao Li commanded, Song Nuo Nuo, stand in the corridor. If you do not wish to attend the class, then do not. Nuo Nuo opened her mouth, and all eyes in the classroom turned toward her. She chose not to argue. Her credibility was too low, and her made-up appearance concealed any sign of illness, leading the teacher to doubt her condition. She stepped into the corridor, where Zhao Li's voice drifted out as she reviewed first-year math concepts with the class. Nuo Nuo gazed through the window, listening quietly. It was October, and the autumn breeze was slightly cool. Her bangs fluttered gently, her gaze pure, devoid of any resentment from punishment, exuding a tranquil aura. Hang Ruwei glanced back from the fourth row, then turned away, tightening his grip on the pen in his hand. He understood why she had missed class. She had been ill for several days. Yet this time, Zhao Li punished her, and she neither protested nor made a scene. She seemed gentle and accommodating. Hang Ruwei lowered his eyelashes, overhearing the boys in the back row say, look outside, Song Nuo is quite lively, but she is truly beautiful. Don't even think about it. You can't handle it, haha. TSK. Her temperament may be a bit irritable, but her looks are stunning, even more so than the flower of class 3. Would you dare confess your feelings? Why not? I'll go after class. Do you believe me? Hang Ruwei suddenly slammed his pen down, creating a loud noise. The boys in the back row jumped in surprise, as did Zhao Li, who was writing on the board. Turning to see Hang Ruwei, the top student in class, Zhao Li softened her tone. Hang Ruwei, is there something the matter? Hang Ruwei maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes showing no emotion. Teacher, you wrote the formula incorrectly. Zhao Li checked and confirmed his claim, thinking even if it was wrong. This student shouldn't have reacted so intensely. She hurriedly corrected it. Hang Ruwei dropped his gaze, picking up his pen again, feeling as if he had momentarily lost control. When class ended, Zhao Li had no intention of chastising Nuo Nuo. In her view, Song Nuo was akin to a piece of unyielding clay, a student with an average score barely above 10 in all subjects. What could she expect from her? No, entered the classroom, where Yao Jieja looked at her with delight, while Song Lian cast a glance but said nothing. Song Lian still remembered the humiliation she faced at Chiu Li's hands, all of which stemmed from Song Nuo Nuo. Song Nuo Nuo had intentionally sought to embarrass her. Nuo Nuo approached her. Song Lian, I have something to discuss with you. Could we step outside? Song Lian instinctively replied coldly. There is nothing for us to talk about. Nuo Nuo felt at a loss. The protagonist's emotions hadn't seemed this dire before. Could it be that the male lead's attitude had subconsciously altered certain feelings? Nuo Nuo considered changing her approach, but that depended on Song Lian's willingness. After all, Nuo Nuo was fearful of the neurotic individual. She understood the principle of treating others as one would wish to be treated. If Song Lian was unwilling, all would be in vain. Nuo Nuo sight is something important. I beg of you. Under Yao Zhejia's suspicious gaze, Song Lian finally stood up, forcing a smile. All right, can we talk after school? Yes, thank you. Nuo Nuo returned to her seat, and Lu Xiang grasped her hand. What's wrong? You didn't come to school yesterday. Nuo Nuo despaired. Vasil. In the hospital, Lu Xiang felt a pang of concern. Are you feeling better now? Nuo Nuo felt warmth in her heart and nodded. Much better. The two girls chatted happily, although Nuo spoke little and her voice was still weak, mostly listening to Lu Xiang. Regardless of the trivial topics, Lu Xiang brought up. Nuo Nuo listene d'ernesti, agentes mille, grazie, herr Fate. She cherished this friendship. After this class, Heng Rue did not leave. The two boys behind him did not approach Nuo Nuo to confess. Heng Rue was accustomed to solitude and indifference. Hence he remained unaware that sometimes boys' boasts should not be taken seriously. As school ended, Song Lian was indeed waiting for Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo del kid over. And they made their way into the school's woods, moving against the crowd until they reached the secluded area. Following behind Song Lian, Nuo Nuo suddenly sensed the awkwardness in their relationship, which felt nothing like that of sisters. Speak, what is it? Last week, when you visited the Chiu family, you met Chiu Li. What do you think of him? Song Lian paused, her complexion shifting between shades, suppressing her emotions. Finally, her tone became sharp. Song Nuo, are you trying to flaunt something? I assure you, there is nothing admirable about such matters. To serve a man, do you not feel ashamed? Nuo Nuo stared at Song Lian in confusion. Clearly, she and T said anything yet. What had Song Lian conjured in her mind? Nuo Nuo merely wished to inquire if the heroine had feelings for the male lead. Yet Song Lian had become angry. About what happened last time, I apologize. Nuo Nuo sight. I did not foresee that such an incident would occur. Nuo Nuo paused, and Song Lian regarded her with the gaze of a stranger. Fearing to say too much, as Song Lian was the original protagonist's sister and had some understanding of her, Nuo Nuo decided to address the matter directly. Since you have met Chiu Li, if the person to become his wife were you, would you accept? Song Lian's expression gradually solidified. What? What are you saying? Nuo Nuo replied softly. I wish to leave him. Chiu Li and I are not suited for one another. If you are willing, after this Thursday, the person by his side will be you. Beneath her school jacket, Song Lian tightened her grip, her heart racing. Would she be willing to become his fiancé? That man was cold, young, and wealthy. Though his temper was fearsome, if he were to genuinely fall in love with her, it was an almost irresistible temptation. Song Lian heard the voice within her heart. She was indeed willing. The first time she met Chiu Li, he wore a black shirt, his demeanor exuding a faint, cold detachment. At that moment, Song Lian felt an inexplicable attraction. She desired this man. Such thoughts were shameful, and she was reluctant to share them with anyone, especially as her half-sister was his fiancée. Ever since returning from the Chiu household that day, Song Lian had pondered why she had not been the one sent there. She would have sacrificed for her family. Song Nuo Nuo possesses certain qualities that seem unworthy of that man. Yet, at this moment, Nuo Nuo has presented an opportunity before her. Song Lian harbors doubts about her intentions. Based on her understanding of Song Nuo Nuo, she is more inclined to believe that Nuo Nuo is merely toying with her, aiming to see her humiliated and subsequently mock her. Observing the unpredictable expressions on Song Lian's face, Nuo Nuo contemplated and discerned her unease. I am sincere. I do not harbor any affection for him, Nuo Nuo declared. I intend to leave the villa this Thursday. He may be quite upset, but if you are willing, you need only accept when father proposes that you accompany Chiu Li. Song Lian's clenched fist relaxed. Will you truly depart this Thursday? Yes. If you genuinely do so, we can discuss it then. Nuo Nuo recognized Song Lian's apprehensions. The protagonist's willingness to say such things indicated she did not entirely reject the idea of being near the male lead. Indeed, Song Lian harbored feelings for Chiu Li. This realization brought Nuo Nuo a flicker of joy. Could it mean that Chiu Li would eventually come to love Song Lian? The two had reached an understanding. As Nuo Nuo prepared to walk toward the school gate, Song Lian abruptly called out to her, Song Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo turned back, noting the peculiar expression on Song Lian's face. Why did you choose Thursday? Nuo Nuo hesitated, wondering if she should inform Song Lian of the weather forecast predicting thunderous rain. Was the atmosphere not perfect for a dramatic escape of a pampered wife? You chose to run away on your 18th birthday. Is that a provocation to our parents? Song Lian queried. Nuo Nuo was taken aback, realizing she had been unaware that this Thursday marked the original protagonist's coming-of-age ceremony. It was her first encounter with the stark contrast between the sparse descriptions in the book and the reality. She shook her head, assuring Song Lian no, it is merely a coincidence. You are leaving Chioli for Hang Rue? Nuo Nuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. No, yet. Song Lian regarded her with skepticism, clearly disbelieving. Nuo Nuo noted that Song Lian was only willing to believe what she chose. However, the influence of the narrative was potent. One moment, Song Lian was secretly in love with Hang Rue, and the next, she was somewhat infatuated with the male lead. Nuo Nuo chose not to involve herself in her romantic entanglements and walked towards the school gate. Since the female lead was willing, they would await Thursday. Today was Tuesday. There were still 2 days remaining. Upon returning home, Song Lian pondered for a long time, her heart fluttering before sinking once more. The plan sounded feasible. Yet what if Nuo Nuo was merely deceiving her? After all, Song Nuo Nuo was no paragon of virtue. She had long harbored resentment over her mother's death. Why would she suddenly wish to relinquish Chioli to her? After much contemplation, Song Lian resolved to seek out Song Zhan. Father, may I borrow your phone? Song Zhan, doting on her, replied, of course, take it. Call me back promptly. He seemed particularly cheerful today, as Chioli was in a surprisingly good mood, assisting with his company's affairs, leading to numerous collaborations he had previously deemed unattainable. Just a few minutes, with the phone in hand, Song Lian scrolled to Chioli's contact. Her heart raced, and her fingers trembled slightly. She hesitated for what felt like an eternity, apprehensive of the man. Finally, with determination, she typed out a message. Hello, Mr. Chio. I am Song Lian, Song Nuo Nuo's sister. Today, Song Nuo Nuo shared something with me that has left me quite uneasy. After some thought, she altered her initial expression of unease to concern for her. Then, with quickened breath, she divulged Nuo Nuo's plan to leave. Regardless of its authenticity, the mere existence of this matter would surely plant a thorn in Chioli's heart regarding Song Nuo Nuo. With his pride, he would undoubtedly not let her go easily. This would be her true opportunity. Song Lian's mind was a whirlwind. When she finally pressed send, she could hear her own heart pounding in her ears. Staring blankly at the successful send notification, her legs weakened and she sank onto her bed. Had her heart always been so troubled? Upon returning home from school, Nuo Nuo was unexpectedly confronted by 3 black German shepherds at the villa entrance, as their handler had just finished training and was preparing to take them back. After stepping out of the car, Nuo Nuo hesitated, nervously approaching them. They all gazed up at her. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, she asked the handler, may I feed them? Please do. Mississippi Nuo Nuo cautiously took the food and placed it into their bowls one by one. The handler smiled reassuringly, saying, Miss, there is no need to be afraid. They are very intelligent and do not bite their own. Nuo Nuo forced a stiff smile. That's good. That's good. No wonder they had refrained from biting their own and had only gone after Hang Rue that night. She was, after all, afraid of dogs and dare not get too close. The 3 well-trained German shepherds received the command to eat, sniffing the food before happily devouring it. As it was a treat, their joyful demeanor was quite endearing. Nuo Nuo watched for a while, but she knew they could be fierce when provoked. After feeding the dogs, her heart felt a little more at ease. Don't be afraid. It's all right. As Nuo Nuo opened the door, the villa remained unlit. It was close to 10 o'clock after her evening study session. She assumed Chioli was still preoccupied and had not returned home. However, upon switching on the light at the entrance, she spotted a man sitting on the sofa, smoking with his legs crossed, and instinctively felt a surge of fear. He seemed momentarily blinded by the light, squinting as he turned to her. Noticing her delicate features had reverted to her usual countenance, Chioli let out a low chuckle, clearly amused. It was quite an impressive skill to appear as 2 entirely different individuals. Recalling the text he had received earlier that day, Chioli smirked inwardly. Come here. Nuo Nuo dared not defy him, and with her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Thursday, she approached him. He pulled her onto his lap, placing her in an embarrassing position that made her want to slap him. One hand slid to her waist while the other caressed her lips. "You're better now. You're not burning up anymore." Nuo Nuo recoiled from his touch. Even if he wished to check if she still had a fever, it should be done by feeling her forehead and taking her temperature, not through such an inappropriate caress of her lips. Noticing her avoidance, Chio Li's gaze darkened. Yet he maintained his smile. "In 2 days, it will be your coming-of-age ceremony, Nuo Nuo." He pronounced her name with a languorous tone. The mere mention of "in 2 days" made her heart skip a beat, forcing herself to regain composure. She struggled to rise, but Chio Li tightened his embrace, burying his face in her neck. Nuo Nuo was taken aback by his intoxicating closeness, her scalp tingling. Yet he chuckled. "What gift do you desire?" "No, no está. No, it's not necessary." He inhaled deeply, savoring her scent, the delicate fragrance of youth, soft and subtle. Chio Li smiled, though his eyes were as cold as ice. "Of course, you shall receive a grand gift on your coming-of-age day. A gift you will never forget." Nuo Nuo sensed that Chio Li was behaving unusually. He appeared angry, yet wore a smile. However, the male lead was never quite normal in her eyes. His mood seemed to shift unpredictably, and her own concerns magnified the intensity of his actions. She constantly felt as if he knew something, though it was impossible for him to know anything. Nuo Nuo attributed her anxiety to her own nerves. Chio Li continued to hold her, his cigarette extinguished in the crystal ashtray on the coffee table, the faint scent of tobacco lingering on him. Nuo Nuo disliked the smell, wrinkling her nose in an effort to distance herself from it. He observed her expression, noticing her discomfort. Chio Li chuckled softly, drawing nearer, enveloping her in his aura. Unable to endure any longer, Nuo Nuo attempted to struggle free from his embrace. Chio Li did not hinder her. Rather, he gradually tightened his hold, and in the next moment, she froze at the sensation of his arousal pressing against her. It took Nuo Nuo a while to comprehend what was happening. She looked up at Chio Li, who remained unfazed, smiling at her calmly. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "You," she stammered, at a loss for words. This man was a paradox. When in a foul mood, he could be murderous. When in a good mood, he was shamelessly charming. Whatever she said would only invite his laughter. Thus, her words were meaningless. Nuo Nuo exchanged a fleeting glance with him. The atmosphere not only failed to calm, but instead intensified. Her ears flushed a vivid red. Gritting her teeth, Nuo Nuo declared, "I feel unwell." He chuckled softly, replying, "No, no, I too am unwell." "Then let go, you scoundrel." Before Chio Li could restrain himself any longer, he released his grip. Nuo Nuo hastily distanced herself from him. Racing up the stairs, "I'm going to do my homework." Chio Li remained stationary, indifferent to his conspicuous predicament. His fingers drummed on the sofa, reserving the most delightful surprise for her coming-of-age ceremony. After completing a physics paper and memorizing vocabulary for a while, Nuo Nuo felt somewhat relieved that her original self had not chosen the humanities, as her geography was poor, and her history and politics were merely average. Had the original self pursued the humanities, Nuo Nuo would have had to start from scratch. She too was a science student. While tackling the problems, she finally calmed her nerves, dispelling the earlier sense of panic and fear. Upon checking her answers, she found 3 mistakes, with one question remaining unanswered. Nuo Nuo had already been in university for half a year, so revisiting these subjects required effort. Her results were satisfactory. The second-floor room featured an independent bathroom. After washing up and ensuring the door was securely locked, she lay down anxiously. Chio Li was right next door, which instilled in her a sense of dread, as if she were on the brink of a nightmare. Drowsily, she fell asleep, her recovery still fresh, leading to an uneasy slumber. Nuo Nuo dreamt of being chased and captured, 3 fierce dogs turning on her. In another dream, she barely escaped the villa when Chio Li throttled her. She drifted through fragmented nightmares until dawn, realizing they were merely troubling dreams. Covered in cold sweat, she took a shower, which offered some relief. It was just past 5 in the morning when Nuo Nuo finished her makeup and descended the stairs, noticing someone quietly arranging the villa. "Good morning, Chenma. Chenma Nojid. Good morning, Mississippi. What are you preparing for? For your birthday banquet." It dawned on Nuo Nuo that tomorrow was the original protagonist's coming-of-age ceremony. "Where's young master?" "He has gone to the company." Nuo Nuo mused that despite Chio Li's erratic nature, he was indeed hard-working when it came to making money, even though he was already affluent. In the realm of capitalism, there is always someone who has paid dearly for it. As she contemplated leaving tomorrow, the lavish decorations in the opulent living room filled her with trepidation. I don't need a birthday banquet. I prefer to celebrate as usual. Since it was a banquet, Choli would undoubtedly invite many guests. If those guests recognized Nuo Nuo and she were to leave him, it would be akin to trampling his dignity into the ground. The thought of such a scene was unbearable, and she felt an overwhelming anxiety. Shinma, of course, had no authority to decide. They all had to heed Choli's wishes. Throughout the day in class, Nuo Nuo was restless. On the following day, the villa was fully decorated, surpassing even Choli's birthday celebration, and she had not seen him at all, leaving her unable to discuss her desire to forego the banquet. At school, she encountered Song Lian several times in class, but Song Lian hesitated to speak until Nuo Nuo's questioning gaze prompted her silence. Unable to contain her curiosity, Nuo Nuo asked, "Is something wrong? Are you really going to leave?" Song Lian's voice was barely audible, understood only by Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo nodded gently, replying yes. Song Lian pressed her lips together, falling silent. As the moment approached, Nuo Nuo's anxiety heightened. The weather began to change in the afternoon, with distant rumbles of thunder. By evening, as she returned from school, a light rain had begun to fall. Outside the villa, luxury cars lined the street. All invited guests, regardless of the dreary weather, sought to curry favor with Choli. Nuo Nuo felt an inexplicable unease. Upon entering, all eyes turned towards her. Dressed in her school uniform, she still bore the visage of Song Nuo Nuo, merely an attractive high school student. The guests were astonished that Choli's fiancé appeared in such a manner. Yet they wore smiles, eager to engage with her. Unaccustomed to such attention, Nuo Nuo felt overwhelmed. Shinma instructed, "Young master wants you to go upstairs to change." Nuo Nuo nodded and ascended the stairs under the gaze of the crowd. The banquet had commenced, and there was no turning back. She could not afford to embarrass the male lead at this moment. Upstairs, designers and makeup artists awaited her. Before her lay a box, which she opened to reveal a white evening gown and a collar necklace. She had to concede their beauty. The necklace, crafted from rubies, resembled a blooming flower, elegantly strung with a black ribbon, truly stunning. Nuo Nuo had never worn such an evening gown, but upon changing, it fit her perfectly. The designer presented her with nude, lace-up high heels. Standing before the mirror, Nuo Nuo saw a youthful beauty, radiant and fragile like exquisite glass. The makeup artist approached to redo her makeup. Nuo Nuo shook her head. "This is fine." The artist hesitated. Young master stated that if you appear with this face, he would not hesitate to discuss your looks with Mr. Song. Stunned, Nuo Nuo bit her lip. After all, Mr. Song was the original self's father. Some things, if traced back, Nuo Nuo could not escape. Seeing her silence, the makeup artist began gently to remove her makeup and start anew. When Nuo Nuo glimpsed her reflection, she was momentarily taken aback. After a light application, her face resembled her real self by about 80%. The makeup artist could not help but express her admiration. "You are truly beautiful." Nuo Nuo's throat felt parched, and she could not utter a word of thanks. It had been so long since she had seen such a familiar version of herself. Yet she did not wish to see it tonight. Shinma appeared at the door. "Miss, young master has returned. Please come downstairs." The face Choli had seen earlier resembled hers by only 50%, and he had seemed peculiar. Now, this visage bore an uncanny resemblance to her real self, nearly erasing the original identity. Nuo Nuo could hardly envision what would transpire upon meeting Choli next. Moreover, considering that Choli had promised her a coming-of-age gift, a sense of unease enveloped her. Although she did not indulge in domineering CEO novels, her roommate loved to read and discuss them. If Nuo Nuo recalled correctly, in a novel her roommate had read, the domineering CEO's coming-of-age gift to the heroine involved a non-consensual encounter. Nuo Nuo gazed at the stunning girl in the mirror, feeling her legs weaken. She sensed that if she could not escape tonight, and the plot could not be reversed, her future would be daunting. She forced herself to steady her nerves, permitting only success and forbidding failure. Yet deep down, she remained anxious. Glancing at the fruit bowl on the table, she decided to discreetly hide the knife later. As Nuo Nuo descended the stairs, the hall fell silent for a moment. Unaccustomed to such occasions, she raised her eyes and met Choli's gaze from the first floor. From a distance, she could not discern his expression, yet it sent chills down her spine. Song Lian was present as well. Upon seeing Nuo Nuo, her entire demeanor seemed frozen in disbelief. Her mother, Zhao Jia, widened her eyes in incredulity. "Is that Song Nuo Nuo?" She had always resembled a little fairy, but now she appeared transformed, strikingly beautiful. Song Lian tightened her grip on the glass in her hand, her complexion paling. She too found it hard to believe this was Song Nuo Nuo, yet the exquisite girl on the grand staircase flashed a gentle smile, as if to remind Song Lian of their unspoken pact. A chill coursed through Song Lian. As Song Nuo Nuo made her entrance, nearly everyone's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. It was not only her beauty, but also the pure, serene aura she exuded, giving off an impression of innocence. Song Lian lowered her eyes, clenching her fists. It was all right. She could only savor tonight's triumph. All of this was bestowed upon her by Cho Li, and once the night passed, he would surely be enraged. Song Nuo Nuo would not find favor. Cho Li extended his hand towards Nuo Nuo, who hesitated briefly before placing her hand in his palm. His rough hands contrasted sharply with her delicate, fair fingers. A smile graced Cho Li's lips as he guided her forward. Nuo Nuo found herself engulfed in uncertainty, her heart heavy with disquiet. In the next moment, Cho Li cast a glance at her, then boldly announced to the gathered crowd, "This is my fiancée, Song Nuo Nuo." Nuo Nuo stared at him in disbelief. He smiled, returning her gaze. "Nuo Nuo loves me dearly, and she will never leave my side, right?" A chill coursed through her. The audience awaited her response, while she was secretly planning her escape from him tonight. At the very least, she could not allow him to perceive her turmoil. Suppressing her trembling, she timidly replied, "Yes." His fingers brushed against the corner of her eye, and with a smile, he whispered in her ear, "Very well, remember your words." Throughout the evening, Nuo Nuo pondered his enigmatic smile. The banquet concluded swiftly, resembling a lavish fade orchestrata Bielorusia, Kiuli. It was around 11 o'clock when most guests had departed, and the rain that had momentarily ceased began to fall again. He gently stroked her hair, his tone indifferent. "Go rest." As Nuo Nuo returned, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. The grand gift Xiao Li had mentioned. She remained oblivious to its nature. Regardless, she had no desire for it. As for the promise made tonight, she realized it was foolish to bind herself to this unstable man for a lifetime. She feared him profoundly, contemplating whether ending her life might allow her to escape back to her former self. Nuo Nuo reassured herself that everything was perfectly normal as she awaited the rain at dawn. At 2 o'clock, the heavens unleashed a light drizzle. She donned warmer clothes and stepped outside. The adjacent room of Xiao Li was eerily silent. He might be asleep. Yet, knowing there was no escape, Nuo Nuo felt a surge of dread. What if she only managed to distance herself a few steps? He had just declared her his fiancée. Slapping him in the face would surely infuriate Xiao Li. Nuo Nuo was terrified, yet she cautiously descended the stairs. If she did not alter the course of events, was she truly destined to spend her life with him? Not to mention the pain it would entail, the female protagonist and her entourage would never let her be. Wearing long sleeves, she opened the villa door, and a gust of cool wind rushed at her. Her heart raced as she approached the side of the grand entrance. After careful observation, she deduced that this was the only spot from which she could escape without alarming the guards. On that fateful night, Nuo Nuo had chosen this very place to leave with Hang Rue. The night sky was pitch black, and her heart raced in trepidation as the villa lay in silence. Exercising caution to avoid injury, she finally emerged from the villa, feeling momentarily dazed. There were no barking dogs, and the lights remained dim. Had she truly escaped? But where could she go now? Without Hang Rue, should she hail a cab to the Song residence? As Nuo Nuo hesitated, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, revealing a man amidst the downpour. Xiao Li stood directly before her, his expression void of emotion. He had not changed out of his suit, and a bodyguard held an umbrella over him. In that fleeting moment, as rain splattered around them, she could almost discern the coldness etched on his face. Why was Xiao Li waiting for her? A wave of terror washed over her. Tonight felt even more dreadful than the night she had entered this story. She sensed that he was aware of everything and had merely chosen to remain silent. With a chilling smile, he said, "Where do you think you're going, my fiancé? Tonight is your coming-of-age ceremony." In mere moments, Nuo Nuo was drenched. Her teeth chattered. But more chilling than the rain was the realization that Xiao Li had foreseen her intentions. She had confided in only one person, Song Lian. How could the female protagonist divulge her plans to the male lead? The narrative had completely unraveled. Now, Nuo Nuo faced a man whose emotions were as fearsome as a thunderstorm. The thunder roared, and she found herself at a loss for words. A smile playing on his lips, stepping into the rain beside her, sharing the downpour without an umbrella. As the rain intensified, Nuo Nuo felt an overwhelming fear. With each step he took closer, she retreated until her back met the railing, with no escape behind her. His dark hair was drenched, and he grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "You're trembling, aren't you? Are you afraid of me?" Nuo Nuo feared that his hand would shift from her chin to her throat at any moment. His grip was firm, and she felt her jaw might bruise. Biting her lip, she remained silent, wishing he would cease the torment. Perhaps a swift end would be a mercy. She did not wish to remain trapped in this story, nor to confront the deranged male lead daily. If he were to kill her again, perhaps she could return to her previous life. Yet, faced with the specter of death, she found it impossible to quell the overwhelming fear that twisted the very air around her. Chioli chuckled softly. "What are you afraid of? Come back with me." Nuo resolutely refused to return, trembling as she managed to speak. "Chioli, I want to go home." "You're right. I am afraid of you. You deserve a wife who is not afraid and wishes to leave at any moment. The Song family has more than one daughter. Song Lian is quite wonderful, and I." Chioli's eyes turned icy, and he commanded silence. Nuo Nuo gazed into his eyes, her own filled with tears, yet she pressed on. "I do not like you, and you do not like me. This way, neither of us will find happiness." His gaze hardened, and after a moment, the deranged man smiled. "Who said I do not like you?" In the next instant, the world spun around her, and Nuo Nuo felt pain in her waist. All she could see was the splattering rain on the ground. He had hoisted her up, and the motion made her stomach churn, a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm her. If just moments ago she had wished for Chioli to end her life, now terror gripped her voice as she pleaded. "I don't want to go back." Lightning split the night sky as she shouted, "Help! Help!" Yet, within this narrative, no one would come to her aid. The only one who might have saved her was Hang Rue, but she had abandoned that course. When Nuo Nuo was unceremoniously tossed into the bathtub of her own room, the impact was painful. The cold porcelain sent a shiver through her. She knew she was in a dire situation and scrambled to climb out. Kiuli sneakarat, turning on the hot water. Warmth cascaded over her, and she squinted against the sudden flow, her clothes clinging to her. Before she could rise, Chioli stepped into the tub with her, pinning her wrists above her head. The steam enveloped them, and as the warm water streamed over his body and then hers, Nuo Nuo choked on a mouthful, tears brimming in her eyes. The bathroom light illuminated the scene, revealing her flushed cheeks, reddened from the steam and choking. Though she struggled, her strength waned, resembling a delicate flower without thorns. Tears streamed from her eyes, and in her natural state, unadorned, her tear-streaked face was hauntingly beautiful. He leaned in closer, his smile unrestrained. "Nuo Nuo, happy 18th birthday." Nuo Nuo felt anything but joy. Fear consumed her. Unable to hold back her tears, she stammered, "Chioli, I was wrong. Please let me go." He ignored her, stating coldly, "Tonight is your coming-of-age ceremony. Remember it for a lifetime." His words, laden with a sinister undertone, sent shivers down her spine. Nuo Nuo trembled violently, the warm water now enveloping her entirely. Chioli held her wrists captive with one hand while his long legs pinned hers. With his other hand, he began to unfasten her clothing. "No, no, triedo, no." No. She loathed him deeply and had no desire to engage in such acts with him. Yet, regardless of her resistance, he methodically stripped her of her clothes, starting with her shirt and then her trousers. Nono's nails left scratches on his face, yet he seemed impervious to pain as he swiftly stripped her bare. Nono stood exposed before his gaze, enveloped in shame and fear. She cried out in anguish, cursing him. "Chioli, you madman, you lunatic, pervert, rapist." With each insult, his expression grew colder. He replied with a chilling smile, "You are quite right, as you wish." Beneath the dim light and steam, her body was breathtakingly beautiful, matching the allure of her face and character. It was a visual feast, mature yet innocent, pure yet seductive. Each of her movements intensified the thrill. Chioli lowered his head, gently kissing her body shoulder. Nono, driven to madness by the humiliation of her nakedness, bit down on his neck the moment he leaned in. She had always been well-behaved, never exhibiting such wildness. Clenching her teeth, she wished to inflict harm upon this scoundrel, to drain his blood. Chioli let out a low groan. Though her eyes brimmed with tears, her bite was merciless. He allowed her to gnaw for a while, before grasping her chin and applying gentle pressure. The pain forced Nono to release him. Her lips stained crimson with his blood. Yet, Her sorrow was palpable, tears streaming down her small face as she sobbed, desperately trying to conceal her nudity. Unfazed by the pain, he wiped the blood from her lips with an unexpected tenderness. The water in the bathtub had risen to her neck. Chioli pressed down on her wrist, compelling her to tilt her head back for air. This shameful act seemed to please him, causing Nuo Nuo to cry even more. She despised him. Chioli leaned down, kissing her lips softly, then began to unbutton his own shirt. Removing his clothing was far easier than undressing Nuo Nuo. Overwhelmed, she turned her head away, unwilling to gaze upon his naked form. Chioli chuckled. Perhaps it was her disdain for him that bolstered his emotional fortitude. Witnessing her blend of shame, anger, and hatred struck him as oddly endearing. In truth, he held a genuine fondness for her. Fearing she might choke on the water, he lifted her in his arms, their bodies pressed together, her delicate form nestled against him. In that moment, a flicker of tenderness stirred within him. As he carried Nuo Nuo to the bed, his kiss became gentler. Tears streamed down her face, and he patiently helped her dry them. Trembling violently, she felt his soft kisses on her neck. Nuo Nuo's mind was a void, fixated solely on one thought. She loathed this man, forbidding him from touching her. Her fingers brushed against the fruit knife she had hidden beneath the pillow, determined not to succumb to this Klitsch narrative. The man, moved by emotion, relaxed his grip, fearing he might hurt her. Nuo Nuo felt a tickling sensation in her collarbone and, eyes closed, plunged the knife into him. The sensation of the blade piercing flesh sent shockwaves through her. In the next moment, pain shot through her wrist as the knife slipped from her grasp. Nuo Nuo opened her eyes to meet his cold gaze. Kiuli spuka aisili. Do you wish to kill me? Instinctively, she shook her head. Her reaction felt sluggish. Her palms were warm and sticky with blood. The knife had sunk into his back, and the visceral sensation unsettled her. She had always been obedient and kind, often feeding stray animals at the community entrance. Compared to the composed Chioli, she seemed more like the one who had been stabbed. Nuo Nuo's face turned pale, tears flowing incessantly as she neared the brink of collapse. She sobbed, I'm sorry. Chioli looked down at her, amused by her genuine distress. Such a timid spirit dared to wield a knife, revealing the depths of her loathing for him. He paid no mind to the wound on his back, instead focusing on the fragile, terrified girl before him. In that fleeting moment of silence, he felt as though he was on the verge of disaster. This young woman had slapped him 3 times and now stabbed him, yet when he gazed at her, he felt no anger, only the frantic beat of his heart. He wiped her tears away, saying, Enough crying, I'm not dead yet. Her clear eyes brimmed with tears, seemingly more sorrowful than before. Chioli, looking at her, realized he was utterly lost. At that moment, he had no thoughts of vengeance, only a heart full of pity and irony. He wrapped her in a nearby blanket and stepped off the bed. Chioli glanced at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, noting the wound was superficial. Her meager strength could not take a life. Yet, here he was, having attempted to seduce a woman, only to be stabbed. And now he was soothing her tears. This incident could provide endless amusement to those around him. He donned a pair of pants and emerged to find Nuo Nuo still sobbing, her large, glistening eyes fixed on him, seemingly checking if he was alive. Chioli chuckled to himself, wondering if he had truly lost his mind for finding her adorable. The wound on his back continued to bleed, yet he hesitated to touch her, knowing she would not hold back. Seeing her in such a fragile state softened his heart. He almost forgot her fury at being trapped. Understanding her embarrassment, he rummaged through the wardrobe and tossed her a dress. Stop crying. I'm not in pain. Get dressed and call for help, all right? Nuo Nuo, calmed by his composure, managed to put on the dress in bed, her taut nerves loosening slightly. She hurried downstairs to seek assistance, unwilling to become a murderer and endure a lifetime of nightmares. She lacked the warped worldview of Chioli. With Chunma absent from the villa, only Chioli's subordinates were available. They rushed upstairs after receiving the news, finding Chioli bare-chested but wearing pants. Nuo Nuo's room was in disarray. Her eyes were slightly red, and there were bloodstains on the pink sheets. The men who came to check on the CEO couldn't help but blush at the sight. Chioli ordered, call a family doctor. This minor injury doesn't require a hospital visit. One of them promptly complied, sneaking a glance at Nuo Nuo before leaving. Surely, Chioli's back wound was a result of her doing. How daring of her! Nuo Nuo stood at the doorway, anxiety and confusion swirling within her. Having previously cursed Chioli, she now feared that her stab would leave him lifeless. Her fingers trembled slightly. She might never forget the horrifying feeling of inflicting harm on another, even if it was his fault. Nuo Nuo had merely acted in self-defense. Perhaps she was the first female character to turn the tables on the domineering male lead and stab him. Chioli glanced at the timid figure leaning against the door. "Come here." After a moment's hesitation, she approached him. Noticing her red-rimmed eyes and tear-laden lashes, his voice softened. "Open the vanity box and bring me the small box inside." Nuo Nuo, feeling lost and despondent, followed his instructions and soon found a small white gift box adorned with a faux butterfly. Still reeling from the earlier shock, she let out a soft whimper. It was truly heart-wrenching. He smiled gently. "Open it and see." Inside lay a delicate white crystal bracelet, with droplets resembling flowers encased within the crystal. Nuo Nuo stared at the bracelet, stunned. She looked up, tears on her lashes teetering on the edge of falling. His heart softened suddenly. "Don't cry. Happy birthday. This is your birthday gift. Did I frighten you earlier?" Nuo Nuo gazed into his eyes. This man appeared to be just an ordinary person. He spoke earnestly, attempting to coax her into forgetting the unpleasantness of the past. Although Nuo Nuo was unsure when that little bracelet had been placed in her room, she realized that Xiao Li's recent actions were not merely intended to frighten her. He had stripped her bare, and the satisfied expression he had just worn indicated that he had no intention of stopping. He genuinely wanted her to pay for her escape. Had she not stabbed him, he would have already taken her. Nuo Nuo understood that the world CEOs often shared a singular mindset, arrogant and self-absorbed, always thinking of themselves. Xiao Li was undoubtedly no good. In fact, he was worse than most CEOs, driven by lust. However, Nuo Nuo dared not confront him. His pretense of normalcy was far preferable to his earlier madness. If she provoked him further, he would not hesitate to complete what he had begun. Reflecting on the source of her failures, Nuo Nuo clenched her teeth in frustration. The failure was due to the female protagonist? The protagonist had sold herself, despite her questionable morals. She should still embody some semblance of kindness, right? Did Song Lian not consider that her interference might lead the male lead to eliminate her? Song Lian was aware of the male lead's terrible temperament. Even if she despised Nuo Nuo, she was still her elder sister. Nuo Nuo could no longer trust the characterizations within this narrative. A sense of grievance and resentment welled up within her. She even hesitated to discuss the female protagonist's malice with the male lead. If the male lead did not love the female protagonist, yet insisted on pursuing Nuo Nuo, that would be far more perilous. Nuo Nuo and Song Lian had officially severed ties. For the first time, Nuo Nuo contemplated becoming a villain. She lifted her delicate face to the much taller man. "Xiao Li, does it hurt?" Xiao Li chuckled softly. "It does. Care to blow on it?" Her cheeks flushed, and she inwardly chastised him for his shamelessness. If only she could deliver a fatal blow to the male lead, the world would not be so illogical. As long as she remained in this realm, no one could bring this man down. A bit more at ease, Nuo Nuo reassured herself that at least this knife would not result in a murder. Summoning all her courage and malice, she suggested to the male lead, "Seeing how wicked I am and having hurt you, I believe Song Lian is far gentler. She wouldn't harm you. She's lively and interesting. I just want to focus on my studies." The smile vanished from his face as he regarded her coldly. Nuo Nuo had already resigned herself to her fate. Having stabbed him once, she could hardly expect to live a peaceful life now. Under his chilling gaze, she mustered her courage and continued. "Song Lian shares the surname Song as well. Why not consider a change?" He observed her for a long while before finally laughing and reaching out to caress her rosy cheek. "But I don't fancy Song Lian's appearance. She lacks both bust and curves. You, however, ignite my desire." Nuo Nuo's ears turned crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to curse this despicable man. In the next moment, this lunatic said with a smile, "If a change is what you desire, that can be arranged." She was momentarily taken aback, hope gleaming in her eyes. "How about you strip off your skin and give it to Song Lian, then switch?" Nuo Nuo's face paled instantly. "Will you change or not? Speak." "No, I won't change." He chuckled. "Good girl." Nuo Nuo felt a chill run down her spine. For the first time, she experienced a profound fear of a man. Yet, Xiao Li's mood plummeted. Her disdain for him cut deeper than the stab wound. Once the doctor finished bandaging him, his expression remained devoid of humor, silencing everyone around him. Nuo Nuo remained silent. Her escape plan thwarted, and she had nearly killed the male lead. The situation was dire. If she could not return home, she longed to escape the life of this lunatic. However, given Xiao Li's character, he would not let her go easily. He was genuinely intrigued by her. The most terrifying aspect of a domineering male lead was his interest. Chiu Li's interest in her had grown considerably. To secure her freedom, Song Lian was her only hope. Nuo Nuo's heart felt like ash. She decided to make one final attempt. Placing the crystal bracelet before him, she spoke. "Do you dislike it?" "Not at all," she replied, "but I would like to exchange it for a different birthday gift." Chiu Li regarded her with his deep black eyes. Nuo Nuo, feeling utterly despondent, lowered her lashes and said, "I miss Song Lian. Let her stay in the villa for a month." Her words were clearly a lie. She would rather risk her life than be with him. Yet she had not abandoned her desire for a change. Chiu Li looked at her, the pain from his wound flaring up. In a fit of anger, he grabbed the bracelet and smashed it to the ground. The crystal shattered into countless pieces, glinting sharply under the light. After a moment, he smiled. "Very well. As you wish. Just hope you do not regret it." Nuo Nuo felt no regret. In fact, she was elated. She had thought her fate sealed, either to be killed by Chiu Li or inevitably succumb to him. Yet, in a fit of rage, he had agreed to her proposal. If Song Lian came, Chiu Li would realize that Nuo Nuo was merely an inconspicuous individual in the vast world, while Song Lian was his destined one. A glimmer of hope emerged. Although Nuo Nuo did not particularly like Song Lian, she welcomed this development. A month was ample time for Chiu Li and Song Lian to cultivate their feelings. Recovering from her cold, Nuo Nuo slept fitfully that night. The following day was Friday, and she had to attend classes as usual. When Chun Ma, the devoted servant, noticed Nuo Nuo's unfriendly expression, she was already aware of the incident from the previous night. Nuo Nuo had stabbed Chiu Li. As she set down a glass of milk on Nuo Nuo's table, it thudded loudly. Nuo Nuo pressed her lips together, saying nothing, and quietly finished her breakfast before heading out the door. Chun Ma remarked behind her, "Last night, the wound reopened." Young master went to the hospital. No matter how resilient the man was, a stab wound was not a mere scratch. Nuo Nuo paused for a moment, but ultimately did not turn back, shouldering her backpack as she exited. Chun Ma found it miraculous that young master had not disposed of this ungrateful girl. Given young master's notoriously bad temper, when had he become so tolerant? Friday was also the day when Nuo Nuo's class would receive their monthly exam results. Zhao Li entered the classroom with a spring in her step. Everyone performed well this time. After class, the class monitor will collect a copy of the results to post in front. She particularly praised Hang Ruwei, who had scored first in the grade and third in the city, hoping he would maintain his performance. The classroom erupted in astonishment. The monthly exam at their school had been advanced to facilitate a citywide assessment, and for a school like theirs to rank third was indeed remarkable. It was akin to being at the top of the imperial examination list in ancient times. Truly impressive. Even El Xiong whispered to Nuo Nuo, "Hang Ruwei is really amazing." Nuo Nuo nodded. He was indeed impressive. Her own grades were commendable, a result of her hard work. But she did not belong to the category of geniuses and could not compare to Hang Ruwei's achievements. It was evident that if the original narrative had not seen Chiu Li target Hang Ruwei, this young man had a promising future ahead of him, potentially becoming a pillar of the nation. Zhao Li, still smiling, shifted her gaze from Hang Ruwei to Nuo Nuo seated in the front row. She paused, but decided to be fair. "I would also like to commend Song Nuo Nuo, who has made the greatest progress in class, moving up 20 places and passing every subject." Upon hearing this, the class was even more astonished. Even Hang Ruwei, who had remained largely unresponsive, lifted his eyes to look at the girl in front of him. A wave of murmurs swept through the classroom. Song Nuo Nuo. This was the consistently underperforming student who had never shown interest in studying. To think she had passed every subject. Yao Jia began scribbling a note, which she passed to Song Lian. "Xiao Lian, didn't she just attend one makeup class? How could she improve so much? She must have cheated." Song Lian glanced at the note, then looked at Song Nuo Nuo ahead of her. A mix of emotions surged within her, but ultimately, she felt it would be inappropriate not to respond to Yao Jia. She wrote a note in return and tossed it back. "Don't say that." She might have genuinely worked hard to catch up. However, unbeknownst to the heavens at this moment, Song Lian's heart felt as if it had been forcefully pressed to the ground and trampled upon. She had spent the entire night in restless contemplation of the fate that awaited Nuo Nuo, the daughter of her family's adversary. Torn between the hope that Nuo Nuo would remain unharmed and a secret desire for Chiu Li to take ruthless action against her, she was met with disappointment when Nuo Nuo arrived at class and scathed that morning. How could Chiu Li refrain from delivering a severe lesson to her? Did he truly harbor feelings for Nuo Nuo? Recalling the stunning beauty she had seen the previous night, she gazed at the now made-up Nuo Nuo. whose appearance paled in comparison to the enchanting visage from the night before, and a wave of anguish began to engulf her. She had the potential to be so breathtaking, yet she chose to present herself in such a mundane manner. Why did she appear indifferent to everything that Song Lian was striving to attain? Currently, Nuo Nuo seemed to be increasingly dedicated to her studies, and Song Lian's only advantage over her was her academic performance. The thought of a day when her grades might fall short of Nuo Nuo's filled her with dread. Only one person appeared genuinely elated, Xiong, whose eyes were nearly squinting with delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, you're incredible. You're so clever, catching up so swiftly." She had observed Nuo Nuo's diligence in class, and thus, Xiong felt genuinely happy for her achievements. Xiong was the sole person who made Nuo Nuo feel warmth. Nuo Nuo smiled and nodded. "Let us work hard together." Xiong cheerfully agreed, radiating enthusiasm. However, Zhao noticed that throughout the entire class, the top student, Hang Rui, seemed off-kilter. When called upon to answer a question, Hang Rui stood up, his gaze lowered for a long moment. "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao. I didn't hear the question." Zhao Li felt a surge of irritation. She believed that this top student should not allow his recent success to lead him to become complacent, for his grades would inevitably decline. Zhao Li treated him no differently than the others. Stand and listen. It was Hang Rui's first time being punished to stand, yet he bore no visible embarrassment. Curiosity among the classmates occasionally drew their eyes toward him. The top student being punished. What could have caused him to lose focus? In October's golden autumn, the campus's sycamore trees began to turn yellow. From Hang Rui's perspective, he could see the girl's ponytail swaying gently behind her, along with her delicate, fair hand gripping a pencil. She was diligently working on a math problem she had not completed on the test, her focus evident. The lines on her draft paper were drawn with precision, and each step of her calculations was flawless. Hang Rui also noticed her petite, soft earlobes, so cute and fair that they made one want to pinch them. He averted his gaze, feeling somewhat flustered. His mind drifted back to that summer when Nuo Nuo confessed her feelings for him, only to be rejected, leading her to respond in anger and defiance. "Just wait. I will get into the same university as you. If you want to be with me, then you can't be with anyone else." At that time, he had dismissed her words, but now, reflecting on them, made his ears flush with heat. Was she serious? Was that why she was striving so hard now? Even when unwell, she persisted in taking exams. Zhao Li's voice became a distant murmur to him. When Nuo returned to the villa after school, Mama Chan wore a stern expression, her tone filled with disappointment. "Miss, young Master Chiu is still in the hospital." Nuo Nuo wished to hear nothing about the male lead. It would be a lie to say she bore no grudges from last night's events. Although he had not gone all the way, he had stripped her bare and seen everything that should not have been seen. In reality, Nuo Nuo had never even experienced early romance. She had always dreamed of a relationship with a bright, humorous, and ambitious young man, ultimately leading to a peaceful and happy life together. However, Chioli was dark and cold, entirely unlike her ideal type. Setting those thoughts aside, his actions from last night were mere plot points in a romance novel. Yet to Nuo Nuo, they felt criminal. She still vividly remembered the terrifying sensation of his heated lips against her skin and wished never to endure such an experience again. Thus, upon hearing Mama Chun speak of Chioli, Nuo softly replied, "I'll go to my room to read." Mama Chun was exasperated. She had to admit that she rather liked this young lady. Polite and respectful, with her eyes sparkling when she smiled, she melted hearts. Nuo Nuo was genuinely sweet and endearing. If she were to become the lady of the house, Chioli would likely not be so ill-tempered. After all, with such a precious girl, he would be eager to cherish her. Mama Chan detained Nuo Nuo. "Miss, I have taken your meal to young Master Chiu. You should go dine with him." "No, replied. I can manage missing a meal." "Miss, your sister has gone to the hospital to visit young Master Chiu. This is not proper. I heard she intends to stay here as well. After all, he is her brother-in-law. If you do not visit the young master, yet she does, it is rather improper." Nuo Nuo was taken aback. Song Lian had actually gone to the hospital. She hadn't anticipated such a significant twist in the plot, with the female lead becoming so proactive. Nuo Nuo merely hoped that Xiu Li would become her brother-in-law, not her man. Thus, she welcomed the development and resolved to continue her reading, allowing the male and female leads to cultivate their relationship. Nuo Nuo truly went without a meal and unexpectedly found herself without dinner as well. She returned to her days of hunger. With a sigh, she mused that she must be the most unfortunate fiancée of a CO, enduring a lack of food whenever he was displeased. Nuo Nuo did not hold it against him. After all, she had a good temperament. Quietly, she pulled out the spare change from her previous cosmetic purchases and bought a bread roll to nibble on. Song Lian did not attend class all day. Nuo Nuo thought that Song Lian was quite bold. By the following noon, Nuo Nuo received a call from Chiu Li. He seemed to have reached his limit, coldly commanding, "Get over here immediately." Under Mama Chin's watchful and pained gaze, Nuo Nuo stuffed the half-eaten bread in her backpack and followed the person sent to take her to the hospital. It was early October, and the autumn wind had a slight chill. Nuo Nuo's oversized school uniform billowed as her bangs danced in the breeze. She gazed out the window at the scenery rushing by. The world in her book and her reality felt strikingly similar. Was any of this real? She extended her hand to catch a falling leaf from an old camphor tree in the hospital courtyard. Upon entering Chiu Li's hospital room, she pushed the door open to an awkward scene. Song Lian was there, peeling an apple for him. Nuo Nuo stood at the threshold, and Chiu Li's icy gaze fell upon her. Nuo lowered her eyes, not wishing to meet his stare, partly due to the events of the previous night, which she could never forget, and partly because she found their display of affection unbearable. She found both of them utterly detestable. Song Lian's hand faltered in her apple peeling, the knife cutting into her skin, and she gasped as blood oozed from her hand. Chiu Li finally shifted his attention to Song Lian, casting a glance at her bloodied hand with a look of distaste. Nuo Nuo thought to herself, what a heartless scoundrel he was. "You peel it," Chiu Li commanded. Nuo Nuo doubted her ears, but the next moment, he coldly added, "Song Nuo, do I need to formally invite you?" Song Lian gritted her teeth and stepped out to tend to her wound, feeling a newfound sense of humiliation before Nuo Nuo. Chiu Li's subordinate handed Nuo Nuo a new knife, and she glanced at Chiu Li, who was still gazing at her intently. He seemed unperturbed by the possibility of her stabbing him again, though she did not dare to. She picked up the unfinished apple and resumed peeling. Nuo Nuo despised him deeply. She thought to herself that she hadn't washed her hands, and if he wanted to eat, he should not complain about the dirtiness. "Throw that one away. Start anew," she instructed. Chiu Li appeared quite disgusted by Song Lian's blood, and Nuo softly acquiesced, switching to another apple from the fruit platter to peel. What a villain. He wouldn't let her eat, yet expected her to serve him. As she gritted her teeth, she accidentally cut her own finger. She feigned a gasp, deliberately smearing her blood on the apple, finding it disgusting to look at. She then raised her eyes to gauge Chiu Li's reaction. To her surprise, he chuckled. "Song Nuo, Chiu Li was nearly melted by her cuteness. "Little darling." Nuo stared back at him, bewildered. The man lifted her injured hand and placed her finger in his mouth. The sensation sent shivers down her spine. The next moment, Nuo nearly leaped up, horrified, as he even licked it. How revolting. He was not repulsed, yet she found it utterly nauseating. Nuo withdrew her finger, still tainted by Chiu Li's saliva. It was rare for her to harbor such disdain for someone, to the point where even her own finger appeared repugnant, as if it still bore the lingering essence of that lunatic. Nuo's cut was shallow, and after a brief moment, it had ceased to bleed. She felt the urge to wash her hands, so she placed the apple down and proceeded to the bathroom, scrubbing her hands 3 times. Upon her return, she found Chiu Li's gaze devoid of the earlier mirth, now replaced with a slight chill as he cast a glance in her direction. Chun Ma, with a stern expression, addressed the person at the door, instructing them to bring in the meal cart. Chiu Li had already dined. These provisions were intended for Nuo Nuo. "Come, eat, and then head to school." Nuo Nuo was aware that her actions had been somewhat hurtful, yet a normal person wouldn't find it so revolting to lick her finger. Shouldn't he have looked utterly disgusted? Although Chiu Li hadn't resorted to extreme measures against her, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was merely biding his time, waiting to ensnare her in a predicament where escape was impossible. Reluctantly, she decided not to provoke him further and obediently consumed her meal, which was undeniably more palatable than bread. In the 3rd year of high school at No. 7 High School, students were afforded time to nap at noon, as evening study sessions awaited them. Without a midday rest, they risked collapsing in the afternoon. Thus, despite it being October, afternoon classes commenced at 2:30. Nuo Nuo felt drowsy, trapped in a situation where Chiu Li would not permit her to leave. After several nights of anxiousness, She had yet to enjoy a decent night's sleep, and her lingering cold left her breathing less than smooth. Cho Lee was engrossed in reviewing company proposals from his hospital bed, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Nuo Nuo chose to distance herself, settling by the window, where a few late-blooming cherry trees stood, yet devoid of blossoms, while a few birds languidly preened their feathers above. The autumn breeze was gentle, and as she leaned against the windowsill, weariness suddenly overtook her. She succumbed to sleep, unable to resist the fatigue. Song Lian grew increasingly discontented. Recalling the moment, she learned of her opportunity to visit the Cho household, only to be informed it was merely a temporary arrangement. Upon discovering Cho Lee's injury, she gritted her teeth, resolutely deciding to visit the hospital. However, Cho Lee's mood had soured over the past few days, instructing her to keep her distance, only summoning her at midday. Just as Song Lian had begun to feel a glimmer of happiness, Nuo Nuo appeared. Her heart sank to the depths. She was not foolish and understood Cho Lee's intentions. After tending to her injured finger, Song Lian stood before the mirror, her expression stiff. A woman of considerable pride. She felt she ought not to return to Cho Lee after his treatment of her. She should have rejected the invitation to the Cho residence and informed him that she was indifferent. Yet, she knew that such words would only elicit a mocking laugh from him, severing any ties for life. Song Lian felt a pang of dissatisfaction. She always believed that the aloof, noble man should belong to her. Resolutely, Song Lian returned to the hospital room. The bodyguards hesitated, unsure of her identity, and did not obstruct her. Yet, she could scarcely believe her eyes. The domineering man had undone 2 buttons of his shirt, with Nuo Nuo nestled in his arms. Her oversized school uniform slipping down to reveal her smooth, pale shoulders as he leaned down to bestow gentle kisses upon them, an expression of intoxicated adoration gracing his features. His hand rested on Nuo Nuo's slender waist, exuding the air of a man utterly enraptured, on the verge of being bewitched by her. Song Lian was rendered speechless by the shock. What was happening? Nuo Nuo appeared far from merely asleep. The 18-year-old girl, with skin as delicate as porcelain and cheeks flushed with color, was uncommonly beautiful. Unable to contain her voice any longer, Song Lian exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Cho Lee lifted his head, his lips tinted with an unusual hue of red and sheen. He cast a dangerously scrutinizing glance at Song Lian, causing her to involuntarily take a couple of steps back. He adjusted Nuo Nuo's clothing, drawing it back up to let her lean against his chest. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Nuo Nuo, she lay in blissful slumber. What was wrong with her? Cho Lee smiled. "Miss Song, you are well aware of what should and should not be said. You have seen nothing. Nuo Nuo is merely asleep. Should she inadvertently discover something and confront me, the CEO who recently made headlines for bankruptcy and a tragic leap might very well become Mr. Song." Song Lian's face turned ashen. She was unaware of how she managed to stammer out the words "I know." This man was nothing short of a devil. When Nuo Nuo awoke, it was already afternoon, and she had enjoyed a most restful slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she suddenly jolted, realizing how late it had become. She had overslept, and recalling Zhao Li's displeased expression sent a wave of anxiety through her. She found herself still by the windowsill, where the sun was nearly setting. Cho Lee was nowhere to be seen in the hospital bed. Her hands and legs ached, a natural response to prolonged sleep, resulting from poor blood circulation. Feeling a pang of regret, she wondered how she could have slept so soundly, spending the entire afternoon in Cho Lee's hospital room. As she stepped out, Chen Ma was waiting by the door. "Miss, you have awakened." Nuo Nuo nodded and hesitated before inquiring, "Where are Cho Xiao and Song Lian?" Chen Ma replied, "Do not worry, miss. They are not together. Miss Song has gone to class, and the young master has gone to the company." Nuo Nuo felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped for a sudden spark between the two. Glancing at her watch, she realized it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Had she truly napped for so long? She was astonished at her own ability to sleep through the afternoon. With school nearly out, Nuo Nuo deemed it inappropriate to return, solidifying her reputation for skipping class once more. Sighing, she decided to head back to the villa, where Song Lian was expected to move in that very day. Nuo Nuo felt a surge of happiness. If Song Lian was present, it would be less convenient for Cho Lee to act upon her. Upon her return to the villa, Chen Ma followed suit. Nuo Nuo pondered, "Where is Song Lian's room?" "It's on the first floor," Chen Ma replied. "Doesn't she reside on the second floor?" Chen Ma glanced at Nuo Nuo and slowly replied, "Aside from you, no one else has ever occupied the second floor." Nuo Nuo struggled to avert her gaze, feeling no sense of pride in that revelation. Not long after Nuo Nuo returned, Song Lian arrived. Still miffed about Song Lian's previous betrayal, Nuo Nuo did not make an effort to greet her. Upon entering, Song Lian fixated on Nuo Nuo, her expression peculiar, as though she had blossomed with flowers. Nuo Nuo couldn't help but ask, "What are you staring at me for?" To her surprise, Song Lian, as if struck, retorted sharply, "Who is staring at you? It's nothing." Nuo Nuo found it strange. Today, Song Lian seemed different, as if she were wary of something. Chen Ma stood nearby, observing silently. Song Lian was unsettled, grappling with both fear and anxiety. Throughout the afternoon classes, her mind wandered, replaying the vivid, intoxicating scene she had witnessed at noon. The image of that man's lips caressing Nuo Nuo's skin, his hands exploring her form, lingered in her thoughts. She wondered how far he would have gone had she remained silent, oblivious to her presence. What troubled Song Lian further was that, after school, Heng Rue approached her for the first time, casually asking, "Where's your sister?" Song Lian's expression immediately shifted. Well, had Heng Rue ever shown concern for anyone? He was known for his solitary nature and maintained a distant relationship with his classmates, earning a reputation as an aloof flower on a high peak, which made others hesitant to approach him. Song Lian felt a bitter laugh welling up inside her. Was it possible that Heng Rue had developed feelings for Song Nuo Nuo? Ironically, Nuo Nuo was likely still in another man's embrace. Yet, Song Lian understood that discussing this matter was perilous. She couldn't forget Cho Li's threat. Ultimately, she could only suppress her feelings and reply, "Don't know." Heng Rue frowned, recognizing the discord between the sisters, and chose not to press further, heading home in silence. Song Nuo Nuo resolved to confront her. "You angered me by revealing that matter. For the next month, I want to concern myself with your actions, but do not entertain any ulterior motives. Otherwise, I want to allow you to have an easy time." Nuo Nuo's words bore a hint of bluster, reminiscent of the domineering female antagonist she had seen on television. Yet, with a month still ahead, it was wise to remain vigilant. If Song Lian harbored ill intentions, Nuo Nuo might find herself ensnared by Cho Li's machinations without even understanding how it came to pass. Nuo Nuo wished for Song Lian to move in, seeking a mutually beneficial relationship rather than merely pushing her into a chasm when the mood struck. A month passed. Song Lian's expression shifted several times as she recalled that devilish man, rendering her unable to feel pure joy. In a situation where her life hung by a thread, contemplating the pursuit of love became exceedingly difficult. Yet, why was it that Song Nuo Nuo could live so joyfully while she was filled with trepidation? Chioli was infatuated with Nuo Nuo, and when she fled, he did not harm her, treating her as a treasure, which proved his unwillingness to let go. However, it was unlikely that Chioli would tolerate Nuo Nuo's infidelity. After all, not long ago, Song Lian had distinctly heard Nuo Nuo confessing her feelings to Heng Rue, who did not appear as indifferent as he pretended. As Nuo Nuo prepared to ascend the stairs, Song Lian suddenly interjected. "This afternoon, after school, Heng Rue asked where you were and why you didn't attend class." Nuo Nuo tournait in surprise, blinking, hungry. "How could that be? He seems rather averse to me. He hardly engages in conversation. Surely, Song Lian must be deceiving me." Seeing the look in her eyes, Song Lian felt anger rise within her, retorting, "Believe it or not, I informed him that I didn't know." Nuo Nuo pondered for a moment, nodded, and suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively glancing at Chen Ma beside her. Chen Ma wore a blank expression, fixated on the floor, as if she had heard nothing. Nuo Nuo thought to herself, having finally extricated Heng Rue from this predicament, his future was bright. She could not inadvertently cause him to offend Chiu Li and thus ruin him. Noticing Song Lian was about to continue, Nuo Nuo's heart tightened, and she hastily changed the subject. "I took a nap this afternoon. I will speak to the teacher tomorrow. Let us have dinner first. We still have evening study." Song Lian regarded Nuo for a long moment before nodding. "All right." A sense of unutterable feeling welled up in Song Lian. It turned out Nuo Nuo too had her fears. She was indeed oblivious to the events of the afternoon, believing Nuo merely overslept. Song Lian sensed that Nuo Nuo was still attached to Heng Rue, especially since Nuo Nuo had not exerted herself academically for over a decade, yet now seemed invigorated. If not for her desire to be with Heng Rue, Nuo Nuo would not need to strive so hard, for it was undeniable that being with Chiu Li promised everything one could wish for. Were it true that Nuo Nuo harbored feelings for Hang Rui over Chioli, knowing what Chioli had done at noon would surely elicit a remarkable reaction from her. Yet, Song Lian thought discontentedly, that was merely speculation. She dared not voice a word. The two sisters dined in silence, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, maintaining a facade of tranquility. Soon, their driver arrived to take them to school. Nuo Nuo first approached her homeroom teacher to apologize. This time, she had made a mistake with no justification to offer. Thus, she sincerely acknowledged her errors regardless of Zhao Li's comments. Zhao Li could not reprimand her further, sighing, "I have noticed your attentiveness in class lately. I hope you refrain from skipping classes in the future. There are many students who have turned their fortunes around. I hope you too can gain admission to a good university." Nuo Nuo was taken aback, her eyes brimming with warmth. Although Zhao Li was strict and often prioritized grades, she was undeniably a good teacher. Nuo Nuo expressed her heartfelt gratitude. On her way back, the teaching building was brightly lit, with students still studying in the classrooms. As it was the final year, numerous banners adorned the back of the classrooms. Nuo Nuo gazed at them, noticing how they mirrored the slogans from her own world. "If you do not strive, the walls others slam you against are of your own making. Surpass the wealthy and powerful. Triumph over the offspring of officials." As she read, warmth blossomed in her heart. Regardless of the world, people would always strive for a better future, a notion that stirred her blood. Ahead, a countdown banner displayed the days left, each page torn away daily. Nuo Nuo appreciated this, for while others perceived it as the pressure of impending exams, to her, it represented the days away from Chioli. If she could not return to her own world for now, at least she could choose not to apply to a university in B City. When Hang Rui saw Nuo Nuo, he said nothing, not even sparing her glance. Nuo Nuo felt awkward, thinking he might have just asked out of habit. Song Lian's words could have been misinterpreted. Consequently, Nuo Nuo refrained from initiating conversation, believing distancing herself from him was the right course of action. With a sigh, she chose not to dwell on it, hoping Hang Rui's future would be smooth, unlike the fates depicted in stories. "Hangi Hui," Chioli retorted, his expression inscrutable. Chen Ma candidly reported, "Miss Song mentioned this name." Though she held affection for Nuo Nuo, Chen Ma was ultimately Chiu Li's loyal servant, not Nuo Nuo's. After a lengthy pause, Chioli let out a cold chuckle, tossing his pen aside and reclining in his chair. He instructed over the phone, "Find out who Hang Rui is." The answer he received that evening left him both furious and amused. How splendidly ironic. The very person he found repulsive was eagerly pursuing a little brat. Song Nuo Nuo was determined not to let him off easily. Was she? Chioli scoffed. "That Song Lian enjoys playing tricks. Keep an eye on her. Address any discrepancies directly, and teach her how to behave properly." Chen Ma, usually expressionless, displayed a rare glimmer of excitement. "Yes, young master." Chioli loosened his tie, although he knew Song Lian liked to provoke. He was aware she had deliberately made him privy to this information. Yet, the matter was indeed true. A fire burned within him, and in his crude thoughts. "Yeah," Sur said Song Nuo Nuo. Taking a deep breath, he felt the lingering pain from the injury on his back, all of which she had inflicted upon him, while she lived with abandon. Chiu Li's eyes darkened. He could tolerate her whims, treating them as a form of amusement, but should she dare to tarnish his reputation? After work, his assistant was astonished to see the workaholic returning early. Chioli deciphered the look in his eyes and lightly scoffed. He preferred to teach the little darling at home how to handle her man over the monotonous drudgery of work. When Chioli returned home, Nuo Nuo had just finished dinner with Song Lian. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the silence palpable. Nuo Nuo intended to retreat upstairs to study. Song Lian observed her sister's retreating figure, deep in thought. It occurred to her that Chioli spent little time with Nuo Nuo each day. Most of their interactions occurred at night, as one had school and the other had business to attend to. Given the lengths Chioli had gone to, it indicated that Nuo Nuo did not hold him in high regard. Song Lian felt an indescribable emotion welling within her. What she yearned for? Nuo Nuo had karelesti kastaside. Just as Nuo Nuo ascended the stairs, Chioli returned. His entrance was grand, the very archetype of the wealthy elite whom Song Lian had previously scorned. However, this time, she did not dare to put on airs before him. Instinctively, she rose. "Young Master Chiu." Chioli changed his shoes, and Chen Ma took his coat. The October night held a chill, and he entered with the coolness of the evening breeze. Scanning the surroundings, he noted Nuo Nuo's absence. Chun Ma informed him. Mrs. gone upstairs to study. Xiaoli nodded, not sparing a glance at Song Lian, and proceeded upstairs. Song Lian gritted her teeth, feeling humiliated. Chun Ma calmly remarked, if Miss Song feels wronged, she may request young Master Chiu to leave. Song Lian, unwilling to concede, shot a glance at Chun Ma, pondering why even a servant would favor Nuo Nuo. Chun Ma observed Song Lian retreat to her room, her expression unchanged. Having lived for many years, she had a keen sense of judgment. While not as perceptive as Xiaoli, she recognized that Song Lian was not particularly admirable and prepared milk for Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo was listening to vocabulary lessons, having locked her door and donned headphones to immerse herself in English. Though much of the knowledge was similar, the textbooks had their differences. When Xiaoli entered the room, he found the girl murmuring before the window. It was early autumn, and before her lay a splendid starry sky, beautifully contrasting with the night. Her voice was soft and tender. He recognized she was reciting English along with the audio. Xiaoli could not comprehend much, only recognizing a few words. Yet he found her voice enchanting. He lingered at the door, captivated by her earnest demeanor. At that moment, he began to believe her declarations of diligence in her studies. However, what does Nuo Nuo wish to achieve through diligent study? Surely, it cannot merely be for him. The warmth in Cho Li's eyes dissipated. She aspires to attend a prestigious university and perhaps to share a life with that young boy. A chill ran down Nuo Nuo's spine as she removed her headphones and turned around, only to find Cho Li standing at the door. She nearly gasped in surprise. She had locked the door. How had he entered? It soon dawned on Nuo Nuo that Cho Li had little regard for the concept of respect. As the master of the villa, he possessed keys to every room. For him, there was no need to seek her permission to enter her space. Cho Li's pupils were as dark as night. Observing her startled expression, he chuckled lightly. What were you just reciting? Nuo Nuo felt a flutter of anxiety. Although Cho Li appeared composed, she sensed that he might snap at any moment. She dreaded encountering him at night the most. In a hushed tone, she replied, a poem by Emily Dickinson, If I Had Never Seen the Sun. As Cho Li approached, Nuo Nuo felt increasingly uncomfortable and instinctively retreated a few steps, pressing against her desk. He bent down to glance at her English book. The string of foreign words was incomprehensible to him, yet the translated Chinese characters were intriguing. I could have borne the dark had I never seen the sun, yet the sunlight has rendered my desolation a renewed desolation. He lowered his gaze, while Nuo Nuo, whose head barely reached his shoulder, leaned tightly against the desk, her body instinctively resisting his presence. Nuo Nuo, he called, and she lifted her eyes to meet his, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with unease. He smirked. Who is your son? Confusion flickered in her gaze. What was he implying? Yet, his expression bore a hint of danger, and fear gripped Nuo Nuo as she shook her head. I don't understand. His brow furrowed, and his demeanor grew stern. You feel wronged in my company, reminiscing about your dear brother Hang Ruwei? Nuo Nuo's eyes widened in shock as their gazes locked. Cho Li's cold, dark eyes sent a shiver through her. Hang Ruwei? How could Cho Li be aware of him? She had deliberately chosen not to escape with Hang Ruwei this time, and had even resolved to keep him out of it. Yet, Cho Li seemed to be aware of Hang Ruwei's existence. Nuo Nuo's greatest fear had materialized, although Cho Li appeared to have an affinity for her and treated her well. The truth remained that they were his subordinates, relying on him for their livelihood. The words spoken by Song Lian in the afternoon had undoubtedly reached Cho Li's ears. Given his unpredictable nature, there was no telling if he might suddenly decide to harm Hang Ruwei. In the eyes of their peers, Hang Ruwei was remarkable, a prodigious talent with outstanding grades. Yet, in Cho Li's presence, he would be utterly powerless to resist. Nuo Nuo could not allow Hang Ruwei to be dragged into this chaos. Her past dreams were shared by countless youth, to study diligently and rise above. If Cho Li were to take offense at Hang Ruwei, then Hang Ruwei would undoubtedly struggle to find peace. Suppressing her trepidation, Nuo Nuo gazed into his eyes, knowing that in such moments, pleading for mercy would only provoke his ire further. Nuo Nuo was not foolish. Cho Li had yet to harm her, likely due to his fascination with her. She shook her head, filling her gaze with sincerity. I am not wronged. It is I who am unworthy of you. Young Master Cho. As for Hang Ruwei, he is quite proud, and I do not harbor feelings for him. His expression remained unchanged as he seemed to scrutinize the sincerity of her words. Nuo Nuo watched him with trepidation. He laughed. Song Nuo Nuo, do you take me for a fool? Playing tricks on me? Afraid I might harm him? Nuo Nuo's heart ached. This protagonist was not easily deceived. Others in stories were not like this, dominant figures who would sacrifice everything for the heroine. But Choli was cold and ruthless, with depths of thought that ran deep. Nuo Nuo grasped the hem of her clothing, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Think what you will. A moment of silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Choli smiled and gently caressed her cheek. Nuo Nuo, was that a joke? Did I frighten you? Nuo Nuo could not ignore the slight chill of his fingertips. He was not jesting, she knew. Yet, if she did not view it as a joke, then only Hang Rue would suffer the consequences. Nuo Nuo lifted her gaze and shook her head slightly. His fingers slid down, playfully questioning, "Are you afraid of me, Nuo Nuo?" His fingertip lingered on her lips. Nuo Nuo still bore the traces of her identity as Song Nuo Nuo, her lips a delicate shade of red. His dark eyes were filled with longing for that softness. Regrettably, she had never allowed him to kiss her. Not even on that night of her coming-of-age ceremony had he touched her there, nor had he come at noon. She had made her distaste for his saliva known when he offered her water. Nuo Nuo despised him, feared him. This impression seemed nearly impossible to alter. Yet this stubborn girl seemed unwilling to entangle herself with him. Therefore, Hang Rue must remain. Her feelings for him were inconsequential, and perhaps it was precisely because of this that she had to maintain a facade of civility with him. She was still too naive. If she truly did not care about Hang Rue's well-being, she would have slapped him hard at this moment. He might even believe that she loathed Hang Rue, but she did indeed harbor hatred, yet chose to endure, understanding his merciless nature. Choli chuckled, and she would continue to endure for Hang Rue's sake. Otherwise, Nuo Nuo would not even allow him to touch her, nor would she wish to spare him another glance. As long as she was in his embrace, she belonged to him. Keeping that boy out of her affairs was merely a matter of time. Although terrified of him, Nuo Nuo dared not provoke this madman with the truth. She murmured softly, "Not afraid." He smiled, his lips curving upward. "Then I shan't frighten you anymore, all right?" Nuo Nuo wished to curse him, yet she could only reply meekly, "All right." He said, "Be a good girl. Once you reach the legal age, we shall marry, shall we?" Nuo Nuo was speechless, unable to engage with such a statement. In terms of disdain, Choli's position in her heart had even surpassed that of Song Lian. Yet, she had no choice but to buy time. Fortunately, it seemed that Choli had no intention of pursuing her further. For now, she was safe. With that sense of security, Nuo Nuo could only hope that Choli would soon fall for Song Lian. Otherwise, she would truly be left with no escape. Seeing Nuo Nuo's silence, Choli did not press further. He settled in her chair and pointed at the English poem. "This sounds quite nice," recited again. Nuo Nuo feared his unpredictable moods. She did not wish to discuss matters of the heart with him. Reading was one thing, but reciting such poetry before him felt unsettling. She decided to softly read it in English. He intertwined his fingers, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Outside, the starry sky illuminated the scene, while beneath the lamp, she appeared as a vision of beauty. He remembered her true self. Thus, her makeup did not detract from her allure. The starry sky paled in comparison to her beauty. Choli did not inquire why she presented herself in such a manner at school. She would not disclose the reason. He would acquire whatever he desired through his own means, and in time, he would uncover all that he sought to know. Unbeknownst to Nuo Nuo, he subtly inhaled her fragrance, sweet and mingled with her soft voice and earnest expression, all of which were irresistibly endearing. Oblivious, Nuo Nuo finished her reading and murmured, "I still have homework to do." Choli smirked. Indeed, Nuo Nuo is quite the obedient one. Her ears flushed slightly, but a wave of goosebumps washed over her. She disliked the way he looked at her, as if she were the sole object of his gaze, a gaze that seemed unyielding. It was unsettling and frightening. Thankfully, Choli da parta. Nuo Nuo closed the door behind him, her legs feeling weak. What happened to Hang Rue now? Nuo Nuo genuinely loathed Song Lian at this moment. This heroine was both good and bad, seemingly a perfect match for the hero. But for now, Nuo Nuo had no choice but to maintain her distance from all significant figures. She had never felt such despair. Having completed her homework at school, Nuo Nuo intended to take a shower, remove her makeup, and sleep. Since Choli had seen her true self, he did not plan to pursue the matter further. She could afford to be less vigilant in the villa. Nuo Nuo turned on the shower, and as she began to undress, she suddenly realized something was amiss. The buttons of her bra were fastened incorrectly. Amidst the steam of the hot water, her expression momentarily blanked. Nuo Nuo turned off the shower and walked naked to the mirror, half-turned to catch her reflection. The slender, fair body of the young girl was beautifully alluring, if one overlooked the faint red marks on her shoulders. Nuo Nuo stood in a daze for quite some time. Song Nuo Nuo's body is characterized by a typical tendency to scar. Even the slightest bump leaves a red mark that lingers for hours. Nuo Nuo is quite vigilant about protecting herself. At this moment, in the autumn city, there are no mosquitoes to be found. Even if there were, they would not bite in that particular place. It is inherently illogical for her to have slept so deeply and for such an extended period. Had she not discovered that the clasp of her undergarment was misaligned, she would have remained oblivious to the hickey on her shoulder. Indeed, a hickey, something she never expected to receive and cannot erase. This is only the second time in her life that she feels an urge to curse, once again directed at the same person. Damn you, Chioli, you pervert. Nuo Nuo is on the verge of tears from her anger. She can no longer see herself as Song Nuo Nuo. She utterly despises this scoundrel. She initially thought that by playing along with him, she could buy time until he fell for Song Lian, ensuring that he would at least refrain from touching her during that period. Instead, he resorts to underhanded tactics, despicable and shameless. A scoundrel devoid of any moral compass. Whoever wants to serve him can do so. Nuo Nuo is done with it. She knows she will never outsmart such a cunning villain in her next life. She is rapidly losing her composure, trembling with rage. Nuo Nuo thinks that rather than endure this humiliation, he might as well kill her. She is resolved to leave this place. Tomorrow is the weekend, and she will return to the Song family. All night, Nuo Nuo was both embarrassed and furious, finally managing to fall asleep just before dawn. The next day, being the weekend, she rose early. Nuo Nuo had very few belongings at Chio's residence, so she quickly packed and prepared to leave. She knew that it was impossible to do so without arousing Chio Li's attention, but she was ready to confront him. Last night, her anger had reached its peak, and while she considered returning to the Song family, a moment of calm made her realize that it was unfeasible. Although Song Jian felt some sympathy for her, he would never confront Chio Li on her behalf. As for Zhao Jie, she would not hesitate to leave her precious daughter, Song Lian, in Chio Li's presence out of fear. Even if Nuo Nuo managed to leave for the Song family, she would only be brought back by Song Jian, possibly with a broken leg. If she could escape, Nuo Nuo planned to temporarily rent a place to stay. She had hands and feet. Surely, she wouldn't starve. Nuo Nuo had abandoned all hope for the plot. It had veered so far off course that she could no longer control this lunatic. He loved whoever he chose to love. Nuo Nuo was unaware of how other transmigrators found their way back, but as long as she remained in this world, she would not cease her efforts to return home. Since last night, Nuo Nuo had been seething with indignation, feeling both wronged and enraged. She descended the stairs early, just as Chunma was arriving at the villa. With a small bag slung over her shoulder and her cheeks flushed with anger, Noah walked down, her expression a clear sign of her turmoil. Chunma noticed her unusual demeanor. Normally, Nuo Nuo would greet her sweetly in the morning. Today, however, she turned her face away, silently making her way outside. "Miss, you don't have classes today since it's the weekend," Chunma said. Nuo Nuo did not respond. Her desire to confront Chio Li consumed her, and she feared that speaking would only lead her to take out her frustration on Chunma. She continued walking, and for the first time, Chunma's usually calm expression showed a hint of concern. Everyone knew Nuo Nuo couldn't leave. It was common knowledge. Chio Li's temper in the morning was notoriously bad, and Chunma worried that Nuo Nuo might provoke him. The garden in the morning was shrouded in mist, with flowers glistening with dew, slowly beginning to bloom. At this hour, the sun had yet to rise, and only a hint of crimson graced the horizon. Approaching the main gate, Nuo Nuo found it firmly shut. The last place she had attempted to escape had also been reinforced, with a wall of bodyguards standing before her. Nuo Nuo circumvented them, her expression steely and her eyes ablaze with fury. None dared approach her. After all, she bore the label of Chio Li's woman, and they only dared to advise her, not to lay a hand on her. "Miss, where do you wish to go?" they asked. But Nuo Nuo ignored them and reached the railing. She glanced up at the point of leverage and, grasping the railing, began to climb. The bodyguards were alarmed. "Miss, it's dangerous, come down." The railing was densely packed and smooth, potentially electrified, yet no one dared to stop her. The head of the bodyguards, Du Yi, sensing the situation was dire, had already dispatched someone to inform Chio Li. Fearing Nuo might fall, he quickly instructed, "Put down some mats." After all, While escaping was impossible, no one wanted to take responsibility for her injuries. Nuo Nuo had always been well-behaved and had never attempted such an act of climbing a railing before. As she began to ascend, she realized just how difficult it was without a proper point of leverage. She was so furious that she was on the verge of tears when Xiaoli emerged. Frowning and dressed, he was met with this scene. Chunma followed closely behind him, her expression stern, as Xiaoli's irritation was palpable. Nuo Nuo had provoked him first thing in the morning, and Chunma feared his volatile nature might harm her. "Young master, Miss Nuo Nuo is still quite young," she cautioned. As Xiaoli walked, fastening the last button of his shirt, he strode purposefully, his coat billowing behind him, a cold aura radiating from his face. The bodyguards bowed their heads, remaining silent in his presence. Only Nuo continued to struggle, trying desperately to find a way over the railing. In truth, it was not easy for anyone to climb over. Xiaoli stood beside her, expressionless, his gaze slightly raised as he observed her. Clad in a white t-shirt and sports pants, she was clearly flustered and on the verge of tears. He watched her for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Damn, you're adorable." There she was, stuck in midair, and Xiaoli called out, "Come down. What are you making a fuss about?" Exhausted, Nuo Nuo threw her bag aside. Yet, she could not get past the railing, which was slick beneath her palms. She was determined to make one last effort, but suddenly, a powerful force pulled her down. Xiaoli's strong arms caught her, cradling her securely in his embrace. She looked up and met his amused gaze. "What are you causing a ruckus for so early in the morning? Let go." She seethed, wishing she could strangle him. Kidi notijit herri sink engiv. This was the second time she had expressed such fury since the night he nearly touched her. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Nuo Nuo fontinuet dostrugle." And Xiaoli glanced at the bodyguards. They handed him a soft rope, which he used to securely bind her before lifting her by the crook of her knees. Nuo Nuo, held in his arms, could no longer contain her frustration. "Xiaoli, you deranged pervert, shameless scoundrel." With each curse, the bodyguards lowered their heads even further. Xiaoli's expression darkened. "Be quiet." In truth, her vocabulary was limited to these insults, and her eyes were red-rimmed as she repeated, "Shameless scoundrel." Xiaoli should have been furious, yet her tone was soft, and she was pliant in his arms. She struggled against him, feeling utterly wronged, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This was the first time he had witnessed Nuo Nuo in a fit of rage. He glanced down at her, unable to suppress a smile. "Damn, you're adorable." She had only a limited repertoire of curses. He couldn't help but chuckle, his chest vibrating lightly with laughter. Nuo Nuo was seething, nearly at the brink of tears, while he found amusement in the situation. It was so funny. If only she had a gun, she would gladly take him down with her, ending it all together. Xiaoli, tall and long-legged, swiftly carried her back inside. Hearing the commotion, Song Lian awoke, dressed, and opened the door to see what was happening. Without Xiaoli needing to speak, Chun Ma's stern face warned, "Second Miss Song, please remain in your room." Upon seeing Nuo abound, Song Lian's eyes flickered. Although she did not understand what had transpired, she was pleased that Nuo Nuo was suffering, and fearing Xiaoli, she dared not provoke him. Aware that this was Xiaoli's intent, she obediently shut the door. Xiaoli carried Nuo Nuo to his room. She knew that cursing him was futile, so she chose to conserve her energy. Yet, her heart felt heavy. No words could adequately express her sadness and sense of injustice. Though her real-life journey had been somewhat arduous at first, she had enjoyed a harmonious and happy family life, and had even gained admission to a prestigious university, soon to relieve her parents of their burdens. Yet, inexplicably thrust into a novel with a psychotic male lead who had already died once and now continued to torment her. Nuo Nuo, still young, found it increasingly difficult to persevere. She could not adopt a calm and resigned attitude toward her predicament. Bound and unable to escape, she allowed a soft sob. Kicking open the door, Xiaoli gently placed her on the bed, instructing her to sit properly before leaning down to look at her. She was visibly distraught, avoiding his gaze. Logically, he should be furious, especially after working late and suffering from chronic sleep deprivation. After finally drifting into slumber, she was abruptly awakened by noise over the weekend. On any other occasion, he would have been driven to murder. Yet in this moment, something inexplicable stirred within him as he gazed into her soft, tear-laden eyes, his heart inexplicably tenderized. He chuckled softly. "What is the matter?" With a quivering voice still laced with sobs, "No," replied. Chiu Li, you are being utterly unreasonable. If you won't let me leave, you might as well kill me. Chiu Li dismissed her words as mere petulance, indulging this woman as he always did. He glanced down to observe the ropes binding her. Although they were soft, he feared they might constrict her, so he took it upon himself to untie her. Nuo Nuo had long since abandoned any desire to cling to life. Once her hands were free, she struck him across the face. The sharp sound resonated, and his head turned slightly, but when he faced her again, the warmth in his eyes had vanished. Yet, a single slap was insufficient. No matter how many times he was struck, the flames of her anger could not be extinguished. Noticing her readiness to strike again, he grasped her wrist firmly. Chiu Li could no longer contain his anger. Song Nuo Nuo. She looked at him with wide eyes filled with disdain and a reckless courage that defied fear. Remarkably, this was the fourth time he had been slapped by the same woman. His expression hardened as he tightened his grip around her neck. Do you understand what you are doing? Though he applied no real force. No, choked out. You might as well kill me, you pervert, drugging me like that. His expression remained unchanged, his grip steady. Beneath his hand, her delicate skin felt impossibly soft. In his eyes, her fragile existence seemed utterly insignificant. With just a slight increase in pressure, her life would cease to exist. And the news would only report the tragic tale of the young heiress of the Song family who succumbed to despair. Yet, when confronted with her tear-filled gaze, his heart felt as though it had been struck fiercely, causing him sudden pain. He released her, brushing the corner of her eye with his thumb. Stop crying, all right? His tone was calm, devoid of any hint of panic. What drug? Nuo Nuo, this marks your fourth act of defiance against me, and I hope there will not be a fifth. Seeing his denial, her face flushed with anger. Don't tell me I slept through the entire afternoon and had no idea. He chuckled. You were ill. It is only natural to sleep longer. Why would you think I drugged you? If you doubt me, let a doctor examine you for any drug residue. Nuo Nuo found his shamelessness infuriating. She was acutely aware that even if there were traces left, they would ultimately vanish at Chiu Li's hands. Even if I was ill, she ground out, struggling to voice her indignation. The words felt humiliating, but her disdain for this man masked her embarrassment. Her ears burning, she chose her words carefully. What about the marks on my body? Chiu Li paused for a moment, his expression shifting subtly. He had not anticipated her to be so naive. The marks had lingered for quite a while now, but this was a matter easily explained. His face betrayed no emotion as Nuo, blushing fiercely, finally voiced her greatest grievance, and my buttons were misaligned. Upon hearing this, Chiu Li's usually composed demeanor faltered for a brief second. However, it was merely a fleeting moment, as he soon lowered his gaze and chuckled, my apologies. I shall be more careful next time. This was an admission of guilt, yet he remained unabashed. No, you are my fiancée. Nuo Nuo felt dizzy with anger at his words. I'm not. That is your unilateral declaration. I do not consent. He crouched down to meet her gaze, coldly stating the undeniable truth. It was your family that wished to bind you to me, and it is your family that seeks my assistance, not the other way around. She fell silent. He scoffed lightly. Nuo Nuo, without me, the Song family would be drowning in debt. Your father could hardly support you. I owe you nothing. Rather, you owe me. Nuo Nuo's fingers trembled slightly. She had been ignoring a fundamental issue. She could not identify with her original self, nor did she desire such a family. Yet, they were indeed her closest kin. It was only because they sought Chiu Li's favor that they mentioned the ancestral engagement, forcibly handing her over to him. If Chiu Li acknowledged Nuo Nuo, the Song family would survive. If he did not, they would perish. Seeing her muted response, he lifted her chin, compelling her to look him in the eye. You owe me, therefore I require you. Escape is not an option. As long as I breathe, you remain here. Nuo Nuo felt momentarily disoriented. Then, blinking, she almost succumbed to his manipulation. She was not her original self. Even if she were, no one was entitled to sacrifice another's life. She averted her gaze, disliking the domineering gesture he always employed. Chiu Li heard her articulate each word clearly. Chiu Li, you know I am the abandoned daughter of the Song family. He raised an eyebrow. The Song family was in debt due to her father's incompetence. He chose to abandon her in hopes of gaining your assistance rather than taking responsibility and rising again. He was unworthy of being called her father. Knowing full well the danger Chiu Li posed, her father still sent both daughters to him in succession. He was unworthy of being either Nuo Nuo's or Song Lian's father. Chiu Li chuckled softly, And so, she hesitated, as uttering such ruthless words felt shameful. He is so terrible. I would never sacrifice my life for him. Her voice dwindled. He no longer wants me. Chioli found her naive innocence endearing. He resolved to enlighten her. This is not a matter of choice. Nuo Nuo. Why should I assist the Song family? If I help, you must provide me with something in return. Business cannot be a loss, can it? He mocked. I am no philanthropist. She pressed her lips together, lowering her head. This male lead was not foolish at all. She found his reasoning disturbingly sound. Indeed, the Song family owed him. Panic coursed through her, leaving her unsure of how to express her anger. Well, I think Song Lien. He laughed. Song Nuo Nuo, silence yourself. Do not provoke my wrath. Nuo Nuo pondered, realizing they were supposed to be discussing his abominable act of drugging her. Her bright eyes betrayed her grievance. But you did drug me, and you still. He smirked, amused by her innocent demeanor, guessing she was too embarrassed to articulate her thoughts. Chioli had never known the meaning of shame. He calmly countered. The doctor said it was medication to help you rest after your illness. Then why did you touch me? A moment of silence hung in the air. Her strikingly clear eyes were filled with accusations. The October morning sunlight streamed in, painting his monochrome room in hues of gold, vibrant and warm. He smiled. Because I like you, Song Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo froze, her cheeks flushing, her ears gradually following suit. She murmured, but I do not like you at all. She loathed him. Only a lunatic would harbor such feelings for another. He tightened his grip on her chin, causing her to wince in pain. Yet, when she looked at him again, he appeared utterly unconcerned, a roguish smile gracing his lips. I do not care whether you like me. Song Nuo, you are not in a position to negotiate terms with me. Change your clothes and accompany me. Nuo Nuo sensed that he was genuinely angry now. Yet, this situation was his fault. What kind of twisted worldview was this? If the person he fancied was treated in such a manner, that individual would be utterly miserable. The male lead was simply unreasonably domineering. Nuo Nuo rejected him. I don't want to go. He laughed, his eyes darkening. Do not. I only enjoy hearing those words under one circumstance. At all other times, you would do well not to provoke me. It took Nuo Nuo a moment to grasp the meaning behind his words. She bit her lip, her eyes brimming with indignation. That scoundrel. As Nuo Nuo left his room, her chin bore the marks of his grip. Aunt Chen glanced up from the first floor, relieved to see Nuo Nuo unharmed. A moment of surprise flickered within her heart. Nuo Nuo had scolded Chioli, and numerous onlookers had witnessed it. Given Chioli's temperament, Chen Ma assumed Nuo Nuo would inevitably face some repercussions. Yet, it appeared that aside from feeling wronged by bullying, she had suffered no real consequences. Little did anyone know that Nuo Nuo had already slapped Chioli 4 times and remained unscathed. Clad in a rose-red dress that gracefully skimmed her knees, Nuo Nuo caught Chioli's attention as he glanced over during a brief pause in his driving. Observing her gazing out the window, her bangs were delicately styled, framing a face of exquisite beauty that seemed almost unreal. A charming tear mole accentuated her eye, and her upright posture exuded a gentle and obedient demeanor. She gazed out the window with an air of curiosity about the world, resembling an angel inadvertently descended to earth, igniting within him an almost uncontrollable desire to possess and dominate. He smiled faintly and turned his gaze away, determined to impart a lesson to Nuo Nuo. In this world, the strong prey upon the weak. He, with his wealth and power, could dictate who lived and who perished. The Song family operated under such rules, and so did Song Lien. If Nuo Nuo wished to resist, that was permitted, but fleeing was out of the question for her in this lifetime. He did not mind indulging in their playful entanglement, relishing the sensation of her beneath him. Yet, the topic of affection was one best left unspoken. It was preferable for her to keep any disdain bottled up and not provoke him. Nuo Nuo's heart raced with unease, as Chioli's decision to take her out was evidently spontaneous, and she felt it somehow connected to her desire to leave that day. What was this lunatic scheming now? The car eventually came to a halt at a venue called Shangshi. Outside, Zhang Qingduo waited while smoking, and upon seeing Chioli emerge, he greeted, brotherly, where is everyone? Inside, how's the situation? Zhang Qingduo's gaze shifted, falling upon the breathtaking girl behind Chioli. Sunlight scattered like shards of gold around them, and the distant shadows of trees danced. Her gaze was pure and clear, leaving Zhang Qingduo momentarily speechless, causing him to burn his hand on the cigarette. Chioli's eyes narrowed in warning, and Zhang Qingduo, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" He had attended Nuo Nuo's birthday party before, but hadn't realized her beauty from afar. Now up close, she was stunningly beautiful, a perfect blend of innocence and allure. Zhang Qingduo guessed her resemblance to someone. Song Nuo Nuo? Could this be the same Song Nuo Nuo who once seemed unremarkable? No wonder when he had said Nuo Nuo was less attractive than Chen Xian, Bai Yi had mocked him. This was simply, in terms of appearance, Chen Xian could not compete. Fortunately, Zhang Qingduo, with his thick skin, quickly recovered from his astonishment. Brotherly is currently plotting against her biological father. The first game has begun. Shili chuckled, very well. Upon hearing Song Zhan's name, Nuo Nuo was taken aback. She lifted her eyes to Chioli, who smiled back. "I'm taking you to see a good show." Inside the private room, a transparent wall revealed the oblivious figure of Song Zhan, her biological father. Recently, Song Zhan had been flourishing. His company was thriving, stocks were rising, and partnerships were improving. Fortune smiled upon him, perhaps due to Chioli's influence, as many sought to do business with him, offering him numerous advantageous deals. People often become lightheaded when they ascend from the depths of despair to heights they had never imagined. His luck was indeed remarkable. Opposite him sat Chun Mao, a creditor from whom Song Zhan had borrowed money. Today, they were discussing a potential collaboration, and Chun Mao suddenly remarked that he hoped for forgiveness for past grievances, suggesting they play a game. On the first floor, a boxing match was taking place, betting on the outcomes. If Song Zhan won, Chun Mao would return all the shares he had previously thrown away for free. It was a lucrative deal, and Song Zhan, aware that this was yet another attempt by Chioli to curry favor with him, felt delighted. The shares he had previously sacrificed amounted to 15%. Naturally, he agreed. Moments later, Chun Mao's voice rang out clearly, "Mr. Song, luck seems to be on your side. The 15% shares are yours once more." Nuo Nuo furrowed her brows as Chioli lounged with a smirk. "Nuo Nuo, can you guess what will happen next?" It was clear that a windfall rarely came without a catch. Yet, emboldened by Chioli, Song Zhan had begun to lose his sense of self. Suddenly, Nuo Nuo recalled the principle of boiling a frog slowly, sending a chill through her heart. Chen Mao continued, "Mr. Song, do not rush. I have also acquired shares from other shareholders of the Song family, approximately 25%. Would you be interested in continuing this game? Still betting on win or lose. If you win, all is yours. If you lose, you give me back the previous 15%. As drinks flowed, Song Zhan thought to himself that he wasn't losing anything. All right. In this round, Song Zhan lost. His hands trembled. 15% of the shares. Yet, Chun Mao appeared even more disappointed than he was. "Mr. Song, your luck seems to have run dry. The third round is about to commence. How about this? If you win, you receive 40. If you lose, you give me 30. Song Zhan's heart raced. What had begun as a simple game to gain money had turned into a high-stakes gamble. Besides Chun Mao, other business associates were watching, adding pressure to maintain his dignity while also craving the 40% stake. He already possessed 50%. Acquiring this additional portion would mean complete ownership of the company. Chun Mao was there to enrich him, and even in defeat, the game would persist until the shares were his. Moreover, with Chili present, they dared not play tricks. Realizing the stakes, Song Zhan laughed. "Young Master Chun, your generosity is commendable. I choose the black side to win." Nuo Nuo gasped, glancing at the man beside her. Chili, casually resting his leg, wore a knowing smile. Suddenly, she understood what Chioli intended to convey. In his eyes, the Song family was merely a game. She longed for Song Zhan to awaken to reality, yet he remained blind to the unfolding drama. Chioli could bestow everything upon Song Zhan, yet with a mere flick of his wrist, he could lead him into the depths of despair. Chioli was terrifying. Her fingers trembled slightly. Will my father lose? Nuo Nuo was astute. She was on the verge of leaping up to strike him. If Song Zhan continued this reckless behavior, the Song family would indeed be doomed. Chioli leaned closer, his fingers brushing her cheek. But if Nuo Nuo says he will win, then he shall win. Nuo Nuo's teeth chattered. He knew she grasped his implication. She was so near, and he relished her scent. Chioli leaned in, inhaling softly, and smiled. "Kiss me, Nuo Nuo." "Nuo Nuo." He drew near, and because he was so close, she could see the allure and desire swirling within his dark eyes. The heat radiating from his body made her uncomfortable, especially coming from a man who epitomized the classic domineering CEO archetype. Nuo Nuo understood his implications. If she claimed he would win, 90% of the shares would belong to Song Zhan. If she refused, Song Jian would struggle to retain even his 30%. The condition was simple. She had to kiss him. In truth, Chili was the favored protagonist of the story, possessing striking looks. Having shed youthful naivety, he now exuded a profound aura. His features were sharp and cold, and his wealth and power instilled a natural arrogance. Yet, gazing at his face filled her with revulsion. She loathed him, finding him utterly disgusting. Who would want to kiss him? His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as his fingers caressed her hair. No, no, he murmured, his voice dripping with tenderness, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Get away. She pushed against his chest, turning her face away. She had always found him distasteful, and being this close only amplified her aversion. Kiss him? In her dreams, perhaps in another lifetime. Chili gazed down at her, and Nuo Nuo felt trapped beneath him. The warm yellow light of the private room illuminated her delicate skin and her clear, bright eyes, enhanced by a charming tear mole that seemed to glisten with moisture. Yet, she frowned, speaking softly, "Stay away from me. I do not consent." Chili had lost count of how many times she had rejected him, but he could clearly see the disdain flickering across her face, betraying her true feelings. As if he were something vile, even as he remained infatuated with the woman. A flicker of annoyance stirred within him. Is your family company finished? Nuo Nuo met his gaze, gritting her teeth as she declared, even if we save it today, you can destroy it at will another day. My father no longer recognizes his own position, blinded by flattery. Destroying him would be easier than crushing an ant. I refuse. I refuse to kiss you. Keep your distance. Do not touch me. Taking a step back now meant yielding 1,000 steps later. She could only become his plaything at his mercy. Nuo Nuo wondered how Song Lian, the female protagonist, would decide if she were in her situation today. Yet, confronted with the male protagonist's loathsome face, she found it nearly impossible to overcome her mental barriers. His eyes narrowed, exuding a chilling danger as he moved away from her. Uttering, "Do not regret it." Nuo Nuo straightened up and glanced through the transparent screen. Chioli smirked slightly, his smile devoid of genuine warmth. Song Jian was increasingly anxious. The outcome hinged on this moment. However, with a wave of applause from the boxing arena below, Song Jian's face paled instantly as the black side lost. Not only would he not receive that 40%, but his own 30 would also vanish. Chun Mao stood up, revealing an apologetic smile. "Mr. Song, you have lost." Song Jian, on the brink of despair, protested. "Let's go again. Isn't there another round?" He appeared like a gambler blinded by desperation. Chun Mao politely shook his head. "Mr. Song, I would gladly accompany you if you had the capital to wager, but the shares in your hand have dwindled to a mere 20%, while I possess 70. The stakes are unequal. Mr. Song lacks the qualifications to continue." In a fit of rage, Song Jian slammed the table. "You are deceiving me. You set a trap." Chun Mao's expression darkened. "Mr. Song, tread carefully. Do you not fear offending young Master Chiu with such schemes?" He glanced towards the wall, then turned back to Song Jian, revealing a hint of mockery. "If Mr. Song finds this unfair, perhaps you should consult young Master Chiu. I have matters to attend to, and shall take my leave now." Once everyone departed, Song Jian could no longer stand. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. It was over. His 30% of shares. All gone. That was his lifeline, the ancestral legacy of his family, the culmination of his lifelong struggle. Kiuli Skufa, casting a glance at the beautiful lady in the rose-red dress beside him. Nuo Nuo, wasn't this performance splendid? Song Jian appeared pitiably disheveled, ensnared, yet unaware of who had orchestrated his downfall, possibly still contemplating seeking Chiu Li's assistance. Nuo Nuo remained silent, casting one last glance at Song Jian. He was the original protagonist's father, and the 50% shares he possessed had been exchanged for Nuo Nuo herself. Yet, he had chosen to gamble them away. Had the original protagonist seen this, she would likely have been heartbroken. As they prepared to leave, Zhang Qing Duo returned from an unknown location, carefully observing Nuo Nuo's expression. The young girl seemed remarkably composed, while Chiu Li wore a perpetual frown as if someone owed him a fortune. Chiu Li's mood soured, and his tone turned sharp. "Speak." "Young Master Li," Chun Mao inquired about the handling of the 70% shares of the Song family. Zhang Qing Duo could not resist glancing at Nuo Nuo. She lowered her eyes, gently biting her lip. Indeed, she was remarkably beautiful. Chiu Li replied coldly. "Doesn't Chun Qin desire them? Allow Chun Mao to let his sister play with them as she wishes." Nuo Nuo, who had been looking down, raised her head in disbelief. He smiled indifferently, as though bestowing something trivial. Nuo Nuo bit her lip, nearly exploding with anger. If the Song family were merely being exploited by Qiu Li, she would not feel such rage. However, Qiu Li was fully aware of how malicious Chun Qian could be. Whatever fell into her hands might never return to the Song family. Nuo Nuo still recalled the suffocating sensation of plunging into the water. This body bore the Song surname. It was the ancestral heritage of the Song family, now casually tossed to Chun Qian by this man's careless words. Her disdain for Qiu Li deepened once more. Nuo Nuo clenched her fists, remaining silent. If the shares had fallen into his hands, he could do with them as he pleased. Yet her heart belonged to her alone. She would never surrender it to such a man. She resolved never to speak to Qiu Li again. Realizing the tension between them, Zhang Qingduo wisely slipped away. Nuo Nuo resolved to carry out her intentions. After returning from Shengshi that day, she never exchanged another word with Qiu Li. Chen Ma was the first to notice the change. Typically, young Master Qiu and Nuo would leave around the same time, often encountering each other at breakfast. However, recently, Nuo Nuo rose early, before Qiu Li and Song Lian were awake. She would quietly eat breakfast alone, yet still greeted Chen Ma sweetly and smiled warmly. Nevertheless, Chen Ma discovered that Nuo Nuo was deliberately avoiding Qiu Li's presence at home. If they happened to cross paths, the once soft-spoken Nuo Nuo would quickly fall silent, becoming obedient yet distant. Chen Ma realized that the young lady seemed to harbor a particular dislike for young Master Qiu. Song Lian also sensed the shift in the atmosphere of the villa, which could be described as overshadowed by dark clouds. She had no time to feel joy, but was instead burdened by another matter. She was aware of the Song family's plight and the mistakes made by Song Zhan. Zhao Jie wailed on the phone, pleading with Song Lian to see if she could persuade young Master Qiu to take action against the detestable Chun Mao. Yet, young Master Qiu's expression had grown increasingly cold, as if encased in ice. If Nuo Nuo were present, his gaze would invariably gravitate towards her. But upon noticing her rejection and cold silence, his expression darkened further. This situation had lingered for over a week. When Song Lian chanced upon Song Zhan outside the school again, her heart ached to the point of tears. Her father looked haggard, with reddened eyes, once full of vigor. He now appeared a decade older with significantly more gray hair. Song Zhan had come to visit his two daughters. Though his spirit was low, he endeavored to speak gently, offering them both desserts. Father has failed, made grave mistakes. I apologize to you both, especially to Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo silently regarded the little bear-shaped cake in her hands. If possible, could you please help your father and plead with young Master Qiu for assistance? Nuo Nuo felt a tightening in her chest as she furrowed her brow, grappling with emotions that seemed to belong to the original protagonist. It appeared that the original protagonist held deep feelings for her father. Aside from sending her to Qiu Li, he had always treated her well. Her mother had passed away early, leaving her father to raise her alone. Nuo Nuo remained silent, while Song Lian clenched her fist, resolutely stating, "Father, rest assured, we will seek young Master Qiu's help. Do not be too distressed. Even if fortunes are lost, they may be regained." Song Lian turned to see Nuo clutching the little bear cake in silence, a surge of anger swelling within her. "Song Nuo, how can you be so cold-hearted? Father has raised us for 18 years, and when a family faces hardship, you choose to stand idly by." Nuo Nuo imperturbed replied softly, "Hey sunelable. Young Master Qiu is unreliable, yet can you be relied upon? Why don't you go reclaim our ancestral legacy if you have the capability? I lack such prowess." Song Lian. Nuo Nuo gazed at Song Lian, her voice barely above a whisper. "I cannot compel him to act, nor can I invoke his sudden kindness. If you are able, I shall not hinder you." Infuriated, Song Lian snatched the little bear cake from Nuo Nuo's hands, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch. You do not deserve to hold something given by father." Her abrupt action left a mark on Nuo Nuo's hand, as the sharp edge of the dessert box grazed it. In a fit of rage, Song Lian hurled the cake to the ground and stomped on it, as though she wished to crush Nuo Nuo instead. Cold-hearted, Song Lian ran off. The lights of the teaching building flickered on one by one as Nuo Nuo examined the injury on her hand. This protagonist was even more foolish than herself, impulsive and quick to anger. Nuo Nuo frowned, the cut on her hand long and painful. She did not wish to engage with Song Lian. In her worldview, it was only natural for her to be cruel. If Song Lian truly sought vengeance against Xiao Li, it might even be a blessing in disguise. Moreover, the item had already been placed in Chun Xian's possession. It was not something easily reclaimed. Nuo Nuo wished to distance herself from all of this madness, either finding her way home or escaping this group of lunatics. She bent down to retrieve the crushed cake, intending to discard it in the trash. However, around the corner, she noticed a quiet boy observing her. Hang Rui stood beneath the cherry blossom tree, his hands tucked into his pockets. His oversized school uniform accentuated his delicate features. The shadows danced around him, and the lights flickered softly. He gazed at Nuo Nuo for a long time before finally parting his lips, asking, "What happened to your hand?" Nuo Nuo shook her head. Among all, Hang Rui was the only one who seemed normal. Yet precisely for this reason, she could not involve him. Nuo Nuo replied softly, "It's nothing." Her tone was gentle and endearing, yet her demeanor remained distant. After tossing the cake into the trash, she did not utter another word to him and walked toward the teaching building. Hang Rui watched her slender silhouette, reflecting on the moments when she had shyly requested his help with a problem. It all felt like a fleeting illusion. That version of Nuo Nuo was truly beautiful, so endearing. Had he made a mistake in refusing her? The evening breeze was refreshing, the night growing cooler. Soon, winter would descend upon this world. Nuo Nuo edhaled deeply. Even the hardest days had passed for quite some time. When evening study concluded, the moon revealed itself in the sky. Nuo Nuo discovered a box of Band-Aids in her desk. She stared at it for a long time, but ultimately did not turn back. Once everyone had left, Nuo Nuo placed the box back on Hang Rui's desk, then turned off the lights and closed the windows, locking the door behind her. Hang Rui was well. She should not provoke Xiao Li. This was all Nuo Nuo could do for him. The original boy was truly kind. May he live a life of peace and prosperity. When Nuo Nuo returned to the villa with Song Lian that night, Aunt Chen remarked, "Young Master Qiu is in a foul mood." She paused before adding, "Extremely foul." He had returned early, reeking of alcohol, his demeanor icy, nearly reducing Du Yi, that rough man, to tears with his scolding. Nuo Nuo wished to avoid any talk related to the male lead, but Song Lian, now anxious, inquired, "What happened?" Aunt Chen maintained a stern expression. "Today marks the anniversary of the master and mistress. Perhaps there are issues at the company as well." "I do not know." Frowning, Song Lian's face reflected sympathy. "No," interjected Aunt Chen, "I had dinner at school. I'm going up to study." Aunt Chen responded, "Miss, could you not show a bit of spirit? Do you not understand my hint? You should go comfort him." Yet Song Lian, overly determined, sighed, "So he was this pitiful." Aunt Chen replied, "He is not pitiful. If he wished to end your life, he would do so without a second thought." Choosing to ignore the situation, Aunt Chen headed to the kitchen to prepare a sobering tea for Qiu Li. Remembering Song Zhan's pleading from that evening, Song Lian hurriedly followed. "Aunt Chen, may I go? I have something I wish to discuss with young Master Qiu." Aunt Chen's expression remained impassive. The young master does not permit anyone to roam the second floor and dislikes others entering his room. Song Lian's face stiffened. Once Aunt Chen ascended the stairs, Song Lian could no longer sit still. This would not do. While she could disregard the cold-hearted Nuo Nuo concerning the future of the Song family, she could not ignore it herself. For the sake of the Song family, she was willing to sacrifice everything. With a determined bite of her lip, Song Lian ascended the stairs. Seizing the moment when Aunt Chen had not yet closed the door, she swiftly entered. The man sat on the sofa in the room, the computer illuminated, a faint scent of smoke and alcohol permeating the air. Upon hearing her approach, he lifted his gaze. Aunt Chen looked at Song Lian in surprise. Taking a deep breath, Song Lian began, "Young Master Qiu, you must be aware of our family situation. My sister has acted thoughtlessly and may have offended you. I beseech you, in your magnanimity, to assist my father. I am willing to do anything you ask." Qiu Li, cigarette pinched between his fingers, chuckled at her words. "Anything you are willing to do?" Hearing this, Song Lian nodded with righteous fervor. Qiu Li leisurely flicked the ash from his cigarette. "And what exactly are you?" Song Lian's complexion paled. He remained unrelenting, his words cutting like a knife. "Miss Song, you overestimate yourself. What do you possess? Beauty? Talent? Huh. If your sister has offended me, let her be the one to come and beg." He extinguished the cigarette with a decisive motion. His dark, sharp eyes narrowed as he approached Song Lian, an unsettling smile breaking across his face. She felt a chill sweep through her body, unable to comprehend why. The aura he exuded was cold and powerful, causing her to tremble slightly. Do you know the consequences of barging in here, Miss Song? Just as Nuo Nuo opened her chemistry book to tackle elemental inference problems, she was startled by a piercing scream from next door. Ah? No. Nuo Nuo. Help me. Ah. It was Song Lian's voice. Without a second thought, Nuo Nuo rushed toward Xiao Li's room. This was her second time entering this space, shrouded in dark tones that exuded a stifling atmosphere. Nuo Nuo lifted her gaze to the large floor-to-ceiling window, where the upper half was ajar, the night wind howling. And Song Lian's upper body dangled precariously outside. Xiao Li had his hand around her neck, a chilling smile on his lips. A slight increase in pressure would send Song Lian plummeting headfirst to the ground below, where a gravel path awaited. Nuo Nuo's heart ratset. She empathized with the fear of the moment. Had the male lead truly lost his mind? How could he contemplate killing the female lead? Nuo Nuo, save me. No matter her feelings for Song Lian, she could not bear to witness someone perish before her eyes. Terrified that Xiao Li might genuinely harm Song Lian, she hurried over. For the first time in many days, she spoke to him. Xiao Li. Upon hearing her voice, he finally turned to face her. The girl's eyes were wide with terror. Ah, so she feared him too. Do not be afraid, he reassured. I would never harm you. What do you want? Let Song Lian go. But I am quite unhappy. Nuo Nuo felt herself on the verge of breaking down. Was his unhappiness worth a life? Song Lian, unable to endure the terror of her body hanging outside, began to cry, but Xiao Li tightened his grip, stifling her cries. In the eerie silence, Xiao Li repeated, Nuo Nuo, I am very unhappy. I know you are unhappy. Nuo Nuo exclaimed, I am unhappy too. Tentatively, she grasped Xiao Li's arm. His muscles were solid and unyielding, and he chuckled softly, allowing her to continue. Feeling a flutter of fear, she softened her tone. Xiao Li, you are drunk. This is not right. Please let Song Lian go. Why will you not speak to me? Nuo Nuo felt her patience wearing thin. He was utterly mad. As Song Lian struggled, Nuo Nuo pleaded, I am sorry. I want to ignore you again. His satisfaction was evident in his smile. Good. As Song Lian collapsed to the floor, having narrowly escaped death, she wept uncontrollably. She vowed never to provoke this man again. He was a devil. Even if Song Zhan held a knife to her throat, she would still return. Soon, the bodyguards entered to drag Song Lian away. Nuo Nuo felt a profound sense of sorrow. If the female lead suffered so greatly, how much worse would her own fate be? Nuo Nuo feared him, wishing to distance herself from this madman. Yet just as she turned to leave, a pair of hands encircled her waist, a solid, warm chest pressed against her back. The faint scent of tobacco filled the air, sending a shiver down her spine. She was momentarily stunned, her face quickly flushed with anger. That lunatic actually licked her there. No. His repulsive voice called out. Let go of me, it feels awful. I feel awful too, and deeply saddened. His hand moved upward, nearing a forbidden area, causing Nuo Nuo to blush furiously. Xiao Li, He chuckled lightly, maliciously brushing against her soft skin. You're being too excessive. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. After saving Song Lian, was she to be the one to suffer? She could smell the alcohol on him. What madness was this? Xiao Li stepped in front of her, his fingers tenderly caressing her face. The softness of her youth, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, gazed at him incredulously. He laughed lightly. He wasn't mad. He was merely on the brink of losing control, desperately yearning for her. With such a dangerously alluring treasure before him, lowering his head was of little consequence. I didn't give Chun Qian the shares of the Song family. Don't be angry, all right? Nuo Nuo was left speechless, her anger simmering. This wasn't about Chun Qian. It stemmed from the inherent malice within Xiao Li himself. He couldn't help but coax her. I'll give it all to you. Okay. Then Song can't bully you, and Song Lian will have to respect you. If you dislike Chun Qian, I'll make her pay, all right? Nuo Nuo was terrified of him. This man was heartless. No matter what Chun Qian had sacrificed for him, he could turn on her in an instant. No. A man like Xiao Li wouldn't engage in a losing deal. He wouldn't be so generous. Her voice, though laced with anger, remained soft. No, I don't need you to do anything. Yet this madman couldn't comprehend human language. He took her small hand and placed it on his chest. Nuo Nuo could feel the fierce beating of his heart, each thump like a drum, sending shockwaves through her. He whispered, I'll give it all to you. Just let me a little, all right? Nuo Nuo thought he had lost his mind. She wasn't the heroine, It seemed even the heroine was terrified of him. Nuo Nuo believed that any normal person wouldn't dare to like this man, nor would they want his affection. She shook her head, ignoring the rapid heartbeat beneath her palm. Chioli, you're drunk. Just sleep it off. She wouldn't dare take the shares. Accepting anything from Chioli would come at an insurmountable cost. Kiuli Snadat. Song Lien came to plead for your father, and you're not the slightest bit concerned? He coaxed. You don't have to do anything. Just treat me a bit better, all right? Nuo Nuo found him delusional. She lowered her gaze, finally revealing her true feelings. Chioli, you are far too self-important. On our first meeting, you held a gun to me. Afterwards, I lived in a storage room, barely ate, and almost faced your assault. The last words were too difficult to utter. She paused. I'm very afraid of you. You should know that. But I'm not particularly afraid of death. Nor do I care much for the Song family. With such a Chioli, what right did he have to earn anyone's affection? With each word she spoke, darkness crept into his gaze. Finally, Nuo Nuo added, for the past 2 years, I've only wanted to focus on studying and getting into college. My father is unreliable, and no one else can be trusted. To live well, one must rely on oneself. She spoke half-truths, hoping that Chioli would temper his unpredictable temperament. Nuo Nuo disliked the dramatic love-hate games they played. If she could escape, she would choose to leave him now. One moment he was courting her, the next he could frighten her to the core. This was no way for a person to live. Moreover, Nuo Nuo felt disheartened, seeing Song Lien's terrified expression. The heroine would likely never dare to confront the hero again. Chioli fell silent for a moment. Suddenly he asked, what happened to your hand? Only then did Nuo Nuo notice that he was holding her injured hand. It's nothing, just a scratch from a box. He lowered his head, but before his lips could touch her wound, she instinctively pulled away. The shadows in his eyes deepened as he looked at her. Nuo Nuo thought to herself. They weren't acting out a romantic scene where a kiss could ease her pain. Given this man's nature, he preferred licking. How filthy and full of bacteria. More disgusting still. Yet, when faced with Chioli's gaze, she felt embarrassed for a fleeting moment and softly admitted, it hurts. Chioli fell silent, withdrawing the coldness from his eyes. Nuo Nuo didn't want him to touch her. Her disdain for him grew with each passing day. In truth, Chioli did not believe he had done anything wrong. If anyone else dared to treat him thus, they would have been dead multiple times over. Yet, Nuo Nuo looked at him with such disdain. Go back to sleep. I'll have someone take Song Lien home. Nuo Nuo sighed in relief and turned to leave. Just as she reached the corner, he suddenly called out, Nuo Nuo. She turned back. Chioli smiled slightly. If you want to study, then study first. I want to push you. Nuo Nuo nodded. The shares your father originally held will be returned in a few days. Nuo Nuo felt a shiver of fear at his unexpected kindness. She regarded him with trepidation. Before you go to college, I want to touch you. So don't be so scared. And don't look at me like I'm a rapist. This time, Nuo Nuo couldn't help but ask, really? Her cheeks flushed like delicate peach blossoms in March. Her big eyes sparkling with light. It seemed she truly cared about whether he would touch her. Just from gazing at her from a distance, he could feel his heart racing madly. It would be difficult not to touch her. Whether he could restrain himself remained to be seen. For now, he would appease her. I'm not lying to you. What Nuo Nuo feared most was this. Seeing Chioli's serious demeanor, she couldn't help but smile, warmth radiating from her. Her eyes glistening softly. Thank you. If the male lead truly refrained from touching her, that would be splendid. Heaven knew that ever since she moved to the second floor, she had slept soundly. People often have such psychology. She was obedient and valued promises, so she instinctively believed that others found it hard to lie, especially when making solemn vows. But Nuo Nuo didn't realize that for a man without limits, a promise meant nothing. Kiuli stapat kluze. And Nuo Nuo instinctively took a step back. She blinked, her soft, unassuming demeanor. Didn't we agree? He chuckled slightly. I said I wouldn't touch you in the future. At least let me hold you just this once. You really want to lie to me? Nuo Nuo thought, if this could exempt her from 7 months of harassment. A hug didn't seem too bad. Moreover, with his reckless nature, if she didn't agree and he forcefully embraced her, it would be even worse. Yet, she felt uneasy. After a gentle nod, Chioli pulled her into his arms. The softness of her body was almost unbearable. Just holding her like this, he could feel her delicate curves. He recalled the beautiful sight he had seen that night, and his gaze darkened. Chioli thought she was adorably naive and incredibly easy to deceive. This was her first time quietly resting in his embrace. He contentedly rested his chin on her neck, gently inhaling her scent. Nuo Nuo shifted uncomfortably, and Chioli's eyes darkened, battling his desire for her, and he voluntarily released her. He could clearly sense her sigh of relief. It wouldn't be now that he ruined her. Otherwise, she would hate him even more. Chioli's body still craved her, yet his exterior betrayed no hint of desire. I keep my word. You should go back now. Nuo Nuo hurriedly fled. Tonight had been a significant gain. She felt a sense of joy. After all, Chioli was the male lead of this story. Though he was domineering and unreasonable, and particularly wicked, he wouldn't go so far as to ruin her own face. As long as the male lead didn't touch her, she would fill out applications for distant universities after her college entrance exams and never return. Even if she couldn't go back to her own world, it would be enough to distance herself from a lunatic. The next day, Song Lian returned to the Song family. No matter what Song Jian asked her, she remained silent, seeming to have grown much quieter. When Nuo Nuo went to school on Monday, Song Lian was absent from class. Nuo Nuo sighed, feeling that there was no hope left for the female protagonist. Song Lian was thoroughly frightened by Chioli, and it took her a while to recover. It was only after 2 days that she returned to school. At noon, just as classes were dismissed, Song Lian suddenly grasped Nuo Nuo's arm and awkwardly uttered, "Thank you." She was well aware that if it weren't for Nuo Nuo, she might not even be alive now. Nuo Nuo looked at her in surprise. Song Lian seemed somewhat irritated. "Don't look at me like that. You are the one who deserves pity. I wonder how long you can survive under his hand." Nuo Nuo smiled, her laughter radiant, as if the October sun had suddenly warmed the air. "You're welcome." After a moment's contemplation, she mused, "One day at a time?" Song Lian gazed at her beautiful face and suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. To her astonishment, the girl she had always found disagreeable, Nuo Nuo, seemed somewhat endearing. This realization was too unsettling for Song Lian. Choosing not to speak further, she grabbed her backpack and walked away. Yao Jia hurried after her, asking, "Xiaolian, what did you just say to Song Nuo Nuo?" Song Lian pressed her lips together, replying, "Nothing." Yao Jia's expression turned subtle, and she suddenly inquired, "I heard my dad mention that the president of the Chiu family has a fiancée, named Song Nuo Nuo. Could it be her?" Song Lian halted in her tracks. "You're overthinking. How could someone as prominent as Chiu's family possibly be engaged to Song Nuo Nuo? Moreover, how could she be engaged at such a young age?" Yao Jia still felt something was off, but after a moment's reflection, she conceded that they were still in high school. Besides, Chiu Li's name was practically a myth in the business world, and the Song family's background was inferior to that of the Yao family. It was unlikely that Song Nuo Nuo could reach such heights. On Wednesday afternoon, before school ended, there was a physical education class, the only relaxation period for the senior students, aptly named Strengthening the Body by the school. Classes 3 and 7 shared this period, fostering a better relationship between the two classes than with others. This afternoon, the students of Class 3 were unusually excited. El Xiang had been chattering for a while. A basketball-friendly match. Oh my goodness, I never expected to see another one in senior year. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. No, let us go cheer for our boys. It was the perfect time of year, with the weather cool and refreshing. Nuo Nuo chuckled at her enthusiasm. "I want to go. I have papers to write." El Xiang puffed up her cheeks. "I beg you, please go. It'll be so boring and awkward if I go alone. I won't even dare to scream." Unable to resist El Xiang's pleading, Nuo Nuo reluctantly agreed. El Xiang cheered and gathered her snacks. However, El Xiang had overestimated her time. During that physical education class, she had no opportunity to eat her snacks and spent the entire time screaming while clutching a bag of chips, completely disregarding her earlier reservations. The stadium was abuzz with excitement, as some students even purchased small red flags. The girls from Class 3 shouted fervently, "Class 3, go!" While Class 7 responded with their own cheers, "Class 7, rise up, you are the best." The boys on the field were equally invigorated, running, passing, and leaping, an exuberance unique to youth. In that moment, Nuo Nuo felt as though she had entered a genuine world. Their youth was charming and full of life. Watching them, she couldn't help but smile. At just 18, Nuo Nuo was nearly as young as them. After a brief moment of shyness, she joined El Xiang in cheering, "Class 3, go!" It was at this moment that Hang Rui passed the ball to his teammate and glanced over. He was tall, with a youthful physique that seemed to dance with the wind. Dressed in a deep blue jersey emblazoned with 05 on the front and Hang Rui, Class 3 on the back, he was strikingly handsome and played with undeniable coolness. Renowned for his aloof demeanor, he appeared stunningly attractive at that moment. Many girls from Class 7 switch allegiances. "Hang Rui, go." "Hang Scholar, you can do it." "Hang Rui, Ah, our school's heartthrob. The boys from class 7 shouted in frustration. Damn it. Hang Rue, however, was oblivious to the commotion. After noticing the box of bandages that had been quietly returned, he and T spoken a song Nuo Nuo for many days, returning their relationship to its initial coldness. Strangers once again. Most of the time, she was obediently quiet, adorably fidgety when she struggled with her work, often tapping her chin with her pen. Hang Rue had never seen her so lively. She was now jumping and shouting alongside the girls from Class 3. He couldn't help but smile slightly. The score for Class 3 soared, while the boys from Class 7 were left panting and eager to curse. Exhaustion was one thing, but the cheerleading squad switched sides, with the shouts of Class 3, go, nearly drowning out Class 7. As the score widened, their anxiety escalated. Just as Hang Rue prepared to shoot a three-pointer, a boy from Class 7 intercepted and swatted the ball away. The force of the shot was already strong, and with that added blow, the basketball hurtled directly toward the girls. They shrieked in panic, none of them knowing how to play basketball, instinctively dodging. Nuo Nuo was pushed forward. No, no, Elsion cried out. But it was too late. The ball struck her fiercely. A dull pain radiated from her temple and forehead, and she collapsed to the ground, her vision blurring as she felt herself on the verge of fainting. Amidst the chaos, a boy broke through the crowd and rushed over. Song Nuo Nuo, it hurts so much. Nuo Nuo had been struck on the corner of her eye, nearly unable to open it. She could only be grateful that it was a spherical object and not something sharp. Otherwise, she might have lost her sight. In her dazed state, the boy scooped her up from her knees. Nuo Nuo blinked, tears spilling from the pain. The boy smelled fresh, with a hint of sweat, and she heard his voice trembling. Nuo Nuo, Nuo Nuo, are you okay? Nuo Nuo covered her eye. Put me down first. Her legs weren't injured. She could make her way to the infirmary on her own. The boy hesitated briefly before setting her down, but Nuo Nuo swayed, feeling both pain and embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed, and her head throbbed. Hang Rue, you should go back. I can manage to get to the infirmary. It's nothing serious. Nuo Nuo had finally settled into a peaceful routine. During this time, Chioli had been busy and, true to his word, had refrained from troubling her. Hang Rue was best kept at a distance to ensure her acceptance into university and a successful future. Keeping her distance from him was the best way to express her gratitude for his initial protection when she had entered the story. Hang Rue understood her aloofness, and his earlier panic faded from his expression, replaced once more by a cold demeanor. At this age, both boys and girls possessed a potent sense of pride. Hang Rue said, the ball that struck you was my mistake. I'll take you to the infirmary. Nuo Nuo, also aware of the game, knew it wasn't his fault. The pain in her injured eye caused tears to flow unceasingly. Covering her eye, she continued toward the infirmary, saying, it wasn't you. You should go back. The match isn't over yet. Hang Rue fell silent, quietly following behind her. By that time, dusk was approaching, and Nuo Nuo's figure appeared fragile. He had realized how light she was when he had carried her, delicate and soft. Since she was covering one eye, her perspective was skewed, causing her to veer as she walked. Tears streamed down her face due to the pain. After several days of relentless work, Chioli had finally resolved the issues stemming from his previous refusal to collaborate with Huasheng. November was fast approaching, gradually ushering in late autumn. The wind howled, leaves carpeted the ground, and a desolate scene unfolded. This winter was sure to be particularly frigid. Chioli postponed his evening social engagements, having not properly observed Nuo Nuo for several days. He recalled Chunma mentioning that Nuo Nuo had been exceptionally happy and carefree lately, which made him both fond and somewhat irritable. Determined, Chioli planned to personally pick her up from school. During his own high school days, he had attended an elite academy, quite different from a public high school Nuo Nuo attended. His school was filled predominantly with wealthy heirs, a gathering of rebellious youths during their most defiant years. Most were uninterested in academics, intent instead on returning to inherit their family businesses, resulting in dismal grades, though a few ambitious students were exceptionally talented. He had belonged to the former group, living a carefree life filled with excitement, indulging in street racing, brawling, and even boxing and diving, never truly dedicating himself to his studies. Had his parents not met with misfortune, he might have remained a carefree but irresponsible rich kid, lacking the wealth and power he currently possessed. Chioli found Nuo Nuo to be exceptionally well-behaved. She seemed like a person from an entirely different world. Her worldview revolved around diligent study, honesty, and ambition as pathways to a promising future. To him, This perspective appeared utterly foolish, yet he found it irresistibly endearing. When his luxury car approached, Nuo Nuo's dedicated chauffeur, Uncle Zhang, expressed surprise. Young Master Chiu. And where is she? Chiu glanced at his watch. It was around the time Nuo Nuo should have finished school. The campus was sparsely populated, indicating that most students had already departed. Uncle Zhang was growing anxious. Nuo typically emerged punctually after classes, yet she was nowhere to be seen today. I don't know. She usually comes out by now. Chiu exited the car, dismissing any objections. I'll go find her. After taking a few steps, he frowned and removed his conspicuously tailored suit, tossing it into the car. Now clad only in a thin white shirt, Uncle Zhang, while puzzled by Chiu Li's actions, couldn't he help but feel a chill for him. Despite being relatively young and accomplished in the business realm, Chiu Li was worlds apart from student. His demeanor radiated an icy nobility, and his lack of a smile bore an intimidating edge. The yellow leaves from the campus sycamore trees lay scattered on the ground, twirling in the breeze before gently settling down. Chiu Li had never visited Nuo Nuo's school. He strode confidently, relying on his height and long legs. After all, high schools were not as expansive as universities, and he wouldn't need to walk far. When Yao Jia spotted Chiu Li, she was utterly taken aback. She had only seen this handsome, wealthy man in magazines, and seeing him in person was almost surreal. Overcome with excitement, she even pinched her dazed friend, Song Lian. "What are you doing?" Song Lian exclaimed, pulling her arm back. Yao Jia, heart racing, whispered, "Xiao Yan, look, isn't that the president of the Chiu Corporation?" A pang of dread struck Song Lian as she followed Yao Jia's gaze. In the next moment, she remembered how he had nearly harmed her. The terror of that night was indelibly etched in her memory, leaving her pale. They had spotted Chiu Li, and he had undoubtedly seen them as well. He raised an eyebrow and approached them with deliberate strides. Song Lian trembled slightly, while Chiu Li, uninterested in small talk, inquired, "Where is Song Nuo?" Song Lian's face shifted through various expressions, unsure what to say. Yao Jia's expression also changed upon hearing his words. Chiu Li squinted at them, his perceptiveness keen. He could tell something was amiss. Yao Jia lowered her gaze, while Song Lian remained silent. Chiu Li methodically glanced at his watch again. "Where's Song Nuo?" "Don't make me ask a third time." Through gritted teeth, Song Lian replied, "She's in the school infirmary. She was hit by a basketball." Chiu Li's expression turned icy. "Which way?" Song Lian indicated the direction, and Chiu Li left without hesitation. Yao Jia stared at his towering figure, momentarily lost in thought. He was asking about Song Nuo Nuo. Song Nuo Nuo. Chiu Li's fiancée, he was indeed their classmate. Song Nuo Nuo. Yao Jia's expression shifted from shock to unease. Meanwhile, Song Lian's thoughts ran deeper. She had once harbored disdain for Song Nuo Nuo, but despite her mother's antagonism, which nearly shattered her family, Nuo Nuo had never wronged her. If it weren't for Song Nuo Nuo, she might not even be alive today. Regardless of their tumultuous relationship, they were indeed sisters by blood. Song Lian was acutely aware of Chiu Li's possessiveness and concern for Nuo Nuo. Just moments ago, Hang Ruwei had held Nuo Nuo in front of both classes, and they were likely still together. Song Lian recalled how Nuo Nuo had once had feelings for Hang Ruwei, and how she had previously divulged information about him to Chiu Li. With Chiu Li's capabilities, he must have thoroughly investigated Hang Ruwei. There was no way he wouldn't recognize him. If Chiu Li were to see them together, Nuo Nuo lay on the small bed in the infirmary as the school nurse tended to her injuries. The area struck by the ball was swollen and would likely bruise soon. Her fair skin made the injury appear particularly alarming. The nurse, a cheerful woman in her 30s, noticed Hang Ruwei lingering by the door and teased, "Young man, step inside. Your girlfriend is hurt rather badly. I'll treat her external wounds, but it would be best to get her checked at the hospital later." Upon hearing this, Nuo Nuo quickly clarified, "No, we're just classmates." Hang Ruwei glanced at Nuo Nuo, but remained silent. The nurse, undeterred, chuckled, "Well, he's the one who injured you. And he must have hit hard. Thankfully, it didn't affect her eyes. What a rascal." Suddenly, she called out, "A male student, come help with the ice pack. I have to step out for a moment." Nuo Nuo softly protested, "I can manage on my own." Hang Ruwei, however, wordlessly approached, taking the ice pack and applying it to her eye. The coolness of the ice brought a soothing sensation, making her feel slightly more at ease. Yet, she felt uncomfortable as he continued to hold the pack in place. Initially refreshing, The prolonged contact made the area numb. Nuo Nuo attempted to shift away his hand to take over the ice pack, but just then, a familiar scoff echoed from the doorway. The voice was all too recognizable, conjuring nightmares from her subconscious. Nuo Nuo's mind went blank as she remembered Hang Rue was still present, her heart racing. Ignoring her discomfort, she set aside the ice pack, sat up, and opened her eyes to see Chioli leaning against the doorframe, his gaze cold and indifferent. His dark eyes seethed with barely contained rage, leaving Nuo Nuo uncertain whether he aimed to harm Hang Rue or her. A shiver ran through her as she sensed impending doom. Fate had conspired to bring Hang Rue and Chioli together at this moment. Hang Rue also noticed the man by the door. In the crisp October air, he stood there dressed in tailored trousers and a thin white shirt, his demeanor chillingly fierce, as though he wished to inflict harm upon them. He instinctively turned to gauge Nuo Nuo's reaction, only to find her wide eyes filled with fear directed at Chioli. They knew each other. Hang Rue's heart sank, and judging by Nuo Nuo's response, it was the kind of relationship he had not wished to acknowledge. A smirk curling his lips as he taunted, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to introduce me to your classmate?" Nuo Nuo? Nuo bit her lip before finally speaking. "Hang Rue, you should go back. My fiancé is here. Thank you for bringing me to the infirmary." The young man turned abruptly to stare at her. Hang Rue hesitated, asking, "Song Nuo Nuo, did you just say he's your fiancé?" Chioli raised an eyebrow in surprise, his gaze shifting to Nuo Nuo. She softly reiterated, "Chioli, my fiancé," with a heavy heart. Hang Rue lowered his eyes and replied, "All right." This time, he was no longer stubborn and stood to leave. Nuo Nuo anjosli vated yuli, whose gaze remained fixed on her, emotions unreadable. Nuo Nuo found the scene both melodramatic and frustrating. If this were any other romance story, Chioli would undoubtedly be the villain, the one who disrupts others' lives. She feared that as Hang Rue passed him, he might suddenly draw a weapon and eliminate him. Fortunately, Chioli did nothing. As dusk approached, the sky dimmed under the overcast clouds. With Chioli gone and the nurse absent, Nuo Nuo remained alone on the small bed. Chioli approached her, silhouetted against the fading light. Nuo Nuo swallowed hard, struggling to suppress her trembling body and resisting the urge to ask what he intended to do. She retreated behind the bed, fearful of confronting Chioli alone. He reached out and tilted her chin, asking, "Repeat after me. Who am I to you?" Nuo Nuo had no desire to reiterate. She murmured, "You heard it already. So don't ask. I want to hear you say it to me alone." She hugged her knees, yearning to retreat further, sensing that this man was on the verge of a breakdown. "Fiancé," she stammered. A smile curved his lips as he arched an eyebrow. "For the sake of those 3 words, I allowed that brat to live a few more years." Nuo Nuo shivered, a mix of tears and fear welling up within her. Chioli had indeed intended to kill Hang Rue. Was he a devil? He was. He caressed the corners of her eyes, narrowing them dangerously. "What happened to your eyes and forehead?" "We were cheering for a basketball game between our class and Class 7, and I accidentally got hit by the ball." "Who did it?" Nuo Nuo shook her head. "I didn't see who it was. I don't know them." He remained non-committal. Whether she spoke or remembered was of little consequence, for he could find that person regardless. Chioli bent down to lift her to the hospital. Nuo Nuo felt awkward in his arms and couldn't help but remind him. "Chioli, you said you wouldn't touch me until after my college entrance exams. Is that so?" He replied with a smile, "I haven't touched you. I'm merely taking you to the hospital. Don't fuss. I can walk on my own." His expression unchanged, he replied, "Very well." For the first time, Nuo Nuo realized the extent of the commotion caused by being injured by basketball. She had undergone numerous CT scans and various examinations, dragging on late into the night. She felt drowsy. However, by evening, her forehead and eyes had swollen, making it difficult to even open her eyes. The eyes, after all, were delicate and painful. The doctor glanced at Chioli's expression before saying, "Miss, your eyes need to be bandaged." Nuo Nuo nodded. "The injuries to your features are somewhat serious. You must refrain from using your eyes for the next few days. We will remove the bandages once your eyes recover a bit." Nuo Nuo understood that this situation required a triangular bandage. She nodded in compliance. Yet when the 3-finger-wide gauze covered both her eyes, Nuo Nuo was left bewildered. Did one injured eye necessitate the bandaging of the other? She had never questioned a doctor's judgment before. Generally, she was in good health and rarely fell ill, always adhering to whatever the doctor advised. However, when both eyes were shrouded in darkness, leaving her unable to see anything, no, I couldn't help but feel anxious. She wanted to touch the gauze. The doctor, noticing Chioli nearby, quickly cautioned, "Miss, please refrain from touching it with your hands. Bacteria may cause an infection. Do not remove the gauze for the next few days. I will come daily to check on you." Nuo Nuo softly replied, "Thank you for your trouble." After a moment's thought, she couldn't help but ask, "Can the other eye be left unbandaged? It's quite inconvenient, and I feel insecure." Chioli smiled faintly. The doctor hurriedly added, "The injury is a bit severe. It must be done this way." By that time, it was quite late. Chioli said, "You can't see. I'll carry you back." Before Nuo Nuo could respond, she found herself lifted into his arms. Her world was engulfed in darkness, making her other senses sharper. She could feel the rapid, powerful heartbeat in his chest and his warm body temperature. Chioli carried her to the car, where the darkness deepened. Uncle Zhang was driving, with Nuo Nuo and Chioli seated in the back. As they passed through a traffic light, Uncle Zhang casually glanced back through the rearview mirror. Startled at what he saw, the young lady was blindfolded, sitting quietly in the back, a picture of anxiety. Chioli leaned slightly towards her. From Uncle Zhang's vantage point, Nuo Nuo was entirely concealed by Chioli. He couldn't see if Chioli was kissing her. Uncle Zhang, startled, quickly checked how many seconds remained on the red light. Chioli did not kiss her. His hands were positioned on either side of her, his lips dangerously close to hers. Just a slight movement would bring them together. Outside, the neon lights shimmered, casting a glow that highlighted her delicate lips even more. She could see nothing, and he held his breath, knowing she would remain unaware of his proximity. It was as if this woman, nestled in his embrace, was docile, devoid of disdain, allowing him to take what he desired. She was both adorable and pitiable. He smiled. Nuo Nuo felt an unusual sense of anxiety. She clutched the seat cushion, feeling the air around her grow excessively warm. Was the car too stuffy? Yet the next moment the red light turned green, and the car surged forward, causing Nuo to instinctively lean forward. He remained unfazed, a hint of a smile in his eyes. In that position, her lips collided with his. His throat bobbed. He wanted her to kiss him first. The girl's lips were soft and warm, indescribably sweet. He wished to open his mouth, to lick, to take her fiercely. However, the situation compelled him to restrain himself. He merely brushed against her, then retreated, controlling his breath as he returned to his seat, crossing his legs. This left the precious girl bewildered. Nuo Nuo touched her lips, feeling as if she had just bumped into something cold for a fleeting moment. However, that sensation vanished in less than a second, leading her to suspect it was merely an illusion caused by the car's sudden acceleration. She furrowed her brow, growing more anxious. This gauze was driving her to the brink of an anxiety attack. "Chioli? The man's cool voice came from beside her, indicating he was likely some distance away. Nuo Nuo felt a bit relieved. At least this madman hadn't moved closer. Enduring the awkwardness and darkness, she returned to the villa, where Aunt Chun was waiting for her. Upon seeing Nuo Nuo in this state, Aunt Chun was taken aback, her usually calm demeanor replaced with concern. "Miss, what happened?" "It's nothing. I accidentally got hit by a ball. I'll be fine soon." Aunt Chun sighed in relief. "Let us have dinner first. You and Chioli haven't eaten yet, and it's almost 11 o'clock. After a long ordeal at the hospital, Nuo was indeed very hungry, and she responded softly. Aunt Chun arranged for the kitchen to prepare their meal. The food arrived swiftly. The villa's dining room was spacious, and the table was grand, reminiscent of the opulence often depicted in early dominant male narratives, where the male protagonist's family was either royal or impressively wealthy. Initially, Nuo Nuo hadn't thought much of it, but now she realized how inconvenient it was to have her eyes bandaged. Even in a brightly lit space, she could only perceive faint glimmers of light through her closed eyes, significantly disrupting her daily life. Chioli leisurely rolled up his sleeves and took a bowl. "Sitting best de nono." His approach was quite noticeable, causing her to shift nervously in her chair. The man's voice remained unchanged. "You can't manage. I'll feed you." Nuo Nuo was taken aback, preferring to go hungry rather than accept his offer. She turned her head away. "No, I can eat by myself." Chioli seemed oblivious to her protests as he brought the spoon to her lips. His deep, dark gaze scrutinized her with an excitement that was both intense and profound. The spoon rested against her soft, red lips. Nuo Nuo, unable to contain her irritation, forcefully pushed away his spoon. "I said no." He slightly narrowed his eyes, Yet his tone remained calm. You can eat by yourself? Yes. Chioli handed her the small bowl and spoon, realizing he could not feed her. Though she was somewhat naive, she was perceptive enough to sense when she was being bullied. 3 days. The duration of the bandaging was 3 days. He had 3 days to savor the feeling of her dependency on him. Chioli snapped his fingers, and a servant quickly replaced the large platter in front of Nuo Nuo. This way, she could serve herself. As she ate, he simply watched her. Ordinarily, he would not dare to gaze at her with such possessive abandon. She already found him repulsive, and if she saw him look at her that way, she would likely detest him even more. Yet, the darkness before her was his arrogant privilege. Due to the inconvenience, her meal progressed slowly. However, her good habits ensured that she didn't even smear her lips. Excessively obedient. After finishing her meal, Aunt Chun assisted her upstairs. Miss, does your eye still hurt? Nuo Nuo did feel pain. After all, they were still swollen and throbbing. To ease Aunt Chin's worry, she smiled and said, It doesn't hurt anymore. The doctor said it will heal soon. Aunt Chun gently stroked her hair, filled with a touch of tenderness. Would you like to take a shower? No, no, did. Chenma, please assist me to the bathroom. I can manage on my own. All right, just avoid getting the wound wet. Understood. Chenma helped her find her clothes, and Nuo Nuo made her way to the bathroom, exploring her surroundings as she took a shower, feeling considerably refreshed afterward. As she groped her way back to the bedside, Chioli was leaning against the door, watching her, though Nuo Nuo remained oblivious. Concerned about wetting the bandage, she refrained from washing her hair, deciding to seek assistance for that the following day. Chioli smirked. She had just bathed, and under the rising steam, her skin took on a delicate blush. Unbeknownst to her, her nightgown hung slightly askew, with her left shoulder slipping down to reveal a small patch of skin. She climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged. In the soft glow of the light, the girl appeared serene and delicately beautiful. She raised her hand to loosen her hair, the fine strands cascading gently over her shoulders, still carrying a hint of moisture. Nuo Nuo tilted her head, wiping her damp hair with a towel. With her eyes covered, she had cautiously removed her makeup before bed, and the sheer white gauze accentuated her exquisite features, captivating yet unaware of her allure. Ever since the incident at the villa, when Xiao Li's gastric ailment flared up, Nuo Nuo had taken to wearing underwear even after her showers, only removing it when she was certain she would sleep. Initially, she considered wearing sleepwear, but her body, prone to scarring and with sensitive skin, could not endure it. After a few attempts, she felt discomfort in tender areas, leading her to abandon the idea altogether. Before lying down, she would remove her undergarments. Xiao Li's Adam's apple bobbed. He was a biologically normal man, and even without having seen her, he knew what she was about to do. His yearning for this woman was palpable, and each of her movements served as a tantalizing temptation. Despite the distance between them, his spine tingled with excitement, almost trembling with anticipation. The thought of being unrestrained with her was intoxicating. Though Nuo Nuo could not see, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. After a moment of silence, she questioned her own sensitivity. Yet her lack of security compelled her to burrow into the covers and shed her undergarments. As she tightly wrapped herself in the blanket, Chioli couldn't help but chuckle, finding her timid demeanor endearing. However, just then, her phone rang, and Nuo Nuo fumbled for it beside her pillow to answer. Hello? Hi. There was a prolonged silence on the other end. Unable to discern who was calling, she tentatively asked, Who is this? Finally, a voice emerged, low and distinct. It's me. Nuo Nuo was startled. Hang Runaway? Xiao Li's gaze turned icy as he leaned against the doorframe. Very well. Nuo Nuo was quite taken aback by Hang Rui's call. She had witnessed countless admiring gazes, and when Hang Rui had rushed from the basketball court to embrace her, she realized things were amiss. Although she had abandoned the plot, for some reason, Hang Rui still seemed to harbor feelings for her. Nuo Nuo felt a pang of guilt and embarrassment, fearing that Xiao Li might unleash his wrath upon Hang Rui. The boy on the line appeared to have regained his composure. How is your injury? It's all right. It doesn't hurt anymore. The doctor said it will heal soon. After a brief silence, Hang Rui inquired, What you said this afternoon in the infirmary, was it all true? In the late autumn of October, Nuo Nuo felt the air turn chilly. Frowning, she wrapped herself tighter in the blanket, the darkness closing in around her. She heard her own muffled voice, Yes. But you fear him. Hang Rui analyzed calmly. If you truly liked him, you wouldn't be so frightened. The moment he entered, you were trembling. Nuo Nuo was speechless, surprised by Hang Rue's perceptiveness. His voice was sharp. Song Nuo Nuo, tell me, were you coerced? Nuo Nuo felt fate mocking her. If she answered affirmatively, Hang Rue would likely disregard everything and insist on accompanying her through the narrative. With a light-hearted tone, she replied, no. I willingly wish to marry him. No one is forcing me. Do you like him? Nuo Nuo grimaced, suppressing thoughts of Chiu Li's irksome face. Yes, I like him. Silence fell on the other end, long enough for Nuo Nuo to assume the call had ended. She gently said, Hang Rue, good night. Thank you for your concern. But please keep your distance from me in the future. The boy's cold response was, all right, I won't disturb you again. Upon hearing this, Nuo Nuo felt a sting in her eyes. The original owner had clearly held deep feelings for Hang Rue, even choosing to marry him despite his later disability. Given the choice, Nuo Nuo would also select Hang Rue. The figure that had stood before her that night, though not tall, exuded a steadfastness that provided a sense of security. Such a rare quality made her determined not to harm him. After Hang Rue hung up, Nuo Nuo returned her phone to its place and pulled the covers snugly around herself. Finding it difficult to sleep, Chiu Li smiled faintly, unable to suppress his good mood. For the first time, devoid of any ulterior motives, he quietly observed her as she slept. Nuo Nuo's sleeping position was quite demure, perhaps due to her lack of security. She lay on her side with one hand tucked under her cheek. He was inherently patient, waiting until deep into the night to avoid disturbing her. Only when her breathing became shallow and rhythmic did he quietly exit. The first thing Chiu Li did upon returning was to call Chun Mao. Recall the men you sent out. That brat should not be dealt with. Chun Mao was roused from his sleep in the middle of the night by Chiu Li's summons, raising an eyebrow at the order. Noting the apparent cheer in Chiu Li's demeanor, the man was known for his ruthlessness, and it was rare for him to exhibit such kindness. Had it not been for this call, the boy named Hang Rue would have unwittingly faced a car accident the following morning, paying the price with a leg. Chun Mao understood whom Chiu Li was protecting. His precious fiancée, Song Nuo Nuo. Being Chun Qian's elder brother, he was aware of Chiu Li's stern demeanor towards Chun Qian, but his sister was simply too stubborn. The next morning, upon waking, Nuo Nuo's first instinct was to call her homeroom teacher to request a leave of absence. She no longer wished to be the student who skipped classes. Teacher Zhao, already informed of her incident with the basketball, allowed her to rest and granted her leave. As Nuo Nuo descended the stairs, Chun Ma hurried to her side. It was Thursday, and Nuo Nuo noticed the absence of other sounds. She greeted Chun Ma with a smile. Miss, would you like to eat first? Has Mr. Chiu gone to the company? No, he's out for a morning run. Nuo Nuo nodded as Chun Ma guided her towards the dining area. Halfway there, Chun Ma suddenly released her hand, leaving Nuo Nuo momentarily bewildered, unsure of her surroundings. The man's presence drew closer, his breath slightly labored from his run. Nuo Nuo instinctively stepped back, and he chuckled, purposely maneuvering behind her. Nuo Nuo collided with his chest, and he encircled her waist from behind. Her cheeks flushed, and she felt a surge of annoyance. Chiu Li, you said you wouldn't touch me. You came into my arms on your own. You did that on purpose. Nuo Nuo stepped on his foot without mercy, and for a fleeting moment, his expression darkened. But he ultimately refrained from retaliating, releasing her. Nuo Nuo stumbled forward, but due to her blindness, she accidentally bumped into something, causing her knee to throb. Chun Ma rushed to catch her, and Nuo Nuo finally exhaled in relief. During breakfast, Chiu Li did not insist on feeding her, but afterward he proposed. How about I take you out for some fun today? Nuo Nuo, reluctant to engage with him, shook her head. No. She could not see and could only hear the man's cold voice. You can either lie down with me or go out to play. Choose one. Nuo Nuo bit her lip, filled with frustration. There was no real choice. She was blind. How could he expect her to enjoy himself? Anxiety crept in as she asked, what are we going to do? Chiu Li smirked. You'll know when we arrive. Nuo Nuo felt apprehensive throughout the journey, gripping the seatbelt tightly. Nuo Nuo, let's get out. Though unaware of his intentions, she recognized him as a madman and felt a twinge of fear. Chiu Li, is it possible we don't go? He chuckled lightly. Don't worry. It's just a little game. Nuo Nuo was unaware of what constituted a minigame. She only felt the wind was rather strong in this place. Before she stepped out, Chun Ma had added a pink little jacket to her outfit, making her appear even more charming and adorable. Nuo Nuo heard Zhang Qinghua's voice. Liga, over here. Instinctively, a sense of foreboding washed over her. However, Chiu Li grasped her hand firmly, leading her forward without allowing for any argument. Bai Yi, taken aback, remarked she, But a glance from Qiu Li silenced him. The gathering seemed quite large. Chen Qian had come with Zhang Qing Duo, and upon seeing Nuo Nuo, her expression soured. Chun Mao remained composed, his demeanor unchanged despite Nuo Nuo's presence in this place. Young Master Qiu, does Miss Song wish to accompany you? Qiu Li smirked slightly. Bring the things. Nuo Nuo felt a twinge of fear, yet in the next moment, Qiu Li released her hand. After a while, a weight pressed down on her waist, binding her tightly. Panic surged within Nuo Nuo. What are you going to do? This time, she couldn't hold back any longer and instinctively covered her eyes with a piece of gauze. Qiu Li chuckled softly, twisting her hands behind her back. Be good. I won't harm you. Zhang Qing Duo found the situation somewhat frightening. He discreetly nudged Chun Mao with his shoulder. You're clever. What do you think Li Gu intends to do? That young girl is far too delicate for this. Chun Mao smiled, but remained silent. I don't know. Come on, you're deliberately withholding information, aren't you? I truly don't know. Nuo Nuo was half dragged, half carried along a path. The wind grew stronger, her hair becoming disheveled, yet the white gauze accentuated her beauty. Nuo Nuo heard the madman whispering in her ear. Nuo Nuo, are you afraid of heights? Her face paled, and she instinctively tried to distance herself from him. His grip tightened, securing her waist, anchoring her within his embrace. Kiuliloga, great. That's delightful. I wonder which frightens you more, me or the height. Nuo Nuo, remember this well, he murmured with a low chuckle. This will be the last moment I hold you actively. In the next second, I shall let go, honoring my promise to no longer initiate contact. Nuo Nuo froze, momentarily bewildered by his words. What was Qiu Li planning? Would he truly refrain from touching her again? Before she could process this, a sudden force yanked at her waist, her body suspended in midair, plummeting uncontrollably. The rush of wind filled her ears, and her scream was stifled in her throat. The man abruptly released his grip on her waist. Qiu Li, she cried, tears streaming down her face. He was insane. This lunatic had brought her to bungee jump. Unable to see, her senses heightened. The terror of nearing death left her mind blank. It was more terrifying than the first night he had threatened her life. Nuo Nuo clung desperately to his waist, resting her head against his chest. The fierce mountain wind swept away her trembling sobs. Qiu Li couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time she had clung to him so tightly, as if trying to meld into his very being. At the moment the bungee cord recoiled, she was nearly driven to madness with tears. Qiu Li attempted to pry her hands away, his tone indifferent. Nuo Nuo, I remember. You don't want me to touch you. Nuo Nuo felt as though she were on the brink of death. No, it would be kinder for him to end her suffering swiftly. In that moment, she felt like a drowning person, desperately grasping for a piece of driftwood. She clung to the man's waist. Woo-woo. Qiu Li pried away one of her hands, his heart melting at her dependence. Darling, let us discuss terms. Nuo Nuo was oblivious to how much mountain wine she had inhaled. Her body was rigid, her mind nearly devoid of thought. Surely, she was on the verge of death. Can I touch you? She stammered, struggling to articulate her plea. Let me fear, Qiu Li. Woo, no more, no more. Once more, she fell, experiencing the sensation of weightlessness and impending doom. Say you love me. He attempted to pry away her last hand from his waist. Nuo Nuo gritted her teeth, her cries fragmented by the mountain wind, trembling almost to insanity. In that final moment of helplessness, she nearly broke down, sobbing, I love you. Suddenly, a tight grip encircled her waist, pulling her back with a forceful embrace. In the next instant, Nuo Nuo felt warmth on her lips as his kiss descended upon her. Thoughts fled her mind as he kissed her fiercely. His tongue invaded her mouth, forcing her to swallow everything he offered. The experience stretched on painfully, each second of torment. Eventually, she felt utterly drained, as if she were dying here. When the bungee cord ceased its oscillation, she heard his voice, laced with affection. Nuo Nuo, I love you too. Love? What a joke. If given a knife at that moment, she would not hesitate to plunge it into this despicable man's chest. When Nuo Nuo returned to the mountaintop, her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground. Her stomach churned violently, and she felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Her hair was disheveled, her lips flushed, appearing as though she had been thoroughly cherished and ravaged. Chun Qian's face paled further, although unaware of what had transpired at the cliff's edge. Witnessing Qiu Li carry her with a satisfied expression nearly drove her mad. Chen Mao pulled her back. Chun Qian turned her head away in disdain. Nuo Nuo lost track of time, finally regaining some strength. She remained silent, trembling as she attempted to untie her gauze. Chioli frowned, coaxing her, "Please don't touch that. It could harm your eyes." However, she was obstinate, unable to untangle it as it tore. Concerned for her safety, Chioli reached to assist her. "Be good. Let me help." The world finally brightened. Nuo Nuo was unprepared for the sudden light. The man had covered her eyes. Once she adjusted, he gradually released his hand. Nuo Nuo finally discerned their surroundings. Blue skies and white clouds loomed above a lavish clubhouse, yet before them lay a terrifying cliff, a bungee jumping site for the affluent. Familiar faces surrounded them. For the first time, Nuo Nuo trembled with rage. She thought Chioli believed she was still afraid, and he embraced her softly. "No need to fear. It's perfectly safe." The opulent outdoor clubhouse housed a wine rack filled with vintage red wines. Nuo Nuo remained silent, her voice hoarse as she requested, "Carry me over there." She cast a glance at the wine rack. Upon hearing her profess love, Chioli felt as if his heart was being squeezed. Without hesitation, he strolled over, cradling her securely. Nuo Nuo extended her delicate hand, grabbing a bottle of red wine. Her eyes were still injured, swollen and bruised. Chioli's heart ached at the sight. Nuo Nuo inquired, "Is this expensive?" "Not at all. I want the most expensive one." Chioli signaled to the waiter, who fetched a bottle from the top shelf. The vibrant hue of the red wine was striking. Holding in her hand, she smiled faintly. It was the first time Chioli had been so close to witness her smile. In truth, she rarely smiled when facing him, often crying or fuming instead. His gaze was transfixed. Even in her injured state, her smile resembled the blooming flowers of March, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. In a fit of madness, he found himself unable to suppress a smile. Nuo Nuo raised the wine bottle, summoning her remaining strength, and smashed it down onto Chioli's head. The shattering sound of the glass echoed. Red liquid cascaded down his dark hair, flowing over his brow and jaw. The warmth in his gaze vanished as he looked down at the woman in his arms. The glass had cut his face, and his eyes darkened, filled with a chilling stillness as he silently regarded her. He could have dodged the blow, yet he chose not to. He held her close. She was in his embrace, and he could not let go. Blood mingled with red wine blurred Chioli's vision. He stared at Nuo Nuo in silence, while Chen Qian was the first to scream, "How dare you?" only to be silenced by Chen Mao's quick hand over her mouth. Chen Qian struggled furiously as Chen Mao held her down, and the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Nuo Nuo's chest heaved rapidly, her hands trembling violently. She admitted this was one of the two boldest things she had ever done in her life, but it felt remarkably satisfying. She despised him completely. Perhaps it was better to perish together. Zhang Qingduo hesitated, reluctant to approach, gazing at Nuo Nuo's delicate demeanor, marveling at her audacity. The group around them pretended to be oblivious. Suddenly, Chioli coldly curled his lips, cradling Nuo Nuo as they moved toward the car. Nuo Nuo pounded his chest. "I won't go, Chioli, let me go." Yet, the tall man quickly vanished from their sight. Chen Mao released Chen Qian's mouth, and she was nearly beside herself with anger. "Brother, that woman actually struck young Master Chiao. How could he endure it? Why hasn't he killed her?" Chen Mao cast a cold glance at her. "Why do you think? Young Master Chiao was injured. I need to go to him." Chen Mao grasped her arm. "Don't embarrass yourself. Moreover, forget about today's events." Young Master Chiao said she didn't hit him, so that's that. Zhang Qingduo hurriedly stopped Chen Qian. "Don't go, don't go." Nuo Nuo's actions were evidently reckless, seeking to provoke Chioli. Chioli, young and accustomed to grandeur, was used to being untouchable. Nuo Nuo smashed a bottle of red wine over him in front of everyone, her loathing for him palpable. Had it been anyone else, that person might have ended up lifeless on the spot. Now, no one dared provoke young Master Chiao. Although he did not explode in anger immediately, his mood was surely foul. Anyone who approached him would be walking into danger. Nuo Nuo felt a chill of dread when he tossed her into the car. She was rarely impulsive, but Chioli had already tested her limits twice. This man was arrogant and dismissive, disregarding the feelings of others entirely. As she flew through the air, she felt as if she had died once more. To hear what he wanted to hear, he would stop at nothing. Ironically, the domineering male leads in stories often exhibit such hubris, believing the world should revolve around them. No matter their moral transgressions, the female lead invariably forgives them, and they joyfully unite. But Nuo Nuo was different. She loathed him. Love? Absolutely not. She was thrown into the car, the soft seat providing little discomfort. Yet, Chioli's expression was terrifying. The man's brows were knitted in anger, his hands braced on either side of her. She widened her eyes, staring at him. The scent of red wine mingled with the metallic tang of blood. The wine had seeped into his clothes, and his face and forehead were smeared with blood. The wound on his forehead continued to bleed, trickling down his cheek. With an expressionless face, he gripped her wrist tightly. Blood dripped on her cheek. Tausing Nuo Nuo to sudde. Has he lost his mind? Is he seeking death? Song Nuo Nuo are afraid. He taunted. Are you afraid I might die? Or that I might not? Nuo Nuo trembled slightly. She turned her face away, avoiding his blood. He reached out and roughly wiped the blood from her cheek. Chioli smiled with a hint of mockery. I want to kill you. I can't bear to. Nuo was taken aback as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, No, I can't bear to. I didn't even consider killing you. I was afraid my blood would stain your beautiful face. Nuo Nuo regarded him with a look of disbelief. He chuckled. See? You don't feel touched at all, do you? You only find me horrifying. A chill ran through her. Chioli's wounds were grotesque. His proximity forced her to relive the overwhelming sensation from earlier. She harbored no tendencies toward violence, only a sense of unbearable provocation. Yet, at this moment, his injuries were grotesque, compelling her to confront the fear of harming others. Chioli, you are bleeding. You should go to the hospital. Are you afraid I might die? Nuo Nuo thought he would perish. In this world, the male lead never dies. He was an invincible force. Nuo Nuo. He leaned in, kissing her lips. Nuo Nuo. For the first time, she believed this male lead genuinely cared for her. Given his nature, he could have easily harmed her, yet he was here, bloodied, to kiss her. He had lost all sense of sanity. However, no one could tolerate such unhealthy affection. Even the original female lead, Song Lian, now avoided him in terror. When his lips touched hers, she turned her head, and he only managed to kiss the corner of her mouth. The memory of his terrifying kiss earlier made her stomach churn. Nuo Nuo dreaded the thought of desiring Chioli. His reckless, moth-to-the-flame demeanor made her shrink back. She had no doubt that since he couldn't bear to kill her, he would take her against her will. She had learned that this man was untrustworthy. His countless promises were mere illusions, fleeting jokes. His blood had even stained her jacket, pushing her to the brink of madness. Chioli, she softened her tone, meeting his dark gaze. Let us see to your wounds. He ignored her. You hate me, don't you? Nuo Nuo bit her lip, looking in his eyes. Yes, I dislike being coerced. He smirked mockingly. Do you know what I thought when you said you loved me? Nuo Nuo gazed at him with wide eyes. I want to cherish this woman for a lifetime. Nuo Nuo fell silent. Her greatest fear was being entangled with him for eternity. Thus, when the wine bottle shattered, she thought if I let go, it might hurt you. Nuo Nuo stunnet. How absurd, wasn't it? His hand brushed against the delicate beauty mark at the corner of her eye. You hate me, yet I love you. His tone was light, tinged with a cold smile. I love you. Please stop, she bit her lip. Though she had a gentle temperament and a kind heart, she was not without principles. His coercion to bungee jump was wrong. Her act of smashing the wine bottle was her fault. Yet, she felt no regret. There was no place for humiliation disguised as love. His coercive affection was disturbingly unhealthy. But in the next moment, he collapsed against her shoulder. Nuo Nuo gasped, startled by his sudden fainting. For several seconds, she was dazed before realizing he had lost consciousness. Panic surged within her. She had been furious just moments ago. Yet he was still a human being, flesh and blood. Even the male lead could feel pain and suffer injuries. Chioli's face was pale, blood staining both his and Nuo Nuo's clothes. Trembling, she fished his phone from his pocket and called for an ambulance. Then she thought better of it and called Chunma. No ambulance could arrive faster than Chioli's own man. Chunma's calm demeanor surprised her. Miss, don't panic. Turn on the GPS. Within minutes, Chioli's people arrived. Nuo Nuo refused to accompany them. With Chioli unconscious, no one could force her. His men reluctantly escorted her back to the villa. Upon seeing Nuo Nuo's disheveled appearance, Chunma was taken aback. How did young Master Chio get injured? Nuo Nuo lowered her gaze, whispering, It was my fault. Chunma's face was blank as she processed the young people's world, which she could no longer comprehend. Just before leaving, she said, Mississippi Nuo turned back. Chunma's tone was even. This morning, I have never seen young Master Chio so happy. He truly cares for you. Nuo Nuo averted her eyes. Chunma, I fear him. His way of loving is extreme, and it frightens me. Chunma said nothing further and left. Nuo Nuo received an unexpected phone call from Song Lian. On the other end, Song Lian awkwardly inquired about Nuo Nuo's injuries. And Nuo, feeling discomfort in her eyes, softly replied, "I'm fine." Song Lian's voice brimmed with excitement. "Dad asked me to thank you. The shares of the Song family have been returned." Nuo Nuo lifted hergaze. Suddenly recalling that day when Xioli had smiled and said that her father's shares would return in a few days. He had once promised her everything, pleading for her to love him just a little. After a pause, Song Lian hesitantly continued. "Song Nuo, that day on the basketball court, it was Yao Jieji who pushed you out." Nuo Nuo had thought it was an accident. She and T realized someone had intentionally shoved her, and her brow furrowed. "But since yesterday, everyone has been spreading rumors about you and Hang Ruwei." In the evening, Yao Jieji did not attend class. These fragmented events, along with the rumors that Hang Ruwei had anticipated, left Nuo Nuo puzzled as to why Yao Jieji would skip class. Just then, a servant called for her from downstairs. Nuo Nuo hung up the phone and descended the stairs, where the servant informed her, "Miss, someone is here to visit. She claims to be your classmate, Yao Jieji." Nuo Nuo replied, "Let her in." Although it had only been 2 days since their last encounter, Yao Jieji entered with a pale complexion and swollen eyes, looking more frightening than Nuo Nuo herself. Accompanied by her mother, a middle-aged woman immediately began to apologize, saying, "Song classmate, I apologize for my daughter's recklessness. Can you forgive her?" Yao Jieji trembled as her mother nudged her, and she bowed deeply to Nuo, saying, "I'm sorry, Song Nuo. I should T have pushed you that day." Seeing Nuo Nuo's lack of response, Yao Jieji's voice quivered as she pleaded, "Please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. I will kneel for you." As Yao Jieji genuinely prepared to kneel, Nuo quickly grasped her arm, saying, "Don't do that." Nuo Nuo found it difficult to utter words of forgiveness. She was no saint. At just 17 or 18, Yao Jieji had shown a malicious side by harming a classmate. However, witnessing her fear now suggested that her remorse stemmed from dread rather than genuine contrition. Nuo softly inquired, "Is Xioli forcing you?" Yao Jieji's eyes widened as she shook her head vigorously. No. Nuo Nuo understood her panic and gently told her, "Yao Jieji, you should go home. We are not children anymore. We must not harbor ill intentions." Once Yao Jieji departed, Nuo sank onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. It was not about forgiveness. Xioli's intervention had likely left Yao Jieji in a dire state. The once sharp girl seemed to have lost her spirit, her demeanor reflecting the chilling nature of Xioli, who, despite his arrogance and immense power, treated everyone with disdain. Yet, moments ago, he had revealed a softer side, remarking, "When the bottle shattered, I thought if I let go, it would hurt you." Nuo Nuo felt frustrated. Earlier that afternoon, the wind swept through B City. After taking a shower, she donned a warm hooded outfit and stepped outside. "Miss, where are you going?" she was asked. The autumn breeze stirred fallen leaves as the flowers in the garden stood resilient against the gusts. She replied softly, "To the hospital." One cannot flee from the consequences of their actions, she thought. Xioli had already awoken, and the doctor was advising him on precautions. His expression was frigid, almost as if it could freeze the air around him. "Get out," he commanded, causing the doctors to hastily retreat. Chun Ma sighed internally and conveyed the news he sought. "Mrs. returned to the villa. You should eat first." "Leave me alone," he snapped, understanding his temperament. Chun Ma exited and soon encountered Nuo Nuo outside. "Miss," she greeted cheerfully. Nuo Nuo inquired, "Has Xioli woken up?" "How is he?" "Yes. The doctor said he's fine. Just needs to avoid infection." "That's good." Nuo Nuo sighed in relief. "Aren't you going to see Chiu Xiao?" Chun Ma asked. Nuo lowered her gaze. She had been hesitant on her way there, uncertain of how to interact with Xioli. Though she did not regret her actions, she was aware that harming another was inherently wrong, causing her inner turmoil. Since Xioli was not seriously injured, she planned to leave. "His stomach isn't well. He refuses to eat," Chun Ma informed her. Nuo Nuo looked up at her. Knowing how painful a stomachache could be, she wanted to say that if he didn't take care for his own body, there was little anyone could do. Chun Ma continued, "I have never asked you for anything, but after losing his parents at 16, Xioli struggled to keep the company afloat, and the toll has been a serious stomach ailment. Please let him eat." Before Nuo could respond, Chun Ma opened the hospital door. Upon entering, Nuo met Xioli's surprised gaze. Chun Ma announced, "I brought food." She then turned to Nuo Nuo, saying, "Thank you." Nuo Nuo felt caught in a dilemma as the meal cart was wheeled in. Xioli's lips were pale. a sign of significant blood loss. His forehead was bandaged, and the gash on his cheek had been treated. The nurse, perceiving Chiu Li's icy demeanor, hesitated to approach. Nuo Nuo spoke up. I will handle it. She took the cart into the room and closed the door. Kiri yachit had intently. But Nuo Nuo chose to ignore his gaze, examining the exquisite ceramic bowl containing a small portion of congee. Remembering the dietary restrictions for those with stomach issues, she hesitated before offering, please eat. Chiu Li looked down at her, suddenly smiling. Nuo Nuo, what position do you come from? I don't need your sympathy. You know what I want. Nuo Nuo was taken aback by his bluntness. Her eyes glistened softly as she replied, if you don't want to eat, then don't. He grasped her wrist, which felt fragile and delicate, as though it could break with the slightest pressure. Don't leave. Met his gaze and replied, gently, I'm not going anywhere. His smile made her heart soften inexplicably. He didn't expect her to feed him, but he took the congee and drank a few mouthfuls. After he finished, she spoke softly, Chiu Li, I consulted a doctor downstairs. Nuo Nuo looked into his eyes and said, I asked whether, given my eye condition, I should bandage both eyes. Chiu Li remained unperturbed, responding with a chuckle. Oh, what did he say? He said it's unnecessary. Just bandage the affected eye. Different doctors have different approaches. Foolish child. If he knew who said that, he would fire you on the spot. Nuo Nuo felt skeptical, her gaze clouded with doubt. Chiu Li's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any flaw, yet she was intimidated by him, sensing an inherent wickedness. She recalled how strange it felt after her eyes were covered. Often things fell off. You're not deceiving me, are you? He chuckled softly, no. Nuo Nuo found it hard to trust him. Yet she recognized that covering her eyes was not an incorrect treatment. The doctor had simply warned of various inconveniences. On her way, she had pondered deeply, wanting to disclose something significant to him. Feeling anxious, she spoke in a soft tone. May I request something from you? It was the first time Chiu Li heard her use the word request. He had presumed she would never ask him for anything. Speak. Next semester. I'll be in my final half year of high school, she said, nervously glancing at her delicate, fair fingers. I would like to stay at school. My grades are poor, and I want to make the most of my last moments. Traveling back and forth to the villa takes too long. He scoffed, realizing her true intention was to distance herself from him. How can you bear to visit me? You'd rather I was dead. Song Nuo Nuo, get out. Don't provoke my anger. Nuo Nuo felt disheartened. She didn't wish to stay there either, and she found him repulsive. Just as she prepared to leave, Chiu Li hurled the crystal ashtray from the bedside at the door. The loud crash shattered the glass. He glared at her ominously, saying, Where do you think you're going? Nuo Nuo felt lost, unsure of when this man would snap. He was the one telling her to leave, yet he forbade her from doing so. Outside, the autumn wind rustled the tall camphor trees, and the sky appeared overcast. Clad in her soft, white-hooded sweater, Nuo Nuo sighed, I'm not going anywhere. Chiu Li remained awake, making calls to company executives from his hospital room. Nuo Nuo was aware of his busy schedule. Whenever he was free from work, his gaze was almost entirely fixed upon her. The hospital room was quite luxurious, even featuring a bookshelf. Recalling her previous lesson, Nuo Nuo dare not consume anything or sleep. Feeling a sense of boredom, she pointed to the bookshelf beside her, inquiring with her eyes whether she could peruse its contents. Chiu Li, who had been watching her intently, nodded in affirmation. Nuo Nuo began to search the books on the upper shelves, discovering that there were no classic literary works. Most of them were business and fashion magazines, which did not quite align with her status as a high school student. Lacking interest in business, she continued to explore the lower shelves and stumbled upon a book that piqued her curiosity. It was a makeup tutorial for models. Before her journey into the story, she had a neighbor who was often heavily made up. That woman had taken a liking to Nuo Nuo, yet her mother had warned her to steer clear, as frivolous women were deemed improper in her parents' eyes. Initially, the woman had offered to teach Nuo Nuo how to apply makeup, but she had declined. However, one day, as the woman left her home, she appeared astonishingly youthful, her makeup exuding a pure charm that made her look a good 7 or 8 years younger. Nuo Nuo thought she hardly resembled a human. The woman smiled seductively. Little beauty next door, do you think I am impressive? Want to learn? No tuition fee required. Though Nuo Nuo found it hard to believe, she obediently shook her head. The woman continued, when you go to college, you could take up makeup as a side job. It's quite lucrative. After much contemplation, Nuo Nuo agreed. She was acutely aware of the struggles her parents faced to support her. Later, she asked the woman why she wanted to teach her. The woman laughed heartily. I am a sucker for beauty. You're the most stunning person I have seen in years. I simply want to see how beautiful this little face can become. Thus, somewhat confusedly, Nuo Nuo acquired a new skill that ultimately saved her life during her second journey into the story. Nuo Nuo turned her head to glance at Chioli. She had already spent 2 months in this world, and gradually, she found it increasingly difficult to associate the man who had once attempted to take her life with Chioli. She vividly remembered that rainy night, the suffocating terror, the man's coldly excited eyes, and the stinging pain of raindrops hitting her face. Yet 2 months later, the same man would lower his gaze to wipe away the blood that had accidentally dripped onto her cheek. In an outburst of frustration, she had struck him in front of many witnesses, yet he chose to conveniently forget the incident, claiming he could not bear to harm her. Could he truly not? But how had he acted that night? Nuo Nuo felt a wave of confusion wash over her. After entering the story, she realized that the world within its pages could not be wholly trusted. The next day, Nuo Nuo returned to school. The days of her senior year were intensely demanding. The countdown in the classroom dwindled page by page, like an invisible whip urging students forward. Nuo Nuo's injuries had yet to heal, and Lu Xiong looked at her with palpable concern, exclaiming, "I suspect that Yao Jia had something to do with it. Do you think she could have pushed you? She has shown up for school these past few days. Perhaps she won't return at all?" Nuo glanced over at Yao Jia's empty seat. Upon arriving at school, she discovered that rumors had already begun to circulate. Many students from classes 3 and 7 had witnessed Hang Ruei carrying her to the infirmary. At their age, students were prone to stir up excitement, and the notion of first love was particularly tantalizing for gossip. Moreover, Nuo Nuo and Hang Ruei were already quite well known within the school. Hang Ruei, the unattainable flower of their class, had never been seen carrying anyone, let alone conversing with any girl. Consequently, the entire grade was abuzz with speculation. When Nuo Nuo encountered Hang Ruei again, she could not help but feel awkward. However, he appeared indifferent, as if the impulsive youth who had once made that phone call and refused to leave was no longer the same. Days passed, and the rumors took on a life of their own. Nuo Nuo noticed a shift in the way others regarded her. Lu Xiong returned from the restroom, her face marred by a scratch, nearly in tears as she exclaimed, "No, I'm furious. That little vixen from class 8 has been spreading rumors about you. I couldn't stand it and ended up in a fight with her." Nuo Nuo examined Lu Xiong's cheek, asking, "Did she scratch you? Let me accompany you to the infirmary." "No," Lu Xiong suddenly interjected. "They're saying you're being kept by a wealthy man. They claim that the car that picks you up is a luxury vehicle and that it doesn't even follow the same route as Song Lian's. They say the person who picks you up is a middle-aged man." Nuo Nuo was taken aback. "They're saying you've already hooked up with a rich man and that you deceived Hang Ruei. It infuriates me that they would slander you like this, as if they could just fabricate lies from thin air. People often fail to realize how hurtful their words can be, how they may contribute to verbal violence. Do you know who started these rumors? I heard Zhou Zhuang from the adjacent class mentioning it. She did it on purpose. I told you before. She confessed to Hang Ruei, but he ignored her. She must be jealous of you and seeking revenge." Nuo Nuo reflected Zhuang, the class beauty from the neighboring class who had been rejected after confessing her feelings to Hang Ruei. People can restrain their actions, but they cannot suppress their words. As the rumors escalated, even the homeroom teacher, Zhao Li, became aware of them. During evening self-study, Zhao Li summoned Nuo Nuo to her office. Inside, there were 3 teachers, including Zhao Li. One was preparing lessons, while Zhao Li and another teacher were grading papers. Upon noticing Nuo Nuo's entrance, Zhao Li set down her pen and gestured for her to take a seat. Nuo Nuo complied. Instead of immediately addressing the rumors, Zhao Li retrieved Nuo Nuo's exam paper from stack. Handing it to her, Zhao Li remarked, "Your progress has not gone unnoticed. And this semester you have been very diligent in class. Your scores are improving with each test. The teacher is quite pleased if this trend continues. Gaining admission to a university should not pose a problem." Nuo Nuo replied, "Thank you, teacher. However," Zhao Li continued, "but I have recently heard some unfavorable comments regarding you. Given your role as a teacher, I cannot bring myself to utter those vile words. Is any of it true? I remember your family background is decent. Surely you wouldn't have fallen to the level of being kept by someone unless you willingly sought such a path." Zhao Li expressed her concern. "You are still young. A single misstep could lead to lifelong regret." The other teachers could not help but glance at Nuo. The class S recognized beauty, at 18 years of age, with soft, flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes. She certainly possessed a captivating allure. It seemed the rumors had crossed a line. If she were an ordinary high school senior, it could potentially impact her college entrance examination. Nuo Nuo shook her head. Teacher, I have not. Zhao Li frowned. So these are mere baseless rumors? I heard you were being driven to school in a luxury vehicle, picked up by a man in his 50s. Nuo Nuo did not deny this. Yes. He is Uncle Zhang, the driver. Zhao Li was aware that both Song Lian and Nuo Nuo came from decent families, albeit not as affluent as the rumor suggested. Thus, she spoke more delicately. If you're facing any difficulties, please let me know. I will help you find a solution. Just don't teach her, Nuo Nuo interjected softly. Looking at Zhao Li, I am not being kept, nor am I in the situation described by the rumors. Zhao Li gazed into the girl's clear eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she had denied it, and it would be improper to pry further into her private matters. Very well then, return to your studies. The matter had escalated significantly. Without a clarification, it would soon reach the academic affairs office. As Nuo Nuo reached the door, she turned back and asked, Teacher Zhao, may I stay at school next semester? The rumors persisted, but only for a few days. After finishing his company matters, Chioli was informed about Nuo's situation. Upon hearing the rumors of her being kept, he raised an eyebrow. What was her reaction? His subordinate responded. The young lady seemed a bit disheartened, but she continues to attend classes on time and studies diligently. Chioli's fingers idly tapped on the desk. Rumors were insidious, causing harm in subtle ways and being difficult to suppress. After all, words are spoken by individuals, and while one may refrain from speaking out loud, discussions continue behind closed doors. The news also mentioned that Hang Ruwei had carried the young lady to the infirmary that day. Chioli had long been aware of the situation. He furrowed his brow, unwilling to hear it for a second time. Recently, Nuo Nuo had been particularly distant, seemingly at a loss for how to interact with him. She had not forgiven his previous actions, but found it impossible to avoid sharing the same space with him. That evening, Nuo Nuo returned home. As she changed her shoes at the entrance, she noticed that Chioli had come back unusually early. This man was known for his mercurial temperament, and the rumors surrounding him had caused her considerable distress. She intended to inquire with Zhou Zhuang the following day. If it were about Hang Ruwei, it would be entirely unnecessary. With her gaze cast downward, Nuo ascended the stairs when Chioli called out to her, Come here. She hesitated, reluctant to confront him. I just had a phone call with your teacher, he stated. Nuo Nuo's eyes widened as she approached him. Why? He smiled. Just checking in on your situation at school. Nuo Nuo had no need for such insidious concern. She was aware that Chioli had been monitoring her, and he could not possibly be oblivious to the happenings at school. She had even maliciously speculated that the rapid spread of rumors might have originated from him, given his nefarious nature. Now, many classmates regarded her with peculiar expressions. However, on further reflection, while Chioli was indeed detestable, he was also shrewd enough not to engage in such petty tactics. He did not mention the rumors, but instead brought up another matter. Your teacher informed me that there will be a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Nuo Nuo felt anominos premonition. What do you intend to do? The man rose and approached her, his towering height creating an oppressive atmosphere that made her retreat. He grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Do you know who your guardian is now? Nuo Nuo felt a flicker of fear in her heart, sensing his volatile nature. Cautiously, she replied, My father? He chuckled, No. His finger lightly grazed her cheek. It is I. From the moment your father entrusted you to the Cho family, you have belonged to me. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You're lying, you scoundrel. Do you even understand what a legal guardian is? He was almost melted by her adorably disdainful expression. Ada Nuo Nuo. Songjian has no obligation to care for you. You are mine. Nuo Nuo was exasperated with him. We have no legal connection. You cannot possibly be my guardian. Even Zhao Jie, Song Lian's biological mother, has more claim than you. Who says a legal connection is necessary? He grinned with an air of arrogance. I'll make the rules. Nuo Nuo felt utterly drained by his childish bravado. In his eyes, the world was inconsequential, and he was the epitome of significance. He smirked. So, wait for me at school tomorrow. Nuo Nuo felt der Svelling. Her only refuge was school. Even amidst the tumult of rumors, it was preferable to Cho Li's presence. Thus, she refrained from mentioning him to Zhao Li. He was the greatest and most terrifying storm of all. If an ordinary high school girl had a fiancé, and that fiancé was the president of a major corporation, Her entire high school experience would be irrevocably altered. Furthermore, no girl would wish to bear the stigma of being labeled married while her peers still reveled in their youth. This was a veritable trial of growing up. Yet, once Cho Li had made up his mind to attend, there was nothing Nuo Nuo could do to change his intentions. She spent the entire night in anxious trepidation until she arrived at school. Early that morning, the teacher instructed them to rearrange the classroom desks and chairs for a thorough cleaning. The 7th high school held a parent-teacher meeting annually, typically around mid-semester. This time, in addition to the meeting, there was also an initiative to engage parents in the importance of the college entrance examination, urging them to collaborate with the school to ensure students were in optimal condition to face the exam. Consequently, the entire senior class was abuzz with activity. While Nuo wiped the window glass, Zhou Zhuang and her friend happened to pass by in the hallway. Lok Song Nuo Nuo. Isn't she being kept by some wealthy old man? Why is she still willing to stoop to cleaning? She should have sent her maid to do it. Laughter erupted among them. Nuo Nuo was not deaf. Their loud remarks drew the attention of students watering the hallway. Anger simmered within her as they openly mocked her. She could only imagine the slanderous things said behind her back. Stop right there. Nuo Nuo called out. Zhou Zhuang turned back. What? Are you embarrassed? Nuo Nuo replied calmly. Zhou Zhuang, you should be the one ashamed, spreading rumors and maligning classmates. You have no shame. Why should I? Song Nuo Nuo, say that again. Zhou Zhuang fumed. Her companions hurriedly restraining her, warning against making a scene in front of the class. Seeing that onlookers had gathered, Zhou Zhuang smirked. What was there to be proud of? Her reputation was already tarnished, and Song Nuo Nuo would remain at the 7th high school for another 6 months, enduring the slander. As the belle of class 7, she needed to maintain her image, so she retreated with her friends. Lu Xiang, returning from the trash disposal, was livid upon hearing about the incident. I'll tear her apart. Nuo Nuo held her back. The parent-teacher meeting is about to begin. Lu Xiang, your dad is on his way. Let us go meet him. Lu Xiang felt a surge of sympathy for Nuo Nuo. They're so cruel. Just because it's not true doesn't make it a fact. Nuo Nuo smiled softly, her eyes curving gently. Seeing Lu Xiang still fuming, she teased, if she can't keep her mouth shut, perhaps we should hire a whole army of trolls to let her experience what it's like to be slandered. Lu Xiang's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Of course not. We can't stoop to their level just because they are wicked. By early November, the weather had begun to cool. Nuo Nuo wore a light-colored pullover beneath her school uniform jacket. While cleaning the windows, she rolled her sleeves up to her elbows, exposing her slender, fair arms. Nuo Nuo lowered her sleeves, feeling the chill in her hands. B-City was on the cusp of winter, temperatures steadily dropping. She and Lu Xiang descended to meet their parents. Various vehicles lined the street outside the campus, and students were seen affectionately linking arms with their parents, chatting and laughing. Nuo Nuo gazed quietly, exhaling warmth into her palms. She missed her parents. Her mother was the gentlest in the world. Even after her disability limited her mobility, she insisted on attending every parent-teacher meeting. Lu Xiang's father was a robust, middle-aged man, and she ran to him with a cheerful shout. Dad, this is my best friend. Song Nuo Nuo. Hello, unsle yam Song Nuo Nuo. Hello, hello. I often hear Lu Xiang speak of you. At that time it was still early, and Lu Xiang took her father to tour the campus. Song Lian approached, somewhat awkwardly. Dad has something to do today. Their essay company meeting. Nuo Nuo nodded. Watching her with curiosity, Song Lian gritted her teeth. My mom is coming today. Oh, Zhao Jie coming meant she would occupy Song Lian's position. And Zhao Jie was not fond of Nuo either. In Song Lian's eyes, when attendance was called, Nuo Nuo would be the pitiful one without parents. Nuo Nuo found Song Lian's attitude rather peculiar. It seemed to have shifted after nearly being harmed by Cho Li. She appeared to desire closeness with Nuo Nuo, but struggled to lower her pride. Today's announcement was likely meant to prepare Nuo Nuo, so she wouldn't be too upset when the time came. Or perhaps to give her a chance to think of coping strategies in advance. Nuo Nuo smiled and thanked her. Thank you, Song Lian. Song Lian turned her head away, still unaccustomed to interacting amicably with Nuo Nuo. Sensing that Zhao Jie would arrive soon, she walked toward the school gate. Zhao Jie had driven herself. The Song family business had rebounded, and she was living quite well lately. Xiao Lian. Mom. Song Lian hesitated for a long time. What should I do about Song Nuo? Should we invite her to join us later? Zhao Jie pinched her cheek. Have you lost your mind? I won't be the mother of that vile girl. Song Lian fell silent. Surely, The Cho family would not send someone to attend the parent-teacher meeting on Nuo Nuo's behalf. Someone like Cho Xiao would never concern himself with such matters. The absence of any parent was profoundly disappointing for the students. The meeting was scheduled for 10 o'clock. And to show respect for the teachers, nearly everyone was present by around 9:50. Parents occupied their children's seats, with only Nuo Nuo's chair left vacant. The classroom was overly crowded, forcing Nuo Nuo and her classmates to stand in the corridor. The sycamore trees shed their leaves, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, gentle as the winds of March. Lu Xiang felt a pang of sorrow, nearly brought to tears. Poor Nuo Nuo indeed. Without her parents present, she could only imagine the gossip from the likes of Zhou Zhuo and her loquacious peers. Lu Xiang had already conjured up their lines, speculating how Nuo Nuo's parents must be utterly disappointed in their daughter, who had seemingly betrayed herself, severing familial ties. Yet in the final 2 minutes, a wave of gasps erupted from the students nearby. Look over there, following the direction of the pointing finger. Astonishment spread through the crowd as a convoy of sleek black luxury cars entered the campus. The school policy forbade parents' vehicles from entering, but when these eye-catching automobiles rolled in, excitement surged and everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse. My goodness, they must be incredibly wealthy. What a grand spectacle. The leading car came to a halt first, as a bodyguard in black approached, bowing slightly to open the door. A man clad in a dark suit stepped out, precisely as the clock struck 10. Amidst the exhilarated students, Nuo Nuo caught sight of his strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of arrogance. She recalled the words spoken by Song Lian upon first encountering Qiu Li. What a grand affair. Indeed, it was a grand affair. While other parents were punctual, he commanded everyone to wait for him. Who is he? I don't know, but he is probably here to see the principal. Surely he can't be here for the parent-teacher meeting. The 7th middle school was a public institution, unlike prestigious private schools, with most students hailing from ordinary families. Such a display was rarely witnessed. Furthermore, some boys knowledgeable about cars excitedly informed their bewildered peers about the latest luxury models. Even Lu Xiang was caught up in the spectacle, exclaiming, "That man is so cool. Nuo Nuo, do you think he is here to make a donation to the school? Perhaps to renovate the library?" Nuo Nuo had to admit, such a display would be a comedic trope in a television drama, embodying the over-the-top essence of a domineering CEO. Yet in reality, the man in his tailored suit, flanked by bodyguards, truly exuded an aura of power. Witnessing it firsthand was quite overwhelming. She overheard some girls in their class fantasizing about marrying into wealth. However, Nuo Nuo could not afford to relax and join in their excitement. Her eyes were fixated on Qiu Li as he ascended the stairs with a group of bodyguards. Her classmates were beside themselves with excitement, nearly forgetting about the parent-teacher meeting taking place inside the classroom. Oh my, he is entering this building, not just in class 3, but students from the entire building blushed with exhilaration. Zhao Li was counting heads in the classroom when she heard the commotion outside and tapped her textbook on the podium. Quiet down, everyone. Qiu Li strode directly to the 3rd floor, heading toward Nuo Nuo's classroom. The students watched in a mix of anxiety and excitement, their eyes glued to this extraordinarily wealthy man. Lu Xiang's cheeks flushed as she whispered to Nuo Nuo, "No way. Is he really here for the parent-teacher meeting? Whose parent is he?" Nuo Nuo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She didn't wish to conceal the truth from Lu Xiang, so she replied in a voice barely above a whisper. "He is here for my parent-teacher meeting." "Nuo Nuo, you mean? Oh my gosh." Lu Xiang's eyes widened in realization. At that moment, Qiu Li had reached the door of class 3. Nuo Nuo looked up at him. His dark suit was strikingly elegant. The bodyguards cleared a path, seemingly looking down upon the ordinary students. Their eyes were elevated above the crowd. One bodyguard even personally moved a chair to the front row of the classroom, bowing respectfully. The other bodyguards stood in formation behind him as he took his time to sit down, fingers interlaced, his expression indifferent, crossing his legs and tapping the chair back with his fingers. Zhao Li was taken aback, almost forgetting her purpose. Qiu Li exuded a commanding presence. The classroom, previously filled with chatter, fell silent. Even parents who had forgotten to silence their phones became quiet. All eyes were on Qiu Li, none daring to utter a word. Even those unfamiliar with him sensed his formidable status, as if he were there to stir trouble. "Let us get started. Don't waste time," he said coldly. Nuo Nuo felt tears welling up. It was over for her. Just as Zhao Li and her classmates had begun to view her more favorably, It seemed that her moment of peace in high school was about to be shattered. Chioli's disdainful gaze seemed to scan the room, looking down on everyone. Song Lian also appeared dazed, acutely aware of the man's arrogance. Zhao Li cleared her throat, her tone involuntarily dropping several octaves. Let us begin then. She refrained from calling names, as everyone's gaze gravitated toward the only empty seat in the class, Nuo Nuo's chair. It was evident whose parent Chioli was. Several students exchanged furtive glances, murmuring, "Didn't you say Song Nuo Nuo was being supported by an old man?" They were not blind. This man was strikingly handsome and wealthy. The few who had been gossiping fell silent, their faces flushed. Everyone was speculating about the nature of his relationship with Nuo Nuo. Someone remarked, "Isn't he the CEO of the Chio Corporation that often appears in financial magazines?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Even those unaware of Chioli's identity understood the significance of the Chio name. In simple terms, he was the richest man in B City, a legendary figure known to all. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Curiosity piqued as they peered inside. It was a once-in-a-lifetime encounter to see the living embodiment of Chioli. Lu Xiang was nearly speechless. Chioli. Oh my gosh, Chioli. She now felt that her deskmate had somehow become an object of divine favor. Such a man had come to attend Nuo Nuo's parent-teacher meeting. The students gradually regained their composure, as did Zhao Li and the teachers in the classroom. Zhao Li's mind buzzed, nearly forgetting her lines. A student mentioned, "The principal seems to be coming." Indeed, the principal approached with a beaming smile. Having just received a donation exceeding 100 million, he was beaming with joy, eager to impress this benefactor. Nuo Nuo's palms were clammy with sweat. The principal, with a warm demeanor, stood outside with the students. While Zhao Li felt immense pressure, her thoughts jumbled. The motivational speech she had prepared for the seniors was delivered in a hurried manner. She concluded, "Thank you to the parents for your efforts today. We'll have a half-day off this afternoon." The students cheered but dared not celebrate too loudly. With that man present, they felt like timid quails. Hang Rui remained unusually silent. Chioli was the first to step out. Nuo Nuo felt utterly despondent, as if the entire parent-teacher meeting had become a one-sided display of Chioli's dominance, suppressing the entire building into silence. Class 3 was enveloped in an eerie quiet. In the adjacent class, Zhou Zhui's complexion had turned as pale as a sheet. Reality had delivered a harsh blow, rather than being supported by some old man. She was cherished by a powerful CEO. Zhou Zhui's friends kept their distance, no longer daring to converse with her. The atmosphere among them soured. Once someone has committed a misdeed, no matter how triumphant they felt at the time, they would inevitably fear retribution when the tables turned. Chioli's expression was cold. He hardly needed to search. He spotted Nuo Nuo among the crowd with ease, though she was not tall and wore the same school uniform as everyone else. It was peculiar how he seemed to know her whereabouts without even glancing in her direction. He extended his hand toward her. "Nuo Nuo, let us go home." His aloof demeanor contrasted sharply with the passionate frenzy of the evening. Nuo Nuo, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her, blushed deeply, on the verge of tears. She did not take his hand, instead walking beside him. His hand naturally brushed through her hair, and then he smiled. His smile was captivating, devoid of any sinister undertones. He was strikingly handsome. The principal greeted him, "Mr. Chio, hello, I'm the principal of the 7th middle school." Chioli glanced at Nuo Nuo, dismissively shook the principal's hand, and replied, "I have other matters to attend to. Please, don't let me disrupt you." With that, he took Nuo Nuo away. By then, autumn had arrived, and the campus, abundant with sycamore trees, was blanketed in fallen leaves, resembling a golden carpet. Nuo Nuo trailed closely behind him, and the students in the teaching building couldn't help but watch them. The girl was barely tall enough to reach his shoulder. The man exuded an aura of aloofness, clearly not someone easy to get along with. However, after taking only a few steps, he turned back and grasped her hand. His palms were rough, and his fingers long and strong. Nuo Nuo felt as if the entire school was watching her, and for the first time, she understood how terrifying it was to be the object of admiration from a domineering male lead back in her school days. He was indifferent to the gazes of thousands. His own satisfaction was all that mattered. Yet, Nuo Nuo felt a surge of embarrassment. She could not shake off his hand and lowered her head in frustration. He chuckled lightly, pulling her towards a car. The bodyguard bent down to open the door for her. St. Mississippi Nuo Nuo hurriedly got in, and as the car gradually drove out of the campus, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her hand remained in his grip, delicate and soft, as if it had no bones. His large hand could encompass hers completely. "Stop the car," Nuo Nuo said, attempting to withdraw her hand, but he held on tightly, laughing. "Am I supposed to attend a parent-teacher meeting halfway through just for you, Nuo Nuo?" Chioli let go. "No," he scoffed. "Isn't your scoundrel of a father attending? Since he didn't come, I'm here instead. Shouldn't you thank me?" Nuo Nuo's ears turned crimson. She felt both humiliated and furious. This big scoundrel had the audacity to call other scoundrels. His arrogance seemed to declare his claim over her. Other boys would likely hesitate to even speak to Nuo Nuo now. Rumors would be dispelled, and no one would dare suggest anything untoward between her and Hang Rue. The word spread by Zhou Zhao would be turned on their head. She felt grateful to him, even if those words were not true. For an 18-year-old girl, the implication of harm could be distressing. Nuo Nuo could argue fiercely with Zhou Zhao or even confront her physically, but those actions would only result in both of them facing consequences without stopping the rumors. His presence was the best solution. Nuo Nuo did not want to fall out with him. He was helping her, and she was not the type to take advantage of others' kindness. She would remember his favor, even though his presence brought her immense shame. However, none of this could alter her current feelings of disgust towards him. Nor could she tolerate the way he held her hand, as if he intended to crush her. "It hurts, you big jerk." "Thank you, but could you please let go?" "My hand really hurts." When she said it hurt, her voice was delicate, making hearts flutter. He laughed. "Did I hurt you?" Nuo Nuo nodded yes. His spine tingled. She was still too innocent, and he and T thought deeply about causing her pain. He narrowed his eyes, realizing he wanted more than just to hurt her. Nevertheless, he temporarily released her hand. Nuo Nuo exhaled in relief. A moment later, a bodyguard returned, holding a small cake. Chioli took it and handed it to Nuo Nuo here. Nuo Nuo instinctively hugged it. It was a small chocolate cake shaped like a brown bear, similar to one that Song Zhan had once bought for her and Song Lian, though this one was far more exquisite. Nuo Nuo bit her lip, trying to suppress a smile. Chioli noticed the glimmer of joy in her moist eyes. "Do you like it?" "Yes, it's nice." His dark eyes were deep. What was she smiling about? Before they left, Aunt Chun had deliberately reminded him to pamper Nuo Nuo since she was still young and he was significantly older. Nuo Nuo thought for a moment and decided to tell him, "My dad came to see me earlier and bought a cake similar to this. Chioli, you could be like an uncle." His expression turned dangerous as he snatched the cake from her hands and threw it away. He wanted to curse, but managed to downplay it. "Aunt Chun bought it for you, but if you don't like it, it doesn't matter." Nuo Nuo found him utterly shameless. However, the realization that this man had intentions towards her was frightening. A sudden thought struck her, and she attempted to negotiate. "Chioli, yes. You see, you're 12 years older than me. Forcing something that isn't sweet is pointless. How about I just call you brother instead? I promise to respect you. Not to scold or hit you anymore, all right? I'll be good to you." As long as he didn't want to sleep with her, she was willing to accept anything. She often hurt him, and if he agreed, she would be immensely grateful and respectful. "Damn it," he laughed. "Song Nuo Nuo." She dared not respond. Each time he called her by her full name, it meant she was crossing his boundaries. She timidly replied, "I'm sorry. Please don't look at me like that." He smiled. "Why not? What's wrong with that?" Nuo Nuo was terrified. His deranged demeanor sent chills down her spine. Had she known, she would have kept her thoughts to herself. The atmosphere felt stifling as he pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. "Admit it. Call me Brother Chioli." Nuo Nuo's cheeks burned. "No, I was joking. It was a joke." He coldly smirked, "But I'm serious. Call me." Nuo Nuo attempted to push his hand away, but he seemed to have struck a nerve, gripping her wrist tightly. "Wasn't he at your suggestion? I think it's a splendid idea. This way, you can explain to your teachers and classmates that your brother is here for the parent-teacher meeting." At that moment, Nuo Nuo felt like crying. Now she understood what Chioli was sensitive about. Since autumn, he had tried to avoid wearing suits at home, opting instead for shirts. He cared more about the age difference than she did. Nuo Nuo didn't mind the age gap. She simply disliked him. Thus, she was willing to try any method to make him give up his claims, even if it seemed he had lost his mind. And the effects of various methods were minimal. She found this version of Chioli quite frightening. He had a thick skin that could withstand bullets, yet was particularly sensitive to her casual remarks. Her face hurt, and tears nearly spilled over. "Please let go," she pleaded. "Call me." He smiled coldly. "I wonder if your father would dare to acknowledge me as his son. He probably wishes he could kneel and call me father." Nuo Nuo looked at him with wide, watery eyes. He chuckled. "Darling, how will you show your respect to me?" Nuo Nuo's cheeks turned crimson, and she whispered, "I was joking." Please let go of me. He scrutinized her for a long while before releasing her. Her delicate skin bore a red mark from his grip. Nuo Nuo glanced at the cake he had discarded and sighed inwardly. Ever since she entered this story, every time someone gifted her a cake, it would end up being thrown away, either by the female lead or the male lead. Chioli truly came to attend a parent-teacher meeting in the middle of a conference. Nuo Nuo had no classes in the afternoon or evening, and He let her out of the car, driving straight to his company instead. It was Nuo Nuo's first visit to Chioli's workplace. Towering skyscrapers exuded an impressive aura. Upon arriving, Nuo Nuo realized that the male lead wasn't as idle as she had thought. He was exceptionally wealthy, but the corresponding effort was equally demanding. The original story likely didn't feature much time for the female lead and male lead to date. Chioli glanced at Nuo Nuo beside him. She looked somewhat curious, yet remarkably well-behaved and quiet. He smiled slightly. I have things to do this afternoon. Wait for me. I'll take you out for dinner tonight. Nuo Nuo felt a chill down her spine as it dawned on her that this maniac genuinely wished to date her. However, she had no desire for that and didn't want to wait for him. What was she to do while he worked? Plus, the thought of facing her teachers and classmates next week gave her a headache. Earlier, she had seen a concert hall from the car and thought, can I wait for you at the concert hall? She was still young, and Chioli didn't wish to confine her. Although he was displeased that Nuo Nuo didn't want to wait for him, he agreed. Let accompany you. Nuo Nuo frowned. As long as she didn't have to be under his constant watch, she could accept the other terms. She nodded all right. Just as she was about to turn to leave, Chioli stopped her. Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo turned back, caught off guard, her forehead warming as he leaned in and placed a kiss on it. At that moment, the autumn breeze was cool, carrying a hint of chill. A few sparrows occasionally flitted across the pale sky. The Chiu family enterprise was working overtime, and those who witnessed the scene couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Nuo Nuo pressed her forehead, retreating in panic. With an expression of mild grievance, she looked at him with wide eyes. Noticing her evident disdain and the pitiful look on her face, as if accusing him of being a villain, his heart softened immensely, and he smiled, saying, Go ahead. Nuo Nuo struggled to resist the urge to wipe away the lingering sensation on her forehead, feeling 3 parts bewilderment and 7 parts revulsion. However, at that moment, she remained unaware that the archetypal domineering male lead in such narratives often forcefully kisses the female lead, indulging in multiple kisses a day over trivial disagreements. Rarely, however, do they tenderly kiss the forehead with genuine affection. He had nowhere to retreat. This was his final concession. He dared not lift his head. Yet he was elated within. Indeed, the temper of young Master Chiu was notoriously foul. He had rarely smiled in the past year, but now it seemed he often did, especially when he laid eyes on Nuo Nuo, whose presence illuminated his gaze. Enduring her discomfort, Nuo Nuo suggested to let us head to the concert hall. After a 10-minute drive, they arrived at the venue. A cursory glance made her want to leave, as she initially thought it was merely a standard piano performance, only to discover at the entrance that an invitation was required for entry. He remarked, Miss, you may enter directly. She glanced at him, noting his confidence, and recognized that the rumors about Chioli's influence in B City were indeed true. As she approached, the receptionist at the door smiled and bowed. Mississippi. The sound of piano resonated throughout the grand hall, with a spiral staircase and a stage graced by ballet dancers. This was not an ordinary concert hall, but a lavish private club. Wearing headphones, informed Nuo, the 3rd floor is an arcade, and the 4th floor features a CAF. If you're interested, you may sit there. Nuo Nuo, however, felt no inclination towards such distractions. Initially, she had merely wished to distance herself from Chioli, but now realizing it was a playground for the wealthy, she desired to leave even more. Suggested, young Master Chiu will be occupied for a while. If you don't wish to play, perhaps you could relax in the CAF. Nuo Nuo Thonsuret. As she settled into the CAF, the owner remained exceedingly respectful. Nuo Nuo ordered coffee, propping her chin on her hand while gazing out at the scenery. It was November, and she had several months left before she could distance herself from Chioli. He stood with his head lowered nearby, accompanied by several bodyguards. Nuo Nuo understood it was their job, just as she had no choice in the matter. Neither did they. At 3 in the afternoon, Duyi's earpiece crackled with voices. Frowning, he approached Nuo Nuo to report, Miss, there is a disturbance upstairs. Young Master Zhang and his associates are involved, and it appears a fight has broken out. This is young Master Chiu's territory, It is quite safe. I will check on it, and they will guard this area. Should you require anything, just inform them. Nuo Nuo was taken aback to learn that this indeed belonged to Chiu Li. She obediently acknowledged him as he hurried away. Contemplating, she wondered, young Master Zhang? Was he the one with the mischievous grin? Zhang Qing Duo? Before she could ponder further, a commotion erupted behind her. Turning around, she found her bodyguard with a gun pressed against his forehead. Quick to react, someone drew a weapon aimed at her, while the other party laughed heartily, signaling their gun towards Nuo Nuo. For the first time, Nuo Nuo realized she was entrenched in a chaotic world devoid of rules, typical of a domineering CEO narrative. Everyone, behave. Our boss merely wishes to invite Miss Song for a chat. Should you resist, it is Miss Song who will pay the price. Miss Song, cooperate, and we assure you no harm will come to you. A tall woman covered Nuo Nuo's mouth and nose with a cloth, while her arms were forcibly restrained, an odd scent wafting from it. In a flash, she understood the cloth was laced with something foul. Nuo Nuo instinctively held her breath, but it was too late. She inhaled a breath, instantly feeling dizzy and weak in her legs. Nuo Nuo had no notion of how long the car had been driving, twisting and turning until they reached a hotel. Dragged out in a haze of nausea, she struggled to maintain composure. A chill swept over her. Being thrust into this narrative was the most unfortunate event of her life. She had once envisioned a mundane existence, peaceful in high school, smooth in college, but now, those thoughts seemed like mere fantasies as they unfolded into reality. Taken up the elevator, she soon found herself face to face with Wei Yong, adorned with a gold necklace and tattoos peeking beneath. A shiver coursed through her. This was a man she would never forget. For Chiu Li had once threatened her with him, warning that disobedience would lead to her being handed over. He was a man with a penchant for cruelty. Nuo Nuo recalled the fates of the female characters entangled with the male lead in such tales, often tragic and lamentable. She trembled slightly, overwhelmed by nausea and fear. Wei Yong glanced at her. So, this is Chiu Li's fiancée. Indeed, boss, came the reply. Wei Yong seemed dissatisfied, remarking, is Chun Qian mocking me? Does this little girl compare to her? The woman holding Nuo Nuo responded with a laugh. Miss Chen said this girl is beautiful. A little makeover will yield surprises. Wei Yong stroked his chin, laughing heartily. Excellent. Nuo Nuo struggled fiercely, but was dragged into the adjacent bathroom. The woman showed no mercy, binding Nuo's arms and forcefully pushing her to the sink. Cold water flowed over her cheeks. Nuo gritted her teeth, enduring the harsh treatment without a sound. In that moment, she sought a way to save herself. A chill gripped her heart as she realized it was Chun Qian orchestrating this. No wonder Wei Yong could easily enter Chiu Li's territory. Chun Qian's brother, Chun Mao, was among Chiu Li's men, likely overseeing operations there. The woman yanked Nuo Nuo up, icy water streaming down her face. She chuckled. Miss Chen wasn't lying. Nuo Nuo thought of the utility knife in her pocket, remaining silent. She had anticipated this day. Meeting Chiu Li was indeed her greatest misfortune. If she did not hand the knife to Chiu Li, it might fall into the hands of a villain, at best serving to protect herself, and at worst, it could lead to her demise. The woman dried her delicate face. Miss Song, your fiancé is quite arrogant. You may need to humble yourself to appease the boss. Good luck. As they let her out, Wei Yong immediately noticed the water droplets still clinging to Nuo Nuo's eyelashes. Her cheeks, pale from the cold water, appeared even more pure and fair. He was momentarily entranced, then burst into laughter. What a treasure. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. No wonder Chiu Li kept you hidden. Chun Qian did not deceive me. The woman released Nuo Nuo and departed with her entourage. With the door closed, Nuo Nuo, weakened from earlier events, steadied herself to face Wei Yong. Clad in an oversized school uniform, she gripped the utility knife tightly. She longed to rid the world of the perverts in this story, especially those connected to Chiu Li. Wei Yong licked his lips. Your precious one is in this state. You must be enjoying yourself. Enjoy? Nuo Nuo thought. She loathed the villains in this narrative. If only she could express to him whether she was enjoying it or not. Wei Yong thrived on the struggle and resistance of women. Yet Nuo Nuo stood motionless, her pale face betraying her fear, yet her gaze remained unexpectedly pure and resolute. He had never encountered such a girl. Exquisite, innocent, soft yet stubborn. Laughing, he taunted, do you believe Chiu Li will come to rescue you? With his arrogance, He forbids anyone from interrupting him during important matters. By the time he arrives, I would have already had my way with you. Nuo Nuo had not anticipated Chiu Li's arrival. Aside from his handsome face, he was of no better character than the rest. Wei Yong yanked Nuo Nuo towards the bed. Lacking strength in her legs, she braced herself as he prepared to rip her clothing apart. Summoning her resolve, Nuo Nuo lashed out, the thin blade slicing across Wei Yong's face. He was caught off guard, yet his reflexes were swift. He sprang up, howling in pain, covering his face. Wretched girl. Had he been a moment slower, the blade could have cost him an eye. Pain surged through him, extinguishing any desire to pursue her further. Yet the fact that she had harmed him fueled his anger. With a fierce glare, he slapped down hard. Nuo Nuo's body tensed. She turned her head to evade, but his fingertips grazed against her cheek, sending a jolt of pain through her. She scrambled to her feet, gripping the knife tightly. Fear quickened her heartbeat, and tears welled in her eyes from the pain. However, she refused to let these scoundrels touch her. Blood seeped between Wei Yong's fingers as he opened a cabinet and retrieved a whip. He gasped in pain, threatening, "I will end you today." Fear gripped Nuo Nuo's heart as he cracked the whip, and suddenly the door was violently kicked open. Chiu Li, with a chilling expression, was followed by a large entourage. His visage was terrifying as he delivered a brutal kick to Wei Yong, sending him flying. Chiu Li, in affrencia drage, approached and unleashed a torrent of punches upon him, mercilessly knocking out his teeth. Wei Yong's face quickly became a bloody mess. Never had Wei Yong witnessed such a monstrous side of Chiu Li. This man now appeared to be a madman, treating everyone as mere dust beneath his feet. Driven by the fear of death, he cast aside all pretense, pleading, "Cho Xiao, I was wrong. I didn't touch her. I didn't even lay a hand on her." Yet, Chiu Li seemed deaf to his words, seizing his hair and violently slamming his head into the ground. Wei Yong was too exhausted to beg for mercy. This man had lost his sanity. Nuo Nuo, overwhelmed by the trauma, was merely an ordinary 18-year-old girl, witnessing Chiu Li in such a terrifying light for the first time. All her pent-up fear erupted, and she let out a soft sob. Chiu Li halted his assault, walked over in silence, and picked her up, saying, "Be good, don't be afraid." He carried Nuo Nuo away without looking back, while he closed the door, preventing her from witnessing the horrific scene any longer. Wei Yong and the others would handle it. As night began to fall, Chiu Li held her tightly, and all the fear and dread she had suppressed finally broke free, and she wept uncontrollably. She detested this world and yearned to return home. The madness he exhibited during the beating dissipated. Hearing her cry left him at a loss. It was an evening in November. The streetlights flickered on, and the moon cast a sliver of light across the darkened sky. Chiu Li gently set her down on a bench by the roadside, wiping her tears away with his hand. "Stop crying. Where are you hurt? It's all my fault. I'm the one to blame for not protecting you." Nuo Nuo, through her tears, responded, "Hit me instead." His hand still bore the stains of Wei Yong's blood, and his gaze darkened. Other people's blood could not touch her. Switching hands, he tenderly wiped her tears. The warmth of her tears scorched his skin, igniting a pain deep in his heart that made breathing laborious. In her eyes, he saw no reflection of himself. The city lights illuminated her tear-streaked face, creating a mosaic of broken beauty. For the first time, his heart was devoid of distractions. It was filled solely with anguish, almost shattering under the weight of it. A gaping hole had been torn from him. He loved her fiercely. All instances of infatuation stem from superficial desires, and he never concealed his own sordid inclinations. Yet, when he fell for her, he wished to lay bare his heart for her to see, a vibrant, pulsating heart, contingent upon her joys and sorrows to determine his own fate. Chiu Li retrieved her right hand from her sleeve, his gaze falling upon the small knife. Once Nuo Nuo had finished sobbing, she quietly regarded him. Chiu Li was not foolish. He knew she wouldn't carry a knife without reason. He recalled the last time she had caught him off guard with one, leaving a scar on his back that would never fade. Nuo Nuo feared his reaction upon seeing the knife, but he remained silent as he wiped away the tears from her cheeks. He then removed his coat and wrapped it around her, for the November night was chilly. Her palms were clammy with cold sweat. His coat radiated warmth, infused with his masculine heat. Chiu Li made no move to take away her bloodied knife. Instead, he acted as if it were inconsequential. The tall man knelt before her and said, "I will carry you home." Nuo Nuo, drained of strength, hesitated as the streetlights flickered dimly. She glanced back, noting no one was following. After a moment of deliberation, she wrapped her arms around his neck. He lifted her effortlessly onto his back, his broad frame supporting her. The hand that gripped the knife rested against his neck. With a little resolve, she could easily slice through his artery. She loathed this world and everything in it. As long as he lived, he would incessantly pursue her, and misfortune would inevitably follow. He seemed unfazed by the danger, oblivious to the disdain she harbored for him. He walked steadily, his coat enveloping her, and not a single word passed between them. Nuo Nuo was lost in thought during the journey, eventually succumbing to sleep under the influence of the medication while on his back. When she awoke, Chenma was tucking her in. Nuo Nuo rubbed her eyes, her voice hoarse. "Chenma, what time is it?" "Miss, it is a little past 5 in the morning." Nuo Nuo glanced at the pale light seeping through the window. Dawn was just beginning to break. Chenma continued, "School has already informed Miss that you have the day off. You can sleep a little longer." "And Choli?" "After bringing you back, Cho Xiao left and hasn't returned yet." Nuo Nuo coughed lightly a few times. "No need. I'm not tired anymore. I'll get up now." Barefoot, Nuo Nuo stepped out of bed and peered through the window at the bodyguards standing rigidly below. But Du Yi was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Du Yi?" Chenma's expression turned serious. "He failed to protect you, so Cho Xiao sent him home." Nuo Nuo fell silent. If Du Yi, who had followed Cho Li for many years, could be discarded so easily, she could only imagine Wei Yong's fate. In the original story, the male protagonist had dealt with this pawn, and now they were meeting the same end. Without the involvement of the female lead, Song Lian, most characters met similar fates. Nuo Nuo's lashes fluttered. What about Chen Xian? She soon found out the next afternoon when Chun Mao was kneeling outside the villa. Upon her return from a stroll, this usually composed man bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground 3 times. Nuo Nuo was taken aback and stepped back hurriedly. Chun Mao, weary in appearance, implored, "I apologize." Mississippi Qian acted thoughtlessly and committed a grave mistake. "I beg you to intercede on her behalf with Cho Xiao, to grant her a chance at redemption. I will send her abroad and ensure she never returns." Nuo Nuo lowered her gaze. What has happened to her now? Chen Mao paused for a moment. "She is in a mental institution. I will not plead for her. Had Choli not come yesterday, I would have been dead." Chun Mao abruptly lifted his head, and Nuo Nuo remained calm. "You should know what sort of person Wei Yong is. You are more aware than I of the fate that awaits those who fall into his hands. Chen Xian is not deserving of pity. Everyone must pay for their actions." Chun Mao's voice was hoarse, and after a long silence, he rose from the ground. "I understand." However, the sorrow in his heart compelled him to turn back. "Miss Song." Nuo Nuo raised her eyes to meet his. Chen Mao continued, "She is my only sister. Qian Qian has known Cho Xiao since she was 10. Though she can be willful, she has always treated him well. Yet last night, when she was taken away, Cho Xiao didn't even cast a glance in her direction." Chen Mao forced a bitter smile. "Not even a glance." Nuo Nuo observed him quietly. Chen Mao frowned. "Mr. Chen Mao, you speak too much." Chen Mao bowed politely. "I apologize." Once he left, Chen Mao said, "Miss, let us return. Do not heed the words of others. I know what kind of person Cho Xiao is. He would never wrong you." Nuo Nuo smiled faintly. "I know." Chun Mao was a clever man. He could not oppose Cho Li, nor could he save Chen Qian. But in his own way, he had planted a thorn in Nuo Nuo's heart, making her realize that Cho Li could be cold and ruthless even toward those he had known for over a decade. One day, such a fate could also befall her. Yet, his calculations were flawed. If Nuo Nuo loved Cho Li, she would undoubtedly feel anxious upon hearing such words and might harbor resentment. Unfortunately, she did not love him. He was a person whose future had no bearing on her. Whether he was cold-hearted or passionate was of no consequence to her. Cho Li had yet to return, and Nuo Nuo took some time to recuperate before resuming her school life. Thanks to Cho Li, she became somewhat of a celebrity at school. As she walked down the hall, she noticed many people sneaking glances at her, occasionally overhearing words like luxury cars, handsome men, and Cho Zone. As Nuo Nuo entered the classroom, she noticed that Lu Xiang appeared somewhat awkward. After a prolonged silence, she whispered to Nuo Nuo, "Nuo Nuo, now that you are a super wealthy person, will you still be friends with me?" Nuo Nuo couldn't help but chuckle. "We are friends for life." Lu Xiang's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a joyful demeanor as she began to gossip with Nuo Nuo. "You missed a lot yesterday. You wouldn't believe how pale Zhou Zhuang's face was. She publicly apologized on the school's forum for maliciously slandering you. When I saw her, she looked dreadful, and even her friends dared not approach her. She's become a pariah, avoided by all." Nuo Nuo was not surprised. such matters could not escape Chiu Li's notice, as her life was under his surveillance. Then Lu Xiang hesitated and tugged at Nuo Nuo's sleeve. "Nuo Nuo, Hang Ruwei hasn't come to school for 2 days. The teacher said he didn't take leave. Is something wrong with him?" Her words were veiled, referring to the incident when Hang Ruwei carried Nuo Nuo to the infirmary, which had spread like wildfire throughout the school. If Nuo Nuo had any connection to Chiu, would he let Hang Ruwei off so easily? Hang Ruwei was the top student in their grade and would not simply skip school without reason. Nuo Nuo suddenly turned around and saw that Hang Ruwei's desk was indeed empty. His desk mate looked startled as Nuo Nuo turned, her gaze lingering uncomfortably. It seemed that many classmates shared Lu Xiang's concern. Nuo Nuo felt a wave of unease wash over her. What had happened to Hang Ruwei? The thought consumed her throughout the morning, hindering her ability to focus in class. She pondered whether Chiu had taken his frustrations out on others instead of targeting her directly. Nuo Nuo was well aware of Chiu's vindictive nature. If he chose to punish Hang Ruwei, there would be no escape for him. At long last, the school day ended. If Zhou Zhuang and Chen Qian deserved their fates. What had Hang Ruwei done wrong? He had committed no transgressions. Upon returning home for lunch, Nuo Nuo found Chiu had finally returned. She hadn't seen him for nearly 2 days. He was lounging on the sofa, reviewing documents, and when he noticed her entrance, his gaze instinctively softened. "Nuo Nuo, come here." As she approached, she noticed a small box in his hand. "Open it and see." Hesitating briefly, Nuo Nuo opened the pink box to reveal a delicately crafted bracelet, adorned with beautiful gemstones. Chiu picked up the bracelet, turning it gently before pressing a button and taking her hand, prompting her to touch her fingerprint to the gemstone. The bracelet opened, revealing a sharp blade within. Nuo Nuo stared at him, momentarily speechless. What was he intending? Was this a threat? Chiu handed her the bracelet, saying, "Girls shouldn't carry knives. If you encounter a bad person, it's you who will be in danger if they discover the weapon. Keep this instead." Nuo Nuo was taken aback, feeling a mix of confusion and trepidation. Was he truly foolish? Did he not fear that she might use it against him if he ever crossed a line? "Nuo Nuo." She raised her gaze. Chiu smiled. "Don't be afraid of me. If this provides you with a sense of security, I would give you anything." Nuo Nuo grasped the small bracelet, uneasy about the depth of his feelings. He chuckled softly. "Will you give me a chance? If one day I truly hurt your heart, you can use this to end me." Nuo Nuo was reluctant to accept such a notion. She looked at him with her strikingly clear eyes. After a brief moment of eye contact, she saw his gaze shift, revealing a suppressed longing. The male lead is still the troubled male lead, she thought, unable to endure the tension and diverting her gaze. Chiu's absence these past few days was evidently spent preparing this gift for her. With a faint sigh, she recalled Hang Ruwei and grew more anxious. Nuo Nuo decided to turn back to him. "Chiu, with your capabilities, do you know what has become of Hang Ruwei?" The warmth in his eyes faded, replaced by a coldness that hinted at simmering anger. In a hushed tone, she continued, "Hang Ruwei hasn't attended class. I told you I have no relationship with him, but he helped me, and I am grateful. I have no doubts about your intentions, but I genuinely wish to know about his well-being." A sardonic smile graced his lips. "No doubts about my intentions?" Nuo Nuo nodded, her gaze sincere, as she earnestly replied, "One should always remember the kindness received." Chiu chuckled. Leaning closer, "Nuo Nuo, do you know what I detest the most?" His eyes bore a dangerous glint, and Nuo Nuo found herself afraid of his unpredictable demeanor, shifting from tenderness to a threatening intensity in an instant. She realized how little she truly understood him, having only grasped his sensitivity regarding their age difference, which she had resolved never to mention again. "What I loathe is when you look at me while thinking of other men." He gently caressed the corner of her eye. "If you remember the kindness you received, then I intend to treat you well for the rest of my life. Can you at least look at me properly?" Nuo Nuo instinctively took a step back, finding him rather intimidating at that moment. Chiu merely smiled. "All right, if you wish to know, I will take you to see." He may be despicable, but he was not foolish. He was adept at exploiting vulnerability without revealing his hand. As they drove, Chiu suddenly spoke. "Nuo Nuo, you will be taking your college entrance exams next June." Nuo Nuo felt an inexplicable tension rise within her as she turned to look at him. He met her gaze. "In 6 months, just over 100 days. He coaxed. "I will ensure that your classmate Hang Ruwei does well, securing a place at a prestigious university, so he can ascend to great heights after graduation." How's that sound? Nuo Nuo stared at him in disbelief. Could Chiu truly be so benevolent? Moreover, he had never shown interest in her studies or the upcoming exams. Nuo Nuo had thought she could keep her distance, but his vigilance made her feel as though she were a cornered rabbit. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he added, "He will be just fine. You should stay and not think about leaving me." Nuo Nuo lowered her head, realizing that she was not particularly fond of lying. Her time in this book world had already exceeded the sum of all her previous lies. Staying was not an option. Even if she did not plan to return home, she would eventually leave Chiao. The pain he had caused her was indelible, and she could never harbor affection for such a self-centered and arrogant man. She remained silent, gazing out the window. It was November, and the sky was perpetually overcast. This winter promised to be particularly cold. Perhaps the sun would shine brightly after the college entrance exams next summer. Hang Rui's residence was located in a relatively decent neighborhood. Chiao's car drove directly in, attracting the attention of many passers-by due to its luxury. Nuo Nuo felt a wave of anxiety. She did not respond to Chiao's inquiry, and his expression grew cold. However, his willingness to bring her here indicated that Hang Rui's absence from school had nothing to do with him. For reasons unknown, Nuo Nuo felt a twinge of apprehension. "Stop the car." The driver hesitated, fearing to disobey, as Chiao was still in the vehicle, and the young lady's command held no weight. Chiao glanced at Nuo Nuo and commanded, "Stop." Nuo Nuo opened the car door. "It's cold outside. I'll just take a quick look." She had little experience interacting with men, having focused on her struggles due to her family's financial difficulties and never having dated anyone. She was unsure why his expression suddenly darkened. Feeling a bit timid, she suggested, "Would you like to come with me?" Chiao stepped out of the car, remaining silent as he assertively took her hand, leading her inside. Her small hand felt warm against his cool palm. As they approached the building, Nuo Nuo was lost in thoughts of the original storyline. After the protagonist ran away with Hang Rui, his family pressured her to care for him due to his disability. Though the protagonist had initially agreed, her strong-willed nature eventually led to regret. Nuo Nuo glanced at the man beside her. His large, rough hand suggested he was aware of Hang Rui's family struggles. Hang Rui often bore injuries beneath his school uniform. If Chiao was not responsible, then it must have been his family causing the distress. At this age, the young boy possesses his own pride and stubbornness, unwilling to let others witness the shame of his family. After reflecting on it, she felt a sudden sense of trepidation and hesitated to proceed. Taking a step back, she gently grasped his hand. "Let us go back no more." Chiao turned to look at her. His dark eyes were profound, revealing a hint of mockery. Abruptly, he pressed her against the wall. "Now that we're here, how can we not take a look?" Nuo Nuo realized that this man was fully aware of everything. "Do you understand his situation? Would you believe me if I told you?" Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Yes. His heart skipped a beat, momentarily dazzled by her innocent demeanor. He quickly regained his composure, wanting to scoff. She was merely preserving Han Rui's last shred of dignity. He half-dragged, half-carried her along. "Come on, let us take a look." Nuo Nuo sensed trouble brewing and struggled. "No. Chiao, please, let us not go." Nuo Nuo resisted at the corridor's entrance, drawing curious glances from those intending to ascend. Chiao forcefully pressed Nuo Nuo's head against his chest, casting a chilling glance back. The onlooker hastily fled, intimidated by his fierce demeanor. Nuo Nuo could not endure his erratic behavior. Chiao's tie remained undone. She tilted her head up from his embrace, grasping his tie firmly, her tone soft and pleading. "We're not going." She exerted considerable strength, causing him to momentarily catch his breath. Lowering his gaze towards her, he noticed a hint of grievance in her expression as she clung to his tie with unwavering determination. Yet, her actions conveyed a semblance of childish affection. Unable to suppress a smile, he found her endearing. Nuo Nuo shivered at his smile, perplexed by his erratic thought process, one she could never comprehend. Guessing that Chiao relished this dynamic, she cautiously suppressed her discomfort and asked, "Is that all right?" He adored her charming and delicate demeanor, not minding her audacity. Enveloping her small hand in his, he replied in a low and husky voice, "Very well." As they returned to the car, Chiao instructed, "Bring the documents." A bodyguard promptly presented a file to Nuo Nuo with utmost respect. Upon opening it, she was taken aback. It contained recent information about Han Rui. The more she read, the more subdued she became. Just the day before, Han Rui's mother had committed suicide by jumping from the top floor of their building, dying on the spot. The reason was years of domestic violence that had driven her to madness. Han Rui's father, when intoxicated, would often beat both her and their son, accusing Han Rui's mother of infidelity and claiming that Han Rui was not his biological child. Ironically, The document provided by Chioli confirmed that Han Rue was indeed his biological son. As Nuo Nuo flipped through the pages, she was stunned by a photograph capturing Han Rue's mother being carried away, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Han Rue stood outside the crowd, his face devoid of expression, tears streaming down his cheeks. This must have been the most humiliating and painful moment of his life. He wept. Hence, he had not attended school, blocking out all external malice. Nuo Nuo blinked, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She believed she understood now. All along, she had perceived this as a mindless narrative of a domineering CEO, yet it was anything but from the moment she entered this world. Each individual within it was imbued with flesh and blood, emotions and sentiments. She had only grasped the superficial descriptions within the text, unaware that everything had its reasons. Nuo Nuo had pieced together the truth. After marrying Han Rue, the original owner must have endured abuse from Han Rue's father as well. He was a despicable man, capable of inflicting harm upon his own wife and child. How much worse would it be for an outsider like the original owner? And the disabled Han Rue was unable to protect her. No amount of love could withstand such suffering. Perhaps, in the end, Han Rue also resented her for bringing all this upon them. The original owner could no longer bear such a life. After betraying Chioli, she and Han Rue were left incapable of working. With no money, enduring beatings, and confronting Han Rue's pain, escape was impossible. Nuo Nuo's fingers trembled as she held the documents. What is the matter? Feeling pity. The cold tone of the man beside her snapped her back to reality. Nuo Nuo raised her gaze to meet his, gently shaking her head. Chioli, let us go home. Han Rue did not seek anyone's sympathy. He merely wished to carve out his own path with his own hands. Perhaps years ago, when the original owner urged him to run away with her, the bond between young lovers was not so profound. He simply did not want another person to end up like his mother. As they drove back, light rain began to fall. Nuo Nuo softly said, Chioli. The man lowered his gaze to her. I will never love Han Rue in this lifetime, she murmured, nor will I ever come to like him. Rest assured, Nuo Nuo thought that if the original owner had one last wish, it would be to start anew, to never become entangled with Han Rue, allowing that young man to transform and forge ahead steadfastly on his destined path. The man lifted her chin, seemingly wishing to look into her eyes. You're not deceiving me, are you? No, of course, I won't love you either. A week later, Han Rue returned to class. He appeared terrifyingly thin, and the homeroom teacher, Zhao Li, had a general understanding of his family situation, sighing with sympathy. Lu Xiang quietly inquired of Nuo Nuo, do you know what is wrong with Han Rue? He looks rather gloomy and so emaciated. Nuo Nuo tightened her grip on her pen. I don't know. Han Rue immersed himself even more deeply in his studies. Days passed in tranquility. Nuo Nuo had yet to wear the bracelet Chiu Li had given her. By December, the weather had turned frigid. The streets were swept by strong winds, and many people donned masks when venturing outside. Chiu Li remained in his suit and shirt, seemingly unbothered by the cold, while Nuo Nuo, fearing the chill, wore a light yellow pullover adorned with 2 fluffy pom-poms. Chun Ma stifled a laugh. Nuo Nuo was inherently charming and adorable, making her all the more endearing. Over the course of 2 months, the few black-backed dogs had grown accustomed to Nuo Nuo, no longer regarding her with suspicion. They now exuded a sense of affectionate familiarity, and Nuo Nuo was not as afraid of them, occasionally assisting the caretaker in feeding them. Nuo Nuo had been enjoying a relatively easy life. Chiu Li was seldom home, absorbed in his myriad responsibilities. Chun Ma mentioned that it was nearly the new year, which accounted for his busyness. After all, he was the president of a vast enterprise, and everyone eagerly anticipated the festivities, further complicating his affairs. Thus, Nuo Nuo began to wish for the new year to arrive sooner. On Christmas Eve, Song Jian visited the villa to see her. This was the first time her father had come to pay a visit since he had entrusted her to Chiu Li. He was dressed formally, as if to meet a superior. Noticing that Chiu Li was absent from the villa, Nuo Nuo, engaged in her studies, sighed inwardly. This foolish girl had no idea how to endear herself. Chun Ma regarded Song Jian with disfavor and calmly stated, Mr. Song, if you are looking for young Master Chiu, he is not here. You may visit another day. Song Jian awkwardly replied, I came to check on Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo just happened to come downstairs. She had a rather amicable temperament. Song Jian was her biological father, not hers, so her feelings were not particularly intense. Nuo Nuo, had you been well during this time? Chun Ma maintained a stern expression, vigilantly watching over the encounter as if fearing Song Jian would lead her precious Qiu Li astray. Quite well. On Christmas Eve, I brought you a gift. See if you like it. Thank you, Dad. Song Jian fell silent for a moment before broaching the subject. Is President Qiu always this busy? Are you home alone? I have Chen Ma. Song Jian stumbled over his words. President Qiu is your future husband. You should be considerate of him, given how well he treats you. Nuo Nuo felt a chuckle rise within her. She blinked innocently. Is he treating you well, Dad? After all she saw was Qiu Li's insatiable desire for her. Song Jian felt a flicker of irritation, but could not reprimand Nuo Nuo, given the magnitude of Qiu Li's gestures, which clearly indicated his fondness for her. With no other recourse, Song Jian took his leave. Nuo Nuo ascended the stairs and retrieved a small bag, handing it to Chen Ma. A gift for you, hoping you stay safe and sound. If it weren't for Chen Ma's care, she likely would have succumbed to illness on that night. Chen Ma's usually stoic face softened slightly as she opened it to find a pair of gloves. Nuo Nuo explained, it's very cold this year. Wear them in the morning. Due to Qiu Li's habit of not allowing anyone to stay at the villa, Chen Ma had to arrive early each day. Those mornings were the coldest, and Chen Ma's hands were nearly frostbitten. Thank you, Mississippi. Nuo Nuo smiled and said there was no need for thanks. She intended to return to her math problems. Aunt Chen held her back. Mississippium? In the evening, why not visit young Master Qiu at the company? Nuo Nuo hesitated. Aunt Chen continued. During the new year, it's been busy and young Master Qiu has been working overtime. His temper has been quite poor lately. Even Xiao Feng and the others are on the verge of tears from his scolding. Nuo Nuo gazed down at her fingers. Aunt Chen sighed. When you warm up, you are truly sweet to the heart. Yet you seem to despise Qiu Li so much. I only wish the best for you. Even when you go to university, if young Master Qiu holds a grudge, your happiness may be compromised. If you indulge him a little, he will cherish you deeply. Aunt Chen paused. Miss, having followed young Master Qiu for many years, I cannot help but offer you this advice. Those whom he is unwilling to let go of will never truly be relinquished. With his temperament, the more you resist, the tighter his grip will become. If you genuinely do not wish for this, perhaps you might consider an alternative path. Nuo Nuo found some agreement with this, for indeed, the mindset of a madman is unlike that of ordinary people. The more unattainable something is, the more it becomes desired. If he were truly unwilling to let her go, there would be no escaping him, no matter where she went. But what could this alternative path be? Standing beneath the Qiu Corporation building, clutching a bright red apple while donning gloves and a mask, she looked down at the apple in bewilderment, wondering if this truly could work. As the power went out, the night sky illuminated the heavens, revealing a deep azure rather than an endless expanse of black. Gaining access to see Qiu Li at Qiu Corporation was no simple task. The front desk and security were both working late. As Nuo Nuo hesitated, they regarded her with curiosity. An 18-year-old girl, afraid of the cold, had her hair cascading down, softly resting on her shoulders. Her medium-length hair, fine in texture, hung straight. The warm yellow pullover she wore fluttered gently in the cold breeze. Nuo Nuo had stepped out with a mask and gloves. Aunt Chen, worried about her catching a chill, had wrapped a cream-colored scarf around her neck before she left. The only part of her visible were her striking black and white eyes. Nuo Nuo had not entered the company previously, and the staff did not recognize her. The security personnel could tell from her attire that she was a young girl, accompanied by bodyguards. They could not ascertain if she was someone close to Qiu Li. As the last time due, he made a mistake. Qiu Li had replaced those around Nuo Nuo in a fit of anger. The guards speculated she might be the daughter of a wealthy family, much like the previous Chun Qian, who had persistently sought out young Master Qiu. They smirked inwardly, thinking her efforts would be futile. The bodyguard accompanying Nuo Nuo had changed, and the current leader, Xue San, grew increasingly cautious as he observed Nuo Nuo standing in the cold with an apple for several minutes. Unable to hold back, he advised, Miss, perhaps you should head inside. It's cold out here. Nuo Nuo felt it rather foolish to be standing in the night with a group of people. She nodded in agreement. Xue San called Qiu Li. Nuo Nuo turned her head, suddenly recalling what Wei Yong had said on the day she had nearly encountered danger. Qiu Li was arrogant and indifferent, ignoring everyone while working. It was unlikely he would come to her aid. Yet that day, Qiu Li had arrived quickly. Now, with Xue San directly calling him, it was evident that Qiu Li cared about her situation. At least in his heart, she was no longer insignificant. The call connected swiftly. Xue San said, Miss, you may go up directly. The security and front desk personnel, receiving the directive, looked at Nuo Nuo with altered expressions. They were unaware of the president's engagement. Yet everyone knew that he was currently in a meeting reprimanding someone. Chioli's temper was notoriously foul. Issues with the financial reports had arisen before the annual meeting. In previous years, the company would host lavish galas and award ceremonies. But this year, no one dared to bring it up. The employees had been on edge for days, afraid to face him, especially during a meeting. They speculated that come spring, the company would replace the financial staff, as Chioli could not tolerate incompetence. Thus, Nuo Nuo's appearance at this time drew all eyes, as they wondered who this girl could be. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Nuo Nuo was accompanied by Shuai-san, who led her to the president's exclusive elevator. "You may go up. President Chiu is waiting for you on the 88th floor. I will wait for you downstairs." Nuo Nuo ascended in the elevator, clutching the apple. After a few minutes in the cold, her palms were warm, yet her fingertips remained icy. The elevator doors opened, revealing a lavishly furnished office on the 88th floor. If it were not for the world, such a height would be rare. Nuo Nuo remembered reading that the tallest building in the world had only 101 floors, standing over 500 meters high. She fought against her fear of the 88th floor, still haunted by the memory of being blindfolded and bungee jumping. Upon entering, her eyes landed on Chioli, who was focused on the reports on his desk. The office carried a faint scent of smoke, which lingered despite the open floor-to-ceiling windows, likely an attempt by Chioli to clear the air. It was said that those who often worked late tended to smoke to keep their minds alert and functioning. Nuo Nuo recalled that Chioli rarely smoked in her presence. Despite her apprehension about her intentions, she hoped he would grant her some leniency. Enshin had mentioned that they once had 4 German shepherds, but the only one that had passed away was the most disobedient and disloyal. Regarding the previous incident with Chun Qian, Zhang Qingdu had remained despondent for quite some time. Though he had been used by her, Chioli had still been furious. Enshin explained that unlike the dogs, Chioli cherished his long-standing brotherhood with Zhang Qingdu, and thus would not harm him. Nuo Nuo knocked lightly on the door. Chioli looked up and smiled. "Come here." Nuo Nuo approached, unsure where to direct her gaze. Maintaining her decorum and avoiding any glance at the items on his desk, fearing they might be confidential. Noticing her soft appearance in contrast to his crisp attire, he found her to be an endearing sight. He was aware of her sensitivity to the cold. How could she brave the chill to seek him out? With a gentle tug of his arm, he pulled her onto his lap. Nuo Nuo dreaded this kind of intimacy, her eyes widening in alarm as she looked up at him. His mood was evidently cheerful, and he chuckled lightly. "Be good. I'm just holding you." His embrace was tender, careful not to startle her, and even through her thick clothing, he could feel the softness of her slender waist. "What brings you here?" Nuo Nuo's cheeks flushed crimson. She was grateful he and T removed her mask. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears from embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for words. She held up the apple, which she had almost forgotten she was carrying. Clad in white woolen gloves, she presented the plump fruit. The contrast of her black hair against her porcelain skin was striking, and a tiny beauty mark at the corner of her, it was endearing. Nuo Nuo wore no makeup. Her skin was particularly sensitive in winter, and, aside from school, she refrained from cosmetics at the villa. "A holiday gift?" Nuo Nuo nodded, her voice soft and timid. "Aunt Chun gave it to you." He laughed uncontrollably, his chest vibrating with amusement. Nuo Nuo was taken aback, unsure of what had struck him as so funny, while he seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood. Feeling shy, she grew slightly irritated, saying, "Forget it." "No," he replied, his eyes glimmering with mirth. "I like everything you give me." He leaned down and took a bite of the apple she held in her palm. Nuo Nuo froze, clutching the apple tightly. After a moment's hesitation, she timidly said, "You shouldn't eat it. It hasn't been washed." Aunt Chun had said that by visiting him, even with just an apple, he would be delighted. She had indeed stuffed an apple in her arms, but no one had washed it, and she had no idea he would actually eat it. The last time he had demanded that Song Lien peel an apple for him, his haughty demeanor was still fresh in her memory. Nuo Nuo had thought merely offering it would suffice. Chioli replied, "It's all right." Nuo Nuo expected he might show some irritation, yet he displayed none. When had he become so amiable? "Are you cold out there?" he asked. Nuo Nuo shook her head. "I was in the car the whole time. It's not cold." She was not fond of being around Chioli. She feared the possessive glint in his eyes. Even in such circumstances, Chioli had to be close to her. He desired her in his embrace, enveloped in his breath. Nuo Nuo said, "Shall I head back now?" "You." She paused. "Take care of yourself. The weather is getting colder, so dress warmly." His gaze softened, and he couldn't help but smile slightly, replying, "All right. Let go of me," she urged. His heart melted like water, and he thought the time was almost right. The moment he released her, the entire office was plunged into darkness. Nuo Nuo jumped in surprise. The chandelier extinguished, leaving her bewildered. "Is there a power outage?" she asked. Shioli replied, "Did I scare you? I'll call to find out what's happening." Then, Nuo Nuo heard the distressed voice of the assistant on the other end of the line, nearly in tears. "I'm so sorry, President. There was an issue on the 45th floor. It almost caught fire. The entire office building is without power. Even if repairs start now, it could take several hours." Nuo Nuo thought to herself, "Am I really this unlucky?" Shioli's tone turned grave. "Those responsible will be dismissed tomorrow." The assistant hung up and turned from despair to joy, announcing, "Everyone can go home." A cheer erupted on the first floor. "Wonderful. We don't have to work overtime." What a miraculous turn of events. The president initiated a power outage. Ha ha. Gujia mentioned that this year's year-end bonus will be doubled. Everyone should go home, freshen up, and enjoy the holidays. The finance department was most exhilarated, ready to kneel in gratitude to the heavens, having narrowly escaped a near disaster. This was even more delightful than when the school had power outages during their student days. However, on the 88th floor, Nuo Nuo felt close to tears, engulfed in an oppressive darkness. Shioli asked her, "Are you afraid of the dark?" Nuo Nuo shook her head, realizing he might not see her gesture, so she spoke, "No." Shioli smiled, "Hold on to me, don't fall." Nuo Nuo hesitated, but he added, "I'll take you to see the splendid night view of the city below." His hand enveloped hers as he guided her toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The building was tall, and the wind was strong, so Shioli closed the window, concerned she might feel cold. Looking down, Nuo Nuo was mesmerized by the twinkling lights of countless homes, the breathtaking beauty overshadowing her fear of heights. The lights of the skyscrapers shimmered vibrantly. In the darkness, the once biting cold of the weather softened and transformed into something beautiful. For the first time, she realized how lovely the world could be, not merely shrouded in gray clouds. Shioli watched her, the city lights illuminating her eyes, which sparkled like a sky filled with stars. He silently smiled. "Nuo Nuo, the power is out, and the elevator is unusable. We can only take the stairs down from the 88th floor now. It's too dangerous." Nuo Nuo was momentarily at a loss. She felt like crying. How could she descend from the 88th floor in such darkness? Shioli suggested, "Why don't you rest in my lounge for a while? I'll have someone fix the power." Nuo Nuo replied, "What if we just go down?" Realizing she both feared and disliked him, worried about being alone with him, yet daring enough to suggest descending the 88th floor in darkness. He maintained his composure. "All right." However, he led her to the stairwell. Nuo Nuo looked into the pitch-black abyss. Not even a ghost could navigate this. Shioli asked, "May I carry you down?" "No. Let's wait a bit. This is too dangerous," she insisted. Ultimately, Shioli brought her back to the lounge, which had a sofa and a bed. "You can sleep on the bed. There are blankets. Don't catch a cold. I'll watch over you, and I promise not to touch you. Don't be afraid," he assured her. Nuo Nuo sat there, hesitant to sleep. She had no idea how long she had been sitting. When she arrived, it was just before 10, and now it must have been well past midnight. Initially, she could hear the man's slightly heavy breathing in the darkness. But as exhaustion from a full day of classes overcame her, she leaned against the headboard and fell asleep. Shioli smiled gently. He carefully lifted her and placed her on the bed, ensuring she was comfortable. When it came to patience, no one could surpass him. He then climbed into bed, gently pulling her into his embrace. Her small head rested against his chest. Concerned she might struggle to breathe, he removed her mask. The cold of the 88th floor, coupled with a thin blanket, made the slumbering figure instinctively burrow toward warmth. He lowered his head and kissed the top of her hair, marking their first night together. "Merry Christmas, Nuo Nuo," he murmured softly. The next day, Nuo Nuo awoke to find it snowing in City B. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was alone in bed. Yet she sensed an unfamiliar odor in the air. Wrinkling her nose, she sniffed, tried to identify the peculiar scent, which seemed oddly fishy, though she couldn't quite place it. Glancing at the blanket covering her, she hesitated, ultimately deciding against investigating further. It felt inappropriate to sniff something that belonged to Shioli, and the thought itself was unsettling. Nuo Nuo didn't fully trust Shioli. Before leaving the lounge, she thoroughly checked her body, relieved to find no discomfort or marks. She exhaled, feeling at ease. After fixing her disheveled hair, She opened the door and stepped outside. Due to her biological clock, she was accustomed to waking early. It was only 6 o'clock. The office was brightly lit, and Xiao Li, frowning, was engrossed in documents. His serious demeanor was intimidating. When he wasn't smiling, he could be quite frightening. Although she didn't know what he was reading, she could tell he was dissatisfied with the files in hand. The sound of her opening the door caught his attention, and he turned to her. "You're awake?" Nuo Nuo felt awkward facing him. The power had returned, and she needed to leave quickly since it was Friday, and she had classes to attend. Xiao Li set down the documents. "Let me take you for breakfast." Nuo Nuo waved her hand. "No need, you're busy. I can go back on my own." She felt apprehensive around him and added, "It's quite far from here school. We won't have enough time after breakfast." Kiuli smila gently. He inquired softly, "Did you feel uncomfortable last night? Was it too cold? Did you sleep well?" Nuo Nuo nodded. His gaze deepened slightly. "Then off to school you go." Nuo Nuo hurriedly left. As she descended in the elevator, she remained puzzled about what fell off. The cleaning lady arrived earlier than usual, starting her shift at 5, ensuring she left before 8, allowing the office to operate normally. Assistant Me also arrived early that day. When she saw the cleaning lady regretfully tossing the president's clothes into the trash, she quickly intervened. "What are you doing?" The cleaning lady replied hastily, "Assistant Me. The president ordered me to throw these away." Assistant Me looked at her suspiciously. The president usually forbade anyone from touching his clothes. Why would he allow the cleaning lady to dispose of them? The cleaning lady had received a bribe and dared not elaborate, stammering. "He just told me to throw them away." Earlier that morning, when the president called her to the 88th floor, the cleaning lady had been terrified. The president had coldly commanded, "Throw the clothes away. Do not say anything more." Such fine clothing. The cleaning lady was reluctant to part with it. One piece was worth years of her salary. After going downstairs, she took a peek and saw something unsightly on the pants, which made her face flush. She quickly stuffed it into the trash bag. The cleaning lady hadn't seen anything related to the president. Assistant Me clicked her tongue, but didn't press further. Who would dare to touch the president's belongings? She needed to take advantage of the president's good mood to report her matters, ensuring this year would pass splendidly. The third year of high school at number 7 middle school was releasing the results of the last monthly exam. Zhao Li entered the classroom, filled with emotion. "Our class performed exceptionally well this time, ranking first overall. I'm so proud of everyone." The students erupted in cheers and applause. This was the first time in 3 years of high school that their average score ranked first in the entire grade. Hang Rui achieved the highest score in the city. The applause grew even louder. Lu Xiang exclaimed, "Oh my, that's incredible." Nuo Nuo clapped enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. The class monitor printed report cards for each student, and Lu Xiang leaned over to look at Nuo Nuo's score. "Let me see yours, Nuo Nuo." Nuo Nuo handed her the report card. "Xiang. Oh, Nuo Nuo, you are truly remarkable, achieving the 20th rank in the entire class. It is astonishing while I find myself at the bottom, having made progress time and again, only to now be in the 28th position. How unfair this seems. What on earth were you all thinking?" Nuo Nuo, concerned that Xiang might lose her confidence, quickly composed her expression. "Xiang, do not be disheartened. Every mark corresponds to the effort put forth. I have been memorizing vocabulary, even in my sleep. Look at Hang Rui. He undoubtedly works hard, even when no one is watching. The more effort you exert, the luckier you will become." Xiang's eyes sparkled. "You are right, I must strive harder." She resolved to stop pursuing serialized comics and to study vocabulary and exercises diligently, just like Nuo. Nuo Nuo smiled nodded. When the class rankings were posted, many gazed at Nuo Nuo with newfound respect. How could they not be inspired by someone connected to the formidable Chiu family, yet who still worked so diligently? Yao Jia departed, and Song Lian found a new friend named Run Xiaomei, who quietly informed her. Song Nuo Nuo ranked 20th. Song Lian glanced at her own report card. 22nd. Such a cruel twist of fate. In the past, she would have been furious, but perhaps having gone through the ordeal with Xiao Li had shifted her perspective. Song Lian understood that the more capable Song Nuo Nuo became, the more likely she would be able to distance herself from Xiao Li. Gone was her envy. Instead, she felt a measure of admiration for Nuo Nuo. Her father had often expressed his frustration, questioning why Nuo Nuo incessantly practiced math problems when Xiao was so busy, and why she never sought him out. Song Lian remained silent. In the second period, Zhao Li signaled for everyone to quiet down. This year's Winter Games had been canceled, and the school planned to hold a flag-raising ceremony before the holidays. Zhao Li's face radiated joy as she announced that our class had secured first place in a monthly exam. Thus, the leadership role was assigned to us. Before the ceremony, we would have to carry the red and colorful flags around the playground, with song Nuo Nuo as our class leader. A moment of silence enveloped the classroom. Nuo Nuo was taken aback. Zhao Li, aware of Nuo Nuo's impressive background, worried she might not want to take on the responsibility. While carrying the colorful flag was an honor, it could be a bit heavy for a girl. Zhao Li cautiously inquired, "Song Nuo Nuo, would you be willing?" Nuo Nuo stood up. "Thank you, teacher." Zhao Li released a breath of relief, her expression lightening with joy. Over the past 6 months, Nuo Nuo had transformed significantly into a diligent and well-mannered student, powerful yet humble. Initially, Zhao Li had been indifferent toward her, but now she couldn't help but feel a fondness for this considerate pupil. After class, Nuo Nuo approached to copy some music while Hang Ruei visited the office. Elxiang curiously asked, "Nuo Nuo, what do you think Zhao Laoshe want Hang Ruei for?" Nuo Nuo pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps about early admission to university." Elxiang's eyes widened. Nuo Nuo's gaze held a gentle radiance. Indeed, without any incidents of escape, Hang Ruei was likely to be notified of his early admission to university soon. The honor of being first in the city would allow him a worry-free future, granting him access to the best institutions. In the office, Zhao Li smiled. University has indicated they can offer you early admission. It is one of the top universities in the country. Hang Ruei, cherish this opportunity and do not slack off in the coming days. Hang Ruei accepted the form. His lips pressed together. Understood, teacher. As he exited the office, Elxiang pulled Nuo Nuo to watch the snow. Fluffy snowflakes danced through the air as she extended her hand, catching the flakes on her white gloves. Her profile was pure and unblemished, her smile calm and gentle, radiating the innocent vibrancy of youth. Hang Ruei clutched the early admission form. If only time could rewind to the day Song Nuo Nuo confessed to him. Today, he would not accept this form. He would choose to wait for her. University was indeed one of the best in the country, and the chances of admission were slim for anyone not ranked in the top 10. Currently, Nuo Nuo's performance placed her over 300 in the year. Accepting this form meant he had irrevocably given up on Nuo Nuo. Had he not harbored disdain for her back then and instead accepted her, he would have chosen to take a step back, forgoing the prestige of the university to be with her. But life offers no alternatives. Hang Ruei recognized his defeat. She walked slowly, quietly, and gently. He had never waited for her. He merely hoped she would hasten to catch up. On the day of the parent-teacher meeting, he realized he had lost. That arrogant Qiu Li, with his icy demeanor, exuded an impatience that seemed to disdain everything. Yet when she trailed behind, he smiled warmly and firmly took her hand, walking side by side as if pledging never to release her, to accompany her always with unwavering support. Hang Ruei buried his face in the crook of his arm, tears stealthily escaping the corners of his eyes. This was just fine. Each of them had sought and found their desires. Gaining admission to such a prestigious university paved a smooth path for his future, freeing him from the emotional detachment of his father. The snow fell heavily, burying the unspoken stirrings of youth. The young man felt a lump in his throat. The most vivid memory surfacing was from a September evening study session when she had turned back, her voice trembling. "Can you help me with this problem?" Outside, the night breeze caressed, her eyes clear and bright, more beautiful than the night sky. Reflecting further, it felt like an event from an ancient past. As Qiu Li returned home amidst the gradually subsiding snow, he spotted Nuo Nuo in the garden, holding a large red flag, with lively marching music playing nearby. The black dog and the second dog frolicked around her, while the little dog played in the snow. She practiced with intense focus. Anshin approached with a smile. "Young Master Qiu has returned. What is she doing?" The young lady mentioned she would be the flag leader in 2 days. Having never done this before, she needed to practice more. The garden was vast, circular, and larger than the school playground. Completing a task is easy, but excelling is challenging. Mastering the rhythm to traverse the entire distance of a song is no small feat. She was extremely focused, her small face serious, holding the flag as she moved in time with the music. Qiu Li watched her from a distance, his finger resting on his lips, unable to suppress a smile. How adorably foolish and endearing she was. The black dog, having grown fond of her, playfully obstructed her path, nudging her to stop. She lost her rhythm and playfully chided, "Big dog, move aside." A few snowflakes landed on her long lashes. She was bundled up in a towel hat, thoroughly wrapped against the cold. The second dog blocked her path, its tongue lolling out to catch snowflakes, startling itself with the chill. She laughed, her eyes crinkling in delight, playfully covering it with a red flag. Chioli softly cursed under his breath. It was the first time he had seen her so lively. It was utterly charming. Unbeknownst to Nuo, it was the little dog that first noticed Chioli. Initially engaged in a joyful snow play, it picked up on Chioli's scent and whimpered softly, sitting down with its tail tucked. The other two dogs, sensing the shift, also fell silent. Nuo Nuo, lifting the red flag, glanced up and met Chioli's gaze. His bodyguard held an umbrella for him, snow accumulating upon it. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at having been seen in such a joyful state, her demeanor shifted to one of shyness. No matter how good-natured she was still not yet 19, at a time when most girls her age would be engrossed in their phones. Nuo Nuo had spent her childhood helping her mother shell peas while her peers ran wild. She had started cooking at a young age. Unlike others, she was not attached to her phone. Even after her father bought her one when she began high school, she only used it for calls. For her, every moment was a chance to alleviate her parents' burdens. Yet, in her youth, she too had a playful side when no one was around. Gesturing for his bodyguard to lower the umbrella. Holding the red flag, she stepped back hesitantly. The caretaker, noticing Chioli's return, quickly led the black dog away. Why stop practicing? He observed her awkwardness. Nuo Nuo replied, "It's cold. I'll practice again tomorrow." Teacher Zhao said a casual stroll would suffice. She stood at a height of 168 centimeters, while Chioli towered at 190. He lowered his gaze to brush the snowflakes from her hair, asking, "Why do you never smile at me?" Her mask concealed half her face, and the snow blanketed the ground. This world was indeed cold in winter. She gazed at him with her glistening, tearful eyes. Chioli remarked, "The only time you smiled at me was when you smashed a bottle of red wine over my head." Nuo Nuo was left speechless. It was quite difficult for her to smile at him. Who could smile at a person so sinister, cold, and heartless? That would be devoid of any sensibility. Chioli delicately touched her long, curled eyelashes and said, "No, no, if you ever need something from me, a smile would suffice." When she smiled, his heart would soften completely. Nuo Nuo was taken aback, realizing how self-assured the male lead was, assuming she would undoubtedly need his help. Under no circumstances would she ever ask him for anything, and when the time came that she had no choice, not even tears would guarantee her a favorable outcome. During dinner, Chioli inquired about when her exams would conclude. "I'll take you back to my hometown to see my grandfather during the new year." Nuo nearly choked on her food. Her round eyes widened as she processed his words. Grandfather? Instantly realizing her blunder, her cheeks flushed. After all, that was Chioli's grandfather. Chioli's lips curled into a smile, almost bursting into laughter. While she was clever most of the time, her gentle nature often made her a bit slow to react, making her occasional adorably naive moments utterly endearing. To clarify, Chioli explained, "My grandfather is quite stubborn. He lives in the countryside, tending to my grandmother's grave. We will visit him during the new year." Nuo Nuo was rendered speechless. She had always assumed the male lead was a solitary figure, unaware that he had one remaining family member. Before she went to bed, Aunt Chun informed her that Chiu's grandfather had once been a high-ranking military officer, renowned for his integrity. He could not abide the ruthless, unyielding nature of his grandson, Chiuli. Every time they met, he would be tempted to strike him with his cane. Yet, Chioli was tenacious. No one could take him down. After hearing this, Nuo Nuo couldn't help but chuckle. How detestable Chioli must be if even his own grandfather despised him. What a failure of character and life he represented. After her laughter subsided, she suddenly froze. Yes, Chioli's grandfather, his last remaining kin. If she were to leave him, this was her sole opportunity. She had always thought no one could rein him in, that seeking his favor was her last resort. But now it seemed otherwise. If even Chioli's grandfather disapproved of his temperament, perhaps he would assist her. After all, he was an elder, and Chioli would not dare defy him, would he? Furthermore, if she continued to harbor no feelings for him, forcing two unhappy souls together would lead to mutual misery. With this thought, Nuo Nuo found herself looking forward to the new year. On the day of the senior class pledge, the heavens smiled upon them with bright sunshine. Rays of sunlight sparkled like fragments of gold. Dressed in her school uniform, Nuo Nuo held a red flag, leading a procession of classmates carrying colorful banners. The senior students lined up on the playground stage, preparing to sing the national anthem. Nuo Nuo stepped in time, guiding her colorful flag team into the music. Within the ranks of students, whispers of gossip began. Who is that leading? You don't know? It's Song Nuo Nuo, the one whose parent attended the parent-teacher meeting. She is not all that pretty. Oh, you're just jealous. I think she is quite beautiful. She must be the leader due to connections, after all. The students continued their gossip, while the headmaster cleared his throat, calling for silence, settle down, or I'll deduct point from your class. Most complied, yet a few of the more boisterous students remained unruly. As the music played, Nuo Nuo walked with utmost seriousness. Just as she completed a lap, the melody abruptly ceased, and Zhao Li appeared visibly moved. Achieving such precision surely required considerable effort. Nuo Nuo handed off the red flag, leading the flag team in the flag-raising ceremony and singing the national anthem. She gazed at the flag as it ascended, the morning sun shining brilliantly, her eyes misty. In different times and spaces, in diverse worlds, yet singing the same national anthem, deeply loving her homeland. It was perhaps the only moment she truly felt a sense of belonging. As her classmates recited the pledge with fervor, many were stirred with emotion. Initially hesitant, the stirring words of the pledge inspired them. Each line embodied the dedication of 2.5 years, a testament to their relentless efforts, forging them into something resilient. After the pledge, the school invited an esteemed alumnus to speak. The guest was a middle-aged woman in a wheelchair, who had built her career through sheer determination and now stood as a formidable figure in the business world. At that moment, heavy snow weighed down the branches above. When a branch broke, gasps erupted from the crowd. Nuo Nuo acted instinctively, rushing forward to pull the wheelchair back. A loud crash resounded as the branch fell onto the stage. The school officials sprang to their feet, concerned for Ms. Jiangying's safety, knowing they would be held accountable if anything happened to her. The atmosphere became tense. Ms. Jiang, startled, turned to see equally shaken, and couldn't help but smile at her. What a brave and beautiful young girl, with a kind heart, she thought. Had Nuo been a moment slower, she could have been injured as well. In the midst of the chaos, Ms. Jiang handed her a business card. Thank you, young lady. My name is Jiangying. You saved me today, and if you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will do my utmost to help. Nuo Nuo spoke, Hiragad. No, thank you for your kindness. It was merely an instinctive reaction. She had witnessed how difficult things could be when her mother was disabled. Seeing her insistence, Nuo Nuo reluctantly accepted the card. Song Lian watched the stage, while Xiao Mei exclaimed, Song Lian, why are you crying? Song Lian raised her hand to wipe her tears, only then realizing they were indeed warm. She shook her head, choosing silence. In that moment, she pondered why. Despite Nuo Nuo having saved her, she felt an inexplicable jealousy towards her. She could not understand why everyone favored Nuo. Xiao Li's frenzied demeanor, Hang Rui's sorrowful expression, Song Nuo Nuo seemed merely pretty. Yet suddenly she understood. Nuo was like an iris blooming in winter, pure, delicate, seemingly fragile, yet undeniably courageous and tenacious. That night, Song Nuo Nuo could have chosen not to save her, for there was no benefit to her. Yet when she heard Song Lian's cries for help, she did not hesitate. 2 18-year-old girls, both fearful, yet Nuo Nuo stood resolute. Today, she again saved Jiangying. It was a deep-seated instinct. Nuo Nuo protected Otis. Her heart was tender, never blind or narrow-minded. On that day at the basketball court, when Yao Jia pushed Nuo Nuo forward, Song Lian could have stopped it. However, in that moment, she hesitated and did nothing. Previously, Song Lian always believed Nuo Nuo had stolen everything from her, yet it was not true. Even if given to her, she could not hold on to it. She dried her tears and whispered, Have I lost? Is this what it means to lose? In January, the school held final examinations. As Nuo wrote her paper, she stared out at the hazy white landscape, suddenly realizing she had been in this world for over 4 months. She exhaled, attempting to warm her frostbitten fingers. Over 4 months had passed, from autumn to winter. Was it still possible for her to return home? The results would be released 3 days after the exams. Nuo Nuo ranked 15th this time. After a semester of consistent effort, she had finally altered everyone's impression of the original student who had consistently ranked last. In the eyes of others, she had transformed into the hard-working and high-achieving Song Nuo Nuo. Upon receiving her results, she had officially entered winter vacation. Uncle Jean greeted her with a cheerful demeanor. How did you do, miss? Not bad. I made progress. You're truly impressive. Will you be taking time off for the new year? I will. I'll leave in a few days, but Shui-san and the others want to be off. They will accompany you and Xiao Xiao back to G-City. Nuo suddenly realized how swiftly time had passed, and the days she had been looking forward to were finally approaching. In her mind, traveling to the countryside involved navigating mountainous roads, which could be quite cumbersome. However, when she beheld several white helicopters parked before her, Nuo Nuo thought to herself, no wonder Grandpa Chio despises Chioli. With his arrival, one might mistakenly believe he is here to conduct a bombing raid. Before departing for the countryside of G-City to celebrate the new year, Aunt Chin arranged for someone to pack Nuo Nuo's luggage. Compared to G-City, B-City was still relatively mild. Yet Nuo Nuo, who was naturally averse to the cold, had to take extra precautions to keep warm. After contemplating, Aunt Chin refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead directing others to pack Nuo Nuo's clothing, which included a plush teddy bear, as though everything necessary must accompany her. Nuo Nuo could only manage a wry smile when she noticed the bodyguards bringing fresh fruits and vegetables, along with the chef in tow. She began to grasp on a deeper level why Grandpa Chio held such disdain for Chioli. This man truly incited a desire to strike him down. There was no semblance of familial warmth or reunion, and merely seeing him could be disheartening. Aunt Chun did not accompany them, as she wished to return home to be with her family. Chioli changed into casual attire, presenting himself with elegance in his tailored shirt and trench coat. Will your father and the others come to pay their New Year respects? He asked, his tone laced with sarcasm, revealing no trace of joy. If the Song family did not come, he intended to take Nuo Nuo home after finishing his business affairs to demonstrate his regard for her. Regardless of the Song family's decline, they were still elders. Yet, the Song family eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves with him, seemingly oblivious to Nuo Nuo's future position. Nuo Nuo naturally pondered this, letting out a soft sigh. If the original owner were present, she would undoubtedly be furious. Nuo Nuo nodded. Shortly after, Song Zhan, Zhao Jia, and Song Lian entered. Song Lian held gifts, appearing somewhat awkward. Daring not to cast a glance at Chioli, he did not allow anyone to take the gifts, instead sitting on the sofa and instructing Mr. Song and Nuo Nuo, please converse at your leisure. Song Zhan's smile faltered momentarily before he replied, indeed, I merely came to see Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo felt sympathy for Song Zhan. Despite his attempts to curry favor, he was disregarded. Chioli's arrogance only intensified as he looked down on Song Zhan. Chioli did not invite them to sit, and as guests, they hesitated even to take a seat. Zhao Jia, shedding her previously fierce demeanor, smiled and said, my little Yin has some matters to discuss with Nuo Nuo. May we go to her room? After they departed, Song Zhan and Xiao Li finally had the opportunity to discuss matters beneficial to the company. Nuo Nuo wished to alleviate the tension and, recalling Xiao Li's aversion to others going upstairs, suggested, let us go to the music room. She was also curious about what the heroine's mother would say to her. Zhao Jia looked at Xiao Li, who merely smirked slightly. Since Nuo Nuo is willing, let us proceed. The three entered the spacious music room, adorned with soft carpets and an array of instruments that young girls might find appealing. Nuo Nuo seldom visited this place, as in reality, she had neither the means nor the time to learn dance or music. She could not even play the piano. However, upon entering, Song Lian's eyes sparkled with envy. Although the Song family appeared prosperous, Song Zhan was deeply affected by the fear of bankruptcy, and thus was not particularly generous. Zhao Jia could no longer maintain her smile, as her disdain for Nuo Nuo was palpable. The mere thought of Nuo Nuo reminded her of the woman who had disrupted her family. Let's be frank, she said. You bear the Song surname, and now you are with Chio. You ought to consider your family. If Chio is willing to assist the Song family in reclaiming the remaining shares, it could be a matter of mere words during his good graces. Don't let us raise you for nothing. Nuo Nuo was taken aback, and the softness in her expression vanished. And Zhao, I understand your disdain for me, but infidelity involves two parties. You dare not direct your anger at my father, but consistently take it out on my mother. Neither of them is blameless. Yet I had no choice in entering this world. I am but 18 years old, the same age as your daughter, and residing in the Chio household is inherently uncomfortable. Nuo Nuo was uncertain whose emotions fueled her anger. I'm not married to Chio Li. Frankly, I am merely a gift bestowed upon him. How he chooses to feel is his own affair. Even if he were to harm me, you would likely find amusement in the compensation that would follow. You claim to have raised me? No, The resurgence of a song company is well understood. The moment I entered the Chiu household, the debt of gratitude was nearly settled. Zhao Jie was aware of the original song, Nuo Nuo's rebellious nature. Yet she did not anticipate that the calm version before her would be equally sharp-tongued. Enraged, Zhao Jie trembled. Your mother is nothing but a seductress. How dare you refuse this fate? Don't think I'm unaware of how much Chiu Li favors you. You have inherited your mother's manipulative ways. Do you fear you cannot ensnare a man? Huh. Little Lien has already informed me that if you were sincere, a few kind words would elevate the Song family to new heights. Ungrateful little. Nuo Nuo was equally furious. She glanced at Song Lien, who lowered her gaze, too intimidated to meet her eyes. Zhao Jie was the epitome of the worst kind of character found in novels. Did she not fear Chiu Li? Terrified, she still exerted her authority over Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo was unwilling to endure any further degrading remarks from Zhao Jie. She stood and rushed to the door. While the music room was somewhat distant from the living room, closing the door would allow Zhao Jie to feel emboldened. However, it was still on the first floor. Nuo Nuo stood at the door and called out, Chiu Li. Zhao Jie was frightened, lowering her voice. Have you lost your mind, Song Nuo Nuo? Nuo Nuo almost laughed, at a loss for how to respond to such provocation. Zhao Jie was certain that the original owner's character would not have pursued complaints, opting instead for silent indignation, bearing everything due to her pride. Yet, Nuo Nuo was not the original owner. She called out once, and shortly after, Chiu Li arrived. Nuo Nuo had merely intended to startle Zhao Jie, not raising her voice excessively. She was surprised by Chiu Li's keen hearing. He approached with a furrowed brow, his cold gaze sweeping over Zhao Jie and Song Lien. The Song mother and daughter were already intimidated by him, and under his scrutinizing gaze, they nearly trembled. Chiu Li gently ruffled Nuo Nuo's hair, asking, What is the matter? Are they bullying you? Nuo Nuo shook her head. No, it's just that I think it's time. Aunt Chen will soon be heading home. We should bid her farewell. He smiled very well. Please see them out. The servants ushered the Song family out. Zhao Jie was visibly shaken, not daring to look back. Nuo Nuo did not glance at her retreating figure, surmising that she would no longer hear any derogatory remarks from Zhao Jie. Nuo Nuo felt a pang of regret. Her impulsiveness had gotten the better of her. Reflecting on the incident, she felt a strange discomfort. She had also succumbed to cunning, indirectly wielding Chiu Li's influence. She rarely engaged in such behavior, which left her feeling particularly uneasy. The thought alone made her blush. Chiu Li noticed her vexation, and with an imperceptible smile, he understood the subtle changes that had occurred over the past 6 months. She found it exceedingly difficult to rely on anyone. He was well aware of Zhao Jie's character, more so than Nuo Nuo herself, and could surmise that her words were unkind. However, it was good that Nuo Nuo did not yield. She was astute. He did not mind her using him. If he could not win her love, he would have to rely on other means to keep her close. Before boarding the plane, Nuo Nuo quietly reminded herself to refrain from such behavior in the future. One learns from experience. Impulsiveness is a devil. Otherwise, even if Chiu Li remained oblivious, she would find it difficult to bear. Aunt Chen needed to ensure they boarded the plane before leaving the villa. Nuo Nuo had flown before during her university days, but never on a private helicopter. The whirring of the rotors filled the air as they swiftly ascended. The day they departed was uncharacteristically clear, and the flight from B City to the countryside of G City would take over 3 hours. Wrapped in a white scarf, Nuo Nuo gazed out the window, observing the wispy clouds and the various buildings below during their descent. This world felt incredibly real, yet she had persistently denied its existence. At 6 in the evening, the plane landed on the tarmac, and Nuo Nuo was astonished to find an actual landing site. Their arrival created quite a stir, with villagers nearby peering out to observe. Oh, there are people coming from the Chiu family again. Nuo Nuo, come and see the plane. This is the Chiu who helped our village repair roads and build a primary school. Li family village was not impoverished, but compared to the towering buildings of the city, rural life certainly offered a distinct charm. Every household possesses its own residence. Yet few have ever encountered someone as affluent as Chiu Li. The villagers are well aware of the Chiu family's prominence, but few comprehend that Chiu Li finds this place too dilapidated to bear and thus donates a considerable sum each year. Most areas of the village have undergone renovations, save for the old residence steadfastly guarded by Grandpa Chiu. Li family village is the ancestral home of Chiu Li's grandmother. In his youth, Grandpa Chiu spent little time with her due to his military commitments, and after her passing, he has remained devoted to this place. He forbids Qiu Li from altering the home of his late wife. When Qiu Li attempted to construct an airport and renovate the yard and garden, Grandpa Qiu brandished a stick, ready to chastise this ungrateful grandson. Qiu Li languidly grasped the stick and remarked, "Careful with your back, Grandpa. You come from a distinguished lineage. The yard is in disrepair. Are you expecting to raise chickens and ducks here? Even if you're nostalgic, it needn't be so authentic." Grandpa Qiu nearly fainted from indignation. And the following day, in defiance, he purchased 20 yellow ducklings, which waddled about the yard. Qiu Li's expression grew cold. His bodyguards bowed respectfully and promptly disposed of the ducks. Grandpa Qiu, clutching his chest at the entrance, shouted, "Get out. Never return." This rascal, having never truly loved, perceives everything as pretentious. After truly losing a beloved, even a single strand of their hair can bring one to tears. One wonders who will be unfortunate enough to marry his grandson in the future. In the countryside, dinner is served early. When Nuo Nuo disembarked from the plane, many had gathered to watch, for there is always an audience for spectacle, especially concerning a family like the Qius. Upon his first visit, Qiu Li had the old residence of Grandma Qiu transformed into a community, accommodating bodyguards and hired help. Grandpa Qiu disapproved of this nonsense and had everything dismantled as soon as Qiu Li departed. The following year, Qiu Li, indifferent as ever, initiated renovations once more. His grandfather's current savings paled in comparison to Qiu Li's wealth. This back and forth continued several times, and Grandpa Qiu felt his patience wearing thin, fearing he would soon be reduced to poverty. As Nuo Nuo stepped off the plane, she realized that Chun Ma's words were indeed correct. The airplane had been warm, but the outside air was frigid, likely only 4 or 5 degrees. With the new year still approaching, her cheeks were rosy and soft from the cold, causing her nose to tingle and her eyes to glisten. Qiu Li chuckled softly, unable to resist caressing her delicate face, so warm and tender that one wished to cradle it in their hands. Nuo Nuo, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, turned her head away as they proceeded toward the old residence. Qiu Li appreciated her demeanor. Since he was visiting Grandpa Qiu, he insisted that Nuo Nuo refrain from wearing makeup. In previous years, Qiu Li had returned alone, but this time he brought back a stunningly beautiful young lady. The villagers whispered amongst themselves, "Who is she? Qiu's girlfriend? She's truly lovely. What good fortune." Qiu Li arrived with great fanfare, and naturally, Grandpa Qiu heard the commotion. He nearly jumped in surprise, having thought that Qiu Li was preoccupied in the capital last year. Now he was back. Grandpa Qiu hurriedly hid Grandma Qiu's treasured relics, an antique wooden comb, a bronze mirror, and locked the family wardrobe, then rushed to secure the door. After all, there were plenty of places to stay in the village, and the sight of Qiu Li only irritated him. Last year, Qiu Li had even considered finding him a caretaker, but the old residence belonged solely to Grandma Qiu, and he would allow no one to alter it. Just as he thought he had concealed the dilapidated site from Qiu Li's view, a bodyguard opened the door. Grandpa Qiu was about to scold him when he caught sight of the beautiful girl beside him. She wore a white down jacket, her eyelashes curled, and her small face was charmingly delicate. One of her hands was firmly grasped by his reckless grandson. The girl appeared somewhat anxious upon noticing Grandpa Qiu's gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she softly greeted, "Hello, Grandpa Qiu." Taken aback, Grandpa Qiu instinctively smiled warmly, "Hello, hello." Then it struck him. Could this be his grandson's girlfriend? Given his grandson's domineering nature, it was astonishing that he had actually found a girlfriend, and one so sweet and lovely at that. Surely, she hadn't been forcibly taken from her family? Grandpa Qiu's eyes widened as he looked at Qiu Li. Which family does this girl belong to? She seems quite young. You rascal, I ought to beat you today. Qiu Li, sensitive about the age difference, felt the sting of his grandfather's words. Isn't my grandmother 8 years younger than you? He retorted coldly. As the saying goes, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, just like you learned from your grandfather. Grandpa Qiu was nearly ready to explode. Nuo Nuo had initially believed there would be some courteous exchanges, given their familial connection. Despite the harsh words, there should still be some warmth. Little did she know, they were at each other's throats. Grandpa Qiu was fierce, but Qiu Li was fiercer. She timidly took a step back, wondering if the confrontation would escalate. When had she ever witnessed such a hostile atmosphere among relatives? Sensing her discomfort, Qiu Li paused, deciding it was not worth arguing with an old man. His deep-set eyes softened. Grandpa, Nuo Nuo is your future granddaughter-in-law. I do not wish to quarrel with you. He smiled slightly. Her name is Song Nuo Nuo, the great-granddaughter of Song Qi. A glimmer of disbelief crossed Grandpa Chio's eyes. Song Qi's generation was closely tied to Grandpa Chio's family, with shared histories and loyalties. Without Song Qi, Grandpa Chio's father would have struggled for survival. Reflecting on this, his gaze toward Nuo Nuo softened further. So make Nuo Nuo. Let Grandpa take a good look at you. Yes, yes, a lovely girl. But then he sighed, lamenting, what a shame she is tied to my grandson. Nuo Nuo smiled gently, her eyes warm. Each person holds a heart within, and Grandpa Chio's gaze was filled with genuine affection. She reciprocated with the same respect, recognizing that in his youth, Grandpa Chio had been a valiant protector of the homeland, earning his honor through sacrifice. Initially, Grandpa Chio had no intention of allowing Chioli inside, but Nuo Nuo's presence changed everything. He welcomed her with open arms, eager to share tales of yesteryear. He recounted many stories about her great-grandfather, and Nuo listened intently. Chioli stepped forward, taking Nuo Nuo's hand. His gesture was sudden, causing Nuo Nuo to glance back at him. Chioli chuckled softly. You haven't had dinner yet. We should eat first. At this moment, Grandpa Chio did not wish to argue. Right. How could I forget? Nuo Nuo must be hungry. I'm not hungry, she replied. Soon, the cook delivered a sumptuous meal. G-City was cold, but fortunately, the community was near the old residence and well-equipped for warmth. The delicious food arrived steaming hot, and the old residence was fitted with air conditioning. Aside from Grandma Chio's belongings, the facilities were quite modern. Having already dined, Grandpa Chio, a man of his era, accompanied Chioli and Nuo Nuo at the table. How old are you now, Nuo? Chioli tightened his grip on his chopsticks, his expression growing cool. 18. Grandpa Chio shot Chioli a fierce look before turning back to Nuo Nuo. Still in school, I presume? Yes, I'm in my senior year. That is a crucial time. You must work hard and strive for a good university. Nuo Nuo responded with the seriousness of a soldier receiving orders. Of course. Grandpa Zubamet Delixted B Nuo Nuo. It seemed that the model granddaughter he had wished for had been born into another family, leaving him with a rebellious rascal in Chioli. Chioli, however, coldly interjected. No talking while eating. Nuo Nuo lowered her gaze to her bowl, her long eyelashes casting shadows like butterfly wings, falling silent. Chioli found it difficult to scold her. He merely resented that Grandpa Chio kept mentioning Nuo Nuo's youth. He wanted her to be his woman, not a daughter to raise. I wasn't speaking about you. Just eat. All right? Grandpa Chio was nearly beside himself. If he wasn't addressing Nuo Nuo, then it must mean he was criticizing the old man's chatter. Unfilial grandson. Chioli chose to ignore him. Once dinner was finished, the servants came to clear the dishes. Then another servant arrived to change the bedding and tidy up the room. Initially, Grandpa Chio was cheerfully conversing with Nuo Nuo, but upon looking up, he sensed something amiss. That scoundrel had indeed been staying here every time he visited, as it was the ancestral home, the root of their lineage. It was the notion of residing outside that seemed absurd, and thus, he had turned a blind eye to the ostentatious changing of furniture and relaying of bedding. However, the items brought by the servant comprised merely a single set. The winter here was cold, and his knees ached persistently, yet he was reluctant to leave. Still, once the air conditioning was on, the chill became manageable. Therefore, the blankets delivered by the servant were not excessively thick, primarily focusing on comfort. Grandpa Chio had yet to connect the dots, but when he observed the servant carrying a teddy bear, claiming it belonged to the young lady, both he and Nuo were taken aback. In the next moment, Grandpa Chio frantically searched for his special walking stick. Nuo hurriedly followed suit, while Chioli was engrossed in reviewing documents on his notebook. Grandpa Chio nearly struck with his cane, but Chioli's gaze turned icy. Dare you try? Why wouldn't I? Suuli glanced at Nuo Nuo, who stood quietly at the door and slowly threatened, if you dare to strike, this house will become a patch of red earth by tomorrow. Scoundrel, do not think I am oblivious to your insidious intentions. The house on the second floor of Cheongseong has only one main bedroom and one guest room. By moving Nuo Nuo's belongings here, you clearly harbor ill intentions. Chioli scoffed lightly. The old man may be aged, but his reflexes were still sharp. Otherwise, Grandpa Chio might have mistaken his intentions for bringing Nuo Nuo home. Did he truly think he was interested in that wrinkled face? He remained calm. Nuo Nuo is staying with me, of course, at the ancestral home. I will marry her, and once she finishes her university studies, we shall hold a wedding. Grandpa Chio was nearly rendered speechless with anger, and he was aware that Nuo Nuo was still quite young, engaging in such absurdities. Listening to their conversation, Nuo Nuo felt tears welling up. She was terrified, and no wonder Ma Chun had hesitated to speak. This was what it meant to return home. She wished she could kneel before Grandpa Chio. No, Grandpa Chio, save me. Fortunately, Grandpa Chio, without needing her to kneel, vehemently opposed. No, it is unacceptable. No daughter from another family is permitted this, let alone one from the Song family. Tonight, you will sleep with me, while Nuo Nuo will sleep alone. Nuo Nuo nodded. Upon seeing her timid demeanor, her eyes brimming with unshed tears yet filled with hope, Chio felt a strange fondness and could not suppress a smile. He turned to Grandpa Chio and said, Grandpa, you might as well hold on to Grandma's ashes while you sleep. Y still prefer Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo. Grandpa Chio, she's about to take her college entrance exams. Let her take them. When have I ever hindered her? In some countries, one can marry at 16. She's not a child anymore. Scoundrel, you flatter yourself. The more Nuo Nuo listened, the more terrifying it became. Chio seemed devoid of any virtues of respecting the elderly or cherishing the young. Even his own grandfather could not contain him. Grandpa Chio clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and Nuo Nuo hurriedly supported the old man. Grandpa Chio, are you all right? What do you feel unwell? Don't be angry, it's all right. When Grandpa Chio saw that Chio remained unfazed, he gazed at Nuo Nuo with a smile in his eyes. Conversely, Nuo Nuo appeared guilty and flustered. He straightened his back and ceased pretending. Forget it. His grandson was unfilial, and that tactic might work on others, but not in the Chio family. He noticed the young girl was about to run out to call for help, and hastily said, It's fine. No, do not be afraid. Grandpa will support you. Chio scoffed. Support? No one in this world could dictate terms to him. Chio. A doctor came every month to check on Grandpa's health. So do not become agitated. I am well aware of the situation. Chio closed his laptop, and a servant approached, bending slightly to collect the computer. Chio reached out his hand to Nuo. Come here. Nuo Nuo Solkerad. Not realizing that returning home for the new year meant sharing a bed with Chio. She softly protested. No, if there aren't enough rooms in the ancestral home, I can stay in the nearby community. I'm not returning home as a bride. I surely can stay outside. Chio laughed at her naivety. Do not play games with me here, all right? Otherwise, if Grandpa's health deteriorates from the argument, it would not be good. Grandpa Chio choked, nearly refuting that he was in perfect health. He could no longer concern himself with such matters. What I say goes. No, Nuo cannot be bullied by you. Chio lips curled into a smile. Bully? He certainly wished to, but had yet to put his plans into action. If he had no intentions towards Nuo Nuo, that would be truly unacceptable. Throughout the year, Chio was least occupied during the new year. Nuo Nuo kept her distance from him, but he observed quietly. Now that he finally had time, he could either pursue her earnestly or charm her, or perhaps even coerce her. Whatever was his would undoubtedly remain his. As Nuo was led upstairs to face the unbuttoning Chio, she was still perplexed as to how it had come to this. She had initially calculated that Grandpa Chio, having served in the military for many years, would decisively force Chio to relent. No matter how despicable the male lead was, he would not forsake his own grandfather. However, today was merely the first day, and, aside from being angered to clutch his chest, Grandpa Chio seemed utterly powerless against Chio. Could it be that, as Ma Chun had suggested, she needed to personally ingratiate herself with Chio, fostering a good relationship to secure her safety? It seemed that the domineering type often possessed such a nature, desiring what they could not have. Yet, when Nuo gazed at Chio, she recalled his past deeds, which made her feel uneasy. She was still young and could not adopt the tactics of enduring and biding her time. Nuo Nuo thought she would need to find another opportunity to speak with Grandpa Chio. After all, judging by his demeanor, he appeared to value the ancestral gratitude of the Song family significantly, and perhaps it could indeed work. The servants were efficient, and, soon enough, the room on the right side of the second floor was arranged lavishly, with even the carpet replaced. Chio, seemingly oblivious, adjusted his cuffs and began unbuttoning his shirt. Nuo Nuo's eyes widened, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. Chio, he smiled. What? You just mentioned in front of Grandpa Chio that I haven't even touched you yet? I'm not allowed to take off my clothes? Nuo Nuo's face flushed, and she could not counter him, standing at the door without daring to approach. The indoor temperature was set to 27 degrees, contrasting sharply with the frigid climate of the extreme north. Nuo Nuo was already dressed warmly and soon felt unbearably hot. Noticing that she was reluctant to remove her scarf, Chioli sat on a small stool by the door, gazing out the window in a daze. The heavy snow weighed down the branches, and the city of Ji was freezing. This was the time of year when Chioli had the most leisure, and he could finally play with her properly. If he remained still, she might have the determination to sit there all night. Chioli was left with only a thin black shirt, the collar unbuttoned to reveal a hint of his chest. Whether from embarrassment or anger, she averted her gaze. Observing the teddy bear that the servant had deliberately brought over, he felt a chuckle rising within him. He strode over, and Nuo Nuo, unable to contain herself, turned her head. Her large, glistening eyes filled with water. "What are you planning to do?" Chioli leaned down, resting his hands on either side of her, and gently kissed her forehead. He did not miss the fleeting panic and disgust in her eyes. His gaze darkened slightly. "Oh, you're mine. Therefore, understand this. It is inevitable that we shall share a bed." Having endured for so long without touching her, he had reached his limit. Nuo Nuo bit her lip. "You promised me before that you would not touch me." He brushed his fingers against her eyelid, finding that spot endearing, as if he could see through many things and glimpse her pure innocence. "But you also called me a scoundrel and a liar, did you not?" "You are not. You are the most trustworthy man in the world." She fought against her embarrassment to praise him. His voice low and magnetic. He found her desperate attempts to maintain composure quite lively and amusing. "When did you develop such a delusion?" Nuo Nuo disliked his predatory demeanor and warned him. "Grandpa Chio is just next door." He gently stroked her hair. "You are right. Had you not reminded me, I would have forgotten about him." Nuo Nuo thought her words had been effective and was about to feel pleased when Chioli suddenly opened the door with a stern expression. Outside, Grandpa Chio was furiously tapping his cane. Nuo Nuo, stunned into silence, was taken aback. Chioli remarked, "It is already late. Does Grandpa still wish to exercise?" Grandpa Chio rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Scoundrel boy, do you still consider me your grandfather?" "I do not agree. You let Nuo Nuo move out to stay." "No, follow me closely." Chioli's tone turned cold as he stated, "I will say this only once. Are you trying to drive me mad? I lack such ability. My grandfather is in good health. That rascal, if only he had children of his own, he would understand the difficulties parents face in cherishing their offspring. Nuo Nuo is a good girl. Any matters concerning her should be addressed only after marriage." I pondered over this and felt something was amiss. How could the Song family treat Nuo Nuo like this? She is still so young, and I have yet to receive any news of an engagement. Yet the Song family is so at ease letting her follow you. It infuriated me. Nuo Nuo was startled by these words, considering everything from her relative's perspective. She blinked, feeling a pang of bitterness. Indeed, if it were an ordinary family, knowing Chio Li's tempestuous nature, they would never send their beloved daughter into the Chio family so early. If Chio Li cherished her, that would be one thing. If he did not, it would merely be a game to him. Had Nuo Nuo not traversed into this narrative, she too would find this girl's plight tragic. Thankfully, she remained optimistic, thinking it best that Chioli was merely momentarily intrigued and treating it as a passing fancy. Chioli fell silent for a moment, then said, "I know my boundaries. You should return to your rest." With that, he shut the door. Grandpa Chio sighed, wondering how such a tyrant could emerge from the Chio family. Yet there was nothing he could do but retreat to his room. When Chioli turned back, he saw Nuo Nuo's eyes glistening with unshed tears. His heart softened tremendously as he squatted before her, meeting her gaze. "Why are you crying if I haven't bullied you?" With a slight nasal tone, she replied softly, "I'm not crying. The Song family treats you poorly. I promise to treat you well, all right?" He smiled, "As long as you don't constantly think of leaving me. I will give you anything you desire." Yet she longed to return home and did not wish to see him every day. In her real home, her father would make dumplings, hang up red lanterns, and the family would invite her grandmother over. Her grandmother's hands were the most skillful, creating beautiful paper cuttings. Even if their circumstances were not affluent, the warmth and safety of their home were unparalleled. Having been away for so long, she dare not imagine how desperate and anxious her parents must be. She even thought that it would be better if her original self had never inhabited this body. As long as her parents did not lose their daughter, anything else was acceptable. Yet when the new year arrived and families reunited, she found herself yearning for home. She had committed no wrong. Why had she been thrust into this unfamiliar world, utterly alone and without refuge? Furthermore, she had to face the peril of losing her virtue. And truthfully, she held no curiosity about such matters. The very thought of this man, Chiu Li, filled her with dread. He lifted her into his arms, saying, "Sleep." Nuo Nuo let out a soft sigh as Chiu Li placed her on the bed. Instinctively, she attempted to sit up, but froze upon seeing him crouched beside the bed. Removing her snow boots, her eyes widened in disbelief. This scene was more astonishing than witnessing pigs fly. The first time she met him, during a rainy night, he had exuded an air of aloof superiority, looking down upon everyone. With a bodyguard holding an umbrella, rain splashed everywhere, and he had lowered his gaze to her as if observing an ant struggling among the masses. Now this proud man, with his stern profile, was removing her shoes. Nuo Nuo withdrew her foot, feeling more shocked than anything else, accompanied by a sense of shyness. Chiu Li. Her socks were also fuzzy and warm, and she refused to let him take off her other shoe. "Do you know what you're doing?" He chuckled, "I know." Nuo Nuo kicked off her shoe herself, not liking this gentler side of him. After changing into slippers, she attempted to get up. He leaned in, pressing her down, forbidding her from moving. "Sleep well, all right? I want to bully you." Nuo Nuo protested. Get up, get up." However, dressed warmly, her resistance only appeared adorable. He chuckled heartily, unwrapping her scarf and playfully rubbing his chin against her soft, warm neck. She was prone to cold, so she had bundled herself up snugly, feeling both warm and soft. Nuo Nuo was also very ticklish, and each time Chiu Li kissed her neck, she had to suppress the shivers that coursed through her. This was a secret very few knew. People generally maintained a safe distance from one another. Yet when his slightly cold body pressed against her, she initially froze in reflex, desperately trying to escape. Soon, however, she was stifling laughter, her cheeks turning a rosy hue, nearly moved to tears. "Ha ha! Chiu Li, are you annoying? It tickles, ha ha. Go away." She pushed against his chest, laughter nearly spilling over in tears. He softened his brow and eyes, the first time witnessing her laugh so joyfully. The girl was vibrant, her eyes sparkling with mirth, as she turned her head to dodge him, playfully pushing his chin away. He allowed her to act as she pleased. Chiu Li adored this side of her, so full of life, charmingly endearing. He even wished she would not always be so obedient. She could be spoiled and capricious. Anything was permissible. Once her laughter subsided, facing Chiu Li's beaming gaze, she felt a mix of shyness and embarrassment. He whispered, "Go wash up, change in your night clothes, and sleep well. Tomorrow I'll take you out to play." He kissed her forehead, assuring her, "I want to touch you, for I care for you." Until the midnight hour, Nuo Nuo lay at one end of the bed, their distance growing. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was imperative to find time to speak with Grandpa Chiu. He was the only rational person in the Chiu family. The next morning, after breakfast, Chiu Li announced he would take Nuo Nuo out. Nuo Nuo felt a pang of fear and sadness. Who would dare to play with the male lead? The last time, the bungee jumping had been terrifying. For others, it was a game. For him, it was life or death. Moreover, it was cold outside, and Nuo Nuo preferred to stay in and play chess with Grandpa Chiu. Yet, Grandpa Chiu was whisked away by a professional chess player brought in by Chiu Li. The old man, initially wary of his reckless grandson bullying Nuo Nuo, nearly leapt up after losing a match, shouting, "Another round, another round." He was so engrossed that he forgot about Chiu Li and Nuo Nuo. "Let us go," Chiu Li said, a smile curving his lips. He was well aware of Nuo Nuo's aversion to the cold, and had taken great care to ensure she was warm. The snow had ceased outside, but the river was frozen solid, a thick layer of ice about 8 to 9 centimeters deep. Bodyguards accompanied them. The villagers were simple folk, their lives improving year by year thanks to Chiu Li's generous support. In Li village, the name Chiu Li was more cherished than gold. Nuo Nuo had always thought of the male lead as cold and arrogant, detestable even, especially with a multitude of brainless female characters in the narrative. Yet now, her perceptions had completely shifted. The moment Chiu Li stepped out, many exquisitely dressed girls ventured forth. Whenever Chiu Li returned, the villagers would remind their daughters without boyfriends. "I've already asked Grandpa Chiu. His grandson still has no girlfriend." He was a man of immense wealth and charm, descended from a line of generals. Villagers would say, "Look, Grandpa Chiu married Cheong Xiong from the village, proving that he does not disdain humble origins. Go for it, daughters." This trend exploded. Rich, handsome, and affluent, the villagers were not as wary as those elsewhere, unaware of Chiu Li's fearsome methods, eagerly flocking to him. When Nuo Nuo realized she was encountering several women every minute, and within 10 minutes, she faced another round of familiar faces, she couldn't help but smile. Chun Xian, Yao, Jia, Song Lian, and even the women from the entire B city dared not approach, knowing Qiu Li's infamous reputation. But Li village was different. For them, Qiu Li was a golden thigh and a savior. It seemed every girl in the village aspired to marry him, to bear his heirs. For the first time, Nuo Nuo found humor in the trope of the dominant male lead with a golden touch, unable to suppress her laughter as her eyes sparkled. Qiu Li, noticing her eyes glistening with mirth, darkened his gaze. He understood what Nuo Nuo found amusing. She was observing a spectacle as an outsider. Yet, what he detested most was her indifference. The fishing rod is for the lady, for a radius of several miles. No one else is to appear. When Nuo Nuo held the fishing rod, she was momentarily taken aback, wondering why Qiu Li was suddenly angry when he had seemed fine when he left. In truth, he had rarely been angry with her for some time, as women were cherished. However, when she was obedient, it endeared her to him, while her rebelliousness could be equally exasperating. Seeing her dazed expression, he narrowed his eyes. Song Nuo Nuo, break the ice. Here we go again. He had inexplicably begun to lose his temper once more. Nuo Nuo finally grasped the pattern. Whenever he was angry, he would call out her full name, Song Nuo Nuo. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed that the young women who had ventured out from the village were swiftly driven away by the men associated with Qiu Li. The newcomer, Shui San, was particularly adept at this task, instructing each of the black-clad bodyguards to inform them that Xiu Xiao did not wish to see anyone lingering here. Any who dared to stay would no longer receive financial support from the Qiu family. The girls felt utterly stifled. They dared not defy Qiu Li's wishes and hurriedly departed, though most could only sigh in resignation. After all, anyone with eyes could see Nuo Nuo, and they had to concede that she was exceptionally beautiful. From a moment, they exited Qiu grandfather's house. Qiu Zheng had held that girl's hand. Nuo Nuo, fearing the cold, was not even allowed to remove her gloves, and he led her on like this. Qiu Li was usually aloof during his visits to Li family village, rarely staying long at the ancestral home, often departing after just 2 or 3 days. This was the first time they had witnessed a smiling Qiu Li, although that smile soon morphed into a cold glare. Yet, everyone knew he had someone he deeply cared for, and that very girl was now squatting, resignedly chipping away at the ice, with fluffy white pom-poms dangling from her hat. Nuo Nuo struggled against the thick ice. Having never encountered ice fishing before, she was accustomed to the thin layer of ice that formed in her hometown during the coldest winters. As she labored, Qiu Li watched her from above with a chilling gaze. Nuo Nuo was puzzled. She had only been out for a short while and had done nothing to provoke his ire. She was obedient and compliant, but shards of ice splashed onto her eyelashes, prompting her to instinctively shield her eyes and look up at him. Qiu Li grasped her arm and pulled her up. Did ice water get in your eyes? Let me see. Nuo Nuo lowered her hands. No. Qiu Li turned to Shui San. You handle it. Shui San complied, and soon the ice was broken, bait was scattered, and even fishing rods were set up. They arranged chairs and windbreak umbrellas. Qiu Xiao, miss, please take a seat. This all transpired swiftly, within 3 or 4 minutes. Nuo Nuo then realized that the hole they had created was neatly lined up in a row, a stark contrast to her earlier haphazard attempts. Sitting beside Qiu Li, she observed his composed, cold demeanor. She still could not fathom why he had brought her here to fish. This man, who thrived on adrenaline, didn't he seem like the type to enjoy such a pastime? Yet, he remained seated from morning until noon, fixated on the icy surface, while several lethargic fish lay in a bucket beside them. When it was time to leave, Qiu Li let out a cold smile, released them all. Without hesitation, Shui San emptied the bucket back into the water. Qiu Li extended his hand towards the dazed Nuo Nuo. Come here. A chill ran through her as she finally understood what he was trying to convey. After a long morning of cold and exhaustion, her eyes were nearly clouded from staring at the icy water. She had caught only a few fish, while Qiu Li had remained utterly focused and motionless, only to command their release in the end. He was imparting a lesson. He was unperturbed by the lengthy wait, undaunted by the cold. What he desired, he would ultimately obtain. The only way for her to escape was for him to completely let go. This man was indeed terrifying. He likely even guessed why she had followed him to visit Qiu's grandfather without resistance. He was also acutely aware of how many days remained until her college entrance examination. He understood her thoughts. Dressed warmly, Nuo Nuo initially felt no chill. However, On the return journey, despite the driver bringing the car to her, she felt a sudden coldness. Upon arriving home, an infuriated Chiu grandfather nearly dismantled the helicopter. After finishing his game of chess, he finally remembered Chiu Li and Nuo Nuo, only to find they were no longer present. "Nuo Nuo, are you all right? Come here and let grandfather take a look." "I'm fine," Nuo Nuo replied, glancing at Chiu grandfather, who was glaring at Chiu Li. Regardless of the circumstances, he was her last glimmer of hope. Would Chiu Li ever truly let go? Unlikely, given his obsessive nature. Nuo Nuo began to realize another grave issue. Since her arrival at Li family village, she had only stepped outside that once. After that day, Chiu Li had never allowed her to leave again. It dawned on her during a morning snowfall. Peering outside, she saw children building snowmen in the distance. Such heavy snow was unheard of in her hometown, where typically the first night would bring a light dusting, only to melt away by morning. Nuo Nuo longed to join them. Chiu Li ruffled her hair, his eyes dimming. "You're afraid of the cold. The outdoor temperature is particularly low today. If you want to play in the snow, I can have Shui-san prepare it for you." Nuo Nuo contemplated this and nodded. Shui-san promptly instructed his subordinates to build snowmen in the yard. Nuo Nuo leaned against the window, feeling an odd sensation about it all. In the afternoon, Chiu grandfather cheerfully invited Nuo Nuo to see his old friend S. Parrot at the village entrance. With a gentle smile, Nuo Nuo replied, "All right." However, Chiu Li, arms crossed, said with a smirk, "It's almost the spring festival. It wouldn't be proper to disturb them now. After all, they also wish to reunite with their families." Chiu grandfather retorted, "Visiting during the new year is appropriate. The villagers of Li family village aren't so particular. What is wrong with taking Nuo Nuo out to play?" Chiu Li's expression hardened. "Grandfather can go alone. Nuo Nuo needs to study. Didn't you say she has to prepare for her college entrance exam? She shouldn't indulge too much in play." Nuo Nuo turned back, gazing up at Chiu Li. He stroked her soft hair. "Be good and study at home." The old man turned away. "If you wish to go, then go." Finally, Nuo Nuo recognized the underlying issue. The statement Chiu Li had made upon arriving here, "I will only say this once, Nuo Nuo will follow me," was a declaration of intent. He did not merely want her to accompany him. He sought to possess her completely, her time, her freedom, her preferences, all of it for himself. He was subtly influencing her in his own way. Once he could, one day in the future, he would imprison her. Nuo Nuo felt a shiver. Yet the man appeared utterly unfazed. He raised an eyebrow. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Nuo Nuo shook her head, lowering her gaze softly. "It's nothing. I will go study." Nuo Nuo suddenly realized that for her, the college entrance exam was not an opportunity to escape him. It was merely the last deadline he had given her to act recklessly. She could no longer afford to wait. Nuo Nuo needed to find a moment to enlist Chiu grandfather's help. Otherwise, upon returning to the city, she might never escape him for the rest of her life. Yet, Chiu Li was perpetually by her side. On New Year's Eve, as fireworks lit up the night sky in the family village, Chiu Li noted Nuo Nuo's fascination and declared, "I will have Shui-san prepare some." Naturally, he looked down upon the ordinary fireworks here and went out to instruct Shui-san. Chiu grandfather produced a small box, sighing, "Nuo Nuo, would you accept this?" Inside the box lay a jade bracelet. Chiu grandfather explained, "This has been passed down since the Republic of China, meant for the brides of the Chiu family." Nuo Nuo glanced towards the door, the inky darkness revealing that Chiu Li was absent. The sounds of fireworks outside nearly drowned out their conversation. Under the gaze of Chiu grandfather, Nuo Nuo gently shook her head. "I'm sorry, grandfather. I'm not deceiving you. I have always wanted to leave him. Initially, I couldn't due to other reasons, but now I am trapped. Can you help me?" Chiu grandfather closed the box, not particularly surprised. He nodded, sighing. "Grandfather understands. I see you are distressed. You are afraid of him. I can tell." Nuo Nuo pressed her lips together. Chiu grandfather continued. "Chiu Li's parents passed away when he was 17. Nuo Nuo raised her eyes, puzzled as to why Chiu grandfather was sharing this with her. After their passing, Chiu Li had stopped attending school. At that time, the Chiu family had only a modest fortune, and the Chiu enterprise was not as vast as it is now. Chiu Li had originally intended to study abroad, but instead, he took over the company. I opposed him because he took over the company for revenge. He did not believe his parents died in an accident, despite the police's conclusions. He trusted only his own judgment. By the 4th year, the largest enterprise in B City, the Fong family, went bankrupt. The head of the Fong family jumped to his death. Nuo Nuo quietly inquired, "Is it him?" Indeed, he firmly believed that the Fong family was responsible for the demise of his parents. Was it truly the Fong family's doing? Grandfather was uncertain. I have devoted my life to the military, trusting the organization's judgment. Hence my quarrel with Xiao Li. Grandfather wishes to convey that Xiao Li is obstinate. Once he has set his mind on something or someone, no one can alter his conviction. Nuo Nuo tightened her fingers. Not even you? No, no, the elderly man replied kindly. You are the descendant of Uncle Song, and I have an obligation to protect you. If you truly wish to be free, even if he is my own grandson, I would sacrifice everything to ensure your peace and security. What will he do to you? The old man laughed heartily. I am that scoundrel's grandfather. He can only be vexed. Do not worry. Though I am aging, I still possess some abilities. Forcing a girl is not the manner of our Chiu family. Nuo Nuo smiled gently. Thank you. After your college entrance examination, call me. I will send you far away. Our ancestors owe Uncle Song. Thus, we cannot impose upon his family's daughter. The burdens that had weighed on Nuo Nuo's heart for so long were lifted, and her spirits brightened considerably. With the reassurance from Grandfather Chiu, she felt a sense of liberation from Xiao Li, as if the very air around her had become more pleasant. Suddenly, the night sky erupted with a cacophony of sounds. Nuo Nuo turned to behold a dazzling display of fireworks illuminating the sky, forming various shapes: rings, flowers, red hearts, teddy bears. Under the mottled night, a man stood outside, quietly observing Nuo Nuo. His expression flickered in the light of the fireworks, rendering it indistinct. A chill swept over Nuo Nuo. Could he have heard? No, surely not. With the New Year's Eve festivities so lively, her conversation with Grandfather Chiu was hardly loud enough for him to catch. He was no deity, yet his voice, laced with laughter, called out, Nuo Nuo, come and see the fireworks. Nuo Nuo glanced at Grandfather Chiu, who gestured for her to hurry, urging her to remain calm. She suppressed her anxiety and ran outside. He smiled, pulling her tightly into his embrace. His voice was low and husky in her ear. Do you like it? Nuo Nuo felt his grip was too tight, almost suffocating. Loosen up, Xiao Li. He retrieved a miniature listening device from her down jacket hood, his smile turning cold, his eyes as dark as the night. Still holding her, he crushed the device in his palm. Nuo Nuo was soft and fragrant. He curved his lips. I wish to hold you for a lifetime. In a good mood, Nuo Nuo chose not to contest him. Enveloped in his arms, she watched the vibrant fireworks, pondering how he could dare to dream. Grandfather Chiu had already stated that once her exams were over, he would let her be. She had no intention of indulging his whims for some form of captivity play. After spending the spring festival in the countryside, Xiao Li took Nuo Nuo back home. On the day of departure, Grandfather Chiu was reluctant to part. Every time Xiao Li left, he wished to celebrate with firecrackers. But this time, he was especially fond of Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo was well-behaved and understanding, endearing herself to every elder. As he aged, he felt that young people lacked patience to listen, but Nuo Nuo did not. Upon boarding the plane, Nuo Nuo waved to Grandfather Chiu. As distance grew, she observed his solitary figure leaning on his cane, and a wave of sadness washed over her. Grandfather Chiu must have loved Grandmother Chiu dearly. Otherwise, he would not have remained here all this time. We will visit him again next year, Nuo Nuo thought, lowering her head, unsure of how to respond to Xiao Li's words. He smiled, needing no reply from her. Having spent an extended period in the tranquil days of Li family village, returning to B City felt strangely disconcerting. Upon arriving at the villa, Aunt Chun was already there to greet them. After a year, Aunt Chun remained unchanged, her demeanor cool, her etiquette impeccable. Young master, miss, welcome home. Nuo Nuo was genuinely pleased, knowing that beneath Aunt Chun's frosty exterior lay warmth. Aunt Chun, she exclaimed cheerily. Aunt Chun inclined her body slightly. Shall we eat first, young master? Xiao replied affirmatively. However, before they could enter, a sports car sped toward them, halting at the villa's entrance. Zhang Qingduo emerged from the vehicle. Step aside, don't block my way. His keen eyes spotted Xiao from a distance. Li Ge, Li Ye. Xiao instructed, let him in. Zhang Qingduo pushed past them, running over, his round face flushed from the exertion. Li Ge, he panted. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Qingduo hesitated. Having followed Xiao for years, he knew all too well how ruthless he could be, yet their long-standing friendship compelled him to speak. Chun Xian is on the hospital rooftop. She is going to jump. Can you go see her? Xiao scoffed lightly. If she has the guts, let her jump. If she has calculated my return, she likely wouldn't dare. Zhang Qingduo was on the verge of tears. Chun Xian has been a friend for so long, despite her mistakes. He glanced at Nuo Nuo, whose large eyes sparkled, and stammered, "It wouldn't end well if someone dies. Just consider it a favor for me and by ye. Oh no, for Chun Mao, who has done so much over the years. She is his only sister. Li Ge, please go check on her." Chiu Li smirked, about to dismiss the request, when he recalled Nuo Nuo's conversation with grandfather Chiu, how she feared him and his cold, ruthless nature. After a moment's contemplation, Chiu Li decided, have someone drive. He turned to Nuo Nuo, "You eat first, all right?" Nuo Nuo nodded, understanding she could not accompany him. In truth, she still found what Qin Qian had done quite unsettling. With a man like Wei Yong, any girl could face dire consequences. While eating, Aunt Qin inquired about grandfather Chiu's situation, and Nuo Nuo answered her questions dutifully. Nuo Nuo had initially thought that since Chiu Li had gone, Qin Qian would not be in trouble. However, not long after, her phone rang. She had just finished her meal and was working on her assignments in her room. On the other end was Chun Mao, his tone icy. "Miss All, my sister has jumped." Nuo Nuo's eyes widened. Chun Mao's laughter was laced with tears. "I told you Chiu Li is heartless, didn't I? Qin has been locked away for so long, utterly devastated. Yet Chiu Li wouldn't even comfort her with a word." Nuo Nuo frowned. "Your tone is off, Mr. Chun. Besides, Chiu Li has no obligation to comfort Qin Qian." Nuo Nuo had always detested those who contemplated self-harm. Many who attempted to leap from heights were saved, yet the rescuers would never open their eyes again. Moreover, Chiu Li's nature was such that even on the day when the world was filled with saints, he would still remain a devil. "Isn't that right? Ha ha ha. Song Nuo Nuo. Qian is still alive, but she may only live as a vegetable for the rest of her life. This is all thanks to you. Do you think Chiu Li likes you?" "Ha no. He has never liked you. Back in high school, he adored Jiang Xinyue. Do you think Chiu Li chose you because you resemble her? At 17, with your innocent face and delicate temperament, you are merely a stand-in." Nuo Nuo was taken aback by this bizarre and absurd turn of events. Chiu Li had a white moonlight. Had she stumbled into a different story, one titled the stand-in lover of the overbearing CEO? Yet, as Nuo Nuo reflected, she recalled her roommate mentioning a formidable supporting character who nearly drove a wedge between the leads. Could that be Jiang Xinyue? The once composed Chun Mao had completely lost his sanity due to Qin Qian's predicament. Song Nuo Nuo, when Jiang Xinyue left the country, Chiu Li got utterly drunk. Now that she has returned, they have met. Chiu Li has yet to return to the villa, right? Isn't that good news? Nuo Nuo honestly replied, "I suppose." Chun Mao nearly choked. "You didn't save Qin back then, and now I await your downfall." Nuo Nuo hung up the phone, feeling that the Chun siblings were also striving to be mere supporting characters in this narrative. Despite Song Lian's absence from the plot, they were desperately trying to reclaim their roles. Nuo Nuo rested her chin on her hand, pondering, Jiang Xinyue, huh? She picked up a small mirror to admire her youthful, radiant face, which, as Chun Mao had remarked, was pure and enchanting. Once, Jiang Xinyue had embodied this charm, and Nuo Nuo suddenly wondered if A.O. Li had first confessed his feelings for her on that rainy night because he was drawn to girls like Jiang Xinyue during his youth. Ultimately, he could not attain his moonlight, and now he settled for Nuo Nuo as a second choice. A wave of emotion surged within her. "Jiang Xinyue, why not give it your all? Please, take A.O. Li away." A.O. Li did not return for the entire afternoon, and by the time he came back, it was already evening. With a cold expression, he ascended the stairs directly to Nuo Nuo's room. Nuo Nuo was engaged in a video call with L.V. Xiong, who had a crush on her childhood friend. The boy had moved away years ago and was now back for the holidays, leaving L.V. Xiong anxious. They say a girl pursuing a boy is like a veil separating them. Heavens, I'm so nervous. Is this really going to work? Nuo Nuo coached her through the screen. L.V. Xiong, gather your hair a bit more. Yes, that's right. Oh, and don't apply eyeliner. Just a touch of light lip gloss, and then we can refine your eyebrows later. I'll send you a tutorial. Hearing footsteps, Nuo Nuo quickly said, L.V. Xiong, I have to go now. Bye. She turned around and found A.O. Li standing before her, reeking of alcohol. She barely had time to shut off her phone and slip on her slippers before he had closed the distance between them. Oh. Nuo Nuo was nearly forced to retreat until her back pressed against the wall. The man leaned down and captured her lips with his, the scent of liquor overwhelming her senses. She was dressed lightly at home, and he grasped her waist as if he intended to consume her entirely. It was a kiss filled with restraint, anguish, and unfulfilled desire. Nuo Nuo's legs weakened, her cheeks flushed. One of her hands was pinned to her head, while the other desperately tried to push him away. But A.O. Li seemed impervious to her struggles, retaliating with a fierce bite to her lip. Painful and nauseating, He held her other hand tight, marking the first time he had kissed her in such a forceful manner. This was a kiss born of desperation and dominance. The scent of alcohol enveloped Aoi, infused with a raging fury and possessiveness. Nuo Nuo felt tears welling up. She had not provoked him. It had been a long time since she had stirred this man's madness. Yet, he had gone out drinking, and now upon his return, he was aroused. Did he even remember who she was? For the first time, Nuo Nuo realized that the archetypal domineering character in novels behaved in this manner. She clenched her teeth tightly. With a low grunt, he seized her chin, forcing her mouth open. As if he were a conqueror, he disregarded her feelings and drank deeply from her. To Nuo Nuo, it felt as though he was feeding her his essence. Nuo Nuo blinked, tears shimmering in her eyes. He appeared to regain some clarity, whispering in her ear, "Why did you leave me?" Nuo Nuo was taken aback, nearly losing her composure. Yet, a thought struck her. Aoi was unaware of her conversation with grandfather Ao. Chun Mao had mentioned how Aoi had once drowned his sorrows for his unattainable moonlight. Now that Jiang Xinyue had returned, Aoi was inebriated once more. Jiang Xinyue had abandoned him in his youth. Was he mistaking Nuo Nuo for her? A mix of anger and resentment flooded Nuo Nuo. No one had ever kissed her like that. And the one who had was the man she despised most. Aoi. This was a toxic tale. Her lips still tingled with that strange, unwelcome sensation, his breath encasing her. Aoi's dark eyes revealed a torment and hatred that seemed to have been suppressed for too long, as if he wanted to destroy her but couldn't bear to do so. How deeply did he long for and remember Jiang Xinyue? It was no wonder that the original story's Song Lian nearly faced the same fate at the hands of the unattainable moonlight. Aoi's lips descended further, igniting her fury. This perverse man was audaciously overstepping boundaries. With his wealth and influence, if he fancied Jiang Xinyue, he should pursue her instead. Why unleash his madness at home? Nuo Nuo felt immobilized, so she resorted to standing on tiptoe to bite him. Yuck. Her height was insufficient. Aoi towered over her, and she managed to bite down on his chin. With determination, her eyes glistening with tears, she appeared both wronged and fierce. She bit down hard, drawing blood. He grimaced in pain, gripping her cheeks to force her to relent. Aoi bore a bloody bite mark on his chin. Damn it, Aoi, you scoundrel. In his drunken state, he had forgotten how to gauge his strength. Her cheek throbbed, and her words came out muffled. He looked down at her, her tear-streaked face reflecting both vulnerability and defiance. Amidst her tears, she cursed him. He gazed into her eyes, and, in that moment, the tempest within him settled into a calm tenderness. He couldn't quite grasp her words, but it didn't matter. Just watching her made the world seem luminous and brilliant. She tilted her face up, her watery eyes focused solely on him. He was truly intoxicated tonight. Yet, even inebriated, he remembered her fears, her timid nature, and he couldn't bear to frighten her. He released her, his gaze softening as he murmured, "All right." Nuo Nuo frowned, and just as she was about to say something, Aoi had already drifted off to sleep beside her. With no other choice, she helped him a bed and intended to go downstairs to find Chun Ma. However, upon descending, she discovered that Chun Ma had already left for the day. Lacking a key to the guest room, Nuo Nuo decided to spend the night on the sofa. The villa was quiet at night, and she touched her lips, feeling anger swell within her. If the man truly cared for Jiang Xinyue, he should pursue her. With his domineering nature, if he hesitated, it indicated how significant Jiang Xinyue was to him. Nuo Nuo mused that since Jiang Xinyue had crossed paths with Song Lian in the original story, it suggested that she was indeed willing to be with Aoi. In that case, it was only a matter of time before this formidable woman would come seeking him. After the incident with Chun Xian, Nuo Nuo no longer dared to underestimate any female antagonist. If they liked Aoi, it was one thing. However, if they aimed to deal with her, that was another matter entirely. She lived in a lawful society, yet no woman behaved as they did in their madness. The next morning, Aoi awoke with a cold expression, rubbing his forehead. A hangover was inevitable after a night of drinking. He realized he was in Nuo Nuo's room, and upon touching his chin, he felt the scab from a bite. Aoi couldn't recall what had transpired the night before. He rarely drank to excess. However, he had lost control, believing he could conceal it effectively, allowing Nuo Nuo to focus on her exams while suppressing her desire to leave. Yet, Chun Xian's last words had ignited his fury. On the rooftop, Chun Xian had laughed maniacally, saying, "I've liked you for so many years." "Aoli, you have no compassion. Why don't you even glance at me?" "Why? You like Song Nuo Nuo." "I know you do. But Aoli, she doesn't tea like you. A person like you, when pushed too hard, will one day meet the same fate as Song Nuo Nuo. She would one day do anything to escape him. Perhaps even jump from here, just like I did." Zhang Qingduo had been terrified by A.O. Li's expression, stammering brotherly. "Don't listen to her. She is not in her right mind." Yet the next moment, Chun Qian leaped from the rooftop. Even with timely assistance, she became a vegetable. From that day on, A.O. Li remained silent, recalling the way Nuo Nuo had looked at him when he had prevented her from going out. If one day, would Nuo Nuo disregard everything to escape him? Zhang Qingduo had stayed with him, drinking all afternoon. He had once harbored feelings for Qin Qian, but over the years, disappointment had only grown. However, her leap had shocked everyone into silence. With no lingering emotions, only memories, letting go was far from easy. "Aoli himone vordlis." Reflecting on the recordings from the listening device and Qin Qian's final words as he downed drink after drink. What was he to do? If he didn't let go, he would lose her forever. Waking up in Nuo Nuo's room that morning, A.O. Li sensed trouble. He rushed to the bathroom, only to find a shallow bite mark on his chin, likely from Nuo Nuo. She had a gentle nature. If she hadn't been provoked, she wouldn't have resorted to violence. A.O. Li frowned, catching a whiff of the alcohol lingering on him, and quickly showered, changing clothes before heading downstairs. Chun Ma was watering the plants. And Nuo Nuo? She went for a morning run. Nuo Nuo had taken 3 black dogs with her for her jog. Upon waking that morning, she noticed her swollen lips, which darkened her mood. She had no desire to see A.O. Li's face. No one would feel pleased after being kissed like that. Xiao Mao dashed away, only to return shortly after. De Mao and Air Mao closely guarded her, running alongside. Nuo Nuo circled the villa, unable to escape outside. The morning garden was shrouded in mist, and due to the cold, even her breath turned to white vapor. Ultimately, Nuo Nuo, still apprehensive of the chill, returned after a brief run. At the entrance, she spotted Xiao Li, who stood quietly watching her. His eyes, dark as night, seemed unfathomable. Nuo Nuo found it peculiar. Typically, Xiao Li would approach her directly instead of watching from a distance. What was troubling him? A thought struck her. Could he be hesitating between her and Jiang Xinyue? Please, don't hesitate. Choose Jiang Xinyue decisively. Nuo Nuo felt a flicker of joy. If the male lead preferred Jiang Xinyue, she could forgive his actions from the previous night. She approached him, intending to gauge his feelings, for it was unwise to merely speculate. Xiao Li lowered his gaze upon her. "Yesterday morning, Chen Mao called me. Nuo Nuo está dead." Xiao Li's expression shifted to one of danger. "What did he say?" Nuo Nuo, observing his demeanor, struggled to suppress her elation. Attempting to appear grave, he mentioned that your affections lie with Jiang Xinyue. Xiao Li's expression faltered for a moment before he frowned. "You believe that?" Nuo Nuo did believe it, but dared not confess her thoughts, fearing Xiao Li's wrath. He scoffed coldly. It seems Chen Mao remains oblivious to the need for discretion. His oversight is evident. He has always kept Nuo Nuo's matters confidential. However, Chen Mao acquired my contact number because he once worked for me. Nuo Nuo sensed his evasion of the crux of the matter and grew impatient. "Do you like her?" Xiao Li's brows knitted tightly. "What nonsense!" Jiang Xinyue went abroad during high school, got married, and only returned after divorcing this year. How could I possibly have affections for her? Nuo Nuo gazed at him puzzled. He did not appear to be lying. Yet, another thought crossed her mind. No wonder Xiao Li hesitated to keep Jiang Xinyue close. Perhaps he resented her past marriage. A man ought to be magnanimous. The past is the past. Nuo murmured. Having been married before is not a problem. Xiao Li found her response amusing. A bemused smile breaking through his irritation. Song Nuo Nuo. Nuo looked up, and his expression, seeing her innocence and ignorance of her error, only deepened his vexation. He remained silent for a long while, unsure of how to address her. Scolding or striking her was out of the question. She had a penchant for provoking him with her heart-wrenching remarks. What did she mean by saying marriage was inconsequential? If she dared to wed another, he would kill that man first. He would tie her up and bring her back. But every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by Chun Qian's last mocking words. If he pressed her too hard, he might lose her. Xiao Li spoke coldly. "Return to your studies and complete your college entrance exams promptly. Do not venture outside again." With that, he headed off to the garage to retrieve his car. As Shuai San chased after him, he pondered, "Wait a minute. Wasn't Chioli's holiday still ongoing? Why was he heading to the office ahead of schedule? When Nuo Nuo returned to her room, she couldn't help but wonder if Chioli had been swayed by her words and intended to pursue Jiang Xinyue. She felt a twinge of happiness, recalling her rushed lessons on eyebrow shaping for Liu Xiang the previous night. She quickly sent a video message. Liu Xiang was a bundle of nerves. Will he accept me? Will he reject me for being too fat? I'm so anxious. No, I can't go. Nuo Nuo smiled at her. Moments later. Liu Xiang gritted her teeth. Nuo Nuo, why aren't you encouraging me to be brave? Nuo Nuo softly replied. You will go, of course. Liu Xiang hesitated. Yes. If I don't try, I'll regret it. By nightfall, Liu Xiang was flushed with excitement. Nuo Nuo, I did it. He said he likes me too. We agreed to apply to the same university and will discuss our relationship later. Nuo Nuo was delighted, beaming as she congratulated her. Liu Xiang hesitated and asked, so, you and Chioli will stay together, right? Nuo Nuo paused for a long time before vaguely replying, whatever fate holds. Not everyone is afforded such an opportunity to be with their beloved, where both parties happen to share mutual feelings. When February rolled around, the atmosphere in their senior year noticeably shifted. In this final semester, the once lethargic classmates were now stirred by the prevailing academic fervor, beginning to study diligently after class. Liu Xiang, determined to attend the same university as her neighbor, threw herself into her studies with newfound vigor, as if invigorated by adrenaline. Nuo Nuo, no longer hiding her abilities, stopped calculating her progress, having spent a winter break honing her true skills. During the first major exam, she secured the third position in her class, leaving everyone astounded. This was Song Nuo Nuo, the same Song Nuo Nuo who had ranked last just over 6 months ago. Now, she had risen to third place. Was this genius? It was astonishing. Even their homeroom teacher, Zhao Li, found it hard to believe. In her years of teaching, she had never seen anyone like Nuo Nuo, who had made such a remarkable turnaround. Nuo Nuo's achievements sparked a wave of academic enthusiasm throughout the grade. Look at Song Nuo Nuo from Class 3, who, through hard work, transformed from last place to a respectable third. Class 3 students whispered amongst themselves, Nuo Nuo is studying again. What is her deal? Isn't she connected to Chioli? Is she not worried about the future? What do you know? Perhaps she wants to be worthy of Chiu Xiao. Nuo Nuo remained oblivious to their chatter. Spring arrived, yet she still could not return home. If she must remain in this world, she would cultivate the ability to be self-reliant and resilient. Among her classmates, perhaps the most carefree was Hang Rui, who had been pre-selected for a prestigious university, yet remained unchanged, arriving early and speaking little while diligently working. Song Lian's grades plummeted during the first big exam, falling from the top 20 to nearly the 40th position. At home, Zhao Jie could no longer contain her frustration and scolded her severely. I heard from your homeroom teacher that Song Nuo scored third, while you, look at your current performance. How could you allow that wretched girl to surpass you? In a fit of anger, Song Lian slammed the door. I hate competing with her. I don't want to hear it. She shut the door, and her pent-up resentment erupted. It was so unfair. Initially, everything had been hers, but now it all belonged to Song Nuo Nuo. Hang Rui had never liked Song Nuo Nuo, and Chioli had also despised her. Yet now, even her academic standing and friendships in class had shifted. Many students favored Song Nuo Nuo. Song Lian felt suffocated. On that rainy night, Song Lian stepped outside with an umbrella. Following the class statistics, she made her way to Hang Rui's home. Light rain fell gently as she inquired about him and eventually found his residence. When a young man opened the door and saw Song Lian, his initially cool demeanor flickered with a hint of surprise. Song Lian? With gritted teeth, Song Lian pulled Hang Rui toward the stairwell. He shook her off. What are you doing? Seeing no one around, she felt a chill. Suppressing her nervous excitement and trembling, she said, Hang Rui, if I told you I liked you and was willing to work hard to attend a university just like you, would you consider waiting for me? Hang Rui regarded her as if she were mad, his brow furrowed. Just go home. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said today. The young man turned to leave. Song Lian shouted, Why not? Why could Song Nuo Nuo do it? You initially rejected her, yet you regretted it. You might regret rejecting me today. Hangi hui pao zid, momentarily. I have no regrets. He turned back, speaking clearly, when she confessed, I didn't like her. Even after I began to like her, I lacked the courage to be with her. There was never a possibility of us being together. So how could I have regrets? Song Lian covered her face. It shouldn't be like this. Sob. It was never meant to be like this. What was it supposed to be like? That night, Song Lian dreamt of a scenario that mirrored reality, yet unfolded differently. In that dream, Xiao adored her. Hang Rui harbored a secret crush on her, and even Xiao Li's wealthy friend, Bai Yi, gazed at her with longing. In her dream, she was the center of attention, vivacious and charming, surrounded by infatuated suitors. And where was Song Nuo Nuo? Ina fol smellingsloom, Song Nuo Nuo triet desperately. Pleading for help for Hang Rui, whose leg had been injured for the second time. After being infected, he could no longer afford treatment and could pass away at any moment. Song Lian witnessed her refusal. In desperation, Song Nuo Nuo took a risk, attempting to seduce Xiao Li. Ultimately, her fate was grim, and Song Lian did not spare her. In that dream, Song Lian nearly laughed herself awake. She possessed Xiao Li's love, and during her moments of distress, Bai Yi offered her an open embrace. However, the alarm clock jolted her awake, revealing it was merely a dream. Song Lian remained in a daze for a long while, getting out of bed to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. It was still an exceedingly ordinary face, devoid of any joyful smiles. Xiao Li, Hang Rui, Bai Yi, none had developed feelings for her. Clenching her fist, she pondered whether there was still a reason to fight. If she chose not to, she would forever follow the most mundane trajectory of life, marrying an equally ordinary man, bearing children, and worrying about the trivialities of daily life. Yet, if she did fight, would she be able to harm Nuo Nuo, who had once rescued her, and whose smile radiated warmth? The spring passed unusually swiftly, and soon the weather began to warm. Nuo Nuo could finally shed her soft, doughy persona. When Aunt Chun saw her still dressed in her school uniform at home, she couldn't help but think of her own daughter-in-law, who felt uncomfortable without dressing up every day. Miss, with so many dresses, why do you always wear your school uniform? Nuo Nuo pondered, noting that her classmates all dressed similarly. Aunt Chun chuckled with exasperation, observing the faint blush on Nuo Nuo's cheeks when she lied, clearly indicating that this attire provided her with a sense of security. From February to May, the diligence with which Nuo Nuo studied was evident throughout the villa. When Xiao Xiao returned home last time and found her asleep at the table, the light casting the silhouette of her eyelashes on her soft cheeks, he watched for a long time, his expression dark, yet he merely scoffed coldly without disturbing her. The reason he had managed to endure until now was due to what Zhang Qingduo had mentioned after a business discussion. Lu Song's previous strong-willed wife had passed away, and within 2 months, he joyfully married a beautiful 18-year-old. Bai Yi laughed. I've heard that too. His current wife initially ignored him, but now they are inseparable. Zhang Qingduo raised his eyebrows and remarked to Qiu Li, brotherly, I asked him, and he said he just indulges her, giving her whatever she wants, without restricting her social life. After all, she is young. Being accommodating is no big deal. Qiu Li slapped him, get lost. Zhang Qingduo rubbed his head in grievance. I noticed you've been in a foul mood lately. Everyone has been walking on eggshells since the new year, so I wanted to help you gain some insights. Nuo Nuo is so gentle and beautiful, far better than his current wife. Don't be so fierce. If you're kinder, Nuo might just be happy with you. Qiu Li's eyes darkened, deep in thought. Give her whatever she wants. After all, you are wealthy. You know nothing. Qiu Li retorted coldly. If it were that simple, she would desire nothing but to leave me. Moreover, he couldn't afford to think about it. The mere thought pierced his heart with pain and uncontrollable rage. His displeasure had persisted. His face remained cold, and the servants in the villa dared not breathe a word. Anshin considered and called for no miss. Do you think Uncle Zhang, Shui-san, and Old Zhao and young Wang treat you well? Nuo Nuo nodded seriously. Anshin continued. They would kneel before you if they could. Miss, stop studying for a moment and take a look at Xiao Xiao. It's May. I have just 1 month before the college entrance examination. Nuo Nuo replied. Aunt Chun was aware, but asserted. You only need 5 minutes to ensure everyone has peace for a month. How about it? 5 minutes? Yes, tomorrow morning. Would you help Xiao tie his tie? Nuo Nuo felt a wave of embarrassment. Though she recognized that everyone was living in fear, tying a tie felt like an intimate act. If Qiu Li were pleased, it would only make her uncomfortable. I can't. If you can't, Aunt Chin will hire someone to teach you. They will come this afternoon. Everyone is counting on you. Mississippi Aunt Chin paused, considered Xiao Xiao's concessions. He has been displeased, but hasn't blamed you. He is slowly learning to grant you freedom. However, if he reaches his breaking point, You won't have a life you currently enjoy. Nuo Nuo was taken aback. The tutor for tying ties indeed arrived in the afternoon. The middle-aged woman teased Nuo Nuo with a smile, causing her scalp to tingle. Anshin stood by with a stern expression. Miss, don't feel ashamed. Learn well. Anshin saw nothing, but thanked her on behalf of everyone. After a while, the tutor remarked, Miss is very clever and skilled. She learns so quickly. Holding the instructional tie, Nuo Nuo's face flushed deeply. Who desired such praise? Anshin rarely displayed a hint of a smile. Before leaving that evening, Anshin sternly told Nuo Nuo, a person without trust cannot stand. You must go tomorrow morning. Nuo Nuo chuckled. I understand. Anshin, don't worry. She blinked. I've always been curious. How much is your salary, Anshin? You're so dedicated. Anshin, seeing her playful nature, softened her gaze. Miss, don't tease. I'm old now, just wishing for the youth to do well. Anshin hesitated for a moment, then reached out for the first time to pat Nuo Nuo's head. You must take care of yourself. If you truly want something, go and act a little spoiled with Qiu Xiao. It's far more effective than resisting. Nuo Nuo felt a chill run down her spine. To act spoiled with Qiu Li? How terrifying. She wasn't bold enough for that. Moreover, the outcome she desired, no matter how much she acted spoiled or unruly, Qiu Li would still crush her. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, as Nuo stood outside Qiu Li's door, she realized that at this moment, her inner shame was utterly uncontrollable. Gritting her teeth, she thought, as Anshin had said, with Qiu Li's domineering and arrogant character, by May, he would be near the boiling point. If she didn't take a step forward, he would erupt, and everyone would suffer. Nuo Nuo knocked on the door. At this hour, only one person would knock at the villa, and Qiu Li was aware of it. He was somewhat surprised when he opened the door to find Nuo Nuo staring at him with wide, expressive eyes. He had just finished dressing, fastening the last button of his shirt. Qiu Li looked down at her expressionless, and if she dared to say anything to provoke his anger this early, he would no longer tolerate it and would teach her precisely how to treat her man. Yet, on this May morning, the birds outside the villa chirped sweetly. He noticed her cheeks gradually turning red. However, at this moment, as Qiu Li drew closer, she became acutely aware of the vast disparity between them. To hell with the necktie. Qiu Li towered over her, his imposing stature rendering her feeling helpless and pitiable as he gazed down at her. Nuo Nuo tosai. Why don't you lower your head? But as one lowered their head when tying a tie, she struggled momentarily, then met Qiu Li's gaze. He perceived the bewilderment and confusion clearly reflected in her eyes. It seemed she was unable to do so. Yet in the next moment, she rose on her toes and leaned in closer. He could feel the gentle warmth from her presence, gradually traversing from the back of his neck to the front. She appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, clumsily attempting to tie the tie. Qiu Li remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. The tie, due to her panic, was tied in a haphazard manner, her theoretical knowledge far surpassing her practical skills. Upon completing the task, she gazed at the disheveled result, her eyes blinking. A mixture of 3 parts confusion and 7 parts grievance. It was as if a diligent student could not fathom why they failed an important exam. Her cheeks flushed crimson, hands flailing as she finished tying it. Then she looked up at him with yearning eyes. Noticing his silence, Nuo Nuo felt a twinge of fear. Remembering Aunt Sun's advice to adjust his collar afterward, she steeled herself, refusing to look at the unsightly tie. Rising on her toes, she attempted to straighten his collar. Suddenly, Qiu Li grasped her wrist, his voice low and husky. What exactly do you want? Bewildered, Nuo Nuo replied with a simple. Qiu Li's brow furrowed as he held her chin, insisting, speak plainly about what you desire. Nuo Nuo looked into his eyes, which held a hint of coldness, but more so an inscrutable depth. It seemed he feared that her spoken desires might wound him, erecting a towering, sharp wall between them. Nuo Nuo widened her eyes at him, realizing that Aunt Chun had misjudged. Qiu Li's paranoia was excessive. She earnestly wished to learn, and his anger was palpable. Yet he doubted her intentions at the slightest hint of friendliness. Feeling somewhat wronged, this was the first time in her life she had mustered the courage to tie a tie for a man. He watched her coldly, questioning her motives. Although she had to admit, her motives were hardly pure. She reached out and tapped his hand. Let go first, and I'll tell you what I want. His expression turned frosty, a look of danger flickering in his eyes as he regarded her. Nuo Nuo opened her hands. I want a tip. She blinked. Penny pincher. I saw those who bowed to you at Huangyu Building receive tips, so why not me? He frowned at her. Is that all? Nuo Nuo pondered if this literary male lead had a touch of paranoia. She timidly asked, will you give it to me? Chioli produced a black card and handed it to her. The password is XXXX. Nuo didn't even glance at it, carelessly slipping it into her school uniform pocket. She found Chioli's paranoia rather alarming, and with an air of formality, she chirped, thank you, esteemed president. His frosty demeanor finally cracked into a smile. Lowering his gaze upon her, his heart softened considerably. At that moment, he began to savor the warmth from earlier. He recalled every single one of her movements. The initial hesitation, the subsequent embarrassment upon realizing her efforts had resulted in a ghastly tie. Nuo Nuo, her task complete, intended to leave, but he trapped her with his arm, smiling as he asked, Nuo Nuo, will you come again tomorrow morning? Nuo Nuo preferred his earlier aloofness. Shaking her head, she hunched her back and slipped away. Feeling a rare sense of pride, she thought not every wall slam would yield success. Reaching the door, she did not look back, her tone light and playful. I want to be coming. Chioli, save your money. He watched her lively silhouette depart, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Shue-san, in astonishment, noted that the president's usual punctual morning routine had been disrupted. Several bodyguards stifled their surprise at the sight of Chioli's disheveled tie, although he would never admit to having obsessive tendencies. He was scheduled to meet several foreign clients that day. Remarkably, he allowed the tie to remain in that state all day long. When Nuo returned home from school, she discovered that Chioli had indeed been pleased. He had someone deliver a small kitten to the villa, a charming ragdoll. The kitten, having had its claws trimmed, waddled awkwardly, and when Nuo Nuo first saw it, it was gnawing a ball of yarn, mewing adorably. Unable to resist, she reached out to pet it. The kitten, overly obedient, tilted its head towards her, licking her palm in a bid for affection, as if it had been trained specifically to win hearts. Nuo Nuo found it utterly delightful, while Aunt Chun observed with a stern face, concern for the young lady's safety. One person and one cat both exuded an oddly similar charm, round eyes and soft voices. Reluctantly, Nuo Nuo stroked the kitten, then said to Aunt Chun, please have it taken away. Miss doesn't like it? No, it's very cute, but I have exams coming up and need to focus on my studies. It would be better for it to find a more suitable owner. Aunt Chun did not object, and the kitten was taken away. Nuo Nuo siget, knowing she could not take it with her. If Chioli were to unleash his anger on it, that would truly harm it. However, Chioli's gift and the leniency he had shown her lately made her realize he seemed to be seeking a different way to interact with her. Yet, Nuo Nuo had little time to ponder this, as June arrived swiftly. In this world where summers were hot and winters cold, the classroom air conditioning roared, and her classmates were diligently buried in their studies. Nuo Nuo could not escape Chioli's gaze, but she had expected Jiang Xinyue to appear proactively. To her surprise, as the college entrance examination approached, there was still no sign of Jiang Xinyue. If Chun Mao spoke the truth, then Jiang Xinyue was displaying remarkable restraint. Nuo Nuo did not relax her vigilance. Rather, she grew increasingly composed. The day before the exam, the school held a study session, hoping to alleviate some stress, as being overly tense could backfire. Elxiang fretted, what should I do? I'm so nervous. How has 3 years passed so quickly? If only I could have 3 more years, I would study diligently from the start. Nuo Nuo chuckled gently. That one tea happened. If you went back to your first year, you would likely think, well, I have 3 years. I'll just play for 2 years first and then study. There's plenty of time. Elxiang laughed, her tension easing. Remember, you've worked hard, and your abilities are commendable. The exam hinges on your mindset. What you don't know, others may not know either. Just focus on securing points for what you can do. Elxiang nodded, looking earnest. Indeed, that afternoon, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Li, reiterated these points. Stay calm during the exam and keep a relaxed attitude. The college entrance examination is just one of the many tests you've faced throughout high school. Make sure to get to bed early tonight. Rest well, and perhaps listen to some music to unwind before sleeping. I believe everyone can submit a satisfactory answer sheet. Oh, and remember to bring extra pens and not to fill out the answer sheet incorrectly. The rowdiest boys in class chimed in. Teacher, you've said that 8 times already. Zhao Li adjusted her glasses. Even if I've said it 8 times, some still don't remember. Make sure there are no markings on your pens or water. Place the water on the floor to avoid wetting your paper. Don't mind me being repetitive. These details are crucial, and neglecting them may lead to regret. Every individual Nuo Nuo encountered upon returning to the villa exhibited a palpable tension, for they were all acutely aware of her relentless dedication. Consequently, each person she met offered her words of encouragement, urging her to do her best. Strangely, Nuo Nuo found herself the least anxious among them, responding with sweet, heartfelt thanks. On the morning of June 7th, as she stepped outside, she reflected on the fact that she was about to take the college entrance examination once more in this world. She recalled how, during her previous exams, her mother had lovingly prepared a fried dough stick and 2 eggs for her, symbolizing good fortune. Her heart ached for her parents, who had insisted on accompanying her to the examination despite her protests. They stood outside in the sweltering sun, alongside countless other parents, for 2 whole days. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Nuo Nuo noted that the car awaiting her was not the one sent by Uncle Jean. As the window rolled down, she caught sight of Chiu Li's profile, who declared, "I will take you." A flutter of apprehension washed over her. She pondered how astute Chiu Li was to deduce that her eagerness for the exam partially stemmed from her desire to escape him. Given his unpredictable nature, she worried he might orchestrate an accident to ensure she remained forever tethered to her high school diploma. In the city, police were clearing the way for the cars transporting students, prioritizing the needs of the senior class. Medical teams and ambulances were also stationed at the school to address any emergencies. Nuo Nuo could not help but glance at Chiu Li as he drove. His movements casual and carefree. He did not engage her in conversation. For her, this examination represented a significant day, while for him, it did not hold the same weight. Had it not been for Zhang Qingdua's insistence on treating her like a cherished wife the previous day, Chiu Li might have forbidden her from leaving the house entirely. The simplest way to exert control would have been to sever her ties completely, thereby extinguishing her ambitions of leaving him. Yet, memories of the previous October lingered in his mind. Nuo Nuo softly reciting English poetry by the window, her unwavering dedication through countless days and nights. If he were to destroy her prospects without a trace of mercy, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him for the rest of her life. As Nuo Nuo exited the car and made her way toward the school, Chiu Li's voice called out, "Nuo Nuo." "Mm?" She replied. His gaze was cool, yet a hint of a smile played at the corners of his lips. "After your exam, I will take you somewhere." A strange sensation settled in her heart, but she dared not let it disrupt her focus on the forthcoming exam. She nodded, "I'm off to take the exam." Chiu Li observed her retreating figure, his thoughts inscrutable. Once she was out of sight, he leisurely dialed Shiyun, inquiring, "Has Nuo Nuo's identification been rectified? Ensure the household registration is delivered." Regardless of any scheme she and her grandfather might concoct, after tomorrow, she would bear his surname, an indelible mark upon her life. As Nuo Nuo entered the examination room, her steps grew increasingly hesitant. She frowned, and prior to scanning her belongings, she meticulously checked her bag once more. Realizing she had forgotten to bring water, she opened her pencil case, inspecting each pen one by one. Upon reaching the 3rd pen, she discreetly extracted a black note concealed beneath the cap, on which she had inscribed 2 minuscule physics formulas using a white highlighter. The note blended almost seamlessly with the cap's color. She feared that the note might spring forth the moment she opened the cap, leading to accusations of cheating. Nuo Nuo's expression darkened. Had she not contemplated the latent dangers lurking in this world and conducted a thorough inspection? Her 8 months of hard work would be rendered futile the moment she entered the examination room. It was not Chiu Li she feared, for his methods were tyrannical and arrogant. It was the female lead, Song Lian. Arriving early, Nuo Nuo had half an hour to spare before entering the exam hall. As she waited in the corridor, she noticed Song Lian appearing, her face pale, looking surprised upon spotting Nuo Nuo, her lips trembling slightly. Nuo Nuo opened her palm, revealing the black note. After a moment, Song Lian managed a bitter smile. "You figured it out. You've truly changed, once so naive." Nuo Nuo replied, "You should return to your exam." Observing Song Lian on the verge of tears, she calmly added, "Your attempt to stop me is irrelevant. I've always known you are conflicted. Song Lian, you are not inherently bad, but you harbor discontent. Therefore, even if you temporarily set it aside, it will soon resurface. Many aspects of life are not as simple as letting go or moving on." Nuo Nuo was uncertain how other transmigrators felt, but she understood that they had altered the protagonist's destiny. The magnitude of the butterfly effect was unfathomable. She would not be petty enough to lay blame on Song Lian. In this narrative, if anyone owed a debt, it was only to Song Lian and Hang Ruwei. Hang Ruwei had completely forged a new path, destined for a bright future. Go on, Nuo Nuo whispered softly. Do not cry, nor dwell on this matter. You have worked hard for 3 years. Do not sacrifice your own exam for my sake. Song Lian wiped her tears and silently descended the stairs. Nuo Nuo watched her retreating figure, feeling a sense of confusion for the first time. If there was a special significance to transmigrating, what was her purpose? Was it to resolve the original character's regrets and pain? Or was this world not as it was portrayed in the book? Perhaps understanding her reason for being here was essential for her return to her original world. Nuo Nuo entered the examination hall. As the first bell rang, the leaves of the sycamore trees outside shimmered in vibrant green. The summer breeze rustled the treetops, full of life. Nuo Nuo smiled, her lips pressed together. Regardless of the outcome, she would embark on a new beginning from this day forth. No longer burdened by the fears that had accompanied her at the onset of her journey, she glimpsed the hope of a life beyond Xiaoli. The 2 days of the college entrance examination flew by. Upon exiting the examination hall, Nuo Nuo observed her classmates wearing an array of expressions. Some radiated confidence and vigor, while others appeared despondent, as if one wrong word could bring them to tears. They needed to return to the classroom first, as teacher Zhao had important matters to discuss. Upon re-entering the classroom, emotions ran high. Teacher Zhao smiled and announced, "Congratulations, students. From this day forward, your high school journey has concluded. Of course, this does not apply to those retaking the exam. I hope each of you achieves results you're satisfied with. My time as your teacher ends here. I wish you all a bright future." Upon hearing this, many students felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them. Even the most boisterous boys fell silent. Among the most sensitive girls, a few quietly wiped away tears. For the sake of everyone's safety, the school did not encourage students to celebrate after the exams. However, Teacher Zhao still asked the class leader to gauge interest in a gathering. Surprisingly, the results were overwhelmingly unanimous. Everyone wished to dine together. Teacher Zhao declared, "There's no time like the present. Let us do it tonight." As Nuo Nuo and El Xiong exited the classroom, El Xiong suddenly began to cry. "What should I do? I did poorly in chemistry and biology. Deng Qi is so talented. He will surely excel. Does this mean I cannot be with him?" Nuo Nuo quickly embraced her, gently patting her back. "That won't happen. I have seen your hard work. You'll understand. Please stop crying. Let's wait for the results, all right?" El Xiang nodded. As they passed the teaching building, they noticed many classmates above celebrating and tearing up their exam papers. The most challenging year of high school had come to an end, marking a definitive close to the past. Someone joked, "Ripping up papers is exhilarating, but retaking the exam feels like a funeral." Laughter erupted among them. That evening, they chose a modest restaurant for their gathering. A sense of liberation enveloped everyone, akin to birds finally escaping a long-closed cage, exulting in their newfound freedom. After this summer, they would all become university students, free to pursue whatever they desired, as their teachers had said. Although Nuo Nuo knew that university would come with its own constraints and busyness, being with this group of friends, with whom she had spent so many months, filled her heart with a bittersweet mix of emotions. A boy from the class asked, "Teacher, most of us are now adults, no longer in high school. Can we drink?" Teacher Zhao maintained a serious demeanor, just a little, and only beer. The room erupted in cheers as they beckoned the waiter for drinks. Initially, El Xiang abstained, but as her mood soured, she insisted on dragging Nuo Nuo along for a few drinks. Nuo Nuo had no choice but to accompany her. In reality, Nuo Nuo was quite obedient. Her parents were strict and forbade her from drinking alcohol. Thus, after a few glasses, she felt a twinge of anxiety in her heart. However, the thought of Uncle Zhang waiting downstairs eased her worry somewhat. She was immensely delighted to have successfully endured the rigors of the Gaokao. As her classmates became increasingly spirited, they began playing games, with the atmosphere reaching a crescendo. Then, they engaged in a game of truth or dare. Someone asked, "Who is your goddess in our class? Dongzi?" Kai Dong, intoxicated, declared Song Nuo Nuo. "She's our collective goddess." For over half a year, she had been quietly beautiful, her gentle smile reminiscent of starlight in her eyes. Although no one openly admitted it, everyone admired those who worked hard and excelled. The room fell silent at his words, and several classmates nervously turned to Nuo Nuo, awkwardly saying, "Song Nuo Nuo, please don't mind, Dongzi is just joking." Everyone knew of Nuo Nuo's relationship with President Xiao, and such words could cause trouble if they spread. Nuo Nuo, with her big, innocent eyes, took a moment before nodding. The class couldn't help but gaze at her, The slow-to-react Nuo Nuo was simply adorable. She stood up, searched for a while, and spotted Zhao Li's position, smiling brightly as she approached her. With a somewhat naive charm, Zhao Li responded with a smile. "Have you been drinking?" Nuo Nuo nodded, saying, "Teacher Zhao, thank you for all your help during my senior year." Zhao Li felt a slight sting in her eyes for some reason. Nuo Nuo was a student she had almost given up on early on, yet witnessing her gradual efforts was like nurturing a flower, blossoming into someone outstanding day by day, evoking feelings of affection. "Go on, my dear. I hope you find happiness every day and a lifetime of joy. You, destined to marry into a wealthy family, need not seek a glorious future. Mere happiness will suffice." Nuo Nuo beamed. "All right." In the corner of the room sat Song Lian, who initially drank in silence, but eventually began to cry as she continued drinking, unable to be consoled. The only absentee from the class was Hang Rue, who quietly left, without bidding farewell to anyone. Perhaps years later, he would be a scientist or an even greater figure, someone to be admired. The sky had just begun to darken, typical of summer evenings. Uncle Zhang hurried upstairs and immediately spotted Nuo Nuo, who was asleep on the table. He maneuvered around the lively classmates, thinking they should hurry, and called out, "Miss, wake up quickly. Young Master Chiu is waiting for you." Upon hearing Chiu's name, Nuo Nuo instinctively opened her eyes, groggy but following Uncle Zhang downstairs. After a few steps, she remembered to bid farewell to her classmates, raising her small hand and waving back, leaving Uncle Zhang in a mix of amusement and exasperation. As Nuo Nuo descended, the warm summer breeze made her feel even lazier. She exclaimed happily, "Uncle Zhang, I graduated. I can go to university soon." Uncle Zhang replied, "Miss, I wish you safety." Nuo Nuo looked up and saw a row of luxury cars. Her joyful expression suddenly shifted to one of pain and grievance, which Uncle Zhang found rather endearing. Chiu Li was waiting for her in the car. As she settled into the back seat, Chiu Li asked in a cold tone, "Have you been drinking? Who allowed you to drink?" At that moment, Nuo Nuo was unaware of how alcohol could embolden one's courage. With her round, innocent eyes, she replied, "I wanted to drink, so I did. You're not my dad. Why do you care?" He chuckled, pinching her cheek, scoffing lightly with such a drinking capacity. She looked at him with tearful eyes. "It hurts." "It's nothing. I didn't use much force." After recalling, she nodded. "Oh." Then, she looked up and smiled softly. Chiu Li leaned closer, pulling her into his embrace. She was slightly slow to react, but wrapped her arms around his neck. "How much did you drink?" Nuo Nuo couldn't remember clearly. Her hazy recollection began with Lu Xiang pulling her to drink, and then she got caught up in the fun atmosphere, losing track of how much she consumed, even as someone quietly brought over white wine. She felt uneasy, but finished it nonetheless. "Do you still recognize me?" She scrunched her nose in a disdainful manner. "Chiu Li." He smiled yes. Finally realizing, she insisted on sitting beside him. Chiu Li replied, "No fussing. You reek of alcohol, and I'm still willing to hold you. Be content." Nuo Nuo felt indignant. Although a bit tipsy, she was not lacking in intelligence. "You've finished the Gaokao." Before she could respond, Chiu Li's expression suddenly turned cold. "You want to go to university, don't you?" Nuo Nuo's clear eyes met his, and after a moment, she nodded. His smile turned somewhat frosty. "But Nuo Nuo, I fear you might run away." Upon hearing this, Nuo Nuo's alcohol-induced haze dissipated in an instant. In her startled gaze, Chiu Li smiled coldly. "I've never seen you so relaxed and happy, as if you were thinking about leaving me." A shiver ran through her body. The relief after the exam vanished. Nuo Nuo stammered, "No, I never thought about that." His eyes were icy. "See, it's the same. No matter how he treated her, she still did not wish to be with him. Are you waiting for your grandfather to pick you up?" Nuo Nuo trembled. "I don't know what you're talking about." He gently stroked her hair. "Grandfather is old. You hope he can live a good life, don't you?" Nuo Nuo recognized his threat, feeling a surge of anger that made her want to strangle him. The old man's methods of coercion were few. If he was determined to send her away and hide her, finding her would merely become a matter of time. She believed he would not take more than a month. He chuckled softly. "So Nuo Nuo, if you want to attend university, listen to me tonight. I'll let you go." Nuo Nuo's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom that Chiu Li would actually release her. What were the conditions? At that moment, the car had already stopped at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Shui San approached to open the door. "Mr. Chiu, Mississippi." The Civil Affairs Bureau was technically closed for the day. However, none of that mattered. In this narrative, Chiu Li was everything. When Nuo Nuo saw those 3 large characters, she nearly broke into a cold sweat. She immediately grasped his conditions and shook her head fervently. "I refuse to marry you. Yet tonight, Chioli was unusually different. Upon hearing her words, his expression darkened. Do you think I'm negotiating conditions with you? Refusal is not an option. Nuo Nuo was on the verge of tears. Chioli, I'm only 18, not even of legal marriage age. He retorted coldly. Is that so? And lifted Nuo Nuo into his arms, striding into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Seeing her struggle vigorously, he chuckled. You see, for the past few months, I've indulged you. But you, Song Nuo Nuo, still only wish to flee. If kindness yields such a conclusion, it's better to use my methods. His methods? Was he resorting to coercion? Before Nuo Nuo could curse him, Chioli set her down and swiftly tied her wrists with his tie, forcefully leading her forward. He had other methods that did not require coming here. But for Nuo Nuo, marriage was singular. In her eyes, the most legitimate place would leave a lasting impression. Nuo Nuo was on the brink of fury. She thought she had found a glimmer of hope, only for the male lead to turn unexpectedly sinister. She could not overpower Chioli, and after a few steps, he brought her before the staff, whose smiles had turned stiff. The staff greeted, Mr. Chio, Mrs. Chio. Nuo Nuo protested. Can't you see I'm being coerced? Isn't there a rule that states consent is required to obtain a marriage certificate? I'm only 18. You can't do this. The staff seemed deaf to her pleas, holding the household register. Mr. Chio and Mrs. Chio have both reached the legal age. Since you are consenting, we wish you a happy marriage. Nuo Nuo wished to scream expletives. I don't want to marry him. If you want to marry, you marry him. The staff's expression shifted in fear. Yet Chioli remained unfazed, his smile chilling. My wife has a bit of temper. Let us begin. There was a photo session involved in obtaining the certificate. Nuo Nuo, nearly in tears from frustration, was pressed down on the chair facing the camera, summoning all her malice to contort her face into the most grotesque expression she could muster. Chioli let out a cold sneer. I nearly forgot. This photograph will accompany you for a lifetime. It is better to look beautiful. Let us remove your makeup. The makeup artist arrived promptly. Mr. Chio, do you require a reapplication? He gazed at her pure, innocent face, which was flushed with anger. No need. You are beautiful as you are. Nuo Nuo had grown too accustomed to her leisurely life, almost forgetting the true identity of this domineering male lead. Despite his earlier nonchalance, he was inherently a possessive and neurotic man. Chioli lifted her chin. No, Nuo, I have given you a chance, yet you still fail to comprehend. Be obedient. Spare yourself some suffering. If one photo does not suffice, we shall take thousands. How about I send the unsatisfactory ones to your classmates and teachers? Nuo Nuo coughed in anger. You are insane. He caressed her chin, leaving her bound to the chair, unable to move. Truly beautiful, he praised. Tears welled in Nuo Nuo's eyes. I do not wish to marry you. I do not like you. Are you a masochist? Those around them, whether Chioli's subordinates or the staff, lowered their heads in silence. Chioli's expression cooled further as he coldly articulated, of course not. He ruffled her hair. But do not provoke my sadistic desires. Nuo Nuo si vede. When the camera pointed in their direction, Chioli said, No, I hope you smile, otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer tonight. Nuo Nuo had never seen this side of Chioli. Throughout her time in this narrative, most matters had room for negotiation and alteration. However, today seemed to unveil Chioli's bottom line. She did not understand how he knew about Grandpa Chio. Yet his domineering demeanor tonight left no room for her to resist. Nuo Nuo realized she could not escape, and she vaguely understood why Chioli was now forcing her into marriage. After months of relentless effort for her college entrance examination, every day had been filled with unwavering hope. The prospect of attending university was now within reach, and she was unwilling to give up easily, resolved to persevere. Had Chioli forced her too soon, she might have fought back fiercely. It was only now that she comprehended Chioli's terrifying nature. He had long since devised this plan. Nuo Nuo was infuriated, but recalling his threats and the pitch-black night outside, she struggled to muster a smile. The small red envelope was carelessly placed in Chioli's suit pocket, and Nuo did not even have a chance to glance at it. Bound to the chair, a staff member wished, Congratulations, Mr. Chio, on your marriage. Chioli indeed appeared pleased and generous. Nuo bit her lip, her large eyes glistening. Do not worry. When Mr. Chio marries again, you may offer your blessings once more. Chioli's expression turned cold. Nuo Nuo wished she could infuriate him to death, but ultimately, she dared not. Her hands were still bound. Should Chioli truly desire something from her, she would be powerless to retaliate. Now, her anger had extinguished any thoughts of self-harm. She would not die while this scoundrel lived. Upon returning to the villa, Nuo Nuo was met with its festive decorations and the servants greeting her as madam. The power of alcohol nearly ignited her fury. Chioli had yet to untie her. What more did he intend to do? His room, originally decorated in cool tones, was now adorned with rose-patterned carpets and bright red sheets, resembling a newlywed's chamber. Chioli adjusted his watch and remarked with a smile, "What is with that expression? Now that we are married, are you still hoping to return home instead of sharing a bed with me?" Nuo Nuo knew that cursing him would be futile. She was genuinely afraid. This situation was too abrupt. She felt as though she were trapped in a surreal dream after having drunk too much. She thought to herself, marriage was inconsequential. Divorce was still an option. Moreover, she was not Song Nuo Nuo. It was merely a piece of paper, and as long as she did not take it to heart, it would not mean anything. Nuo Nuo blinked, her eyes glistening. "You have tied me so painfully." His expression flickered for a moment before he lifted her from the bed, loosening the tie that bound her wrists. Nuo thought, "If you untie me, I will strike you down, you scoundrel." As Chioli untied her, he suddenly bit her cheek playfully. Nuo Nuo endured. The moment he finished untying, she attempted to move, but Chioli swiftly seized her wrist and rebound her, securing the other end to the headboard. Nuo was momentarily stunned before realizing what he had done. This scoundrel had directly tied her to the bed. "Chioli, what are you doing?" He lowered his gaze upon her, supporting himself beside her. "What do you think?" He stared at her for a long while before hoarsely stating, "In a few days, I will arrange a wedding for you." "A wedding? No way." Nuo cried, "I do not want this. Please let me go. This will not end well for you. If you continue to force me, I might just stab you when the opportunity arises." He laughed dismissively, stroking her hair. "Are you afraid of this?" Nuo Nuo sensed a flicker of hope and eagerly nodded. His brows narrowed dangerously, but after experiencing pain once, you will not feel it a second time. You should remember this pain, just as you will remember me, for a lifetime. He had misunderstood, previously contemplating emulating some General Liu. Yet, he failed to consider that while that man's wife could be touched, his own was not to be approached, fiercely determined to escape, even neglecting to obtain a marriage certificate beforehand. Could they truly be compared? Perhaps he had laid bare his heart, only for her to toss it back before she departed. Realizing all was futile, Nuo stammered, "Chioli, do not regret this. If you dare, I will find an opportunity to humiliate you." His expression grew colder. "You are indeed brave." His smile was chilling. "You may dare, but others will not cooperate. I have warned you once. Do not provoke my anger tonight, or you shall suffer." He gently kissed her neck, leaving Nuo Nuo feeling both a tickle and a chill down her spine. Biting her lip, she steeled herself and proposed, "I will share a secret with you. Will you let me go?" Chioli scoffed, "Lie still and be quiet. I do not wish to hear it." On the first night, his attitude was resolute and domineering. Nuo Nuo was filled with trepidation, her wrists sore from struggling. She understood that Chioli had made up his mind. He trusted only himself. Initially, she considered revealing the truth of her story. But Chioli would either not believe her, or if he did, his inherent nature would only tighten his grasp on her. As she collected herself, cold sweat trickled down her spine. She could not speak. If she did, he might kill her or never allow her to leave this villa again. Chioli had already undone her buttons. Her youthful skin glowed like jade under the light, radiating an otherworldly beauty. A softness flickered in his eyes as he leaned in to kiss her shoulder gently. Nuo Nuo felt both ashamed and enraged. She recalled everything the scoundrel had done on her 18th birthday. How quickly he had forgotten the pain. Nuo Nuo knew Chioli was serious. In a desperate attempt, she muttered, "My wrists hurt, my stomach hurts, and my back hurts. Endure it." Nuo Nuo was furious, her voice thick with impending tears. "I want to take a shower." "Don't I smell?" He found it amusing. "Are you truly that afraid?" After consideration, he recognized that while she smelled pleasant, the alcohol would likely leave her feeling miserable later on. It would be beneficial for her to wash off the alcohol's effects. He untied the knot binding her to the headboard and carried her toward the bathroom. Nuo Nuo felt a surge of fear. Chioli was a lunatic. She still recalled the suffocating sensation of nearly drowning in the bathtub previously. Moreover, Chioli still had her bound. Her wrists were tied behind her back, and no matter how she struggled, she could not break free. As June arrived, Nuo Nuo wore a button-down white shirt. A few buttons, undone, revealed the matching strapless top underneath. She felt a mix of indignation and embarrassment, but she knew that if she did not find a way out, it would be over. Blushing, she said, "I have my period." Chioli looked down at her coldly. Growing desperate, she cried, "I'm serious. I'm not lying to you. Do you know what a period is? It's menstruation, the monthly occurrence for girls. Please let me go." She was originally rather shy and had never anticipated that there would come a day when she would feel compelled to explain everything in detail. Although Chioli was the epitome of a straightforward man, he was aware that her menstrual cycle could adversely affect her health. If it were true, he would never force her. He desired her to be safe and healthy for a lifetime. However, should she dare to deceive him? Upon witnessing her distress, he unzipped her jeans. Bewildered, asked, "What are you doing?" He scoffed, "Just a check." Nuo Nuo was nearly driven to madness by this lunatic. Did he possess no sense of shame? Moreover, Chioli was not merely making idle threats. He intended to go through with it. Nuo Nuo insisted that her menstruation was a ruse, for life was seldom as convenient as portrayed in stories, and she didn't possess such good fortune. She squirmed, her anger bubbling over. "Chioli, you pervert, lunatic, rapist." His smile grew colder. As he removed her jeans, despite it being a summer night, the air in the villa felt chilling due to the air conditioning. She pressed her legs together. The bathroom was vast and luxurious, and she struggled to distance herself from him. Yet, her feeble strength was no match for him. Nuo Nuo was on the verge of tears, almost begging him, "Just let me go, please." She had been cautious day and night, hoping to avoid any connection with him. Yet after enduring half a year of hardship, she did not wish to revert to a state of helplessness. The moment his hand reached out, Nuo Nuo's ears flushed with shame and anger. Suddenly, she recalled what Aunt Chun had previously said. Aunt Chun had remarked that Chioli's character was inherently domineering, and her resistance could lead to even worse consequences. It might be better to act coy, as it could yield the results she desired. She remembered how pleased he had been that morning after she had tied his tie. She had hoped for a tip, perhaps in the form of a gold card. Since turning 6, she had never acted coy with an adult man. However, to avoid engaging in that sort of act with him, she had to muster all her courage. Just before he made contact, Nuo Nuo grew frantic. Still unsure of what to say, the man lowered his gaze, and she found herself pressed against the cold wall, her hands immobilized, her legs pinned. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his cheek. On this June summer night, the villa was serenaded by the soft chirping of insects. A gentle breeze wafted, and the sky was adorned with stars. His movements halted, his eyes returning to her face. In that fleeting moment, as their skin briefly met, Chioli thought it might be a figment of his imagination. Yet, upon seeing her flushed cheeks and the tears welling in her eyes, he realized it was no illusion. Nuo Nuo felt a rush of joy when he momentarily ceased his actions, followed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Who was Chioli, after all? Insatiable and relentless. He would never allow her to simply get by. Gritting her teeth, she stood on tiptoes and kissed him again, this time at the corner of his lips. As she retreated, she felt a rush of terror and humiliation. She needed to strategize her plea to him. However, Chioli smiled, his expression softening. Nuo Nuo rarely witnessed him with eyes shimmering like a universe of stars. The last time she had seen such warmth was when he had tenderly wiped her tears after carrying her out of Wei Yong's hotel. A strange feeling enveloped her, as if being obedient would grant her every wish. For the first time, she moved closer to him, albeit with the ultimate goal of distancing herself further. With her naturally soft voice, Nuo Nuo sought to elicit sympathy, resting her forehead against his chest, listening to the frantic rhythm of his heartbeat. In a gentle tone, she murmured, "Chioli, it really hurts. My hand is in pain." He momentarily felt dizzy, his body tingling. He admitted to himself that he was losing control. Although he suspected that Nuo Nuo might be lying, he was utterly powerless against the wave of tenderness washing over him. He acknowledged that he was entranced. Chioli grasped her shoulders, turning her to face him. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the delicate marks left on her slender wrists. He knew her skin was fragile. A mark that would be inconsequential on an ordinary person could linger on her for a day or two. He felt a pang of sympathy. But as he remembered her previous angry demeanor and her current soft, compliant appearance, he quickly comprehended her intentions. First, she wanted him to loosen his grip, and then what? To send him away? He methodically loosened his tie, ensuring she would be more comfortable, yet escape was still impossible. As he repositioned her body, Nuo Nuo cursed him 1,000 times in her mind. Yet, regardless of her mental protests, he was the one in control. He was wealthy and powerful, with a legion of followers outside. Even if she were given wings, she could not outfly his helicopter. If Chioli truly intended to have her knight, there was no way she could escape. He neither loosened his grip nor reprimanded her. She recalled his words about enjoying her laughter. He had not retaliated when she had struck him with a bottle. Nuo Nuo felt this night will be the most humiliating of her life. Regardless, with his shamelessness, if she retained any dignity, she would only find herself in his bed. She had to survive, to endure, with the hope of one day overcoming this male lead. If returning home was not in her fate, then she would devise a way to eliminate him, ensuring she had a fallback. Her long, pale legs remained cold, as his hand encircled her slender waist. Nuo Nuo stood on tiptoe, intending to kiss his lips. However, recalling the last time this lunatic had fed her his saliva, she reluctantly averted her gaze. She still lacked the fortitude to confront him directly. Mere defiance was insufficient. Nuo Nuo lometed hergaze, realizing that if Chioli did not bend down, her height was inadequate. With her hands restrained, it was a struggle. She looked up at him, her voice soft and pleading. Chioli, I don't want this. I'm scared. She attempted to charm him by playfully biting his chin. Yet, given her height, Chioli was not inclined to submit to her whims. Resigned, she settled for nipping at his throat, her frustration boiling over. If she could not bite him to death, she would be the one to suffer. Even if she drew blood, he would likely make her swallow it. The thought repulsed her, compelling her to be gentle. His grip on her waist tightened, yet he remained still, seemingly relishing her proximity and affection. Nuo Nuo felt a surge of anger rising within her. Exhausted, she feigned affection, brushing against him. He chuckled softly, the sound echoing in his chest. Lowering his gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and her small, fair earlobes took on a faint rosy hue, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. 3 parts grievance, 7 parts coyness. She lowered her gaze to her bare foot, having lost one of her beige sandals while struggling on the way from the bedroom. Thus, one foot was shod while the other rested bare against the floor. Nuo Nuo knew he was pleased. Despite her infinite malice toward him, she curled her toes, feigning shyness. Her feet were delicate and beautiful, her toes round and charming, tinged with a subtle pink. She deliberately refrained from mentioning her dire predicament, merely gazing at him with a pitiful expression. I'm so cold. Where did my shoe go? Chioli reached out, gently caressing her lips, which were crimson and inviting, yet her eyes reflected a sense of vulnerability. His voice was husky as he replied, I'll go find it for you. Nuo Nuo thought to herself, get lost. Chioli instructed her to sit still, and indeed left to search for her shoes. Nuo Nuo immediately stood up, scanning for anything that could free her wrists. However, being a straightforward man, Chioli had left her with no options. The only sharp object in sight was a razor. Growing frantic, Nuo Nuo realized she could not free her wrists, nor could she properly adjust her pants. After a moment of despair, she had no choice but to sit back down. Nuo Nuo felt as though fate was conspiring against her. She had imagined herself a superhero, but instead, she was merely a helpless figure in Chioli's eyes. The previous occasions he had allowed her to suffer seemed insignificant to him. Nuo Nuo knew she had to wait for his return. Nuo Nuo furrowed her brow and instinctively tucked her feet inward. Once she was properly dressed, she lowered her gaze and met his obsidian eyes. Momentarily taken aback, she recalled her purpose and offered him a sweet smile of gratitude. His eyes flickered with a shadowy intensity as he inquired, Do you still wish to bathe? Though apprehensive, she met his gaze and, with a brave demeanor, nodded softly, asking, May I wash myself? His voice turned low and husky. Your hands are bound. How do you intend to wash? Nuo Nuo thought to herself, Then unbind me. Yet the words remained unspoken. Instead, she gazed at Chioli, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, lamenting, Others have proposals and weddings. I have nothing, and you are so fierce. He smiled, a hint of tenderness breaking through his stern facade. What would you like? Shall I arrange something for you tomorrow? Nuo Nuo merely hoped he would have a change of heart and spare her for now. The thought of an actual proposal or wedding left her feeling uneasy. She shook her head. No need, this is quite sufficient. Her large eyes curved gently. But please, don't be so harsh, Chioli. His tone unconsciously softened. Very well. After a brief pause, he untied the fabric binding her wrists and gently massaged her wrists. Nuo Nuo exhaled in relief. Now, you may wash yourself. Call me if you need anything, he instructed. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Nuo Nuo felt her joy momentarily stifled when Chioli regarded her with a bemused smile. Startled, she swallowed her words. The warm yellow light enveloped them, while the outside world succumbed to darkness. She gingerly rubbed her wrists, hesitant to urge him away. Summoning her courage, she stood and leaped into his embrace. Chioli opened his arms to receive her. Nuo Nuo felt the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat, wild and intense. She realized that had she sought to push him away or displayed a hint of impatience, all her efforts would have been in vain. Chioli relished in the slow weaving of his web, having once claimed he possessed great patience. He had long recognized her desire to flee, yet had chosen to remain silent. He was a formidable predator. In that moment, Nuo Nuo understood the insignificance of her power compared to his. All she had previously believed was merely a result of his willingness to provide, as she posed no threat to him. Shenmai had been by his side for many years, and this time, Nuo Nuo deemed her insights entirely accurate. She resolved to learn from Chioli, to endure and wait for the right moment, which would grant her the true opportunity to attain what she desired. He too gradually wrapped his arms around her, his strength overwhelming, as if to crush her waist. She did not resist, knowing he relished in her current affection. With a soft complaint, she murmured, "Please ease up a bit. It hurts." His low chuckle resonated in her ear, and he indeed loosened his grip slightly. Nuo Nuo pressed her cheek against his chest, suppressing her embarrassment. After a moment, she urged him, "You may go now." This time, Chioli did not impose further, stepping out of the bathroom and even closing the door behind him. Once he departed, Nuo Nuo felt her legs weaken. She turned on the shower, opting against the bathtub, and quickly washed herself, even taking the time to cleanse her hair. She hoped to avoid sleep that night. Nuo Nuo hesitated to venture out for fresh clothes, too timid to ask Chioli for assistance. His temperament was unpredictable, and she feared he would change his mind. After finishing her shower, she surveyed the spacious bathroom, which included an opulent wardrobe. Approaching it, she hesitated, thinking that given Chioli's fastidious nature, the garments within were undoubtedly new. She selected a shirt, knowing it would be more alluring to a man, yet she felt no danger in this choice, as Chioli desired her affection above all. If she were to act sweetly and endearingly, he would acquiesce to her every whim, even if his intentions were nefarious. He would never forsake the semblance of tenderness he displayed. For Chioli, possessing her was far more challenging than merely subduing her. Nuo Nuo donned the shirt, which was excessively large, falling to mid-thigh, resembling a short dress. Anxious, she had contemplated finding a weapon in the bathroom to confront him, but there were none, and she could never overpower him. Chioli was astute. The first time had succeeded due to his unpreparedness, but he would not make the same mistake again. Even if she managed to evade him today, 2 months of summer loomed ahead, and escape was impossible. The best and only path was to persuade him to relent, to agree not to force her in the coming months, or even longer. Thus, Nuo Nuo emerged in his white shirt, her physique akin to the garment, beautiful and delicate, inherently deserving of affection. To her surprise, she discovered Chioli had also bathed, and he was far quicker than her. The villa was already lavish. He must have retreated to another room before returning to await her. Nuo Nuo noticed a change in his gaze as he watched her intently, unmasking his desires without reservation. Her expression stiffened. "Steady yourself. Do not falter." She could not afford to make a misstep. With her hair still dripping, she felt a wave of trepidation, and despite her mental preparation, she dared not approach him. Standing timidly at the bathroom entrance, Chioli commanded, "Come here." Initially unresponsive, she felt the intensity of his gaze shift and had no choice but to comply. He was seated on the bed, and water from her hair had soaked her shoulders. He chuckled softly, "I shall dry your hair." Suppressing her aversion, Nuo Nuo reassured herself to treat him as a mere servant. However, as he began to dry her hair, and later invited her to rest her head upon his lap, she could no longer deceive herself. Though he tugged at her hair, there was no such thing as a servant so provocatively intimate. Resigning herself, Nuo Nuo lay against his legs, allowing his long, strong fingers to glide through her hair, accompanied by the gentle warmth of the air. The sound of the dryer was almost non-existent. She closed her eyes, fearful of meeting his gaze. Only when his hands shifted from her hair to caress her cheek did she dare to open her eyes. Chioli had been observing her all along. The shirt on her slender frame had hiked slightly due to her position, accentuating her beauty in every aspect. Her long, delicate legs and elegantly curved eyelashes were striking. When she opened her eyes to meet his, A flicker of anger danced within, quickly concealed. He leaned down to plant a kiss on her forehead, laughing softly. He relished her submissive demeanor, whether born of compliance or fear. As long as she embodied the affectionate nature of a wife, he would tolerate her every thought. As long as she did not leave, he had a lifetime to be with her. Nuo Nuo could not endure his peculiar, obsessive behavior any longer. Having dried her hair, she resolved to sit up, attempting to shift the tense atmosphere with conversation. We just finished our college entrance exams today. I'm quite exhausted. Chioli showed no interest in her words, his focus solely on her. The thought of her wearing his shirt ignited a strange excitement within him. Nuo Nuo's heart raced. Fearing his gaze, she spoke softly, I work hard for the exams. Chioli, I wish to attend university. His gaze finally returned to her face. You wish to attend university? Nuo Nuo nodded eagerly, striving to appear obedient. He derisively pondered, which university do you wish to attend? Nuo Nuo hesitated. Is H University acceptable? H University was quite distant from B City, nearly spanning the entire nation. Fearing his ire, she blinked and gently grasped his fingers. If you're unwilling, then it's fine. His gaze shifted, intrigued as he studied her. Nuo Nuo offered a gentle smile, illuminated by the light, appearing stunningly beautiful. If it displeases you, then it's all right. His voice was low and husky. I'll consider it. Nuo Nuo's heart soared with joy, while her eyes remained misty. She rubbed her eyes. I'm quite sleepy. May I rest? Chioli turned over. Nuo Nuo gritted her teeth, and before he could make his next move, she boldly wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing herself closer to him, nestling into his embrace. She fell asleep in his arms. Nuo Nuo sensed the man's body gradually stiffening. Realizing it was not enough, she tilted her head and placed a gentle kiss on his chin, whispering, Chioli, good night. Then she closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. This was the limit of Nuo Nuo's endurance. If this pervert was still unsatisfied, she might as well end it all tonight. Although it meant she might never see her parents again, it was far better than being humiliated by him. After a long while, Nuo Nuo felt him adopting a possessive posture. Holding her tightly, she heard his hoarse voice, barely audible, saying, Nuo Nuo thought that if she overlooked his restless demeanor, she already knew how to extricate herself from him. This September, she would surely attend university. Once she was in university, she would seek a way to escape this world, even if she was unaware of the plot. However, since the phenomenon of transmigration existed, there must be some magical force at play in this world. She could seek out Taoists or masters. Her parents were still waiting for her. She longed to return home. The price for that was to endure, even if it meant pretending to be his sweet and delicate wife throughout the 2 months of summer vacation. Nuo Nuo could hardly remember how she fell asleep. Chioli was an unadulterated pervert, holding her tightly, making her entire body uncomfortable. The awkwardness and anxiety kept her awake until dawn, when she finally slipped into a dazed slumber. Previously, at Grandpa Chio's house, they had kept their distance, but this time they were close, perhaps due to her late night. Nuo Nuo did not rise as early as usual. When she became conscious, her cheeks felt ticklish, and her fingers were tightly clasped. Instantly, she awoke, her eyes widening as she gazed at the man beside her. Seeing her awake, Chioli's lips brushed lightly against the corner of her mouth. Awake? It was only then that Nuo Nuo noticed their fingers were intertwined, and his lips were glistening with a faint sheen. Nuo Nuo stared at his lips for a moment, then with great difficulty averted her gaze. Regardless of what perverse actions he may have engaged in moments ago, she could not afford to confront him. With him holding her down, even breathing became a challenge. She turned her head to him. I need to get up. Could you let me go? He remained motionless. Nuo Nuo forced a faint smile. Chioli, please let go. His body sank slightly, his voice raspy. You help me. At first, Nuo Nuo did not register his words. But once she did, her cheeks flushed crimson. Taking a deep breath, she thought that if Chioli had not been holding her fingers, she would have slapped him. Her face was burning with embarrassment as she gritted her teeth. No. He chuckled softly. Then I'll come myself. Nuo Nuo nearly exploded with rage, trembling slightly as a wave of humiliation and fury washed over her. Chioli relished her flustered demeanor, reaching to unbutton her shirt. You are my wife. To hell with being a wife. With one hand liberated, Nuo Nuo grasped his hand and with great difficulty asked, Can you endure a little? She was on the verge of tears. She did not want this. It was too disgusting and shameful. He chuckled softly. I can't. Nuo Nuo, I'll teach you. In the morning, Aunt Chin arrived, and the chef consulted her, saying breakfast was ready. Should they bring it over now? Aunt Chun glanced upstairs. A hint of sighing in her eyes. Let it be for now. It seemed that young Master Chiu would not be going to the office today. After all, it was the first day of their marriage, and it was normal for him to come down late. Usually, both Chiu Li and Nuo Nuo were early risers, getting up around 6, but today it was nearly 10 when Chiu Li finally took Nuo Nuo downstairs. It was rare to see her in such a beautiful dress. Her exquisite face was unadorned, yet her cheeks were flushed as if they might bleed. Especially upon seeing Aunt Chun and the others, she felt utterly uncomfortable. Aunt Chun was perceptive. She calmly glanced at Nuo Nuo's crimson ears and greeted, "Young Master Chiu, madam, good morning." By 10 o'clock, it was already morning. However, breakfast still had to be eaten. Nuo Nuo felt nauseous as she looked at her hands, the lingering sensations making her wish to chop them off. After calming herself for a while, she decided that if anything were to be chopped off, it should be Chiu Li. Nuo Nuo barely touched her food, and Aunt Chun noticed. Without making a fuss, Aunt Chun subtly moved the cup of milk away. Nuo Nuo appeared listless. Chiu Li asked, "You have a long summer vacation. Where would you like to go play?" Nuo Nuo shook her head. "I don't want to go anywhere." Chiu Li frowned, and before he could respond, Aunt Chun whispered, "Old Master Chiu has arrived." Nuo Nuo abruptly raised her eyes. The gentle emotion in Chiu Li's gaze vanished in an instant. He glanced at Nuo Nuo, a sneer forming in his heart, and coldly ordered, "Let us go meet Grandpa." He had arrived quickly, eager to greet his granddaughter-in-law with tea. Nuo Nuo felt a surge of anger, but she knew that speaking to this scoundrel would be futile, since he could obtain the marriage certificate before Grandpa Chiu's arrival. He must have anticipated the old man's impending wrath. Chiu Li would not allow her to escape if things escalated. The humiliation she endured last night and this morning would be in vain. Nuo Nuo intertwined her fingers, offering him a smile before turning to Aunt Chun. "What tea does Grandpa like?" Chiu Li's eyes darkened as he watched Nuo Nuo. Aunt Chun prepared to leave. Nuo Nuo circumvented Chiu Li, grasping the teacup, but he, with deep-set black eyes, seized her wrist. "What are you doing?" With moist, wide eyes, she replied, somewhat angrily, serving tea. "Let go, I'm angry." Despite her words, her tone was soft. Seeing a hint of amusement finally flicker in his eyes, Nuo Nuo grew bolder. She delivered a punch to his chest. His solid muscles sent a chill through her. Nuo Nuo struck harder than intended, feigning a wronged expression. "You said you wouldn't be mean to me last night." He took her fist and gently kissed it near his lips, smiling. "Am I forgiven?" Nuo Nuo felt a twinge of disappointment that she couldn't hurt him. If she was to act, she must do it convincingly. Her cheeks flushed with seriousness. Pulling her hand back, she carried the teacup toward the hall. Chiu Li's eyes flickered with indecision before he ultimately followed her. Grandpa Chiu sat in the living room, clutching his chest. Aunt Chun, accustomed to the old man's theatrics, remained calm. Grandpa Chiu was furious. He had promised to send Nuo Nuo away after her college entrance exams, so he had long since placed his people in B City, planning to act immediately after her exams. Who would have thought that last night, his men were sent back beaten and bruised? With only a message, young Master Chiu said not to touch his people. Grandpa Chiu understood the gravity of the situation. He knew Chiu Li's temperament all too well. The old man had returned by plane overnight, only to hear from the servants about Nuo Nuo and Chiu Li's marriage. Grandpa Chiu nearly had a heart attack. Before long, Nuo Nuo emerged, genuinely happy to see Grandpa Chiu, whom she adored. She handed him the tea. "Grandpa Chiu, you're here." Grandpa Chiu hurriedly stood from the sofa. "Nuo Nuo, let Grandpa see. Are you all right?" Nuo Nuo paused momentarily before smiling. "I'm fine, really well. Please don't look like you're about to cry. Your grandson is watching." Seeing him take the tea, she steeled herself to call out, "Grandpa." Grandpa Chiu was startled, nearly dropping the teacup, and Chiu Li steadied his hand, speaking without courtesy. "Hold it steady. This is for your granddaughter-in-law. If you have a red envelope, give it to Nuo Nuo. If not, remember to bring that ancestral bracelet later." Grandpa Chiu set down the tea and sought his cane. "You actually forced her. You scoundrel, you disgrace the family. Today, I will uphold justice and take you down." "Unfilial grandson," Chiu Li scoffed, ready to dismiss him. Nuo Nuo grasped his hand, smiling at Grandpa Chiu. "Grandpa, please don't be angry. I did it willingly." Chiu Li is quite nice. Both grandfather and grandson were taken aback. Nuo Nuo felt his grip tighten. Deep inside, she felt desolate. Her declaration of willingness was surely a lie. Had she not been bound yesterday, she would never have been able to obtain a marriage certificate with Chiu Li. Fortunately, her mindset was resilient. Everything in this world merely belonged to her original self. Not to mention the household registration and marriage certificate. Her refusal to acknowledge them was simply a matter of 2 sheets of paper, as she would eventually divorce anyway. However, Chio's grandfather was different. Once Chioli was aware, there was no way Chio's grandfather could take her away. His only purpose was to feel sadness, guilt, and anxiety over the situation. The old man genuinely cared for her, and she wished him well in return. Ultimately, Chio's grandfather sighed deeply, as if he had aged considerably in that moment. He no longer wished to linger in the villa and left without even having lunch. He had grown old and could no longer influence his grandson, who was so incredibly bright and ambitious. Nuo Nuo watched him depart, remaining silent for a long while. Chioli gently ruffled her hair, still upset. Nuo Nuo looked up at him, and after a moment, a smile broke through, not angry anymore. He chuckled softly, appearing quite pleased. Shall I take you out for some fun? This time, Nuo Nuo did not resist. She nodded in agreement. If Chioli ever did something to upset her, she could justifiably retaliate. However, to her disappointment, Chioli was behaving quite normally this time. He took her to an amusement park, a deserted one, entirely reserved for them. Shuesin even explained, it's not a private reservation. This is simply the Chio family's property. Thus, whether it operates or not is merely a matter of the CEO's command. Nuo Nuo found Chioli to be a paradox. He was clearly concerned about age, yet he chose to indulge her with the preferences of younger girls. She perceived that he was attempting to pamper her in a clumsy and straightforward manner, perhaps fearing she might grow bored. Chioli had also invited many people, most of whom were his friends she had met in Kunshin, including Zhang Qingduo and Bai Yi. Nuo Nuo could only imagine how these successful professionals reacted when ordered to accompany her at the amusement park, a group of accomplished individuals standing awkwardly, forced to smile. They had brought their female companions, as Chioli likely feared Nuo Nuo would feel lonely. Each of those women had their own charm, yet one caught Nuo Nuo's attention, a girl about her age, who looked at her with a glimmer of envy in her eyes. Chioli had his own plans. Gently ruffling her hair, go have fun. Eager to escape his presence, Nuo readily agreed. The girl her age quickly followed suit. As they left, General Manager Lu nodded and bowed. Rest assured, young Master Chio, I have instructed Xiao Shi. She will ensure your wife has a heartfelt conversation and keeps her entertained. Bai glanced at them, but ultimately said nothing. Chioli absent-mindedly touched his ring, nodding with an indifferent expression. After Lin Shi joined them, she cheerfully greeted Nuo. Hello, Mrs. Chio, I am Lin Shi. Nuo Nuo, believing in the virtue of a friendly demeanor, smiled and nodded in return. She was curious about Lin Shi's background. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with eagerness. I truly envy you. Nuo Nuo looked at her in confusion. Lin Shi pouted. Do you know who my husband is? Naturally, Nuo did not know and shook her head. Lin Shi revealed. He is that balding middle-aged man next to young Master Chio. Nuo Nuo raisid hergaze. Lin Shi, smiling, continued. It's rare you don't look at me with disdain. For a long time, I felt ashamed. Yes, I followed Lu Ji for money, and my heart was unwilling. But later, he treated me quite well, and I came to terms with it. Nuo Nuo understood Lin Shi's intentions, and, as expected, the next moment, she said, young Master Chio is young, wealthy, and handsome. In comparison, you are far happier than I am. Nuo Nuo found it amusing. She was dealing with a man who was controlling, unpredictable, and volatile. If he were not the male lead, he would have long been condemned. Yet, she suspected that whatever Lin Shi said, Chioli would find out. Therefore, Nuo Nuo refrained from arguing and merely nodded. Lin Shi, sensing her soft demeanor, felt pleased, believing her task was nearing completion, and thus warmly took Nuo Nuo's hand as they walked forward. What would you like to play? Nuo Nuo thought that despite being the same age, Lu Xiong was 1,000 times cuter than Lin Shi. This girl was a spy. Nuo Nuo casually pointed to the carousel. The two girls strolled over. Lin Shi, brimming with happiness, quietly asked Nuo Nuo, your young Master Chio. He must be quite skilled in that regard, right? Nuo Nuo almost immediately realized what that referred to. Her face flushed crimson, and she felt an urge to kick Lin Shi back. However, Lin Shi, seeing her radiant beauty, understood and looked at Nuo Nuo with envious eyes, remarking, you are so beautiful. He must be utterly captivated by you. Nuo Nuo's Bornet. Did Chio Li even realize the type of person he had brought along? Whether he would become infatuated with her, Nuo did not know. But one day, if given the chance, she would not hesitate to rid herself of him. Lin Shi was bold and unrestrained, Seeing her eagerness to share experiences frightened, "Oh, let's not play anymore. Let's head back." Lin Shi replied. After just a short while apart, "You already miss young Master Chiu. He must treat you very well." Nuo Nuo felt utterly esperated bilin dis imagination. Upon returning to the VIP lounge, they were greeted by the sound of a piano. Nuo Nuo quickly spotted a woman at the piano, appearing to be in her late 20s, dressed in a qipao, with a decent figure and light makeup. Her fingers danced skillfully across the keys, producing a captivating melody that seemed to express the unspoken whispers and longings of lovers. The woman was strikingly beautiful and exuded an exceptional aura. Nuo Nuo watched her curiously for a while before glancing back at Chiu Li and the others. Suddenly, she guessed her identity and felt a surge of anticipation. Here came Jiang Xinyue, the kind of formidable supporting character who could easily steal the male lead if the female lead did not fight hard enough. If anyone could take Chiu Li away, it would be Jiang Xinyue. Lin Shi, however, could not comprehend what was so appealing about that woman. Her taste was rather straightforward. To her, Nuo Nuo was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and the pianist seemed pretentious. Lin Shi, despite her coarse life, understood that such seemingly elegant and sacred women often hid dark secrets beneath the surface. Nuo Nuo had not even looked at herself in that manner, Lin Shi thought. Now, this pianist, she mused, was not even as beautiful as herself. What was the essence of grace? Could it be consumed? Nuo chose not to approach, but stood beside Lin Shi, watching. After finishing a piece, Jiang Xinyue gracefully walked over. Zhang Qingduo and Bai Yi, being high school alumni, applauded generously, and the others followed suit, clapping in appreciation. Jiang Xinyue smiled gently, her gaze falling upon the one man unmoved by her performance. Chiu Li, how have you been lately? Jiang Xinyue's gaze softened as she looked at this excessively indifferent man. She could hardly reconcile him with the rebellious youth she remembered. The name Chiu Li, even abroad, she had heard countless times. The subtle disdain she felt in her youth had now transformed into admiration for the mature man he had become. He was remarkable. Jiang Xinyue had never anticipated he would achieve such greatness. Many wealthy heirs pursued her during high school, yet Chiu Li had disdainfully ignored her. But Jiang Xinyue believed he simply struggled to express himself. He certainly did not feel as indifferent as he appeared. To be loved by such a man would undoubtedly bring happiness. Chiu Li reclined on the sofa, his long legs crossed, lazily casting a glance at Jiang Xinyue. He recalled her because of an incident years ago where he had inadvertently caught her two-timing with his friends. It was unfortunate that both were still his acquaintances. However, he had no interest in meddling. Seeing them enjoy themselves, he chose to disregard their affairs. Coldly scoffing within, Chiu Li regarded her with a hint of derision. He wondered where this woman derived her confidence to play Chopin here, especially when she had even hit a wrong note. Not far away, Lin Shi grew anxious and nudged Nuo. She's trying to seduce your man. Go on, confront her and show her what you're made of. Nuo Nuo felt a sense of comfort. It was rare for Chiu Li to look at someone in such a manner. She thought of leaving him, knowing that he would regard her with scorn when she became a perceived traitor. Excellent. This only proved that Jiang Xinyue had indeed held great importance to him in the past, perhaps even abandoning him. But now, Chiu Li had obtained her, had he not? The unattainable Jiang Xinyue was evidently the most desirable. Nuo Nuo felt a glimmer of hope. Her task was simple, to continue making Chiu Li believe that he had already won her over. Such domineering male leads eventually became tiresome. Lin Shi, noticing Nuo Nuo's lack of movement, grew anxious. Aren't you angry? Nuo Nuo almost shook her head, but then recalled her current predicament and Lin Shi's identity. Chiu Li would surely be infuriated, so she blinked and feigned distress. Lin Shi gazed at her with sympathy, thinking that although her husband was neither handsome nor young, at least he was not fickle at present. The two girls stood together for a while, and suddenly Lin Shi, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Mrs. Chiu, your name is Nuo Nuo, right? Go and handle her. You are younger and more beautiful than her. It's only right for the legitimate wife to deal with a mistress. Besides, you have far more merit to be a mistress than she does. Oh no, I meant you're simply beautiful. Nuo Nuo nearly laughed at her. She realized that although Lin Shi might have been sent by Chiu Li, she was not as unpleasant as she had initially thought. Lin Shi directly pulled Nuo Nuo along. By that time, Jiang Xinyue had only just settled in, and she dared not sit next to Chiu Li, so she ended up beside Bai Yi. In many respects, she possessed a refined demeanor, well-versed in conversation, easily sparking engaging topics. Bai Yi, typically reserved, found himself chatting with her more than usual. Upon her return, Chioli immediately caught sight of Nuo Nuo. His previously indifferent expression shifted slightly as he extended his hand. "Come here." Under the gaze of everyone present, Nuo Nuo steeled herself and sat beside him. She lifted her eyes and met Jiang Xinyue's gaze across the table. Jiang Xinyue smiled and inquired, "And who might this be?" Chioli curved his lips into a smile. "My wife." Only a few individuals present were aware that Chioli had married just the day before. Upon hearing his declaration, many faces changed. Someone teased, "Brotherly, are you joking? This is your girlfriend, right?" Chioli shot him a glance. "We registered our marriage. What do you think?" It dawned on everyone that he was not jesting. He truly referred to her as his legal wife. Instantly, the way they looked at Nuo Nuo transformed. Last year, during Nuo Nuo's birthday celebration, many had seen her, a strikingly beautiful young woman, but everyone had assumed that Chioli was merely toying with her. After all, a girl like Nuo Nuo, delicate and alluring, was easy to admire but too young and fragile to take home as a spouse. No one expected Chioli to genuinely intend to treat her as a cherished partner. Jiang Xinyue's expression shifted subtly, yet she ultimately smiled warmly. "Congratulations to you both." Chioli relished hearing blessings about his marriage from others. He finally regarded her with a nod. Nuo Nuo observed her curiously. This Jiang Xinyue was indeed different from Chen Qian. Had it been Chen Qian, she would have leaped up in opposition, only to be harshly dealt with by Chioli. Yet, Jiang Xinyue's demeanor remained unchanged as she cheerfully offered her congratulations. If Nuo Nuo were unaware of the plot, she might have genuinely believed that Jiang Xinyue was a sincere friend, genuinely rejoicing for Chioli. It was early June, and the sun shone brilliantly outside. Concerned that Nuo Nuo might return thirsty after her rounds, Chioli had the staff prepare juice. Nuo Nuo, not fond of coffee and lacking in drinking capacity, preferred sweet treats. Before long, the staff presented a variety of adorable cakes, each petite and exquisite, dazzling to the eyes. While Nuo Nuo enjoyed sweets, she was not particularly fond of cake due to the overwhelming richness of cream. The atmosphere was filled with laughter from Zhang Qingduo, the gentleman adept at enlivening the mood, who could entertain himself for ages. Everyone sensed a subtle tension and awkwardness in the air, yet he remained oblivious, recounting stories from Jiang Xinyue's high school days. "Jiang Xinyue, you may not know, but you were the goddess of many during that time. You played the piano while a crowd lingered outside. Remember? Bai Yi was there too. No one would play ball with Brotherly, and he even impatiently joined us." Jiang Xinyue's eyes sparkled as they briefly met Nuo Nuo's. Nuo Nuo sensed an invisible air of boasting and rivalry. She smiled back at Jiang Xinyue, lifting a cake with the most cream before offering a large spoonful toward Chioli's mouth. Jiang Xinyue's gaze flickered. She knew Chioli would not eat such overly sweet girlhood treats. In high school, when girls brought him homemade chocolates and cakes, he would coldly toss them aside. Nuo Nuo was courting disaster. Chioli looked down at Nuo Nuo as she sweetly smiled. "This is delicious." He opened his mouth, accepting the generous spoonful of cream. Nuo Nuo set that one down and picked up another, obediently raising it to feed Chioli again. He chuckled softly, still maintaining his composure as he ate. Nuo Nuo was determined. She would not give up. She continued to feed him cream, and he ate it all, though she felt nauseated just watching. Eventually, she succumbed to defeat. Recognizing that her goal to provoke Jiang Xinyue had been achieved, Chioli's patience astounded her. She felt exhausted. Jiang Xinyue's expression remained unchanged, yet her hands had formed into fists. Zhang Qingduo, oblivious to the mood, saw Chioli consuming so much and eagerly took one for himself. "Is the pastry chef here remarkable?" He took a bite and quickly spat it out. "Ugh, too sweet. Goodness. Brotherly, how can you handle this?" Nuo Nuo lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. It was evident that she aimed to vex Chioli, and he could not possibly be unaware, yet he still consumed it all. Noticing her silence and sulky demeanor, Chioli stood, pulling her up. "We're going home." He addressed the others. "You all enjoy yourselves." He had always been a self-centered man, indifferent to the reactions of those he had summoned, as he led Nuo Nuo away. His expression was somewhat cold, and Nuo Nuo discreetly observed him, feeling a twinge of unease. Indeed, upon reaching his car, he gestured for her to sit in the passenger seat and leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. After securing it, he did not move away but gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "I will ask you once more, are you sincere?" Nuo Nuo nodded. having prepared her response beforehand. She wrapped her arms around Qiu Li's neck and softly murmured, "That s Jiang Xingyue. Zhang Qingduo said you want to see her." And I felt upset. "You mustn't tea like her." A blush crept onto her cheeks as she declared, "Qiu Li, you are not allowed to like her." He was taken aback by her words, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. Nuo Nuo was jealous for him. He chuckled softly, "I don't like her. I only like you, all right?" Nuo Nuo blinked and nodded. Qiu Li explained, "When I went to the court, I found only 2 people waiting for me. Upon inquiry, I discovered everyone had gone to the piano room. So I followed them." He paused, and Nuo Nuo shot him a glare. Unable to resist, he kissed her soft, rosy cheek. Laughing as he added, "Then I taught them a lesson for wasting my time." Nuo Nuo felt a mix of belief and skepticism. After all, Qiu Li was a trickster. Yet, she displayed irritation and concern. "Wasn't he the cream too rich? Is your stomach all right?" The warmth of his gaze enveloped her with gentle laughter. "I'm fine." Nuo Nuo, feeling a tinge of regret, thought, "Well, that's impressive." As they drove back, Nuo Nuo suddenly spoke. "Qiu Li, please stop." Once the car came to a halt, she reached out. "Do you have cash?" Qiu Li had none, only cards. However, the followers behind them had cash. With a command, Shui-san handed money to Nuo Nuo. She laughed as she hopped out of the car. "Wait for me." Before long, Nuo Nuo returned with a bottle of ice water, offering it to Qiu Li. "Drink this. It will help ease the sweetness." At noon, in the heat of summer, she had rushed back and forth, slightly breathless, with a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, appearing quite endearing. Shui-san frowned at her, but upon seeing Qiu Li unscrewing the cap and taking a few sips, he fell silent. Shui-san eyed Nuo Nuo with suspicion. Nuo Nuo averted her gaze from Shui-san, her fingers quietly entwining with Qiu Li's. Qiu Li's eyes softened as he gently stroked her head. Nuo Nuo seldom indulged in such misdeeds, and a twinge of guilt gnawed at her heart. Yet, when she contemplated what Qiu Li had done for her, and what he was poised to do, she realized that she could not afford to be lenient. It was merely the first day of their marriage, and a whole holiday lay ahead. Qiu Li was a normal man, and moreover, this was a narrative of a domineering CEO, where the male lead possessed extraordinary prowess in that regard. Nuo Nuo recalled the sensation from the morning, as if her hand might shatter. Any hesitation on her part would lead to future regrets. For over 2 months, someone had to bear the burden of inconvenience. However, upon arriving home, Nuo noticed that Qiu Li maintained an impassive demeanor. Having consumed a substantial amount of cream, which was already a heavy toll on the stomach, coupled with ice water, would be intolerable for any normal person, let alone someone with severe gastric issues. She finally observed the pallor of Qiu Li's lips. She steeled herself to ignore it and smiled as she took his hand, saying, "I wish to build a grape trellis and a swing in the garden. What do you think?" A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Qiu Li's forehead. The humidity from the drive had dampened his shirt. He frowned, his steps faltering slightly. Yet, when she turned to smile at him, he discreetly moved his hand from where he clutched his stomach and replied, "All right." As they approached the door, Qiu Li swayed slightly. Nuo Nuo halted, turning her head to look at him. He pressed his lips tightly together, releasing her hand. "You should head home first. I just remembered something. I'll return later to keep you company, if that's all right." Suddenly, Nuo Nuo found herself unable to meet his gaze, but she obediently replied, "Okay." The moment she stepped inside, Qiu Li clutched his stomach, nearly unable to stand, his hand bracing against the door. Shui-san, startled, rushed over to support him, exclaiming, "Boss." Qiu Li's eyes turned icy as he gritted his teeth, instructing, "Don't call a family doctor. Head straight to the hospital." Shui-san complied swiftly, sighing internally. The boss, aware of his gastric condition, should have known better than to eat like that, yet he still did. Now suffering acutely, he had endured the entire journey in silence. Shui-san understood the torment of his stomach ache and felt a shiver of concern. As the car sped towards the hospital, the boss remained silent in the back seat, not even a groan escaping his lips. Shui-san feared he might have lost consciousness, but after a long pause, he heard the man's restrained yet gentle voice. "Have someone set up a grape trellis and swing in the garden for her." Shui-san replied, "Understood." In that moment, it dawned on Shui-san that his boss was utterly smitten, completely besotted. For 2 days, Qiu Li did not return. Yet the garden had been adorned with a delicate swing, topped with a beautiful grape trellis. As Nuo Nuo swung on the swing, Chun Ma watched over her with the other servants, concerned she might fall. Nuo Nuo turned and asked, "Where's Chiu Li? Why hasn't he come home?" Chenma, with a blank expression, replied, "Madam, President Chiu is busy with business." Nuo nodded, a hint of disappointment evident in her demeanor. Oh. However, in her heart, she mused that it seemed Chiu Li intended to shoulder everything alone. She was not one to feign sorrow, having deliberately engaged in mischief. There was no need to overly concern herself for Chiu Li. His absence brought her a sense of freedom, yet in these past 2 days, fearing Chiu Li's watchful eyes, she had been cautious and refrained from returning to her own room, instead sleeping in Chiu Li's chamber. Yet that evening, she noticed the kitchen preparing a light dinner in advance. A chill ran down her spine. The consequences of her actions had come too swiftly. Just that afternoon, she had feigned longing for him, and now he had decided to return. Was this male lead reckless? Yet it further validated her suspicion that Chiu Li indeed had people monitoring her. Deep down, he remained the same control freak. Nuo Nuo felt anxious. How could he recover so quickly? It had only been 2 days. What would happen next? Around 6 in the evening, Nuo Nuo heard Chiu Li's voice as he returned. She quickly changed into a lovely dress and leaned over the second-floor railing, cheerfully asking Chenma, "Is he back?" Chenma confirmed, "Yes, madam." "Then I'll go greet him." As she dashed down in her slippers, she misstepped and fell down a step. "Madam," in Chenma's horrified gaze. Nuo Nuo tumbled down the staircase. She instinctively protected her head, yet the intense pain and dizziness caused her to gasp sharply. Not only was Chenma startled, but the other servants in the villa were also alarmed. Nuo Nuo lay on the ground, and Chenma hesitated to approach her, fearing that any movement could worsen her condition if there were any fractures. The pain was excruciating for Nuo Nuo, but she felt no regret. Despite her gentle disposition, once she made a decision, she would not look back. Only by doing this could she ensure that Chiu Li would not touch her. Chiu Li arrived sooner than she had anticipated. With a stern countenance, he strode towards her, crouching down in front of her, revealing a flicker of concern. Nuo Nuo, on the verge of tears, had been holding back her pain, but upon seeing him, the tears began to flow. "Chiu Li hurts so much. My hand and leg. Are they going to break?" Chiu Li's eyes reflected pain as he gently stroked her cheek. "Get 1 tea, be good, and don't move. The doctor will be here soon." However, he turned away, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted, "Where's the doctor? Are you all blind? Hurry and find someone." The doctors arrived promptly, examining Nuo Nuo's injuries. Noticing Chiu Li's ire, they hurriedly explained, "Young master, it seems there's no fracture. The injuries are minor. Please don't worry." Upon hearing that her injuries were not severe, Nuo Nuo's heart sank. Had her sacrifice gone unnoticed? Perhaps it was simply that the second floor wasn't high enough and the carpet cushioned her fall. Regardless, she sobbed, "Chiu Li, it hurts." Chiu Li felt as though his heart was being tightly squeezed, each tug causing him pain. He yearned to lash out at the incompetent doctors, but with Nuo Nuo present, he restrained himself, his face cold as he commanded, "What are you all staring at? Get on with it." With his words, their efficiency improved markedly. The villa was equipped with a medical room, stocked with advanced equipment to handle such emergencies. Though it was less convenient than a hospital, as soon as Nuo cried out in pain, Chiu Li forbade them from taking her to the hospital, insisting on treating her there. After x-rays revealed no fractures, the doctors sighed in relief. Her ankle was sprained, and the rest were merely superficial injuries. They stabilized her injuries and hastily departed. Exhausted from the ordeal, Nuo Nuo fell asleep. Her small face was pale, long eyelashes drooping like 2 listless butterflies. The pain had dulled her lips, which were no longer as vibrant as before. But the tear mole on her face appeared even more striking. Tears clung to her lashes, and faint traces of tears remained on her cheeks, giving her an exceptionally pitiful and delicate appearance. Chiu Li gently wiped away her tears, but she remained oblivious, deeply asleep. His gaze fell upon her elbow injury, and he furrowed his brow tightly. Normally, a mere touch would leave a mark on her. Now, he could only imagine the extent of her pain. He had grown accustomed to enduring pain himself, yet he had never anticipated a day when he could not bear to see even a slight hurt inflicted upon someone else. Anger surged within him as he exited, his expression dark. Chenma, having learned from the doctors that Nuo Nuo was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief and regained her composure. Upon seeing Chiu Li emerge, she recounted flatly, "Madam said she wanted to greet you, but she accidentally slipped while coming down the stairs." Chiu Li found the notion absurd. she had come to greet him? Yet an intense desire compelled him to believe it, even though he knew he shouldn't and that he wasn't that foolish. Nevertheless, his heart wavered, softening against his better judgment. He closed his eyes briefly before addressing Chenma. Understood. Keep some staff here tonight. I want her to have company when she is in pain. The doctor had cautioned against continuous use of anesthetics and painkillers. When Shioli returned to keep watch over Nuo, his emotions were anything but tranquil. He was on the verge of succumbing to the allure of this newfound life. But her swift change in attitude unsettled him. He was not naive enough to believe it was genuine. Yet her every smile warmed him to the core, and her tears made his heart tremble as if it might shatter. He preferred to deceive himself into believing that she held even a slight affection for him. Dismissing deeper thoughts, as long as she was present, that was more than enough. He gazed at her silently for a while. After a moment, his eyes flickered, and perhaps it was true that women transform as they grow. He felt that she had gradually changed compared to her appearance a few months prior, breathtakingly beautiful. In her current state, there was nothing left to remind one of the former song Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo, in pain, awoke after a brief slumber. By the time she opened her eyes, the night had completely enveloped the world. Shioli had left only a warm yellow lamp, and, as she blinked awake, she was met with his oddly focused gaze. A shiver ran through her heart, uncertain of his thoughts. She attempted to move her fingers. Discovering that her injuries were not severe, her elbow had bumped into the sharp corner of the stairs and ached slightly, while the rest were merely scrapes. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Shioli, feeling wronged. You said you would come back to keep me company, but I waited so long and you never returned. He sighed. I was wrong. Nuo Nuo, please don't be angry with me. Nuo Nuo thought that Shioli, as a scapegoat, was quite competent. She and T expected him to cooperate so well. No longer wanting to make things difficult for him, she obediently replied, all right. She blinked, her eyes rimmed with red, genuinely looking as if she were on the verge of tears. I miss you. Hold me. His heart raced suddenly, the air filling his lungs with a faint, indescribable pain and pleasure. Whether it was the truth or a lie, he no longer wished to discern. He caressed her soft cheek and kissed her gently. If I hold you, it will hurt. Be good and sleep well. In time, you will feel better. Nuo Nuo breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he truly did not hold her. This domineering man, who could crush her into his very bones, surprisingly yielded. This proved that her decision to take a step back was not in vain. Nuo Nuo closed her eyes, aware that Shioli was preparing for the wedding. However, this wedding could not take place. While the marriage certificate was inconsequential, as few knew of it, if the wedding were to occur with his flamboyant personality, it would surely become common knowledge. At that point, should she betray him again, he would likely entertain thoughts of revenge. As it stood, she would not have to endure intimacy with him, nor would there be a wedding. If she could just recover by September, she would be free. Yet, Nuo Nuo did not anticipate that since her injury, Shioli had spent most of his time accompanying her. The workaholic seemed indifferent to his duties, becoming entirely devoted to their relationship. He guarded her as if she were his last coin. Nuo Nuo often wondered. Perhaps it wasn't he so distasteful to be around him for long. When he was considerate of her pain, his striking appearance and masculine charm softened her heart. After all, she would not accompany him for a lifetime. She could endure this period as a trial before achieving transcendence. On June 22nd, the college entrance examination results were released. As Nuo Nuo checked her scores, she felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. When the final score appeared, she could not help but feel elated. With a perfect score of 750, she achieved 647, a commendable result, even better than her previous examination. She could gain admission to most prestigious universities in the country. Shioli glanced at her with an indifferent expression, and she chimed, clearly, I am impressive. Chenma said you never passed chemistry or biology. He scoffed lightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Nuo Nuo leapt from the bed on one foot, bouncing to his side, prompting him to frown and catch her. Giggling, she threw herself into his embrace. But Shioli, you are the most impressive. You excel at making money, fighting, and intimidating others. He pinched her cheek. Not a single kind word, Yet, he showed no sign of anger. With her eyes sparkling, she leaned in and brushed her lips against his neck like a dragonfly touching water. Nuo notices Adam's apple move and softly murmured, Shioli, I want to attend university. Please let me. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked down at her. She pouted, casting him a pleading look. I truly want to go, I want to leave you. Look, we have already registered our marriage. I can't escape from you, and I wouldn't even try. Chiu Li scoffed. So you have the intention but lack the capability? Nuo Nuo felt that whenever this topic arose, he automatically switched back to his domineering persona, unpredictable and suspicious of the world. He was excessively possessive. However, she had already devised a strategy to persuade him. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Chiu Li, lower your head. He regarded her coldly, refusing to comply. Nuo Nuo added, I want to mention university. Instead, I have a little secret to share. He grasped her waist, begrudgingly bending down to listen. It was late June, with faint insect chirps wafting through the window. Her voice was soft and sweet, saturating the air with a honeyed fragrance. She whispered, please let me go, Mr. Chiu, Brother Chiu Li, darling. Chiu Li's body stiffened. The sweetness of her voice pierced his heart. For a fleeting moment, a tingling sensation coursed through him. By the time he realized it, he found himself agreeing. She beamed and thanked him, cheerfully preparing to choose her school and fill out her application. Chiu Li held her wrist. You just, Nuo Nuo blinked, let go. Do you want to choose with me? He had no intention of choosing anything. Chiu Li asked, what did you just call me? Nuo Nuo's cheeks flushed. I want to repeat it. She slipped from his grasp, joyfully asking Chan Ma to bring over a copy of the college application form. Previously, such documents were forbidden due to Chiu Li's disapproval, but now that he had consented, she could fill out her application openly. Nuo Nuo had already set her sights on a particular school. She only needed to check the codes. The man by the window appeared lost in thought, his expression shifting from sunny to stormy. Nuo Nuo feared he might change his mind. Fortunately, he did not. However, that night, when Nuo Nuo was awakened by an unusual sensation, she opened her eyes to hear his heavy breathing. Realizing he was engaged in something inappropriate, she dared not make a sound. He showed no restraint. Even in the vast luxury of the bed, Nuo Nuo could feel the vibrations and frequency of his actions. Her face stiffened at first, then she closed her eyes tightly, pretending not to hear. But after what felt like an eternity, he continued, his sounds echoing in the stillness. How long would this go on? Nuo Nuo maintained her active sleep for an extensive period, not daring to move. Finally, when it ended, Chiu Li retreated to the bathroom. Nuo Nuo quietly exhaled, pulling the blanket up a bit, unsure if it was her imagination. But she seemed to detect a strange odor in the air. That peculiar scent. Her mind raced, and a disconcerting familiarity jolted her awake. That night on Christmas Eve, following Chun Ma's advice, she had brought apples to Chiu Li, only to find themselves trapped on the 88th floor when the power went out. When she woke up the next day, she had meticulously examined her body and found nothing amiss. Yet now, a troubling realization struck her. This scoundrel, this bastard, the power outage was likely a ruse. Nuo Nuo felt a surge of frustration, nearly brought to tears. Yet, given the current situation, she was still deceiving Chiu Li. She could not afford to confront him. Soon, she would be able to distance herself from him temporarily. She had to endure, to hold on, and not let her efforts go to waste. His room was opulent, thus the sound of water could not be heard from here. Hearing his footsteps, Nuo Nuo quickly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. After a while, sensing no movement, she felt an eerie sensation as if someone was watching her, making her heart race. What was he planning? Before long, she felt the bed sink beside her. He had leaned closer and lifted her clothing. Unable to pretend any longer, she slowly opened her eyes, inadvertently blocking his hand, gazing at him in a daze. What is wrong, Chiu Li? His voice was low and husky. I feel unwell. Nuo Nuo gritted her teeth, acting as if she didn't understand, feigning concern. Should I call a doctor for you? He held her hand. Here, it aches. I can't. Nuo Nuo felt an impulse to strike him. She was still a patient. Had he lost his mind? Nuo Nuo, call my name again. I want to hear it. She remained still, knowing that the domineering male lead possessed extraordinary talent in this regard. She neither liked him nor cared for his suffocating presence. But he persisted, believing he was ridding the world of harm. Her expression, filled with grievance, pleaded, let go, Chiu Li, my elbow hurts so much. He gasped and released her, and Nuo slowly retracted her hand, cradling her elbow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It hurts, she murmured. Chiu Li fronat. Rising to turn on the lights, his voice hoarse. I'll call a doctor for you. Nuo Nuo averted her gaze, terrified of seeing something she shouldn't see. She couldn't worry about whether others might witness Chiu Li's demeanor. She nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. The latter half of the night passed uneventfully for Nuo Nuo. Her elbow had healed, yet her foot remained significantly injured. Swelling had diminished, but a large bruise still marred her skin. For the first time, she appreciated her body's fragility, for with that bruise, she could openly express her pain. However, this incident served as a reminder for Nuo Nuo to refrain from unnecessary outcries. Otherwise, she would find herself flustered whenever the male lead became agitated. Days later, during a phone call with El Xiang, Nuo Nuo was taken aback when her friend burst into tears. It was then she learned El Xiang had not performed well on her exams, her scores falling far below those of her neighbor's brother. El Xiang, typically carefree, would not have wept merely for a poor performance. Her tears stemmed from guilt, knowing that the boy still wished to apply to the same school as her. "He is so wonderful. As a child, I always thought he disliked me. But when everyone called me fat, he was the only one who said I was cute. I'm clumsy and unworthy of him. Yet he is determined to help me apply to a second-tier university. I feel like I owe him a lifetime." Nuo Nuo could only offer comfort, "Don't cry. El Xiang, if he has made his decision, no one can change it. Your happiness is what he desires most. To be loved like that is a blessing in itself." After their conversation, El Xiang finally calmed down. When it came time to fill out their applications online, Nuo Nuo discreetly completed hers. That afternoon, Chioli approached her with an icy expression. "Your first choice is H University," he stated flatly. Nuo Nuo's heart sank, but she had anticipated this scenario. The fact that he had not secretly altered her choice was a small mercy. She tilted her head, her eyes innocent. "I like it there. The scenery is beautiful." He responded with a cold smile. Before he could speak again, her small hand slipped into his palm as she obediently said, "But then I thought about it. And since it's too far, perhaps I should reconsider. I'll go wherever you want me to go, all right?" He tightened his grip around her hand. After a moment, he pressed his lips together and said, "Go to X University." X University was also a prestigious institution in the country, and most importantly, it was situated in B City. Nuo Nuo felt a tinge of disappointment, but ultimately nodded. Deep down, she felt at peace, given Xiao Li's strong possessiveness and desire for control. Being distanced from him was the best outcome she could hope for. To Xiao Li's surprise, she had chosen to major in medicine, a field dedicated to saving lives. As she began to recover, with Chan Ma supporting her stroll through the garden, she would rest on the swing when she grew tired. The grapevines above shielded her from the sun, casting patches of dappled light on the ground, turning it into a mosaic of golden flecks. "Why did you choose this?" The swing swayed gently as she leaned back, glancing at him with a tender smile. "Because your stomach isn't good." He suddenly raised his gaze, and Nuo Nuo softly added, "There is nothing wrong with you being older than me. Right now, you pamper me, and in the future, I'll take care of you." After a long while, she heard him tremble as he replied, "All right." She lowered her head, observing the fragmented sunlight on the ground. In truth, she felt no profound emotion. Nuo Nuo was not the heroine of this tale, who would forgive all the male lead's transgressions due to his kindness. Thus, there would be no love-hate relationship for her. She understood the essence of his character, domineering, obsessive, and cold-hearted. She would not engage in a tumultuous romance with him. Caring for him was perhaps the greatest lie she told herself upon arriving in this world. She studied medicine not only to comprehend the human body, but also to protect herself in this illogical world, and to possess a skill that could serve as leverage against Chioli. Nuo Nuo toise parmatology. As September rolled in, universities began their academic year. The household servants organized Nuo Nuo's belongings, including numerous jewelry boxes filled with diamonds and gems. Gazing at this extravagant display, she sighed softly, realizing that if she brought all of this, she would likely attract attention on her first day of classes. "I don't need these. I can manage on my own." Nuo Nuo took only her daily necessities and clothes, leaving the rest behind. Recently, Chioli had been busy with work. On her first day of school, Chioli personally drove her, a convoy of luxury cars trailing behind. Nuo Nuo did not refuse. In such moments, it was better to acquiesce to him. She could tell he was in a foul mood, his expression icy, especially after she insisted on staying at the dormitory, which nearly pushed him over the edge. Yet, recalling that day on the swing and the concession she had made, she reminded herself that he pampered her, and in return, she would care for him. Thus, he was willing to invest in her. As early September brought a chill to the air, the fleet of luxury cars rolled past, and students paused to watch. Nuo understood why he chose X University. There were rumors of a mysterious board member associated with the institution. She suspected it was him, as board members belonged to a privileged elite. Indeed, he remained the same male lead, accustomed to controlling her life. The edges of the maple leaves tinged with warm colors as green faded away. A few leaves were swept into the air by the wind. X University boasted luxurious facilities, and Shioli must have invested heavily. No no gazed o te lindo. Reassuring herself that in such a vast place, even if the male lead possessed extraordinary capabilities, he could not possibly monitor her every move. She had no intention of running away openly. In this world, Shioli was the ruler. She yearned to escape from this realm entirely. It had been a year since she arrived, and the season mirrored that of her arrival. She missed her parents dearly. As she packed her belongings, she made sure to take the business card from Ms. Jiang Ying, which she had received during last year's swearing-in ceremony. She intended to ask Ms. Jiang for assistance in finding a renowned master or Taoist in this world. It was improbable that she had inexplicably transmigrated into a novel. While in Shioli's presence, she could not seek answers, as she was always accompanied by a driver and forbidden from leaving the villa. But now, she had earned a brief taste of freedom. The car entered the campus through a VIP passage. Upon alighting, she found the area devoid of other students. She raised her gaze to him, dressed impeccably in a suit. His brow furrowed. He was perceptive, having guessed her desire to enjoy her university experience. Nuo Nuo had little luggage. She gently embraced Shioli and smiled. "I'm off now." Her radiant smile reflected her excitement for the new environment, freeing her from the need to wear makeup daily to avoid startling her classmates. As she had in high school, her delicate features were captivating, and her smile was enchanting. Shioli looked down at her, and she waved goodbye, pulling her suitcase as she walked away. A dull ache pierced his heart, a subtle yet persistent discomfort akin to 1,000 needles. The September breeze was cool, and to him, her smile appeared excessively innocent, almost naively carefree. She even managed to calmly complete her farewells. Schwesen murmured, "Boss, the lady is just going to study." Shioli coldly curled his lips. "Is that so?" Yet she has walked so far, and despite his gaze lingering on her, she never looked back. At the age of 18, soon to turn 19, Nuo Nuo possessed delicate skin and an exquisite beauty that was accentuated when she focused intently on organizing her belongings. The atmosphere between the two girls was rather peculiar. Noticing her roommate's indifference, Nuo Nuo decided to go downstairs to collect blankets and sheets from the school, returning to change everything herself. She surmised that her roommate came from a wealthy family, as evidenced by the high-quality cosmetics adorning her desk. That evening, when her roommate returned from dinner and saw Nuo Nuo cleaning, she paused in surprise before quickly turning away. "If you enjoy cleaning, then go ahead," she seemed to imply. Yet, in this day and age, such simplicity was rare. Most preferred to do less or share the burden. This impoverished yet beautiful girl had taken it upon herself to tidy up for both of them. Having finished her cleaning, Nuo Nuo was startled to find her roommate, Ding Simeng, sitting at her spot. Ding Simeng, intending to relax with some lemonade and her tablet, suddenly let out a high-pitched scream. Nuo Nuo, not particularly brave, was taken aback by her roommate's soprano shriek and turned to see what was amiss. Simeng had jumped up, exclaiming, "There's a cockroach. My God, it's enormous." Nuo Nuo placed her trash down to investigate and found a cockroach the size of a fingernail curled up in the corner of Simeng's desk. "Get rid of it. It's disgusting. Kill it," Simeng insisted, retreating behind Nuo Nuo. Amused, Nuo Nuo thought it funny. She was not particularly afraid of such creatures. Having grown up in a modest household, she was accustomed to encountering cockroaches occasionally. The sight no longer frightened her. It was the soft, legless bugs that unnerved her. Though initially reluctant to assist Simeng, Nuo Nuo noticed her roommate's pale complexion and decided to deal with the cockroach. After disposing of the trash, she was surprised to find Simeng still in her chair. "What are you staring at? Is it forbidden for me to sit here?" Simeng retorted. Nuo Nuo blinked. "If you're scared, I could buy some pest control tomorrow." Simeng's face flushed. "Who has scared? You annoying poor girl." As Nuo Nuo prepared for bed, she saw Simeng still rigidly seated. It had been a long time since Nuo Nuo had interacted with someone her own age, and she found it rather amusing. Simeng appeared to have a difficult personality, yet such people often lacked ulterior motives. Nuo Nuo smiled softly and decided to ignore her, drifting off to sleep. The next day, with professional classes scheduled, Simeng rose with dark circles under her eyes. After completing her morning routine, Nuo Nuo headed to class, with Simeng trailing behind her. When Nuo Nuo glanced back, she noticed her roommate's large, innocent eyes. Feeling embarrassed, Simong averted her gaze, looking anywhere but at Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo continued to walk towards the classroom, and before long, Simong took a seat beside her. As the lecturer began the lesson, Simong was engrossed in her phone, initially focused on taking notes. Nuo Nuo's attention was inadvertently drawn to Simong's screen, where she found herself transfixed. Simong peered at her, a triumphant tone in her voice. "What are you looking at? You don't know this man, do you?" "He is my idol." Nuo Nuo averted her gaze from the man in question. A striking profile of Chiu Li featured in a financial magazine, his expression cold and piercing. He was undeniably handsome. Though Nuo Nuo wondered how Simong had procured such a high-definition image. Nuo Nuo turned her focus back to the lecture, but Simong was not pleased. "Hey, what is your deal? You all just worship celebrities, but he is far more impressive. He inherited his family's business at 18 and became a renowned business mogul. He is incredibly capable and has no scandalous news about him. He is just too handsome." Simong fantasized countless times about this man, imagining he might be waiting for her to grow up. And here is a secret. There is a legendary, extremely wealthy director at X University, and it's him. Simong added. Nuo Nuo responded with an indifferent, Simong retorted, shallow. Nuo Nuo had no words to counter her accusation. After class, Nuo Nuo went to the cafeteria to eat, realizing her current financial state was indeed dire. She had locked away the black and gold cards given by Chiu Li in the cabinet of her former room. Her only possession was the original bank card of the former self. Nuo Nuo contemplated finding a part-time job to earn some money. Simong awkwardly approached her. "Do you want to eat steak? I happen to need someone to join me. Let's go out. It's on me." Nuo Nuo shook her head. "No, I'm eating in the cafeteria." Simong turned away. "Then I'll go alone." Nuo Nuo found her somewhat endearing, despite her somewhat alarming taste. With Simong's personality, if she encountered a less-than-kind roommate, she might genuinely be seen as a naive, sweet cash cow. The medical school's workload was heavy and required 5 years of study. After a week at X University, Nuo Nuo's social standing differed from that of the original owner. Her classmates seemed to appreciate her. Before long, everyone knew there was a stunning beauty in pharmacology. With no classes on the weekend, Nuo Nuo planned to seek part-time work. However, as she stepped outside the campus, she felt an unsettling sensation. Casually, she turned a corner and noticed no suspicious figures trailing her. Frowning, Nuo Nuo tightened her grip on the part-time job information in her pocket. After purchasing a bottle of water, she returned to her dorm. There were people associated with Chiu Li here. Nuo Nuo began to comprehend the frightening reality. Once she distanced herself from him, she felt a sense of relaxation. Yet, Chiu Li had the ability to keep her within his grasp. As Simong packed her bag to head home, she asked, "Nuo Nuo, what do you want to eat? I'll bring you something next week." "Thank you, but no need. I'll bring you something if I see anything good. My dad is here to pick me up. I have to go. See you next week. Stay safe." Once Simong left, Nuo Nuo took out her phone and dialed a number she had nearly memorized. The call was promptly answered, and Nuo Nuo gripped her phone tightly as a composed voice responded. "Hello. Who is this?" "Ms. Jiang, this is Song Nuo Nuo. I'm sorry to bother you. You mentioned I could reach out to you for assistance, if it's convenient. Could you help me find the contact information for a reputable Taoist priest or master?" Jiang chuckled, remembering the girl who had once saved her. Such a small favor was well within her capabilities, yet it seemed odd for a young girl to make such a request. "Have you encountered any troubles, Nuo Nuo?" It's not convenient to share, but this matter is quite important to me. I hope to find a truly skilled master. I'm counting on you, Ms. Jiang. I don't have the means to repay you, but if you need assistance, I will do my best." "That's all right. I'll look into it and let you know if I find anything." "Thank you," Nuo Nuo replied with a smile. After concluding the call, quietly, Nuo Nuo approached the balcony of her dormitory. Hesitating, her finger glided across the screen before finally stopping at Chiu Li's name. She pressed the call button. The phone was answered almost immediately. Nuo Nuo was aware of the watchful eyes of Chiu Li surrounding her. He remained calm and powerful, undoubtedly suspicious of her. However, this did not matter. Since he did not expose her, it indicated that he appreciated their relationship, enjoying her obedient and affectionate demeanor. "Nuo Nuo," Chiu Li's voice came through. "I'm on break. Are you coming home with me?" His demeanor, which had been cold throughout the day, finally broke into a smile. "Yes, I'll be there shortly." While waiting for him, Nuo Nuo gazed at her reflection in the mirror, furrowing her brow. She couldn't shake the feeling that her appearance was increasingly mirroring her real self. Was it merely her imagination? The original owner's beauty had only slightly resembled her own. After much contemplation, Nuo Nuo picked up the makeup she had previously bought and applied a light layer, refining her features to resemble her true self more closely, losing some of the innocent allure. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Why was her appearance gradually changing? Was her visage merging with that of the original owner? If she could not return to her reality, would she one day be trapped within the confines of this narrative, her body eventually becoming indistinguishable from her own? Having already wasted a year, was there a time limit? This audacious speculation left Nuo Nuo feeling anxious. Her current appearance increasingly resembled her reality. Would there come a day when she would be fully absorbed into this world? Nuo Nuo could only await news from Jiangying. Stiffening, she considered an even grimmer scenario. Upon her arrival in this story, the male lead knew she was not Song Nuo Nuo. Cho Li's observations were remarkably astute, and his thoughts were both intricate and unpredictable. Nuo Nuo herself had noticed an increasing number of differences. How could Cho Li have failed to notice? He must have been aware of the changes long ago. Hesitating for a moment, she removed her makeup and reapplied a lighter touch. As she gazed into the mirror, her reflection was both familiar and heart-stirring. This was her true self, almost indistinguishable from reality. Nuo arose, slinging her small bag over her shoulder, and stepped outside. Cho Li arrived swiftly, and she stood waiting at his designated VIP parking spot, eager to validate her suspicions. It was still early October, yet the seasons in this world were strikingly distinct. Summers scorched with extreme heat, while winters were harshly cold. Now, in the early autumn, the ginkgo trees had just begun to turn yellow. Nuo Nuo wore a light blue knitted pullover and carried a matching small bag, paired with white jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs beautifully. As Cho Li exited his vehicle, she found herself idly kicking a stone shaped like a turtle by the roadside. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Then the young woman lifted her gaze. For a fleeting moment, Cho Li found himself breathless. The wind rustled the leaves, and the air was imbued with a blend of summer's warmth and autumn's coolness, creating a delicate sensation that momentarily halted his heartbeat. She was beautiful, indeed, growing more so by the day. He had noticed this long ago, initially attributing it to the natural evolution of having a girl grow up in the family. Yet, comparing her to the original data on Song Nuo Nuo, it was evident that she had exceeded normal parameters. The girl before him looked up, and every inch of her stirred a secret excitement within him. Alongside profound love, there was an overwhelming desire for conquest and possession, so intense that he struggled to contain it. He wanted her heart, her being, every inch of her body and soul. Cho Li recalled a time long past when the thrill of racing had never altered his heartbeat. Yet, she could achieve that with a mere glance. When Nuo Nuo met his gaze, she saw the unmasked astonishment and peculiar emotions in his eyes, though she could not comprehend them. However, that expression was all too familiar, reminiscent of their first encounter when he had reacted almost maniacally. A weight settled in her heart. He had indeed guessed something, yet remained silent. What did he desire? Nuo Nuo felt an icy chill within her. Despite Cho Li's recent kindness, she had gradually come to perceive him as harmless. However, his way of thinking was anything but ordinary. He was cunning and aware of her transformations, yet chose to remain silent. Compared to Ding Simon, who was outwardly fierce but rather foolish, Cho Li was a predator cloaked in charm. Nonetheless, Nuo Nuo understood that she could not afford to turn against him at this crucial moment. The hope of victory was within reach. Once Ms. Jiang Ying found a formidable master, she would finally have a way home. Thus, when Cho Li extended his hand to her, Nuo Nuo hesitated but ultimately placed her delicate, pale hand in his palm. His fingers caressed the back of her hand, and she stifled the strange sensations rising within her, smiling as she suggested, "Shall we go home?" Cho Li chuckled softly in response. "All right." After returning to the villa for lunch, he inquired, "When do you wish to hold the wedding?" "Non no froze momentarily," then replied with a chuckle, "We have quite a bit of coursework. Let us discuss it during the holidays." With the National Day holiday approaching, she felt a twinge of panic. The prospect of a wedding, even within the 7-day break, seemed daunting. "We don't have enough time. A wedding happens only once in a lifetime, and I refuse to have a rushed and unglamorous affair." Cho Li's smile faded slightly. "No, no. I have been preparing since June. For months, what do you think?" Nuo Nuo felt like crying. Could it be? June was the month Cho Li had insisted on their marriage certificate. Her face paled, but upon seeing the frostiness in his eyes, she felt a jolt of realization. Chou Li was not foolish. His silence about her charade was a testament to his enjoyment. However, when confronted with uncontrollable factors, he would resort to harsh measures. Just as he had ended her life on their first night, now he hesitated to do so, eager instead to bind her to him through marriage. Nuo Nuo, now almost indistinguishable from her true self, pondered the courage it would take to feign innocence in front of Chou Li. If this truly was her body, she would not allow him to possess her. Chou Li approached her, his fingers brushing her cheek. Have you been deceiving me all along? His voice was low, laced with subtle sarcasm. Are you still contemplating leaving, never intending to be with me? Nuo Nuo's heart raced. Once Chou Li laid everything bare, he would revert to his domineering mode. Gathering her resolve, she placed a hand on his chest and pushed him back onto the sofa. He looked momentarily taken aback, but did not resist. Sitting on his lap, she spread her legs, aware that this might quell his relentless pursuit of discussions about weddings and deceit. Chou Li froze. Non nos gertratset her tx flushet. However, the tension that had once filled the air dissipated. She realized her approach was effective. He was still that roguish character, swayed by desire. Sitting slightly higher than him, she gently cradled his face, feeling his breath quicken as something within him shifted. Nuo Nuo's lips drew near to his, poised to kiss, but hesitation held her back. Flushed with embarrassment, she ultimately turned away from his lips. She couldn't shake the feeling that this body was becoming her own, and the thought of kissing him filled her with agitation. Chou Li's hand gripped her waist, and as she remained still, determination flickered in his gaze as he pressed her down. In his eyes, she saw the reflection of her own exquisite, innocent face. She sensed that Chou Li was reaching his limit. He had previously stated that he would wait until she reached university. Chou Li was no paragon of virtue. He cared little for the timing of their intimacy. He was astute, having perceived the hesitation and reluctance in her eyes. Why was it that, after all this time, she still cannot accept him? Quickly, Nuo Nuo covered his lips with her hand. I regret it, all right. Chou Li, seeing the dangerous expression on his face soften. She spoke gently, then let us have the wedding. He narrowed his eyes. Nuo hurriedly added, you choose the date, and I will follow. She blinked. I truly wish to marry you. His fingers caressed her cheek, and, after a long pause, he replied, very well, I will send out the invitations today. The wedding will be held during National Day. Though disappointment lingered in her heart, she smiled and replied, all right. Turning her head to look at him, she asked, but what about the wedding dress? Would you like to try it on? Initially, Nuo Nuo intended to say that if the dress wasn't ready, they should postpone. Yet, hearing Chou Li's tone, it seemed he had prepared everything. The thought that he even knew the size of the wedding dress nearly caused her to lose her composure. Suppressing her feelings, she wrapped her arms around his neck. No, I want to wear it for you on the wedding day, all right? When Nuo Nuo returned to school the following week, her expression was far from cheerful. Ding Simeng continued to appear blissfully carefree. Nuo Nuo felt frantic. If they truly wed, even if she were to have her period that day, Chou Li would not hesitate to fight for her. Ding Simeng studied Nuo Nuo's face closely. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Nuo Nuo, you seem to be getting more beautiful every day. Even Ding Simeng had noticed. Nuo Nuo buried her face in her arms. It's just your imagination. Nuo Nuo kaled yang ing tvice. Jiang Ying informed her. I'd found a few, but some claimed they were unreliable charlatans. There's a master called Shunzhe, who is quite formidable, but he has a peculiar temperament and frequently changes his contact information. I haven't been able to reach him, so please be patient. Nuo Nuo had no choice but to hope that this master, Shunzue, would be reliable and help her return home swiftly. Meanwhile, Chou Li's invitations had already been dispatched. Each recipient expressed a unique reaction upon receiving the luxurious, gold-embossed invitation. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhang Qingduo cheerfully asked Chou Li, brotherly, everyone is throwing you a bachelor party to celebrate your descent into the grave of matrimony. I mean, the hall of love, to toast the last few nights of your single life, while the lonely hearts quietly watch you. Chou Li, in a good mood, playfully retorted, get lost, yet did not reject their kind intentions, as they shared many years of friendship. Although he was emotionally detached, he was not devoid of warmth. Zhang Qingduo joyfully prepared for the celebration. The invitation from Bai Yi lay on the coffee table. When Jiang Xinu entered and saw it, her pupils dilated. Unlike Zhang Qingduo, Bai Yi possessed a high emotional intelligence, effortlessly tucking the invitation away during their banter. Jiang Xinyue clenched her fists but ultimately relaxed. Since returning to the country, she had rarely seen Xiuli. That man was too proud. She found no opportunity, yet Bai Yi and Zhang Qingduo were different. Zhang Qingduo was foolish, and she held him in disdain. However, Bai Yi was quite useful. During high school, Bai Yi had also harbored feelings for Jiang Xinyue. Thus, when she poured her heart out to him about her miserable years in America, Bai Yi frowned but ultimately put his arm around her shoulders, leading to a heartfelt kiss. Jiang Xinyue, not an innocent girl, felt a stir of emotions. Yet, she knew she could not sleep with Bai Yi, for he was Qiuli's brother. If she did, it would be a ticking time bomb for her future with Qiuli. Besides, what is unattainable is often the most desirable. As long as Bai Yi did not possess her, he would always linger in thought. Eventually, she pushed him away, wiped her tears, muttered an apology, and fled from Bai Yi's home. On the night of Zhang Qingduo's bachelor party, the venue was a particularly lively club, with loud music and everyone in high spirits. Zhang Qingduo, inebriated, burped and said, "I once thought Brotherly would remain single for life. Who knew he would one day fall for a young girl?" The crowd cheered, yet Qiuli was not angered. The day after tomorrow marked his wedding, the day when Nuo Nuo would officially belong to him. Thus, he had been unusually good-natured lately, drinking toast after toast with Zhang Qingduo and the others. However, Qiuli was always measured and had a robust tolerance for alcohol. So when the lights dimmed and he emerged from the restroom, a soft woman leaned closer and his eyes turned cold. Jiang Xinyue? This was an upscale club, owned by Zhang Qingduo. There was no one around the restroom, and in the dim light, Jiang Xinyue wore a daringly thin outfit. She remained silent, slowly shedding her clothing. Qiuli sneered, "Don't make me say it twice, get lost." Jiang Xinyue's tone was light, laced with subtle seduction. "The day after tomorrow, you will be a married man. But tonight you are not. Don't you want to indulge in one last night of freedom? I won't tell anyone about tonight. Qiuli, I had feelings for you back in high school, but I had to leave because of family circumstances." Qiuli laughed wickedly. "You? What are you? A worthless trinket, juggling several boats. Get lost." He rarely cursed, but when he did, even someone as resilient as Jiang Xinyue's expression faltered. Shocked, she realized Qiuli knew everything. Yet she had no retreat. She was out of money. Her divorce from her ex-husband stemmed from his ineptitude, leading to a business collapse and debts in the billions. But Qiuli was different. He was wealthy, powerful, handsome, and strong. She quickly composed herself, tears streaming down her face. "I had no choice. You have to believe me. I'm sincere." Seeing that Qiuli remained unmoved, even unresponsive to her current alluring appearance, she cried, "You don't trust me. But what about Song Nuo? She's not a good woman. She doesn't love you. How do you know she doesn't have other men in her heart? She might not want to marry you. Sooner or later, she will sleep with another man. She doesn't deserve your devotion." Qiuli paused. Jiang Xinyue's words struck his most vulnerable chord. He snapped his fingers, and the bodyguards in the shadows bowed respectfully. Qiuli coldly curved his lips, "Throw her out." Jiang Xinyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon seeing outsiders, she quickly crossed her arms over her disheveled attire. If she stepped out of the shadows, anyone could see her purpose. Qiuli then walked away, and the bodyguards dragged Jiang Xinyue out. She quickly regained her composure, a slight smirk forming. In the dim, scrutinizing gazes of men, she approached Bai Yi's subordinate. "Give me a coat now." Bai Yi's subordinate, recognizing her, promptly handed her a coat. Jiang Xinyue was not Qian. She possessed a strong psychological fortitude and cared little for her dignity. She could still think rationally. What did Qiuli truly care about? It was evident. She had learned from Chun Mao about Qiuli's relationship with Song Nuo Nuo. The man was passionate, but his mistress was indifferent. Qiuli was a domineering man, incapable of tolerating betrayal. Since he cared so much for his little wife, caring to the extent of not even glancing at other women, what if his beloved wife slept with another man the night before their wedding? Would Qiuli still love Song Nuo Nuo? Jiang Xinyue tossed her hair. No, he would not. Betrayal, infidelity. A man in love would rather see his beloved in bed with another than be betrayed. He would be driven mad, even to the point of killing Song Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo remained blissfully unaware of the malicious intentions lurking within the romantic narrative. Her roommates had once casually mentioned that the wicked schemes of Chun Qian, the malevolent antagonist, involved orchestrating the heroine's infidelity, leading the male lead to witness her in another man's bed. Yet misunderstandings must eventually be resolved. Chun Xian had met her demise long before, and when Jiang Xingyue made her entrance, it was without bloodshed. She wielded no schemes, yet when Chun Xian was incapacitated and Song Lian withdrew, the malice in the romantic narrative still filled in the gaps. The day before the wedding, Jiang Yingxi, bright-eyed, called Nuo. I found Shinzei. He is in a neighboring city. He is peculiar, and if he is in trouble, I'll help him out so he owes me a favor. He might agree to assist us. Nuo Nuo felt a mix of joy and worry. If she postponed for 2 more days, she would surely meet Shinzei. However, time was against her. Tomorrow was the National Day holiday and also her wedding with Xiaoli. And Jiang, when will Shinzui arrive? Within 3 days. Nuo Nuo told. I can only endure a little longer. With the afternoon free, Nuo Nuo didn't want to return to the villa and search for information about Shinzui online. Yet, no information about him could be found. His secrecy was impressive. Nuo Nuo mused that this might be for the best. Those who value their business often embellish their capabilities. Shinzui, perhaps because of his genuine talent, was indifferent to whether or not he had contracts. As Jiang Yingxi had said, he helped others not for money, but for personal connections, quite capriciously. In the afternoon, Nuo received a call from El Xiang, the young girl sobbing, He doesn't want me anymore. Zhangming must think I've ruined him. El Xiang was on the verge of fainting from her tears. Nuo Nuo, where are you? On the rooftop of Qingyuan building. Nuo Nuo feared she might do something reckless. El Xiang, don't do anything rash. There may be a misunderstanding. Since Zhangming gave up a good school for you, he would not easily abandon you. Just wait. I'll come right over. Qingyuan building was right within the school grounds, and when Nuo Nuo arrived, she found El Xiang sitting on the rooftop, tears streaming down her face, staring blankly at the ground below without uttering a word. Nuo Nuo wiped her tears. Xiang, let us go down, shall we? Don't be sad. Living well brings hope, and we can wait for the dawn of a brighter day. She had come into this world feeling utterly hopeless, yet had persevered until now. El Xiang looked at her in a daze, remaining silent. Her voice was hoarse. Did you come alone? Nuo Nuo frowned, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, El Xiang burst into tears. Nuo Nuo, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You should leave. Yet when Nuo Nuo saw several people at the exit of the stairwell, her heart sank, realizing she could not escape. A handkerchief was pressed over her nose and mouth. The familiar scene unfolding once again. Nuo Nuo looked at El Xiang, the girl who had brought her warmth and beauty in her first encounter with this world. She nearly starved, thanks to the foolish classmate who offered her potato chips. Lu Xiang broke down in tears, confronting the men. Let her go, release her. Nuo Nuo had already fainted. Lu Xiang collapsed her knees. Don't kill Zhangming. Don't harm Nuo. Take my life instead. She endured immense pain before agreeing to the mysterious figures. Zhangming had been missing for several days. They claimed if Nuo wasn't lured out, Zhangming would perish. For her sake, Zhangming had forsaken a prestigious university and protected her for many years. But what about Nuo Nuo? Lu Xiang wept uncontrollably. Such a choice felt like tearing her flesh apart. The men kicked her aside and took Nuo Nuo away. When Nuo opened her eyes, the soft lighting in the room exuded a subtle allure. Her head spun, yet a sense of unease gripped her. She vividly recalled the events of the afternoon involving Lu Xiang. Nuo Nuo sat up, the white wedding gown cascading around her on the bed. Lowering her gaze, she was struck by her predicament. Adorned in a beautiful wedding dress, the crimson sheets scattered with rose petals. Weak and bewildered, she descended from the bed, questioning why she was clad in a wedding gown. Approaching the door, she found it locked from the outside. Although dressed as a bride, it was certainly not for Xiaoli. Nuo Nuo forced herself to assess her surroundings. While the decor was meticulous, the room's arrangement was standard. It was a hotel. A sinking feeling overwhelmed her as she recalled the typical schemes of the CEO's female antagonist. She understood all too well what was happening. Gasping for air, she approached the window, only to find stainless steel bars securing it. Even if she shattered the glass, escape was impossible. Someone had confined her here. Moreover, if her suspicions were correct, one or more men might soon be thrown into the mix. The romantic ambience belied the absence of any weapons. Nuo Nuo felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Why now? If only she could hold on for a few more days, perhaps she would return home. But in the next moment, she sensed something amiss. Not only was she dizzy, but an unfamiliar heat flooded her body. Nuo Nuo est complètement palette. Damn the female antagonist of the CEO's narrative. Stealing men and administering aphrodisiacs. Yet the most cliché and melodramatic situations were the hardest to escape. She was uncertain if cold water would help. Turning on the tap, she submerged her face in the water. Yet the chill provided only fleeting clarity, and soon the heat returned. It was futile. Nuo Nuo had lost track of time when she huddled in a corner, her mind growing hazy. The door swung open, and she curled into herself, terrified that even the slightest movement would elicit a sound. When Bai stumbled in, he immediately spotted the girl in the corner, dressed in a wedding gown. Her bare shoulders glowed pale against the dim light. Her cheeks flushed. She appeared both beautiful and innocent. He was momentarily taken aback. He usually refrained from gazing at Nuo. He knew she was stunning, impeccably so, but who dared to harbor thoughts about Xiao Li's woman? He recalled her vulnerable state at the swimming pool in Kunshan. Did he not feel a stir of emotion? Impossible. Yet, Nuo Nuo could never belong to him. So he dismissed the thoughts. But tonight, curled in the corner, she looked fragile and exquisite, her cheeks flushed. He couldn't help but feel a stir of desire. Nuo Nuo was breathtaking, unlike Jiang Xinyue, who exuded a goddess-like aura. Every inch of her was a divine gift, an embodiment of allure. Bai knew he should leave, should close the door. Yet inexplicably, he moved closer to her. She trembled slightly, her consciousness fading, unable to distinguish who he was, only managing to utter, "Stay away." Call Xiao Li. Bai remained still. He was uncertain if he was intoxicated. His hand brushed against her forehead, which burned with fever. Bai was not foolish. He quickly deduced the truth. Jiang Xinyue had likely drugged her and then smiled, instructing him to wait in this room, only to find Nuo beautiful yet drugged. Jiang Xinyue had expressed her disdain for her. Nuo Nuo's large, hazy eyes, under the influence of the drug, blinked, her gaze intoxicating. Bai swallowed hard. Reason urged him to leave, yet her wedding dress, cascading around her, was irresistibly alluring. Bai's fingers trembled. Xiao Li would never know. She wouldn't dare to reveal it. Nuo Nuo had been cared for by Xiao Li for so long. A beauty like her was impossible for Xiao Li to resist. Since this was not her first encounter, he thought he could be cautious. If he left no marks, Xiao Li would remain oblivious. Nuo Nuo had no idea who he was. She felt wretched, on the verge of tears. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, "Get away." Her voice was melodious, and Bai had long known it was sweet and soft like cotton candy. He helped her sit up. Her slender arms felt fragile. This face had grown even more beautiful, entirely different from their first meeting. Nuo Nuo was weak, devoid of strength. But she understood she could not succumb, not to anyone. She had persevered for so long, just to return home. Yet her body was no longer under her control. Bai could roughly guess what drug she had been given. Jiang Xinyue was no fool, and the substances she procured were potent and unyielding. Nuo Nuo had managed to endure this far, remaining silent and still, trembling at the head of the bed. Her willpower was remarkable. But he was not a fool like Zhang Qing Duo. If she became more proactive, the aftermath would not be as painful. Her delicate, fair feet were partially obscured by the wedding gown. She could not hold on much longer. He waited. Bai surmised that Jiang Xinyue would not dare to expose the situation. After all, if Xiao Li caught wind of it, she would be in trouble too. Jiang Xinyue would fear Bai's betrayal. However, sometimes a woman's ruthlessness could catch a man off guard. Jiang Xinyue, having calculated the timing, decided to borrow Zhang Qingduo's phone to call Xiao Li. "I saw Song Nuo. She's wearing a wedding dress and went to the Ring restaurant. Do you want to check on her?" Xiao Li's expression darkened almost immediately. "Shut your mouth." Jiang Xinyue pressed on. "What if she doesn't want to marry you? Could she betray you on her last night?" Xiao Li's Raja Simarat. Jiang Xinyue feared Xiao Li, yet steeling herself, she insisted, "If you don't go now, it might be too late." Xiao Li, restrained by fury and fear, sped towards the location. At this hour, Nuo Nuo should have been on holiday. But the driver had not picked her up. She had fled. She was unwilling, determined to pierce his heart deeply. Kicking open the door, Xiao Li's eyes turned crimson upon witnessing the scene inside. He felt a surge of madness. The crimson sheets, Nuo Nuo in her wedding dress, collapsed against Bai. Bai supported her shoulders. They were both lost in the moment. The night before the wedding, she wore a wedding dress for another man. This was the greatest humiliation Nuo Nuo could inflict upon him, trampling his heart into the ground. Nuo Nuo was pulled. And before Bai could react, a fist struck his face. Xiao Li had completely lost his mind, intent on beating him to death. Bai, equally terrified, realized Nuo Nuo had endured too long. He and T waited for her to undress. Yet Xiao Li had arrived. The enchanting beauty had yet to fall asleep, and her life was hanging by a thread. Shui Sen exchanged a glance, prompting everyone to distance themselves. Moments later, a barely conscious Bai Yi was unceremoniously thrown out. The door slammed shut, and a chilling command echoed from within. Get out. Shui Sen hastily led his companions away, assigning someone to guard the hotel entrance. Nuo Nuo's ears rang with a persistent buzzing. She struggled to lift her gaze to him, leaning awkwardly against the wall due to his previous rudeness. The wedding dress concealed her thighs, leaving her slender calves exposed. Xiao Li bore injuries on his cheeks, his demeanor suggesting he had mercilessly pounded Bai Yi. In a desperate bid for survival, had no choice but to retaliate. Yet, Xiao Li, having grown up in rough circumstances and trained in martial arts, fought with reckless abandon, ignoring any semblance of technique, intent only on annihilating Bai Yi. He dismissed Bai Yi's counterattacks entirely. Xiao Li squatted before Nuo Nuo, his expression impassive. She breathed rapidly, her eyes shimmering with an intoxicating allure. He had never witnessed her in such a state, dangerously seductive yet shamefully debased. Before him, she perpetually maintained an image of innocence, always uttering refusals. During the earlier confrontation, the courage-imbuing alcohol Bai Yi had brought lay shattered on the floor, its fragrance permeating the air. Nuo inadvertently grazed her ankle against the shards, feeling no pain, only a chilling thrill. She let out a soft moan. He crouched down, gripping her shoulder tightly, leaving marks on her skin. Xiao Li muttered in despair, "Is this how you treat me?" If Nuo Nuo were lucid, she would surely cry out in protest. She felt utterly wronged. Her current state was evident to anyone with eyes. Xiao Li recognized this, yet the alcohol Bai Yi had introduced complicated matters. Dressed in a wedding gown, she was seen by him in a compromising situation with another man. The alcohol either served as a catalyst for revelry or contributed to her current state of inebriation. Regardless, it solidified her perceived betrayal. The most terrifying aspect was her earlier declaration of intent to cuckold Xiao Li, an accusation that felt irredeemable. Furthermore, her consciousness had faded. She didn't even know who the man before her was. All she could grasp was an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as though she were on the brink of death. "You don't want to marry me. You'd rather share a bed with another man. Song Nuo Nuo, you're something else." She softly moaned, trembling slightly, unaware of her surroundings, her body ablaze. Nuo Nuo bit her lip, her low, melodious cries exuding an extreme sensuality. The man grasped her chin, his icy tone cutting through the haze. "Did you call out to him in the same way?" Nuo Nuo could only hear the relentless ringing in her ears, entirely unable to comprehend his words. She suspected the substance coursing through her veins might render her deaf and blind. Yet, her gaze remained strikingly clear, far from that of someone who could not see. A single blink sent tears cascading down her cheeks. Rose petals scattered around her, her white wedding gown in disarray. Her hair fell chaotically, embodying uniquely shattered beauty, as if she had been violently ravaged. Though she could not see or hear clearly, she could still feel. Her world was a kaleidoscope of sensations, suddenly aware of being lifted by a man. The layers of her wedding gown unfurled, not the most beautiful attire. Yet her features were such that they captivated any man. What was he doing? Nuo Nuo felt a pang of pain, instinctively reaching out to push him away. A tear-shaped beauty mark adorning the corner of her eye. Her gaze was pure and clear. He was consumed with rage, his smile wild yet tinged with despair. No man could tolerate the humiliation of being cuckolded. Yet she chose to climb into another man's bed on the eve of their wedding. He doubted her affection for Bai Yi, but he understood her desire to humiliate him was genuine. She had shown no resistance with Bai Yi, yet with him, she still feigned a semblance of reluctance. As pain subsided, she felt nothing but the drug coursing through her. When he drew closer, she found an odd sense of comfort. Even if his strength was overwhelming, she no longer felt pain. But this was merely the beginning. The furious man harbored no mercy. She experienced the pain of penetration, gripping his shoulders tightly. His furious growl resonated close to her. "Do you still know who I am?" Nuo Nuo was utterly bewildered. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, the bed creaking beneath them. If only she had called his name at that moment, perhaps his anger would have subsided. Yet, trapped in paradise, her heart felt tormented. She blossomed beneath him, her gaze blurred, seemingly indifferent to the identity of the man above her. Chioli tightened his grip around her throat. Let us perish together in my embrace. That way, there will be no betrayal or escape. And I want to be driven to the brink of madness by the thought of tearing flesh from your body. In the moment before she felt like she might suffocate, Chioli suddenly released his grip. He gasped for breath, as if he himself had been on the verge of being choked to death. His face twisted with malice as he gazed at Nuo Nuo, who coughed softly, her expression innocent and unblemished, as if she were unaware of her transgressions or perhaps believed she was guiltless. He was infuriated to the point of laughter. In his utmost rage, he felt close to insanity, yet still harbored thoughts of her as a mature woman, undeniably alluring in this state. Her body could bring ecstasy beyond measure. No wonder Bai Yi, that hypocrite, was so reckless as to dare share her bed. He knew nothing had truly transpired between them. Yet he was enraged by the fact that her heart had never truly belonged to him, that heart which constantly betrayed him. She had burrowed into his soul, only to carve out a piece of him, leaving him in exquisite agony. He buried his face in her neck, laughing softly. In this lifetime, you will die in my embrace. Nuo Nuo regained consciousness in the early hours of the morning, initially bewildered. It took her a moment to realize what was happening, and she recognized Chioli. Yet, she could muster no strength. By the time she fully comprehended her situation, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. No, it was he who was despicable. She was on her knees. Chioli was consumed by hatred for her, yet simultaneously, he was enamored, a tumultuous blend of tenderness and fury transforming him into a complete pervert. She wished to speak, but her throat felt utterly hoarse. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated a mutual demise with Chioli. She understood the effects of the drug and initially thought of it as merely a dog bite. But soon, aside from her feelings of shame and hatred, she was gripped by an indescribable terror. Chioli is the male lead, a domineering, reclusive, and powerful figure who has suppressed his desires for many years. Thus, after she fainted, she found herself harboring thoughts of killing the author of this narrative. This was far too much. When Xue San announced the wedding's cancellation, countless expressions of bewilderment and surprise surfaced among the guests. After all, it was the wedding of young Master Chiao. Upon receiving their invitations, everyone had been pondering what precious gifts to bring in celebration, having heard that young Master Chiao dotes on his little wife. Yet on the very next day, the wedding was abruptly cancelled. Jiang Xinyue had also spent a sleepless night. Upon hearing this delightful news, she nearly burst into laughter. She knew her plan had succeeded. If Song Nuo Nuo were not in a wedding dress, if her partner were not Bai Yi, this scheme would never have worked. The wedding? What was supposed to be a grand occasion would transform into a funeral for Song Nuo Nuo and Bai Yi in her eyes. The Nuo had once seemed like a lifeless shell opened her eyes only that afternoon. She could barely lift her fingers, her cheeks stained with dried tears. She had been relentlessly tormented, her face accidentally bruised from colliding with the headboard. Every mark was evidence of his reckless abandon. Her skin, already delicate, appeared alarmingly bruised. Now, his ankle bore the remnants of glass shards, and he, without a hint of compassion, regarded her with a complex mixture of emotions, love and hatred swirling in his gaze, as if he might leap forward to strangle her at any moment, yet simultaneously seemed like a drowning man himself. The bed was a mess. Nuo Nuo felt a throbbing pain at her temples. She attempted to sit up, but Chioli regarded her coldly, as if he were a statue. Nuo Nuo was not foolish. She had a rough idea of what had transpired the previous night. The man who had entered earlier had not been Chioli. What he had witnessed led him to believe he had been betrayed. Infidelity within a marriage, especially on the eve of the wedding, was a precarious situation for a man as possessive and obsessive as he. Though she felt more composed than she had anticipated, she had foreseen this as the worst outcome. Despite her countless precautions, she still found herself in bed with him. She sensed her discomfort and reminded herself that it was merely a night's rest. Her ultimate goal was to return. Returning home, let him sleep in the air, allowing him to engage in a love-hate relationship with that woman, Jiang Xinyue. Nuo Nuo, after much effort, finally managed to sit up, but he gripped her ankle with a gentle yet forceful touch, causing her to nearly faint from the pain. This lunatic drew closer, his voice constrained. You know pain. Damn it, I let you sleep, and yet you still act insane. Nuo Nuo had no intention of enduring this. Recalling what Xiao Li had done the moment she regained consciousness made her wish to kill him. Consequently, when he leaned in, she slapped him without hesitation. However, Xiao Li had once doted on her, thus he allowed her to strike and scold him. Yet the anger of betrayal still lingered, and he gripped her wrist with unwavering resolve, pressing her down against the pillow. Her dark hair sprawled around her, a few strands falling onto her shoulder, fragile yet beautiful, evoking a desire to torment her, while her gaze was filled with a murderous intent directed at him. He let out a cold laugh, though his heart ached. He said, "The wedding is cancelled." Nuo Nuo's stark black and white eyes fixed on him. "Since you don't wish to accompany me in splendor, then let us remain forever nameless and faceless." The corner of Nuo Nuo's mouth hurt, but she couldn't bear to see his twisted, repulsive visage. She forced a smile. "Ah, splendid. Why not also handle the divorce certificate while we're at it?" Nuo Nuo noticed the man's expression instantly darken, as if a chill had settled in for miles around. "If you have the guts, prepare the divorce agreement as well." He yanked her up from the bed. Nuo Nuo was genuinely furious. Furious at the book, at the characters within, and at this absurd development. The most terrifying thing in the world is when you're just a step away from success, only to suddenly fall into the abyss. No matter how patient she was, she felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate these people. The plot of this domineering CEO novel defied logic. Yet she never expected that each encounter with such melodrama would be so absurd, as if it were a profound malice directed at her, an impediment to her escape. Xiao Li showed no mercy, yet Nuo Nuo could barely stand. The moment he lifted her, her legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed at his feet. She gritted her teeth and looked up at him, his outstretched hand and momentary look of confusion frozen in midair before becoming a cold stare fixed upon her. Nuo Nuo felt as though the male lead had finally completed his own narrative arc. She suddenly understood why the male leads in domineering CEO novels often find themselves in love-hate situations. It was simply a type of man that makes one want to strike him dead. Arrogant, domineering, ruthless, and dismissive of all, he believed that what he determined was the truth. Nuo Nuo realized that in such circumstances as last night, she would likely perish within the confines of this book. She did not value her chastity. Her steadfastness lay in not wanting to be touched by the man who had harmed her. However, that moment would only happen once. There was no turning back. If he dared to touch her again, she would turn him into mincemeat. Nuo Nuo did not wish to rely on him. She looked at the wedding dress on the floor that she could not wear, and the sheets on the bed stained with various unidentifiable fluids, and a dark smear. Her small face fell. Before she could decide whether to wrap herself in the tattered wedding dress or the messy sheets and leave, the man picked her up and placed her back on the bed. Nuo Nuo glared at him, unable to articulate her feelings. Her current state was akin to a once defiant rabbit transforming into an almost ferocious lion. Xiao Li's tone was icy. "Wait here." He stepped out and within 2 minutes returned with a set of clothes. It was now autumn, and he held a pullover sweater. He entered with a cold expression and began to put it on her. Nuo Nuo believed he was the epitome of a standard straight man, regardless of the sweater's quality or softness. The fact that he thought it appropriate to dress her in such a manner was absurd. She did not want him to touch her again, yet his movements were rough, and his cold demeanor suggested he intended to punish her. Each time she attempted to strike him, he restrained her. Nuo Nuo finally understood the disparity between men and women. If Xiao Li did not wish it, she could not touch even a hair on his head. She had originally managed to endure, but at this moment, she was genuinely heartbroken and wronged. She disregarded her disheveled state and pride, and in the position he held her, her wrist pinned above her head, began to cry uncontrollably. Her voice, already hoarse, cried out in gasps, each sob causing her throat to sting. Unmindful of her image, she resembled a child utterly overwhelmed by grievance. Once she started crying, she could not stop. Xiao Li's grip on her wrist trembled slightly. She was a betrayer, a deceiver, devoid of heart. He repeated this to himself over and over. He pulled her clothing down to cover her thighs. She continued to weep pitifully. He noticed the marks on her legs, which were not actual injuries, but rather a result of his overwhelming emotions. Yet her delicate form suggested that the marks would linger for days. He felt as though he were imprisoned in a cycle of both ice and fire. His gaze lowered, and he gently released her wrist. Should she strike him now, it would land squarely on his face. He had only ever been trampled upon by one person throughout his life. Yet her grievances were so profound that the thought of hitting him vanished, leaving her to cry heart-wrenchingly, unable to cease. He could not discern whether it was more sorrow or compassion that filled him. since he had not choked her to death last night. It was impossible for him to kill her now. Reluctance, what could he do? Chioli gathered her into his arms, allowing her to lean against him. Let it be. He would keep a close watch to prevent her from mingling with other men. As long as she did not leave, that would suffice. However, Chioli did not anticipate that Nuo Nuo would return home and fall ill with a fever. She lay quietly, her eyes tightly shut, utterly still. Were it not for her heavy breathing, which relieved his anxiety, he would not know how to cope. Chioli promptly took her to his hospital. A middle-aged female doctor examined Nuo Nuo and regarded Chioli with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Yet she recognized him as the boss. And knowing she had a daughter of similar age, she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Dr. Fong, observing Chioli's anxious demeanor, understood his feelings. He clearly cared deeply for her. Dr. Fong decided it was time to deliver a subtle admonition. Mr. Chio, you did not have her cleaned up, nor did you give her water? Chioli fronat parplaksha. She was burning with fever and had injuries. You have been quite unrestrained. Chioli, typically impervious to others, would not tolerate such remarks. However, he remained silent, tacitly accepting his fault. At that moment in October, the autumn wind howled outside. He gazed at the quiet, delicate Nuo Nuo, gently holding her hand. Why had she betrayed him? Why had she treated him this way? Yet despite everything, he wished to remain by her side. As long as he lived, he would not let go. Dr. Fong checked the external injuries and, upon entering with the report, wore a frown. She glanced at the medication listed, her eyelid twitching. From a medical perspective, the substance was rather potent. In simpler terms, it could be described as an aphrodisiac. Dr. Fong hesitated for a moment, having been through similar experiences herself. Nuo Nuo's condition clearly indicated that Chioli had pushed her too far. With this in mind, it was not impossible for him to have resorted to drugs to enhance the experience. Cleared her throat, she opened the door. Mr. Chio, please take a look at your wife's report. Chioli took it, scanning the contents with a furrowed brow. The medication was too strong, potentially harmful. He pondered for a moment, his expression shifting to one of confusion, followed by a hint of panic. His voice was slightly hoarse, understood. Dr. Fong left, but not before reminding him. She has a fever. Ensure she stays hydrated, and remember to replace the four once it's finished. As soon as Dr. Fong closed the door, Chioli tightened his grip on Nuo Nuo's hand. He knew something was amiss with her, yet when he entered the room, the intoxicating scent of alcohol filled the air, and he instinctively assumed that Bai Yi and Nuo Nuo had been drinking, or perhaps they had concocted something themselves. After all, it was her first time experiencing pain. Perhaps other methods would provide relief. However, no matter what, he would never resort to such a potent drug. Last night marked the first time in over 30 years that he had lost control. He had witnessed her wearing a wedding dress, leaning into another man, and recalled Jiang Xinyue's words from that night. She had said Nuo Nuo would eventually leave him at any cost. Last night, in her muddled state, Nuo Nuo had ignored him, and Chioli had nearly gone mad. Rubbing his temples, he looked at her pale face, his heart constricting with pain. Chioli quietly stepped outside to make a phone call, his tone turning icy as he inquired, "Where's Bai Yi?" On the other end, Shui-san quickly replied, "He is locked away in the suburbs. After all, it is illegal to arrest someone indiscriminately, and the Bai family possesses some influence. However, without orders from Chioli, no one dares to act." Chioli commanded, "Throw Jiang Xinyue in as well. Keep them separated. I will come back in a few days." Shui-san felt an ominous premonition, but still responded respectfully. Chioli returned to the hospital room to watch over her, recalling the doctor's words, occasionally offering her water to moisten her lips. Her delicate face bore faint bruises, and he gently caressed her soft cheek, unsure of how to express his feelings in this moment. Since childhood, he had been rebellious, with his parents mostly neglecting him. Had it not been for their untimely demise, he might have lived a carefree life like other wealthy young masters. Yet, he yearned to protect her, even as he was the one who had caused her harm. If she were truly innocent, how heartbroken she must be. Chioli had never experienced such trepidation. He admitted to fearing the moment she opened her eyes, revealing intense hatred. He felt as if he had lost her trust completely. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Chioli stepped outside for a smoke. Once the scent dissipated, he returned only to find that Nuo Nuo was gone from the bed. His expression turned cold as he prepared to search for her. But he heard faint sounds from the bathroom. Suddenly, he hesitated, fearing she might be crying. His legs felt heavy, yet he approached nonetheless. Aside from the sound of dripping water, there was silence. Frowning, he felt a tightening in his chest, as if someone had grasped his heart fiercely. If she had chosen to end her life in the bathtub, just as he was about to kick the door open, Nuo Nuo emerged, her eyes bright, droplets of water glistening on her face, cascading down her pale chin, giving her a melancholic beauty. But there were no traces of tears. Chioli instinctively reached out. But Nuo Nuo ignored his hand, maneuvering past him to the bed with difficulty. She washed her face first, her mind clouded by the remnants of fever and confusion. She realized there were remnants of his possession on her. Chioli, the pervert. Nuo Nuo was aware someone had helped her clean, yet she felt uncomfortable, so she washed her face upon waking. Once she lay down obediently, Chioli returned to sit by her side. For the first time, she observed a hint of helplessness in him, stirring a faint, cold amusement within her. After all his frenzy, his intellect had finally returned. Yet, every tale of CEOs follows a familiar path, a few mistakes made before seeking forgiveness. His grim expression suggested he had guessed something amiss. Nuo Nuo remarked, I woke up in that room after fainting, not knowing who drugged me. But whoever sent you to catch me in the act is likely the culprit. He lowered his gaze to her, his demeanor softening involuntarily. I have confined Jiang Xinyue. Nuo Nuo was indifferent. She was not there to compete for a man. She knew that if Chioli discovered the truth, Jiang Xinyue would never escape. The October breeze was cool, a refreshing change, prompting them to leave the windows open instead of using the air conditioning. Watching the curtains flutter gently, she felt the crispness of autumn after the rain. Nuo Nuo blinked slowly, suddenly remembering something she had overlooked, and glanced at Chioli. His body stiffened for a moment before he heard her soft voice, the contraceptive pill. He abruptly raised his eyes, a momentary flash of rage flickering within them. His tone was grave. Nuo Nuo, you're my lawful wife. She shook her head, her gaze clear and earnest, replying, you know that's not true. You manipulated my identity. His heart gave a slight twinge. After a pause, he conceded, all right. Shortly thereafter, someone delivered the contraceptive pill. Nuo Nuo took it, though unease lingered. It had been well over 24 hours since their first encounter, and she had no experience with such matters. Quietly, she lay down, harboring little resentment. In that moment, she realized that everyone around her was merely a character from a story to her, a mere narrative. In a soft voice, she said, you may leave now. I prefer not to see you. The calmness of her tone pierced him like a knife. The pain in his eyes was shallow yet profound. He did not truly leave. Instead, he softly apologized, I'm sorry. She tilted her head, offering a faint smile. It's all right. Chioli would rather she hit or scold him. Yet her tranquility only deepened his anxiety. It seemed to him that in her eyes, even hatred had faded, leaving no room for any other emotions. He took her hand, placing it against his chest. Nuo, please don't do this. You can hit me or yell at me. Just look at me. Nuo genuinely did not wish to engage in the heart-wrenching cycle with him. She had already stated that it was fine. What more did he want? She scrunched up her face, her tone softening. I 1T hit you. My hand hurts. If you want the truth, I just don't want to see you. Not wanting to witness his reaction, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. She still had a fever, her breaths warm and labored. Having only experienced 2 fevers in her life, both of which felt like misfortunes. Nuo Nuo contemplated discreetly contacting Jiang Ying, but hesitated to use her own phone, fearing Chiu Li's surveillance and the possibility of nearby cameras. Thus, she spent a few days recuperating in peace. The National Day holiday soon passed, and she was discharged from the hospital, her health restored. Meanwhile, Chan Ma had been anxiously awaiting at the villa, puzzled by the sudden cancellation of the wedding. Suspecting a quarrel between Chiu Li and Nuo Nuo, when she finally saw Nuo Nuo return, clad in a hoodie, it was clear to everyone that she was sensitive to the cold, appearing soft and comfortable. Shen Ma sighed in relief, but her expression shifted upon noticing the bruises on Nuo Nuo's face and neck. Her mind raced, nearly leading her to believe Nuo Nuo had encountered some misfortune. In truth, it could be deemed unfortunate, but the source of that misfortune was the male protagonist. Nuo Nuo chose not to elaborate, simply nodding before retreating to her room. She needed to find a way to contact Jiang Ying. She had pondered over El Xiang for days, ultimately deciding against revealing anything. Everyone makes their own choices. She had heard the reasons before losing consciousness, so there was no need to question Elseong. The cheerful, naive girl from her memories was gone forever. Classes would resume the following day, and Nuo Nuo returned to her original room, still on the second floor, next to Chio Li's. The villa had been maintained. So despite her long absence, the room remained tidy. Concerned about surveillance, Nuo Nuo restrained herself from calling Jiangying. After taking a shower and settling into bed, she noticed a tall figure at her door. Nuo Nuo coughed softly, her throat still recovering. Undeterred, Chio Li stepped inside. His voice was low and smooth. Nuo Nuo. She was reluctant to engage with him, but also did not wish to confront him at that moment. The hope of returning home was within reach. If she turned away, he would become just a few fleeting words in a book, an inconsequential figure. Thus, she gazed at him silently. Nuo Nuo understood that this man harbored feelings for her, though she was uncertain of their depth. At this moment, he likely lacked the confidence to approach her. He gently stroked her cheek, softly coaxing, "Go back to sleep, all right?" She shook her head. He swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his next words. The moment he spoke, Nuo knew he had lost his sense of shame. "May I sleep here?" While his request was polite, she understood his true nature. For Chio Li, her acceptance or rejection bore little difference. She tugged the blanket over herself, her voice muffled. "Are you going to sleep on the floor?" To her surprise, Chio Li did not hesitate. "Sure." Then Nuo Nuo watched as the servant prepared the bedding. Chio Li genuinely intended to sleep on the floor. She realized that this obsessive man was beyond redemption, so she chose not to look at him anymore. Nuo Nuo struggled to find sleep, though she managed to drift off eventually. The one who truly could not sleep was Chio Li. The frost had come early, and the night was as cool as water. He recalled that chaotic night when she was not fully conscious, yet he was acutely aware. The exquisite beauty of her skin was as white as snow, and a slight mark would leave a vivid impression. The sensation that sent shivers down his spine made him swallow hard. Although such thoughts were sordid, they haunted him relentlessly. Her gasps and tear-filled pleas were unforgettable, bringing him both guilt and a peculiar kind of pleasure. That night must have been the fastest his heart had ever raced. Chio Li felt guilt. Yet he was not a man of strong morals or shame. He had not won Nuo Nuo's heart. Yet he could not help but obsess over her body, beautiful, firm, and utterly captivating. He thought of her, listened to her breathing, and felt a complex emotion stirring within him. That rare night, he realized he remembered every expression of hers vividly, and the mere thought excited him. His countenance darkened. Chio Li knew he was a beast, and he did not deny this truth. But what was the time now? He understood he had misjudged Nuo Nuo. Yet in such a night, he found himself desecrating her memory with illicit thoughts, despite not having fully atoned for his past mistakes, and Nuo Nuo showed no signs of forgiveness. He cursed under his breath. He was at an age of great desires, having finally tasted the forbidden fruit, albeit under coercive circumstances. He thought of her day and night, unable to forget that exquisite taste. However, he dared not touch Nuo again. He simply sat up. The villa was warm, and Nuo Nuo, who feared the cold, had her original room heated. He gazed at her by the moonlight. One of her feet peeked out from the blanket, porcelain-like and petite. Her hand was half-formed into a fist beside her cheek, giving her an adorably innocent appearance. His heart softened, and he felt fortunate for her resilience. If she had truly contemplated suicide during the day, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Upon reflection, Chio Li realized he had always wronged her. When Nuo Nuo first arrived, he had not treated her well, and later, his foul temper had made him crave what he could not have. She must have felt a great deal of injustice. Chio Li dared not stare at her exposed foot any longer and pulled the blanket over her. He was restless, his mind circling various ways to please her. He had never imagined he would feel such desperation for a woman, even if Nuo Nuo demanded he kneel for her forgiveness. He would likely comply without hesitation. There was hardly any dignity left. He spent the night in the pale moonlight, watching her. The next day, Nuo Nuo awoke unaware of his turmoil. The thoughts of a normal person often differ from those of a twisted mind, and it was perhaps better for her not to know of such unsettling matters. Having recovered from her fever, she felt well enough to return to school. After finishing breakfast obediently, she planned to leave. Chio Li grasped her hand. "Would you like to travel abroad for a while?" Nuo Nuo withdrew her hand, casting him a warning glance. Chio Li understood her message. Do not touch her. How absurd. She evaded him while he longed for her constantly. Yet he knew he must soothe her. Since she resisted his touch, he refrained from pressing the issue. However, he wished to spend more time with her, so he offered, "I'll drive you." Upon arriving at school, Nuo Nuo ignored him, opening the car door and leaving. Xiaoli turned the steering wheel, his gaze growing cold as he drove towards the outskirts. Jiang Xinyue and Bai Yi had separated, yet their conditions were similar, disheveled and barely hanging on. During Nuo Nuo's illness, they had subsisted on nothing but water. Xiaoli lounged on the sofa in the living room, and soon Jiang Xinyue and Bai Yi were thrown in. Bai Yi had witnessed Xiaoli's methods of dealing with others before, but he never expected to find himself in the same position, having been locked up for days. He was terrified, kneeling obediently without daring to struggle. In a hoarse voice, he said, "I'm sorry, but I didn't do anything to her." He had barely managed anything. The charming beauty exuded a sweet fragrance that was irresistibly enticing. Bai Yi understood Xiaoli well enough not to speak falsehoods. Perhaps speaking the truth would offer him a chance at mercy. However, Jiang Xinyue was different. She was on the brink of collapse. Upon seeing Xiaoli, tears streamed down her face. "Xiaoli, it's not me. Why are you treating me like this?" Xiaoli, in his leather shoes, scoffed at her words and kicked her. If it hadn't been for this woman's scheming, he wouldn't have lost his temper. Jiang Xinyue felt as if her insides were shattering. She cried out and collapsed on the ground. She finally understood why Bai Yi appeared so resigned and fearful. Xiaoli offered no leniency to either of them. Xiaoli had no need to listen to their futile excuses. He had already uncovered the truth over the past few days. Jiang Xinyue was taken aback by his directness. Cold sweat dripped from her as despair set in. She had known him since youth, but was ignorant of his ruthless reputation over the years. Now, however, she had come to understand that her fate was sealed. She was not like Chun Qian, who could lose half her life and remain unscathed toward Xiaoli. Crouching on the ground, she suddenly laughed. "Are you blaming me? Are you blaming us? But whose fault is it? Don't you understand?" She was not foolish. Upon seeing Bai Yi, she had guessed that Xiaoli had witnessed that scene. Xiaoli must have done something irrevocable to his precious darling, or else he wouldn't be in this state. Xiaoli's gaze turned frigid. Jiang Xinyue, seeing that he was no longer in his usual domineering demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. It's you who didn't believe her. When you saw them in bed, did you not want to kill her then? Ha ha ha. Xiaoli, this is your love. Not only do we fear you, but she fears you too. A person like you will never be loved by her. You are finished. You are finished. Ha ha ha. She will never forgive you. Jiang Xinyue, having been revered as a goddess all her life, even in death, would leave a thorn in his heart. The moment she spoke, Shuesen understood the gravity of her words and shuddered. He cautiously observed Xiaoli, noting a momentary fracture in the man's eyes, as if a colder light had descended. Xiaoli then coldly commanded, "Take Jiang Xinyue to Wei Yang's former territory. Let her ex-husband from America come to collect her in 3 months." Shuesen trembled, and even Bai Yi stifled his discomfort. Such a method of handling the situation was cruel. Wei Yang's former territory was no place for her. It would be better to grant Jiang Xinyue a swift end. Whether she could endure 3 months remained uncertain. Bai Yi knelt on the ground, struggling to suppress his trembling. He understood that in such a situation, dignity meant little. Xiaoli cast a glance at him. After a decade of friendship, Bai Yi dared to covet his woman. Xiaoli chuckled, cut off both hands, and informed the Bai family to take good care of him. Bai Yi's body went limp as he was dragged away. He did not dare to plead for mercy or express anger, for he had seen Nuo Nuo's state. One more word from him might cost him his life. He knew that a moment of desire had ruined his entire life. Such matters were not meant for Shuesen to handle. Xiaoli had another team specifically for dealing with dirty work. However, even as they left the outskirts, Shuesen could still see the chilling malice in Xiaoli's eyes. Jiang Xinyue's words had evidently struck at the heart of his deepest fears. By mid-October, Xiaoli had arrived at the company gates, yet he drove away once more. Shortly thereafter, Shuesen was taken aback to see Xiaoli holding a large bouquet of roses, having changed into a different outfit. The man no longer exuded the terrifying aura he once did. He seemed intent on visiting University X. Shuesen watched his boss, pondering if Jiang Xinyue's words held any truth. If so, Xiaoli was truly finished. Nuo Nuo might despise him, yet he stubbornly refused to let her go. Xiaoli's luxury car did not enter. Shuesen wished to follow, but Xiaoli coldly rejected him. In the university campus, the atmosphere was quite vibrant with student life. As Xiaoli strolled halfway, he spotted a college student riding a bicycle with his girlfriend. He promptly called Shue-san, requesting him to bring over a bicycle. He was uncertain about how to pursue a girl, yet he yearned to draw closer to her, even if she despised him intensely. Suddenly, commotion erupted in the girls' dormitory, with Ding Simung stopping a girl from the neighboring class, inquiring, "What is going on outside?" The girl, brimming with excitement, replied, "Someone is about to confess." Ding Simung raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it common for people to confess?" The girl chirped, "This is different. The man standing below is exceptionally handsome, exuding a mature and cool demeanor. He is definitely not from our school." Ding Simung rolled her eyes. "Is it really that sensational?" Nuo Nuo, having heard the commotion, lacked the enthusiasm to join the spectacle. She was overjoyed. Ms. Jiang Ying had replied to her. Shun Zue had requested to meet her, but his peculiar character made him insist on seeing her alone. Jiang Ying urged Nuo to wait, and although Shun Zue had an odd temperament, he was not a man of empty promises. Nuo Nuo felt a glimmer of hope for returning home, nearly moved to tears. She finally saw a chance to bid farewell to this hellish world. As dusk fell, Ding Simung, feeling bored, decided to sneak a glance at the handsome man they had been discussing. She ambled over in her slippers, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Oh my!" She opened her phone, glancing again at the stern man below. He held a bouquet of roses in one hand, seated on a bicycle, gazing upward. Ding Simung's heart raced. Could it be? He looked strikingly similar to Chiu Xiao. Ding Simung felt dizzy, weak in the knees. She hurried back to the dorm to grab Noah. "You must pinch me. Am I dreaming? How could I possibly see Chiu Xiao?" And he holding roses while sitting on a bicycle. Wasn't this man always riding in luxury cars? Yet, she recognized that outfit as top-tier designer wear. Nuo Nuo was equally stunned. She had been using a hidden phone for her earlier call, the one Xioli had given her, which she typically kept on silent. Now, she looked at the numerous missed calls. Nuo Nuo wished to escape this world, tired of the exhausting endeavor of pleasing Xioli, and thus remained silent. She recognized that the man below was indeed Xioli. Ding Simung could no longer sit still. "If you're not going, I will take a look. Even if he resembles Chiu Xiao, he is still my idol. Who is he pursuing? If it's me, I would agree in an instant." Just then, Nuo Nuo's phone rang again. Without glancing, she switched it off. No matter what Xioli intended, she had no desire to engage. She was haunted by the humiliation of waking up in the middle of the night and Xioli's bizarre and perverse tendencies. The man embodied a beastly elegance. Even a glance felt painful. She believed ignoring him would help her forget that dreadful day. Once at school, she had no intention of returning home. As long as Xioli felt guilty, she didn't want to see him at all. They would discuss it when he had completely lost his shame. On Monday night, there was no evening study session, and Nuo Nuo, wishing to avoid him, ignored the noise outside the dorm. She ate 2 oranges and went to bed to play on her phone. Meanwhile, Ding Simung, anxiously waiting outside, returned, fuming. "Who is he pursuing? Why hasn't he come down yet? I feel so sorry for him. It's about to rain. I heard it'll be a downpour tonight. Is he really planning to wait?" Nuo Nuo chithing ona soft toton kandi remained silent. Ding Simung excitedly offered an umbrella, believing it likely wasn't Xioli's style. His notorious personality made it impossible for him to be loitering around a girl's dormitory in such a pitiful state. With boldness, Ding Simung dashed downstairs, and indeed, it started to drizzle, with heavy rain imminent. Clearing her throat, she stared intently at him. "Here, an umbrella. It's about to rain. Who are you waiting for? Perhaps I know them. I could deliver a message." Xioli's gaze was icy as he briefly glanced at her. He recognized Ding Simung. After all, she was connected to Nuo, and all her background information was on his desk. Ding Simung assumed his cold demeanor meant he would ignore her, but to her surprise, he spoke in a soft voice. "Son Nuo Nuo." Ding Simung's mouth fell agape. "No, it can't be. My roommate." Then, staring at the face that mirrored Chiu Xiao's, she stammered. "See, can I ask, what's your name?" Running back, she was unsure whether to cry or laugh. She had finally met Chiu Xiao in person. Yet, why was he pursuing Nuo? A chilling autumn rain fell, and the weather turned cool. Thunder rumbled outside, and as Ding Simung rushed into the dorm, the light from her phone illuminated Nuo's delicate face, who was engrossed in some metaphysical readings. Ding Simung still dazed edklimet Nuo Nuo. "The man downstairs is looking for you." He's Chiu lowered her gaze, meeting Ding Simung's bewildered expression. "I know. Let's go to sleep. Are you not going to see him?" It's going to rain heavily tonight. There's a blue weather warning. Nuo Nuo found it absurd. Did this young tycoon enjoy inflicting self-punishment? If he wished to endure it, that was his choice. She had no interest in such pity plays. Typically, the heroine would engage in a rain-soaked romance with the hero, but Nuo Nuo understood this man was deeply complicated and quite wicked. Even if he were struck by lightning, she would not approach him. After a fitful sleep, the rain intensified, and the weather forecast proved accurate. Ding Siming looked at Nuo expectantly, who showed no intention of moving. Thunder cracked outside. Nuo Nuo, content with her metaphysical musings, decided it was time for bed. She wouldn't go, but someone might intervene. The dormitory matron was well aware that young suitors often confessed beneath the girl's dormitory, and today's young man was exceptionally handsome. However, regardless of his looks, time was of the essence. The matron urged him to leave as she sheltered him with an umbrella. Qiu Li, drenched, had water droplets cascading from his dark hair. He appeared rather intimidating, and as he waited for someone who didn't arrive, his mood soured. Accustomed to resolving matters with money, he casually handed a check to the matron. Upon seeing the many zeros, she chuckled, knowing it was a counterfeit. She tossed the fake check aside. Hurry back. Don't waste my time. Qiu Li's expression darkened further. The wind was harsh, chilling him to the bone. The matron remarked, "If you like that girl, and she doesn't care for you, it's likely a lost cause. Young man, look forward. You'll catch a cold standing here." Qiu Li stood there for over 3 hours in the rain, refusing to leave. The once curious female students had all dispersed. When Shui San cautiously approached, he could sense Qiu Li's icy demeanor. He quickly instructed his companions to open an umbrella for Qiu Li. The matron, sensing the shift, realized he was indeed a wealthy man. That check, with so many zeros, she had discarded it. Drenched, Qiu Li got into the car, knowing his plan had failed. Rainfall was no coincidence. He had no limits. If Nuo Nuo would forgive him or show a hint of softness, he would do anything for her. However, it seemed futile to stand there for 3 days and nights. After returning to his villa, he took a shower and instructed his staff to find a relationship expert by the next day, someone skilled in charming young ladies. Sleeping alone felt dreary. Nuo Nuo was absent, but her clothes remained. He inhaled the scent lingering on her intimate garments, a sweet fragrance that intoxicated him. Qiu Li acknowledged that he might be somewhat perverse, but recognizing his faults and amending them seemed implausible. His desire for her was overwhelming. He had never cherished anyone like this in his life. The next day, the relationship expert, Zheng Wenwen, arrived early. In her mid-30s, she radiated a gentle aura. Before coming, she had inquired about Qiu Li's affairs, but Shui San, tight-lipped, had revealed nothing. Thus, Zheng Wenwen was utterly bewildered upon encountering a young and handsome man. Typically, those who sought her for business were men lacking in certain qualities. However, the conditions presented by Mr. Qiu were simply unparalleled. In truth, Zheng Wenwen was quite professional. Adhering to her customary practice, she hesitantly inquired about Qiu Li's feelings towards the woman he favored. Qiu Li, with an air of insouciance, casually revealed everything, leaving Zheng Wenwen in a state of disbelief. The situation seemed so dire that even a celestial being could not salvage it. It was likely that the girl harbored deep resentment towards him. Nevertheless, given the substantial remuneration involved, Zheng Wenwen was still willing to take on the challenge. For even in failure, she would receive half of the commission. With a commission of 60 million, she was determined to utilize every ounce of her skill to assist Mr. Qiu. Unless she could start afresh, the situation was bound to end poorly. Zheng Wenwen pondered. Women of that age preferred gentle and romantic men. If the CEO could be more accommodating and shower her with unconditional affection, over time, she would surely be moved. It was imperative that he refrain from pressuring or scolding her. However, the notions of gentleness and romance were utterly foreign to the CEO. Yet, he furrowed his brow and replied affirmatively. In this world of myriad possibilities, as long as he could win her genuine heart, he was willing to try anything. As the autumn sports meet approached, Nuo Nuo, having discovered the hope of returning, felt a significant lift in her spirits. She enrolled in a 200-meter race. Although her physical condition was somewhat below average, the intensity of such an event was manageable for most. Ding Siming had been melancholic for several days. Finally coming to terms with the fact that her idol favored Nuo Nuo, her heart ached, realizing that her idol had been waiting for someone to mature. But that person was not her. On the day of a sports meet, As the whistle blew, Nuo Nuo dashed forward. The wind tousled her hair, and she finally experienced a sense of joy and freedom. The autumn playground still bore traces of dampness, and midway through her race, she spotted a man in a white trench coat. In that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The man, intrigued, focused his gaze on her. The girl was undeniably beautiful, her features exquisite, capturing the attention of most boys on the playground. Yet, in the next moment, she veered off the track and ran straight into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Shunze, caught under the scrutiny of nearly all the male spectators, felt his body stiffen. While he was indeed cradling a stunning beauty, this was their first encounter, and he refrained from touching his employer. Brother Ji Shi Wu. Nuo Nuo had never anticipated such overwhelming excitement. She had actually seen her cousin, although he was somewhat carefree. After over a year in this world, finally encountering a relative left her heart racing. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Shenzue, not being a man of any conventional background, had no intention of letting go. The girl, with her soft, warm, and fragrant form, released all her pin-up grievances upon seeing a family member crying inconsolably. Yet, under the gaze of many, including some hidden observers, Shunzue felt a twinge of discomfort. He gently patted her delicate back and said, "Song all right? Don't worry. Jiangning has helped me. You don't need to call me brother. I will assist you." The girl, her eyes reddened, pulled back from his embrace, momentarily stunned. Shunzue smiled. "Hello, I'm Shunzue. My profession, well, I'm a fortune teller." Nuo Nuo finally composed herself, gazing at his face, which bore a striking resemblance to her cousin's, evoking an odd sensation. Shunzue added, "Is there a discreet place where we can converse? Someone is watching you." Nuo Nuo recognized it was Qiu Li's people. She wiped her tears and led Shunzue to a water bar within the school, where they reserved a private room. Unable to resist, she stared at Shunzue, who felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. If it were any ordinary beauty, he could withstand it, but this, she was exceptionally stunning. Thus, he averted his eyes, striving to resist the urge to disregard his employer's admonitions. Nuo Nuo steadied herself. If he was truly Shunzue, that was preferable. She realized that the moment she had embraced him, Qiu Li's people were likely aware, and he would soon arrive. Once inside the private room, Nuo Nuo directly inquired, "What do you need me to do?" Extending her hand, Shunzue examined her palm and then her face, pausing at the tear mole that adorned her delicate features. He retrieved a talisman from his trench coat and ordered a cup of milk tea. The talisman dissolved upon contact with water, and he had her drink it. Nuo Nuo's large eyes were filled with skepticism as she regarded him. Shunzue raised an eyebrow and smiled. "If you wish to return to your world, you must trust me." Nuo Nuo's eyes widened in gratitude, nearly moved to tears. He was truly not a charlatan. No one in this world knew of her status as an outsider. Shunzue was the first to acknowledge it, and his lack of surprise was comforting. Nuo Nuo drank the concoction, her face alight with anticipation. Shunzue smirked darkly. "You've fallen for my trick. In truth, I am a human trafficker." Nuo Nuo looked bewildered, her reaction delayed. Shunzue found her rather endearing, recalling how she had called him brother upon their first meeting. He decided not to tease her further, instead examining her palm and pupils. His expression gradually grew solemn. Nuo Nuo soon realized that Shunzue was jesting. She gazed at him with her pure, clear eyes and asked, "Can I go home?" Shunzue nodded, affirmatively stating, "Yes." He furrowed his brow. "In this vast world full of wonders, you should have returned home long ago upon completing your task. Yet you remain here. What task have I completed?" The girl who exchanged her blessings for your arrival hoped you could alleviate the suffering of her beloved and spare him from a life of torment in a damp, filthy alley. Nuo Nuo was taken aback, realizing her suspicions were correct. The original soul had indeed loved Hang Rue, enduring his father's abuse for his sake, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of Song Lian and Qiu Li's indifference. In this lifetime, Hang Rue was thriving in university, likely to become a pillar of the nation. Nuo Nuo blinked, tears streaming down her cheeks. "But I never wanted to come here. Song Nuo Nuo sacrificed her blessings for my sake, and I am selfish. I only wish to be with my parents." Shunzue felt a pang of sympathy, saying, "She granted you her blessings so that you could find happiness in this life and the next." Nuo Nuo replied, "I am not happy in this life." Shunzue was momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. I want to go home. Shunze regarded her for a moment, his expression complex. For the first time, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Returning is indeed possible, but your soul and body have been intertwined for too long. To restore your soul completely, you will need some good fortune. What kind of fortune? Shunze cleared his throat. The fortune of a favored child of heaven. Nuo Nuo gazed at him in confusion. Shunze elucidated. In this world, who holds the greatest power? You need to borrow a bit of their fortune. Nuo Nuo fell silent doher. This was a fictional world, and the most powerful being could only be the male protagonist, Chioli. Kiuli. Shunze continued. You possess a bit of fortune, but it is insufficient. You should be acquainted with him, so you. He hesitated, finding it difficult to express himself. He felt somewhat indecent, contemplating the implications of his next words. This beautiful girl possessed such innocent eyes that he momentarily felt the idea was too base. Yet, it was the only method available, and he was thick-skinned enough. Borrowing fortune is quite simple. Just drink this talisman, and you and he will share a night together. That's all. Nuo Nuo nearly believed Shunze to be a spy sent by Chioli. How could he propose such a sordid idea? Shunze shrugged in exasperation. You've been here for quite some time. It seems the appearance of this body is nearly indistinguishable from your original self. You must have sensed it too. You're just a fraction away from returning. Each world is real and does not allow two versions of you to coexist. As Nuo Nuo walked back to the villa, her mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Shunze could not possibly be a charlatan. Therefore, everything he said must be true. Since her arrival, her appearance had been gradually changing, and she was now nearly resembling her original self. Shunze had mentioned that this body had become hers. If she tarried any longer, she would truly be unable to return. However, this was indeed a real world, not merely a narrative confined within a book. She felt a sense of clarity. Thus, she could return home. The prerequisite for returning home is to consume the enchanted talisman water of Shunze and to share a slumber with Chioli. Her complexion fluctuated from pale to flushed, and then to ashen. It was impossible to discern whether her feelings were rooted in anger or embarrassment. Thus, the individual who ultimately escorted her home must be none other than Chioli. This evening, the autumn hues were captivating, and a subtle chill permeated the air. Nuo Nuo pondered for an extended period, and upon raising her gaze, she spotted the man ahead. Chioli emerged from the car. In the instant their eyes met, his demeanor softened from frigid to a subtly rigid gentleness. Nuo Nuo recalled that it was on this very path that Chioli had ordered her to walk back alone in her damp clothes, exuding an air of arrogance. She was acutely aware that Chioli had likely learned of Shunze's involvement. His possessiveness was formidable, and he was notoriously domineering. Nuo Nuo anticipated his inui. Yet he remained silent, merely reaching out to gently stroke her hair, asking why she had chosen to walk back. Her heart was tumultuous, unable to make a decision. Thus, she sought solace in a stroll, prolonging the inevitable. As she contemplated her next actions, she found his touch distasteful yet did not withdraw. Her brow furrowed as she regarded Chioli. Why did he refrain from questioning her about Shunze? In the past, when it concerned Hang Rue, he had appeared ready to confront him violently. Yet now, he exhibited a remarkable restraint. Shunze had granted her time for contemplation, albeit not for long. In his words, the longer Nuo Nuo lingered, the more intertwined she became with this world. Ultimately, if she wished to depart, it would become increasingly difficult. Shunze had indicated that the best time for her return was the following evening. Though Nuo did not grasp the significance of the chosen time, Shunze assured her that it was the safest day for her departure. The talisman's function was to erase memories, for it was impossible for one to navigate life bearing the memories of two worlds. Otherwise, Nuo Nuo would face rejection even upon returning to her own. Upon following Chioli back, Nuo Nuo discovered that he had redecorated the villa. The cold, elite ambience had been replaced with a style more appealing to young women. She cast a fleeting glance, feeling that the prospect of sharing another night with Chioli was a considerable test of her mental fortitude. Noting that Chioli did not press her, she ascended the stairs. Upon entering her old room, she was greeted by the faint fragrance of gardenias. She noticed new flowers planted by the floor-to-ceiling windows and a small turtle in a glass tank. Moments later, a tiny kitten waddled out, affectionately rubbing against her pant leg. This kitten was even smaller than the previous one, with a soft, unsteady gait that evoked tenderness. She crouched down to pat it, and it mewed sweetly. Chioli did not follow her. Nuo Nuo began to understand his intentions. He was attempting to please her, aspiring to create a home for her. Cradling the kitten, she sat in silence for a while. It nestled comfortably in her arms, seemingly trained to charm young girls like her. Despite her aversion to Chioli, the creatures were undeniably adorable. During dinner, Chioli was absent, and Nuo Nuo dined alone. After a moment of hesitation, Chunma remarked. Xiao Xiao said he was going to the company. If you wish to avoid seeing him, that is perfectly acceptable. Nuo Nuo Bao said momentarily, her hand halting mid-air with her chopsticks. Had Chioli behaved this way earlier, she would not harbor such disdain for him. He was accustomed to imposing his will and had never learned the art of compromise. Yet, under the current circumstances, if she chose not to leave, she would be bound to the male protagonist for a lifetime. Ironically, it was Chioli who had gone to the company. Nuo Nuo gazed at Chunma in a daze, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance swirling within her. When would he return? Chunma's typically stoic expression revealed a flicker of excitement. If the young lady wishes for Xiao Xiao to return, he will come back immediately. Nuo nodded, lost in thought for a moment. Then she ascended the stairs to wash up and prepare for bed. Chunma sighed, feeling a hint of regret. She wondered whether Zheng Wenwen's advice would prove effective. What if the young lady never wished to see Xiao Xiao again? The following day marked the final deadline for Nuo Nuo in this world, and she had made her decision. She reflected on her reluctance to engage in intimate relations with Chioli, yet she could return home. If this were someone else's story, she could easily declare that such a man was unworthy of her touch, even if it meant death. However, she was the one experiencing it all, realizing that no one truly wishes for death, nor is anyone entitled to it. The notion of dying is deceptively simple. It requires courage and consideration for the living. Her parents had nurtured her for nearly 19 years, not to have her perish in this parallel world, leaving no one to care for her in the end. There were countless others who suffered far worse fates, and she could hardly claim to be unfortunate. She had merely encountered a deranged man whom she did not favor. Having come to terms with her situation, Nuo Nuo was uncertain about how to spend her last day. Her best friend was El Xiong, but after that day, she would cease to be. Sitting on a swing with the kitten nestled in her lap, she enjoyed the pleasant weather, imbued with warmth. After some contemplation, she dialed Ding Simeng. Ding Simeng, in her dormitory, was applying a facial mask, her voice muffled. Nuo Nuo advised if there are cockroaches again, don't use that dormitory spray. It's ineffective. The spray 1T kill them, only stun them, and then you 1T dare to sweep them away, only scream. Ding Simeng responded affirmatively, bewildered. Why are you telling me this? We could discuss it once you're back at school. After all, we live together. Nuo Nuo chutket tank. Ding Simeng. Ding Simeng assumed Nuo Nuo was referring to the local delicacies she had brought. Chuckling, it's nothing. After ending the call, Nuo Nuo felt reassured by the warmth of many good people in her world, such as Hang Rui, the original El Xiong, and the boisterous teacher Zhao. They were all wonderful individuals. Nuo Nuo genuinely wished to know how Hang Rui was faring, whether the proud youth had liberated himself from his father and was living the life he desired. Yet, she repeatedly picked up her phone only to set it down again. It was unnecessary. Since her mission was accomplished, Hang Rui would never revert to his former path. If she contacted him, unforeseen complications could arise. After basking in the sun for a long while, she joined a gardener in planting flowers. The swimming pool shimmered with blue light, and she perched at its edge, holding a bouquet of hostas that the gardener had cut. Chunma had encountered many beauties in her lifetime, yet when gazing upon Nuo, one could not help but feel that time had stood still in her presence. She resembled a flower emerging from a crevice in the rocks. Regardless of the trial she had faced, she retained her original form. Chioli observed her through the screen. Zheng Wenwen felt a shiver run down her spine. Please, hold yourself together, Qiao Zong. Patience today leads to a lifetime of peace. Kiuli skufa legally. Zheng Wenwen persisted. You should remove the surveillance, even if discreetly installed. It is still intrusive. If Madame finds out, it will surely trouble her. No one wishes to live under constant scrutiny. Kiuli acquiesça, responding mildly. Zheng Wenwen sighed in relief, believing that with time, perhaps there was hope. In the villa, Nuo Nuo felt her mindset shifting towards tranquility. After tomorrow, regardless of who Chioli was, she would no longer remember him. Upon opening her eyes, she would find herself back with her parents in her own world. These experiences would eventually fade, barely a dream. She quietly and obediently finished her meal and settled on the sofa. The short socks snugly wrapped around her ankles as she hugged her knees. When the moment arrived to undertake her task, she could not suppress the deep-rooted embarrassment instilled in her from childhood. The conditions for returning home were absurd. Nuo Nuo dissolved the talisman into her milk, a ritual she practiced nightly, thus ensuring no one noticed. She drank the talisman water, its taste a blend of bitterness and sweetness, reminiscent of a memory, joyful yet sorrowful. This talisman was indeed remarkable. Regrettably, she could not offer Shun's any compensation. Fortunately, he required none. Though he appeared carefree, he possessed an innate sense of duty. Nuo Nuo's situation was exceedingly unjust, yet Shin Zue was willing to assist her return. After finishing her milk, Nuo Nuo picked up her phone. Moments later, the call connected, and she softly inquired, "Are you coming home?" Qiu Li's fingers trembled slightly, struggling to contain his elation. He strove for composure, asking, "May I return?" After a brief pause, the girl's gentle voice replied, Qiu Li's heart surged with emotion, nearly compelling him to speed home. In no time, he arrived at his residence, where he typically spent the nights in the adjacent lounge of the office, the very bed that Nuo Nuo once occupied. Yet, it lacked the warmth that only his delicate wife could provide. Upon entering, he found her curled up, gazing vacantly, the television casting light onto her face as a Korean drama played, depicting the protagonists embracing in the rain, passionately confessing their feelings amidst tears. Nuo Nuo seemed not to be truly watching. Her delicate chin rested on her knees, exuding an air of fragility and bewilderment that tugged at his heart. In that fleeting moment, his resolve softened. Hesitant to touch her cheek, he settled onto the sofa beside her, searching for conversation. "Has Chunma gone home? Why are you watching television alone?" Nuo Nuo replied honestly, "I told her to leave. It was likely around 8 o'clock. A bit early for her to desire a night spent solely with Qiu Li. Thus, she remained still, intending to watch television until midnight. He, too, was reluctant to depart. Although he was uncertain why Nuo Nuo had called him back, her willingness to accept him was a positive sign. He would simply restrain his impulses and refrain from alarming her with his desires. Just being there, watching her, felt sufficient. The Korean drama was excessively sentimental. Yet Nuo Nuo's mood was already complicated. As the on-screen couple kissed fervently, she felt an awkwardness seep in, for she was not yet 20. Her cheeks flushed with a natural shyness, lacking the thick skin of Qiu Li. After a prolonged moment of watching the couple's passionate exchange, she blinked and slowly reached for the remote, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, and switched the channel. Qiu Li smiled faintly. While he too harbored such thoughts, observing her gentle and obedient demeanor filled him with a tender joy, and he dared not frighten her further, choosing instead to remain silent. Whatever she watched, he would watch alongside her. By 10:30, Nuo Nuo, burdened with her thoughts, felt no inclination to sleep. Overcoming her psychological turmoil proved arduous. She even wished to forget everything, akin to that night, where at least her body would obey instinct, sparing her the embarrassment of facing Qiu Li. With an hour and a half until midnight, she recalled the male lead's remarkable prowess, her expression darkening. Words could be charmingly deceptive. In reality, they were quite sordid. Turning off the television plunged the villa into silence. To her surprise, Qiu Li remained by her side. Nuo Nuo, unable to meet his gaze, asked, "Is there wine?" Qiu Li raised an eyebrow, ready to fulfill her request. "Yes." Moments later, he returned with a bottle of exquisite red wine, a treasured collection from his late father. Had he known he would so casually offer it to Nuo Nuo, he might have been incensed. After all, she had once struck him with a wine bottle. Yet, Qiu Li preferred her wrath over her indifference. At least she acknowledged his presence. Nuo Nuo poured herself a glass, sipping cautiously. After 3 painstaking gulps, her already rosy cheeks blossomed with a deeper hue, and the beauty mark near her eye seemed to shimmer under the crystal chandelier. He watched intently, allowing her to drink without interference. Gathering her courage, she realized, terrifyingly, that she remained sober. Catching Qiu Li's gaze, she noticed a hint of intoxication reflected in her own, her eyes becoming alluringly misty. She blinked, reassuring herself not to perceive him as that perverse male lead, but rather as a return home. The thought of returning home ignited a flicker of hope and courage within her. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed a radiant crimson. Resisting such advances had been her initial instinct, yet now she found herself compelled to invite him, a testament to the world's cruel irony. Nuo Nuo approached him, the scent of fine wine enveloping her, the exquisite aroma mingling with the lingering sweetness of milk. He gazed down at her, his calm demeanor betraying a frantic heartbeat. Nuo Nuo bit her lip, closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering as she leaned against his chest, her voice barely above a whisper, softer than a kitten's mew. "Hold me." From this night forth, the world would know him no more. Cho Li's body stiffened. He nearly doubted his hearing, or perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Nuo Nuo had reached her limit with that single word. Anything more eluded her. Many could weave eloquent tales, but she was not among them. He was a solid man, and her naturally cold disposition felt the warmth radiating from him, akin to a flame that could scorch everything. She remained silent, her head resting against his chest, listening to the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. Nuo Nuo bit her lip and nuzzled against him gently. Cho Li was a typical man, perhaps even too typical. Any further hesitation would render him less than a man. He swept her into his arms, striding toward their originally designated room. After obtaining their marriage certificate, they had resided here, though nothing had transpired between them until now. She was unusually compliant, wrapping her arms around his neck, embodying a sweetness reminiscent of his dreams, where she did not despise him and willingly drew near. Light as a feather, she floated in his embrace, while he struggled to contain himself. Eventually, he laid her down gently on the bed, kissing her forehead. "Good girl, sleep now." Then, he positioned himself beside her, maintaining a respectful distance across the sprawling, luxurious bed. They could hear each other's breaths. For the first time, he lay with his back to her. The effort of restraint was torturous, yet he understood he could no longer inflict harm upon her. Throughout his life, he had committed numerous transgressions, earning a tarnished reputation. However, this precious gem he cradled in his heart was someone he wished to cherish for a lifetime. What Cho Li yearned for most in life was the love of Nuo. She lay there, somewhat dazed, her cheeks still flushed. After waiting a while, she estimated it was nearing 11 o'clock. If she lingered any longer, it would no longer be